This young man just accidentally bumped into a girl at school, never expecting to be obsessively chased by her. She kept demanding that he become her boyfriend, no matter where he went. This girl followed him everywhere like a thirsty stalker. When he was bullied by some thugs, she didn't hesitate to jump in and catch hands with them. Knowing he was going through a hard time, she didn't say much. Immediately whipped out her phone and transferred $100,000, the perfect sugar mommy and the lucky student. A dream scenario for all the single bros out there. But Yoon-jin was a serious guy. He's handsome, but he's not easy. The confession was rejected. Hae-soo suddenly coldly revealed that he was about to kick the bucket. It turns out that day when Yoon-jin bumped into Hae-soo, he accidentally dropped a death card. The card he unknowingly chose predicted that he would die today. Since you're about to buy the farm anyway, might as well just give this body to her. After saying that, her eyes suddenly turned bloodshot and crazed. Hae-soo immediately grabbed his hand and pulled him hard toward her. His arm was squeezed so tight, it felt like it was about to shatter. No matter what he did, he couldn't break free. Yoon-jin looked down in horror at the puddle beneath his feet. Underneath was a reflection of many ghastly hands clutching his arm. At that moment, Hae-soo had transformed into a giant female demon, looking at him with hungry eyes, before he even got to ask her out for dinner. How the hell was he about to become her dinner? Whoever said the other day that she doesn't eat meat, and there's nothing to fear, come out here and talk. Shaken to the core, he used every ounce of his strength to yank his hand away and ghosted out of there. The demon immediately chased after its body. Despite being massive and heavy, its speed was fast as the wind. Just as the demon was about to catch him, it slipped on a banana peel and fell flat on its face. Talk about divine protection, taking that chance! Yoon-jin managed to hide in a narrow gap between the buildings. The demon behind him could only howl in a blind rage. Just then, the light at the end of the road appeared. He was only a few steps away, when suddenly, the sound of something being ripped apart echoed through the night. Without him noticing, Yoon-jin had just been taxed. The demon's hand also froze for a second. Shocked, looking at its hand holding one of his arms, its fury reached a breaking point. Looking at the body it was supposed to possess. With blood-red eyes, it hissed, screams that tore through the darkness. "My new body!" Yoon-jin lay there trembling as his body grew weaker. The demon had now drawn close. Its voice was cold and sharp, hissing through its teeth. "If I can't have this body, then I'll just devour you alive." With that, the demon roared, opening its massive mouth full of fangs, ready to finish him off. However, just as Yoon-jin closed his eyes and accepted his fate, the sound of splashing footsteps running across the water suddenly rang out. It was the white dog he had picked up today. Rewinding to this morning, when Yoon-jin went out to take out the trash, he saw a stray dog, scavenging with its head down, searching for food. Seeing it intently chewing on a scrap of food that had clearly gone bad a long time ago, he instinctively felt a bit nauseous. Yoon-jin turned away to toss the trash bag in the bin, and intended to leave, but for some reason, he still looked back at the dog eating so heartily like that. A feeling of pity welled up inside him. After that, he went into the convenience store to buy a sausage. Returning to the apartment complex, he held the sausage out to the dog and called softly. It looked up at him for a brief moment, then immediately snapped up the sausage and wolfed it down. Yoon-jin gently patted its head. "Eat up. Don't go digging through trash anymore, okay?" After saying that, he stood up and left, leaving the dog behind in a daze. It ate half the sausage and then suddenly spat it out, looking up at his fading silhouette with a silent gratitude. As the sun set, he returned home and saw that same dog still sitting by the trash. Yoon-jin stood still, watching it for a while, and thought to himself, "Why is the dog from this morning still here?" Eventually, he decided to ignore it and walked inside. A few minutes later, the first drops of rain began to pitter-patter against the window. The rain got heavier by the second. The image of the white dog huddled by the trash kept haunting his mind, unable to leave it behind. Yoon-jin finally ran out and brought it home. He carefully wiped it down and blow-dried its fur. As soon as it was free, the dog shook itself, splashing water all over Yoon-jin. It looked up at him as if asking for permission, then jumped straight onto the bed. Curling up contentedly, Yoon-jin laughed helplessly. "You're just gonna take over my place like that?" He went to get it a bowl of water and a few sausages. Seeing it lie still, he asked, "Not eating? Guess you don't like it." No sooner had he spoken than it trotted over, dipping its head into the bowl and gulping water down. After drinking, the little dog approached him, sniffing his feet, then timidly placed a paw on him. Seeing Yoon-jin didn't mind, it got bolder, stepped right onto his lap and curled up in his arms. He stared wide-eyed at the tiny creature, casually claiming his space. Give them an inch and they'll take a mile. Back to the present, as Yoon-jin was about to be cooked, the white dog quickly rushed in, pouncing on the demon. The demon was stunned. Before it could realize what was happening, a flash of white light zipped across. The demon's limbs were instantly sliced to pieces, causing it to scream in ultimate agony. Within the white mist, the dog had transformed into a tall man, holding a razor-sharp greatsword. Eon-jin squinted, vaguely witnessing it all. He saw someone standing in front of him, protecting him. It was a guy with long hair and gold earrings. He turned back to look at Eon-jin, who was barely breathing, and said, "Happy birthday, my grandson." But before passing out, those words were the last thing he heard. That person's hand reached out toward him, gradually blurring his entire vision. Some time passed. When Eon-jin opened his eyes again, everything was still hazy. Slowly, the light and shapes came back into focus. He realized he was lying in bed, drenched in sweat as if he'd taken a bath. "So hot," he gasped, reaching up to wipe his face. His sticky palms made him blurt out in surprise, "Whoa, that's a lot of sweat." Eon-jin fumbled around looking for his phone. The screen lit up with a bunch of unread messages. The most recent one was from Sung-gun. "Yo, you dead or what?" "Wait, what?" He sat up in a panic. "What time is it?" Eon-jin scrambled to grab some clothes to change. "Crap, when did I even pass out last night?" Suddenly, he froze. Last night's memories came flooding back all at once. He immediately lifted his arm to check it. It was still there. He clenched his fist and opened it again. Everything seemed normal. A wave of relief washed over him, but it was followed by intense confusion. What the hell actually happened? Thinking back to the girl from before, a name flashed in his mind. "Right, Lee Hai-soo." Suddenly the sound of a phone call from his homeroom teacher pulled him back to reality. At the schoolyard, a janitor was grumbling, "Why does this damn machine keep getting unplugged? I don't know which kid keeps messing with it." Meanwhile, Eon-jin was racing to school. Panting hard, he thought, "Lee Hai-soo. I wonder if she showed up today." Walking onto the campus, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a sigh. The scenery looked so peaceful under the clear blue sky. He sneaked along the hallway, eyes scanning the area. Ahead, he heard two of Hai-soo's friends talking to each other. "Hey, why has Lee Hai-soo been acting so weird lately?" "I don't know either. Man, I really need her to do a tarot reading for me today." Yoon-jin carefully peeked into the classroom and flinched. Hai-soo was happily chatting with her friends. "What the?" "She looks completely normal," he thought, suddenly hesitating. "Should I just ask her straight up about yesterday?" Just then, his two best friends appeared right behind him, showing up to school exactly at lunchtime. Only a total slacker would do that. "Hey, why didn't you read our texts? You had us worried for nothing. He only came to school to find his girlfriend, I bet. See, told you he was a hoodlum." "No, it's not." Yoon-jin hurriedly defended himself, stuttering. "No, it's not like that. Yesterday, wait." He choked on his words when he caught Jisoo's eyes. From inside the classroom, for a moment they looked directly at each other. "What about yesterday?" his friend pressed. Seeing Yoon-jin silent, the group started teasing and making things up again. This jerk pretended to go home, but he was actually out on a date with his girl. Instead of answering, Yoon-jin suddenly ducked down, hiding under the window ledge. "What are you doing?" one asked. The other two burst out laughing. "Oh, just making eye contact makes you that flustered?" "I'm not jealous at all, seriously." Yoon-jin's face went pale with terror. He crawled along the ground in a panic, trying to stay out of sight of the window. "That's just pathetic," one judged. Throughout the afternoon classes, Yoon-jin couldn't focus at all. He couldn't wrap his head around it. He was sure he had been severely injured. He looked down at his perfectly fine hand again. A massive question kept swirling in his mind. But what happened after that? How did I even get home? The image of the demon mask kept haunting his mind relentlessly. What the hell was going on? If only this was all just a dream. He quickly checked his phone. Evidence, the only proof that last night wasn't a dream, was still there. A notification of 100,000 won transfer from Lee Hai-soo, with a short note attached. If not accepted within 3 days, the transaction will be automatically cancelled. "What is this money for?" Eon-jin muttered. He hesitated, wondering if he should text her to ask, but then he decisively put the phone back in his pocket. Whatever, as long as she's okay, that's all that matters. At the faculty office, the homeroom teacher asked Eon-jin with concern, "Are you sure everything's all right?" "Yes, I just overslept, ma'am." She sighed. "Have you eaten anything yet?" "Yes, I have." "All right, then. Since you're okay, get to class and you can head home early after school." Eon-jin obeyed and walked out, not forgetting to close the door. He walked slowly down the hallway, glancing at the clock on his phone. It was already 2 p.m., which meant he had missed almost all of today's classes. Just as he stepped out onto the school grounds, Yoon-jin was absorbed in his phone, when a head suddenly popped up right in front of him. "Hi." "Ah!" Yoon-jin jumped back in shock, his heart pounding. Hai-soo quickly explained. "Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I heard from some people that you went to the faculty office, so I waited here. Oh my god. The bell for class already rang, you know. Is stalking people your hobby or something?" Eon-jin was still visibly shaken. Why can't you just act normal for once? I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable. Hai-Su stammered. As for what happened yesterday? Hearing this, Jin instinctively became guarded, looking around the deserted schoolyard without a soul in sight. Crap, there's no one here. Hey, he said stiffly, let's go somewhere more crowded to talk. It's not that I'm scared, but just in case you suddenly attack me again. It's not what you think. I was possessed by a spirit back then, Hai-Su blurted out. What? Jin frowned, his face full of skepticism. It's a long story. First off, I'm really sorry for hurting you. While Hai-Su was trying to explain, Jin's gaze suddenly froze. Something was very wrong. He pointed at a green object, nearby, coldly cutting her off. What the hell is that? Why is it even there? Huh? Hai-Su turned around, bewildered. It was the statue that usually stood at the school's main gate. That wasn't there a second ago, Jin said, his voice starting to tremble. Suddenly, the statue slowly began to pull itself up. Holy crap, they both blurted out. Immediately, the statue started sprinting toward them at full speed. Run! Hai-Su screamed, and they both turned and bolted for their lives. Jin howled in terror as the giant statue chased right at his heels. He gritted his teeth and asked, Hey! This is your doing again, isn't it? No, it's not me. Hai-Su frantically denied. What do you mean it's not you? You did the exact same thing to me yesterday. Jin. I can explain, it's actually not my fault. It's because of a ghost named Songaxi. Seeing the statue gaining on them, Jin snapped, Shut up and run faster! It's too fast, at this rate we're toast. Just then, Jin spotted a cart full of basketballs. Without a second thought, he grabbed the handle, spun around, and with all his might, shoved the cart toward the charging statue. Jin! Hai-Su cried out in surprise. The cart flipped over. Dozens of basketballs spilled out and rolled toward the statue. Thinking it would trip the thing up, it used the ground for leverage, crouched down, and effortlessly leaped right over the pile of balls, before sticking a perfect landing. For real? Jin cursed, quickly changed direction, and pulled Hai-Su along. Hai-Su fumbled through her bag while running. Pulling out a plastic bag full of black beans, she grabbed a handful and threw them straight at the statue's face, shouting, Go away, get lost! But the trick seemed completely useless. It just gave a slight shrug. All the beans flew right back. A few grains even pelted Hai-Su's face, making her let out a sharp cry of pain. What are you doing, you idiot? Jin snapped, pulling her along to keep running. Suddenly he skidded to a halt. When he saw the iron gate ahead was open, he shoved Hai-Su forward. Get out fast! As soon as they both slipped outside, Jin slammed the gate shut, just in time as the statue lunged forward. They both slumped against the iron fence, gasping for air, hearts pounding like crazy. The statue stopped dead in its tracks before the gate, silently observing them for a while, then turned around and walked back into the yard. Seeing it leave, they were both overjoyed. Is it gone? Did it finally give up? Jin sighed with relief. Suddenly, Hai-Su stammered, pointing toward the schoolyard. Jin, look! Jin looked over and was frozen in shock. The statue had returned, and what it was holding in its hands was the flagpole it had just ripped out of the ground. They both looked at each other in total panic. Is it gonna use that to pole vault over here? Is it freaking crazy? Jin's eyes darted around frantically for an escape. Nearby sat a flatbed trolley. On the other side of the fence, the statue jammed one end of the flagpole into the earth. It swung its weight to build momentum. That statue actually used that move to leap over the fence. Hai-Su stood rooted to the spot, completely paralyzed. Just then, Jin screamed her name. Hey! Hai-Su, get out of the way! She snapped out of it and scrambled back. Jin stared intently at the statue. It dropped from the air like a high jumper, but instead of a landing mat, it hit the trolley. The impact sent the trolley crashing into the dump, flipping it upside down. The statue also sprawled out in the middle of the trash, reeking of a foul stench, making them both pinch their noses. Yet, to their absolute horror, it scrambled back onto its feet, its eyes sharp as daggers, locking straight onto Jin. Let's go, he urged Hai-Su. But the statue suddenly blocked them, right in front of their faces, so fast that no one could react. Its eyes flared with murderous intent. It lunged straight at Jin and grabbed him by the throat, lifting him high into the air. Jin! Hai-Su could only scream in desperation. It looked at him with pure, unadulterated hatred. Just a little more pressure, and his neck would snap like a twig. Stop it! Hai-Su shrieked in terror as she saw Jin beginning to suffocate. She quickly pulled a string of brown prayer beads from her shirt, yelling, Hey! The statue, shrouded in thick malevolence, glanced toward her. Hisu immediately threw the beads at it. The string snapped instantly. The beads flew out and exploded right in the statue's face. It let out a pained roar, releasing Eonjin's neck and tumbling backward. He hit the ground with a heavy thud. "Hey, Yoonjin, are you okay?" Hisu rushed over to help him, terrified. "I'm not okay at all," he replied, his face deathly pale. They both supported each other and ran for it. Behind them, the statue began to scramble back up. At the school's trash disposal area, Yoonjin toyed with a lighter while grumbling, "Hey, if you had that stuff, you should have used it sooner." He turned around and saw Hisu doing something that emitted smoke. "Are you smoking?" "No, it's incense." "What are you even doing?" Eonjin was completely baffled. "Just a simple exorcism ritual," she explained as she began pulling out her gear. "You're pulling all that crap out of your uniform?" He was stunned. Hisu held several colorful strips of cloth, tore them, and tied one strip onto his hand. She instructed him, "This will keep you safe for a while. Don't take it off until midnight, okay?" Eonjin grimaced. Looking at the butterfly bow she had just tied on his wrist, his face darkened. "You're really weird. You know that?" "Look, I get that you're skeptical, but I honestly haven't done anything yet." Hisu scratched her head. "Can we just talk at the school?" "No," he snapped, then hesitated for a moment. "Fine, let's just say you were possessed yesterday, and today was nothing but a coincidence. So what? The truth is, ever since I got mixed up with you, nothing but weird, creepy stuff has been happening to me." Hearing that, Hisu went silent, her face looking slightly hurt. "But Yoonjin, it's not because of me. I'm grateful you saved me," he cut her off. "But if it weren't for you in the first place, none of this would have ever happened. Stop pretending like we're besties or something." With that, he turned his back and walked away, leaving her standing alone in the middle of the empty street. As the sun gradually set, the moment he got home, while entering his passcode, Yoonjin suddenly stopped. He looked down at the colorful bow on his wrist. Hisu's instructions echoed in his mind. "Don't take it off until midnight, okay?" What kind of crap is she trying to pull now? He decisively ripped the strip of cloth off and tossed it straight into the trash, then stepped into his room. The room was pitch black. He reached out to flip the switch. The second the light came on, Yoonjin jumped out of his skin and screamed. The white dog was sitting regally right on his bed. He fell back in shock. Before suddenly remembering its existence, the little dog approached him. You've been here this whole time?" Yoonjin stammered. It sat obediently in front of him. "You must be starving." He scratched his head and placed a plate of sausages on the floor. The dog walked up and looked at the sausages with a look of pure boredom. Meanwhile, Yoonjin lay face down on the bed, scrolling through his phone. He was totally focused, when suddenly a voice spoke up. "This stuff again?" In the room occupied only by him and the dog, "Fetch me some real food." Yoonjin's eyes nearly popped out of his head in terror. He whipped his head around to look at the dog. It was still sitting there as calm as ever. He froze, staring at it intensely, and it casually glanced right back at him, but the mysterious voice kept ringing in his ears. "Is this all you've got? Seriously? Bring me something actually good to eat." He looked around the cramped room, totally dazed. Then he looked back at his phone screen, his mind becoming increasingly bewildered. That voice echoed once more. This time, it sounded like it was talking to itself. "Actually, never mind. I'm starving. I'll just settle for this first." On the phone screen was a pet food store listing. Yoongjin had intended to buy it some more food, but as soon as he scrolled through his phone, the mysterious voice continued. "When you're done eating, bring some real food home." Yoongjin scrambled up, his eyes darting frantically around the room. A deep, warm voice resonated, seemingly coming from the dog sitting regally nearby. "What are you looking for right now?" Yoongjin jumped out of his skin, flinging the window open to check while muttering under his breath. "Where the hell is that voice coming from?" That voice spoke up again, clearer this time. "Are you only just hearing me now?" Yoongjin whipped around, his eyes dark with fatigue, staring fixedly at the empty space in the room. "Is someone here?" He froze as a cold sweat broke out, and then he saw it. The little dog was baring its teeth, looking exactly like it was smirking at him. Yoongjin faced it, standing paralyzed for a few seconds. He slowly sat down, picked the dog up to examine it thoroughly, and began prodding and poking every inch of its body. He turned it over, flipped it around, checking so aggressively that the dog started to get annoyed. It snapped irritably. "Hey, show some respect!" The shout right in his face made Yoongjin jump. He hastily set it down and scrambled back a few steps, maintaining a safe distance to observe. Looking at the harmless appearance of the creature before him, he thought to himself, "No way, this dog actually talks." Everything was beyond his wildest imagination. Am I dreaming? His head was spinning. After the recent string of unbelievable events, seeing him standing there like a statue, "You're tripping. Scared to believe what's going on, right?" "Honestly, I've been here all day. But you're only just hearing my voice now? Then Dien used his spiritual power to manipulate a nearby drawer. Clatter, clatter. The cabinet doors flew open. A bunch of clothes and socks came tumbling out, flying straight into Yoon-jin's face. Annoyed, he pulled a tattered shirt off his head. Disgusted, he threw it aside and let out an involuntary shout. But at that exact moment, he suddenly realized something. The shirt was missing a sleeve. Remember now what happened yesterday? Horrifying memories suddenly came rushing back. The female demon, the chase, and the sensation of his arm being crushed. The last thing he remembered was its gaping maw, preparing to swallow him whole. A sharp, stinging pain suddenly crept into his mind. Yoon-jin quickly clutched his shoulder, checking to see if his left arm was still there. It was still there. He was lost in a daze between memory and reality. What the hell are you talking about? You're wondering how this is possible, aren't you? As if reading his mind, the dog, Jin, continued. Who do you think I am? Of course I could stop that monster and talk to you like this. Seeing the look of absolute shock on Yoon-jin's face, hearing all this for the first time, must be pretty overwhelming, huh? With so much bizarre information hitting him at once, Yoon-jin just froze. Who am I and where am I even? Jin offered some advice. Why don't you call your guardian over here? Huh? Yoon-jin was confused. The person who raised and protected you. I need to know more about your family. Yoon-jin replied instantly, his voice flat. I don't have anyone. The dog looked around the house for a moment, then asked in surprise, Wait, what? Your parents are gone? He got off the bed and answered dismissively. Like I said, what about another guardian? There's no one. Watching him casually chug a bottle of water, Jin let out a weary sigh. What a headache. But it also thought to itself, so this kid has been surviving on his own all this time. Looks like I didn't pick the wrong person after all. Meanwhile, Yoon-jin was groaning inwardly. What kind of crazy situation is this? I can't even remember last night clearly, and now there's this mess on top of it. Jin looked at his back, complaining, Hey, I saved your life. Why haven't I heard a single thank you, Yong? Yoon-jin turned back and gave it a disdainful look. You saved me? A puppy is stronger than that monster? So you're a monster too? At this point, Jin was fuming with rage. It coldly declared, You dare call me a monster? I am your ancestor. The firm assertion made Yoon-jin freeze in his tracks. He stood there, sweat pouring down his face. An ancestor? He stared fixedly at the dog in front of him, muttering blankly, Dogs are humans' ancestors? So I was a dog in my past life? You idiot! Jin snapped, steaming with rage. I'm not a dog! Then what are you? He asked back naively. Ugh, Jin was about to go crazy with this descendant. I'm just inhabiting this body. To you, I look like a dog, but in reality, I'm not. Oh, Yoon-jin replied indifferently. So you're possessing a dog. Let's put it that way, the dog nodded smugly. But immediately after, he dropped a blunt truth. Then you're still a dog anyway. I told you I'm not, Jin snapped, trying to explain. But without a suitable human body, you're still just a dog right now. I already said I'm not. Okay, he nodded as if he finally understood. So an ancestor's ghost is possessing a dog. It sounded a bit annoying, Jin muttered, but it made sense. Calling it a ghost was accurate enough. Yoon-jin cut to the chase. So what do you want from me? He wearily threw out some theories. Do you want offerings? I don't have money for that stuff. Hearing that, the little guy just silently turned away. But Yoon-jin kept muttering, If you need that many offerings, why don't you find a richer descendant? At the same time, Jin's face suddenly darkened. The little dog didn't respond, but only paced around on his blanket, sniffing and smelling constantly, walking back and forth as if searching for something. Afraid it might take a leak right then and there. Young-jin pointed a warning finger. Hey, what are you doing? If you gotta go, go somewhere else. Being misunderstood, Jin slowly came to a halt. It immediately switched to pity mode, pouring its heart out. What a broke-ass family line. There's literally no one left by now. What? Young-jin felt a bit let down. You mean there are no other descendants? So I'm the only one left? Jin lowered its head sadly and replied, Exactly. Then it turned around. Let's help each other out from now on, okay? So you're staying here for good? He asked indifferently. Jin narrowed its eyes helplessly. Where else would I go? At that, Young-jin screamed frantically, What are you talking about? If you're so tough, go sleep outside. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed the edge of the blanket and flicked Jin onto the floor. The little dog lay sprawled out, moaning in pain. What an ungrateful brat of a descendant. Fine, just sit out there and talk, Young-jin shot back. I have to go to school. I can't afford to keep you. But despite what he said, his hands were already picking up his phone, clicking away as he searched for wheat grains to feed it. He even teased, An ancestor. Like you demanding gourmet food would make me lose my house. Yongjin's words were so spot on that Jin could only stay silent despite its anger. Suddenly, the little dog's ears perked up toward the window, as if detecting a strange noise. Sensing danger, it abruptly jumped up and barked loudly, "Woof!" Young Jin, whose eyes were glued to his phone, jumped in surprise. "What the heck?" Turning around, he saw Jin jumping up and down strangely. "What's with the random act?" "Something is outside," Jin whispered, ears still tilted to listen. "What?" Young Jin bolted upright, looking panicked. The dog stared intensely at the window, saying seriously, "You've dragged something back with you." The stone statue from this morning, the one that had chased him and Hisu, was plodding its way into the alleyway. The sound of heavy, booming footsteps echoed. "Stop talking nonsense. There's nobody there." Young Jin dismissed it quickly, refusing to believe it. "Move it, fast!" Jin lunged forward, clinging tightly to his head and urging him on. "Go where?" he asked, back in pain. "Outside." Young Jin froze. "What?" "Stay still," Jin commanded abruptly. He had to stay quiet for a few seconds to sense his surroundings. As it turned out, nothing seemed unusual. He quickly grabbed Jin and pulled it off his head. "Stop sitting on my head!" Right after he spoke, a terrifying ground-shaking sound erupted, causing the entire room to vibrate. The rumbling echoed again. It was a scary reality, not a hallucination, making him break out in a cold sweat. Jin grabbed and pulled Young Jin's hair to wake him up. The pain made him let out a scream. Outside the window, the streetlights flickered dimly. The main door remained silently shut. Carrying Jin on his shoulders, Young Jin cautiously scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, the dog used its front paws to yank his head to the right. And there, he was paralyzed by the sight before him. Behind the glass door, the massive upper half of that campus statue stood looming. Each of its steps made an earth-shattering noise, and it stopped right in front of his house. The statue, why is it here? Young Jin hid behind the stairs, whispering in a panic. "You know this thing? It's the statue from school. How did it turn into a monster like this?" Jin peeked out and warned, "That's no ordinary monster. It's an evil spirit." "An evil spirit looks like that?" Young Jin stared intently at the monster. "Yes," Jin said, placing a paw on his face. "Where there are evil spirits, there are also good spirits. Each has its own form, and there are plenty of things like this in this country. Just take it as a given." Meanwhile, the evil spirit placed a stone hand on the glass, slowly lowering its head to peer inside. "You mean it's here because of me too?" Young Jin wondered. Seeming to have spotted its target, the evil spirit slowly curled its mouth into a ghastly grin. "Bingo!" Jin replied, both of them keeping their eyes locked on it. "But why is it stalking you? Though evil spirits are vicious. But they don't just follow people for no reason." Young Jin recalled this time he knocked it into a dumpster. He paused for a few seconds, then closed his eyes and admitted, "Looks like I'm the one who started it." At the same time, Jin screamed a warning, "It's coming in!" Bam! The evil spirit threw a massive punch at the door. The frame and the glass shattered into pieces. The terrifying force blew Jin right off Young Jin, and he was also knocked down by the pressure. It may be an evil spirit, but its IQ isn't exactly high. Due to its own momentum, it face-planted right inside. Looking at the wreckage, Young Jin cried out in distress, "It wrecked my whole house! Forget the house, run!" Jin rushed over and yelled in his face. The evil spirit glared at them with pure murderous intent. Young Jin was scared out of his wits. Suddenly, Jin lunged forward. "You go first!" "Ancestor, what are you doing?" Young Jin was confused by its actions. "Just do as I say," Jin turned its head and commanded. The evil spirit struggled up to chase Young Jin, making him haul ass and run for his life. When he looked back, he saw the small back of the dog, standing firm, facing the giant monster head-on, without a hint of fear. "For real? Is that actually our family ancestor?" Jin showed its authority, looking straight at the evil spirit and shouting, "You bastard!" The debris under its feet began to shake, from an invisible energy source. As its inner power exploded, pink lightning bolts swirled around Jin, becoming more and more powerful. It declared sternly, "You dare touch my descendant?" The dog opened its mouth wide, preparing to unleash an earth-shattering move. But the only sound that came out was woof, 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 woof. The evil spirit stood still, staring at the farce before its eyes. It simply flicked its hand, sending Jin flying several meters away. The dog rolled a few times, then hit the pavement with a thud. Then it scrambled up and bolted after Young Jin, leaving the evil spirit looking completely bewildered. Finding it strange, Young Jin asked while running, "Huh? You're running too?" The awkward question left Jin completely stunned. "So who do you think I am?" "I just thought—" "You could only hold your own against it for about 10 seconds. Young Jin replied indifferently. "But it's weird. How did you manage to save me yesterday?" Or were you just capping? You're really something. What do you get out of mocking me? Whoa! Before he could finish, the evil spirit caught up. It lunged down from above and snatched Yongjin up. Ah! He was terrified. Damn it, it got me! Suddenly, the jacket slipped off Yongjin, sending him falling straight to the ground. The evil spirit stood frozen for a few seconds, holding the jacket. Then it gleefully put it on. It even zipped it up, smiling with satisfaction. Hurry, get up! Yongjin scrambled to his feet, trembling. The evil spirit, looking bizarre in his jacket, placed its hands on the ground, getting into a starting sprint position. Seeing that, the two of them were scared, shitless, and bolted, running forward with everything they had. Just as the evil spirit was about to launch, a voice suddenly rang out, "Come here!" Sacred scripts manifested, and a radiant aura appeared in midair. Jisoo, holding a megaphone, was blasting Buddhist chants at maximum volume. The sound struck the evil spirit's mind directly, leaving it writhing in agony. Yongjin looked at her in shock. Jisoo stood there without a trace of fear, tightly clutching the phone connected to the speaker, which continuously played sealing incantations. Is that Lee Jisoo? Luckily, she had arrived just in time. The 8-hour-long chanting video on her phone was still playing, and the sound from the speaker caused the evil spirit's body to instantly burst into flames. It's scared now? Yongjin asked tremulously, watching the fire consume the monster. Then suddenly blurted out, "Oh! My jacket!" Jisoo still didn't take her eyes off the flames. Suddenly, Yongjin stiffened. Something was wrong. Did we win? Right after he spoke, a single hand and foot, completely unscathed, stepped out from the flames. The evil spirit had resisted the power of the Buddhist chants. It slowly stood up, lifting its head with a look even more terrifying than before. Jisoo backed away in shock. "No way, my chants aren't working?" In the blink of an eye, the evil spirit appeared right in front of her and swung its fist. "Watch out!" Yongjin rushed in and tackled Jisoo to the side to help her dodge the blow. The heavy impact sent them both tumbling to the ground. Yongjin groaned in pain. Terrified, Jisoo turned around to see the evil spirit raising its foot, aiming straight for the speaker. With a thunderous stomp, the speaker shattered. The concrete road also cracked wide open. The evil spirit leaned down and picked up a chunk of broken concrete. It hoisted it onto its shoulder, wound up and spun around, hurling it directly at the two of them. Careful! Concrete fragments rained down on Jisoo, scraping her legs. Yongjin quickly raised his arms to shield her, but he was still struck by large stones on his body and head. A horrific explosion occurred. After the smoke and dust settled, both lay collapsed on the ground. Yongjin struggled to sit up, trying to call out Jisoo's name as she lay motionless. "Lee Jisoo!" The evil spirit stepped out from the explosion. Yongjin looked at it in horror, but a strange noise coming from Jisoo caught his attention. She was trying to light a bundle of incense. "We have to run!" Yongjin shouted. "Please," Jisoo pleaded weakly, still stubbornly trying to light it. Yongjin was about to yell again in frustration, but he suddenly froze, his eyes filled with pure terror. The evil spirit was standing tall right over Jisoo. It was lifting a car with both hands, ready to crush her. Images of his pet dog, Jin, flashed through his mind. "You said you were coming out!" Yongjin scrambled up desperately and sprinted toward Jisoo. "Then help me!" Summoning every last bit of strength, he let out a roar and leapt to shield Jisoo, ready for the end. But instead of the sensation of pain, his feet suddenly stepped into a boundless void. All around him was a completely foreign land. The space began to transform. Yongjin stood dazed, not understanding what had just happened. What the hell is this? The sky before his eyes suddenly grew murky. Where did everyone go? A sense of dread welled up inside him. He instinctively cried out, "Lee Jisoo, ancestor!" Suddenly, a pair of legs appeared behind him. A deep, warm voice spoke up. "Only now do I hear your desperate plea for help." Hearing that familiar voice, Yongjin was stunned. He whipped around and called out Jin's name in amazement. A man dressed in black ancient attire emerged from a hazy white mist. His appearance was incredibly mysterious, especially his golden pupils, glowing brightly in the darkness. "Who are you? What's with this outfit?" Yongjin asked, bewildered. "Who else would it be?" the man replied calmly. Yongjin gasped. "Do you not recognize my voice, my descendant?" The man smirked. His face began to flicker, shifting between a human form and the face of the dog, Jin. And Yongjin finally started to suspect the identity of this person. He muttered, "Ancestor?" "That is right," the man said, stepping right up behind him. His voice affirmed, "We are your ancestor." The sudden proximity sent a chill down Yongjin's spine. The man gently took his hand and began to tell him, "In the beginning there were 12 gods." he continued, "and I am the god who rules over the dragons." A surge of warm power flowed from his hand into Yongjin's body, causing his palm to glow brilliantly. From there, an earth-shattering energy exploded. At that very moment, Yongjin returned to reality. The words still echoed in his ears. "I will lend you my strength." Without a second's hesitation, he immediately used the power he had just received to summon a weapon to fight the evil spirit. Jisoo witnessed the scene and could not believe her eyes. Yongjin let out a loud roar. With eyes blazing, he charged straight at the evil spirit. The ancestor's power manifested as a giant blade, slicing the car in half with ease. A thunderous explosion rang out. Seizing the moment while the spirit was still dazed, he lunged forward, delivering a sharp slash across its hideous body. Carried by the momentum, he tumbled hard onto the ground. "Yongjin!" Jisoo screamed in worry. "What the hell is this?" "I really sliced a car in half," he said, struggling to speak. "What the heck are you doing?" Jin, in his dog form, barked out in frustration. "Get up before it chops you into pieces!" Yongjin quickly scrambled to his feet, grabbing the sword again. He held his breath and cursed under his breath. "Damn, this is heavy!" Suddenly he flinched. He realized the gash on the evil spirit had already healed. Out of nowhere it started growling in rage. With bloodshot eyes, it lunged at him like a starving tiger. It swung its elbow, delivering a devastating blow to Yongjin. Caught off guard, the sword flew from his hand, and he was sent flying into a nearby pile of scrap metal. As he struggled to crawl back up, the evil spirit was already looming right over him. It let out a roar and charged, making him turn pale with fear. Jin suddenly jumped at the spirit's face and barked loudly. "Run now, hurry! Bail out while you can!" Yongjin immediately turned tail and ran. "Wait, why are you running, you idiot?" Jin, driven crazy by his stupidity, started yelling at him. "You handle it yourself!" he shouted back, totally capping. Seeing its prey about to escape, the evil spirit grabbed Jin, tossed him aside, and leaped high into the air. In an instant, it caught up to Yongjin. "Use the sword!" Jin yelled from where he lay sprawled. Yongjin gritted his teeth, spinning around and tightening his grip on the blade. He suddenly unleashed a horizontal slash. The evil spirit was forced to arch its body to dodge it. Taking advantage of that split second, he poured all his strength into the next strike. "Keep it up, Yongjin, I'm coming!" Jisoo suddenly screamed out in support. As if he'd just been buffed, Yongjin swung his sword wildly. Even the evil spirit felt second-hand embarrassment watching him. Suddenly, the sword slipped from his hand. It went flying, slicing through nearby flower bushes before soaring high into the air. In the blink of an eye, Yongjin turned around and bolted again. The evil spirit immediately stuck to him like glue. The sky was filled with falling flower petals, scattered everywhere. Suddenly, the evil spirit's eyes widened. Bad omen began to rise. It glanced upward cautiously. As it ran through the brilliant rain of flowers, a petal gently covered one of its eyes. Its pupil constricted. Memories suddenly came flooding back. Inside a room, flickering lights cast two blurry shadows on the wall. An athlete and a man in a safety helmet. Two artisans were carving a human head out of iron. The screech of the saw was deafening. A photo of the athlete appeared. Not long after, a life-size statue was completed, causing quite a stir among the people. "Oh my God, it looks exactly like him." Even the TV reporters came to film it. The statue modeled a legendary track and field athlete, South Korea's #1 pride. The host stared at the statue for a long time before, wondering, but why is he bald? A cherry blossom petal drifted by, obscuring the memory. Yet the memories of its glory days remained. Groups of tourists visiting, children running and playing around, and pretty girls posing for photos with the statue. Standing under the blazing sun, it listened proudly to the conversation of two girls. "Come on, strike a pose just like him," followed by the sound of clear, bright laughter. Suddenly, the statue glanced down as a girl's voice cried out, "Oh my God! He's taking a photo right in front of his own statue." A man in a baseball cap was posing, mimicking the exact starting block stance of the statue. A middle-aged woman approached the man, her voice filled with admiration. "Our son is a huge fan of track and field. He really looks up to you. Thank you for being such a GOAT inspiration. We absolutely love your memoir." But despite standing on its towering pedestal, the statue heard every single word. And then it began to well up with tears. Time passed. A rope was tightened around its shoulders. A crane hooked it up. From then on, it was left all alone, standing silently in the freezing rain. Raindrops rolled down the corners of its eyes, just like tears of sorrow and loneliness. Breaking out of its memories, the evil spirit silently watched Yongjin, who was still running for his life. Suddenly, its pace slowed down. At the same time, Yongjin tripped and fell face first onto the cold ground. Panic-stricken, he whipped around to look and clutched his head, screaming in fear. The evil spirit charged at him, but strangely enough, zipped right past him. Yongjin stood there, stunned, looking up blankly as the evil spirit ran straight toward an old marathon banner. Marathon is old news. It arched its back, spreading its arms in a victory pose. Imaginary flower petals fluttered about. With open arms, it ran full speed through a metal finish line barrier with a thud. It was immersed in the feeling of glory. As it finished first, the cheers and thunderous applause of a crowd echoed endlessly in its mind. It proudly bit down on a gold medal, imagining the scene where the woman from years ago praised it, and everyone asked for its autograph. It had become a celebrity, an idol loved by children everywhere. The evil spirit just kept running and running toward the flower petals, as if running toward a victory, shining brightly in its own delusion. Meanwhile, Yongjin and Jin could only stand there frozen, not understanding a single thing. Lee Hisu also stood there with a giant question mark over her head. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked across the sky. In a blink, the evil spirit vanished, leaving the three of them standing there in a daze. What the hell was that? Jin narrowed his eyes in thought for a moment, then spoke in a raspy voice. It seems it has achieved its purpose, and moved on to the afterlife. Why so sudden? He wondered aloud. Like I said, the dog explained, evil spirits aren't dangerous, as long as you play by their rules. And what rules are those? It depends on each soul's reason for existing, Jin said slowly. That's why I asked why it was so pissed off. It was definitely your fault. Are you kidding me right now? Yoon-jin immediately fired back. Not long after, night fell over the city. Yoon-jin returned to his room, groaning in pain while checking the injuries on his arm. He winced and asked Jin, "Is my rib cracked or something?" "You don't need to worry about that," the dog reassured him, then suddenly turned to look at Hisu, who was sitting quietly in the corner. "Young lady, are you okay?" Hisu scratched her arm, hesitating to answer. Then she suddenly bowed her head low and shouted, "Thank you." Yoon-jin's eyes nearly popped out, while her face turned bright red from guilt and embarrassment. "You're Yoon-jin's ancestor, right?" In the dead of night, at the finish line of the marathon, the broken metal barrier suddenly flickered with a strange light, then mended itself back together. A car smashed in half nearby suddenly lifted up. No, its fragments automatically assembled perfectly. The shattered glass of a shop window healed itself. A snapped apricot branch reattached itself to the trunk. Under the streetlights, the silhouettes of 3 children, 2 boys and a girl appeared. They had their arms around each other, laughing happily, before fading into the night. In a small room somewhere, an ancient sword was placed solemnly on a shelf. Hisu hesitated for a moment before gathering the courage to ask, "Are you really Yoon-jin's ancestor, sir?" Jin was stunned for a few seconds, then raised an eyebrow. "So you can see me?" The little dog asked curiously, "Are you a mage?" The girl quickly shook her head and whispered in response, "No, I'm not a mage." "Are you a mage's daughter, then?" "Ha ha ha!" Jin burst out laughing. "A mage's daughter? Seriously?" Recalling the time Jin saved her life, Jisoo said with deep gratitude, "Last time you saved me from that monster, but I fainted right after." She gave a gentle smile. "I haven't had the chance to thank you properly yet. Thank you so much, sir." At that moment, Yong-jin suddenly cut in. He stared at Jisoo, wide-eyed in disbelief. "You can actually hear this dog talking?" "Mm-hmm," she nodded honestly. Hearing that, Yong-jin instinctively let out a sigh of relief. "So I'm not schizophrenic after all." Hisu looked at him and couldn't help but giggle. "Schizophrenic? Oh, please." Then Jin smiled and asked her, "How did you know I'm this kid's ancestor?" "Well..." Hisu looked at the dog and the boy sitting before her. She involuntarily imagined what Jin would look like, in human form, and compared him to Yong-jin. Then she gave a sincere smile. "Because you two look exactly alike." "Wait, what?" Yong-jin couldn't accept this reality. Blushing, she mumbled an explanation. "Yong-jin, can't you see it?" "See what?" he pressed, raising an eyebrow. "Your ancestor's appearance, I mean." Jin suddenly turned and started grilling Yong-jin. "You can't see how insanely handsome I am, huh?" The little dog was incredibly confident in his top-tier looks. He smugly added, "It is only natural for women to feel shy in the presence of my beauty." "Ugh, stop," Yong-jin scoffed in disgust. He grabbed a mirror and shoved it in front of Jin. "Yeah, you're just so handsome." The moment he finished speaking, the man and the dog immediately started brawling, beating each other up. Meanwhile, Hisu pulled out her phone. "Yong-jin, look at this." As soon as he glanced over, she snapped a photo. A bunny filter, munching on a carrot, appeared right where Jin was, in midair. "What is that?" he immediately cried out. Yong-jin stared at the phone and screamed at the top of his lungs. "Oh my god, how did you do that?" He absolutely refused to believe his eyes, telling himself it must just be an app glitch. She turned to Jin and said, "Great ancestor, please move closer to Yongjin." Instantly, a filter, labeled nauseous, appeared right next to Yongjin's face. Then a mask filter followed suit in the exact same way. Still stubbornly in denial, he deliberately waved his hands all over the place, around him to check if Jin was actually there. Jin just frowned, acting like he couldn't care less. It was getting later and later. The streetlights outside had flickered on. The clock struck 9:05 p.m. "But aren't you going home?" Yongjin suddenly spoke up. "It's already 9 o'clock. Hisu was startled. She stammered, wanting to say something but then stopping. Finally, she whispered, "I can't go back there." Yongjin took a sip of water while staring at her. "Why?" he asked. Hisu took a deep breath to find her courage. "My mother is also possessed, just like me. She's strong enough to summon an evil spirit with ease." Hearing this, Yongjin's eyes widened. "If I go home like this?" The girl's voice trembled with a mix of fear and sadness. "My mother will forcibly possess me again and come after you, just like that evil spirit did." "Why would your mother come for me?" he asked curiously. "Because she wants your body," she replied bluntly. Jin was also stunned upon hearing this. "Why my body?" Yongjin furrowed his brows. Hisu whipped around, her sharp gaze locking onto his. "Because you are a soul vessel." Hisu stood up, grabbed a bowl, and approached him. "Wait a second." She filled the white bowl with water and held it up in front of him. Her reflection appeared on the surface of the water. "This is a normal person," she said solemnly, then decisively poured the water out. Next, she held up the empty bowl. "And this is you." She explained with gravity, "In the future, more and more souls will want to seize the empty vessel," which was him. Yongjin could only gulp nervously, but I didn't know how to explain it before, so I just kept my mouth shut. "Everything those spirits are after is actually you," she said, looking him dead in the eye. "What the hell?" Yongjin frowned, completely lost. "You really have no clue?" Jin, who had been quiet the whole time, suddenly chimed in. The dog said bluntly, "All this weird crap keeps happening because of you." Hearing that, Yongjin's face went pale. He suddenly flashed back to what he'd said to Hisu. "What did you do this time?" "Freaky stuff keeps happening ever since I got mixed up with you. If it weren't for you, none of this would be going down." Back then, she kept trying to explain, "No, it's not me," but he wouldn't listen at all. Yongjin's expression darkened. "Nothing happened before your birthday." Hisu's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. After saying that, she also fell silent. Suddenly, she walked over to Jin, quietly knelt down and said with deep respect, "Sir," she pleaded earnestly, "please, I need your help." Jin stared at her for a moment, then cocked an eyebrow and asked, "You said your mom is a shaman? Does she worship ghosts like they're gods or something?" Hisu flinched at the question. "She doesn't realize what she's doing, sir," Hisu explained hurriedly. "My mom wasn't a famous fortune teller before, but she was always so devoted to her prayers." The image of a woman sitting in the middle of a forest flickered to life as she spoke. Until one day, she came home and claimed she had received a deity. After that, the shrine that used to be empty suddenly blew up and it became famous, to the point where people had to book an entire year out. She remembered peeking from behind the door, watching the clients come in for their readings. But to me, that thing didn't look like a god at all. Her voice began to shake, as she recalled the terrifying grin of the demon standing right behind her mother. When she was little, she'd once naively asked, "Mom, is that spirit you're serving really a god?" In an instant, a massive slap sent her tumbling to the ground. She clutched her face in pain, listening to her mother's curses. "How dare you blaspheme the gods!" Her mother's terrifying face from that moment still haunts her to this day. "It's an evil spirit." Jin's voice rang out, cutting through her flashback. Hisu pursed her lips and continued her story in a low voice. "Since that day, I've tried to escape the spirit haunting my mother, but it's no use. Eventually, it summoned a dark spirit and forced itself on me." After hearing this, Jin nodded slowly. "A spirit shaman? I see. No wonder standard rituals haven't been working." But at some point, Jin had hopped onto the bed and started scrolling through his phone, acting completely indifferent. "I'll help you," Jin said unexpectedly, making Hisu look up, unable to believe her ears. He smiled and explained, "You risked yourself to save Yongjin. You deserve to be helped." He turned to Yongjin. "This is the right thing to do, isn't it, Yongjin?" Yongjin was confused. "Wait, why me all of a sudden? I have to help too?" Meanwhile, Hisu was bowing repeatedly, crying out with joy. "Thank you, sir. Thank you so much." Ignoring Yongjin's frustrated protests, Jin just smiled contentedly. "It's late. Go to sleep." The girl nodded obediently. She used a roll of toilet paper as a pillow and lay down. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Yongjin yelled. What are you doing? Huh? I'm getting ready for bed, she replied nonchalantly. Why are you sleeping here? I told you I can't go home. Then sleep at a friend's place. I don't have any friends, she said, shaking her head sadly. Yongjin thought for a moment. What about that girl with the hair bun? Isn't she your friend? She's a friend of the dark spirit, not mine. Oh, come on, just play along and act close for a bit. Yongjin buried his face in his hands in despair. Yongjin, she pleaded softly. Please, just hear me out. What now, you want to crash at my place? No, he answered, cold as ice. I'll just sleep, I promise. What the hell are you saying? Don't you get it? He snapped irritably. Just go to sleep then. What else are you planning to do? Jin stretched out on the bed and teased in a playful tone. Sharing a bed, huh? Then glanced at Yongjin. I'm heading out, he said. What the hell are you talking about? Yongjin's face turned beet red as he yelled while the man left the room. Yongjin? Hisu spoke up apologetically. I'm sorry, but could you lend me a pair of shorts? Any old ones will do. Yunjin looked dazed. That night, the lights in the small house went out. Hisu lay there in silence. Her eyes were tightly shut, but her face suddenly went pale. In her dream, she felt someone pinning her arms down. A blade was pressed close to her. Mom, I'm sorry, she pleaded in terror. Her mother stood outside the door, her gaze cold. Mom! The door slammed shut. A gruesome smirk curled at the corner of her mother's mouth. Mom, I know I was wrong. She screamed and pounded frantically on the door. Let me in! Inside the room, a blood-stained hanbok lay next to a mysterious jar covered in talismans. Hisu gasped for breath, completely exhausted. I'm so scared. As Hisu huddled in a corner, a ghost suddenly lunged at her. With bulging eyes, it said, Hello, Hisu, so nice to meet you. Mom! Mom! She moaned in her nightmare, tears streaming down her face. Seeing this, Jin immediately went over, lay down beside her, and helped her gradually calm down until she fell into a peaceful sleep. Somewhere else, under the flickering candlelight reflecting off a row of Buddha statues, a woman sat before an altar. Her fingers tapped rhythmically on a table covered in white rice. It was Hisu's mother. He stared coldly at the tabletop, then suddenly slammed it hard, sending rice flying everywhere. Lee Hisu, you little bitch! She roared in rage. Her eyes had turned completely white. Where the hell did you go? She gnashed her teeth, surrounded by child spirits, crawling all over her body. Her voice rang out, chilling to the bone. When she returns, I'll stuff her head into this jar. The next morning, Yongjin curled up sluggishly in bed. His face looked completely drained, with dark circles under his eyes as if he hadn't slept a wink all night. Yongjin picked up his phone to check it. 8:46. He groggily rolled out of bed and walked to the bathroom door and turned the knob. Opening the door, he scratched his head and let out a massive yawn. He looked like a total mess with that sleepy face. Suddenly, his eyes landed on Hisu, who was busy brushing her teeth. She was acting as if she owned the place. The two of them froze, staring at each other with wide eyes. A second later, she let out a yelp and slammed the door shut. Yongjin stood paralyzed outside the door, his jaw dropping in shock. Jin, the white dog, trotted up from behind and spoke in a mocking tone. Good morning. Yongjin, you're looking a lot more awake than you did last night, aren't you? A while later, in the sun-drenched apartment, Hisu sat blankly on the bed, watching Yongjin struggle to tie up a large trash bag. Where are you going? She asked curiously. The fridge is empty, he replied curtly without looking back. He remembered with annoyance how Jin had trashed the pile of instant noodles on the table earlier. What kind of food is this? Hurry up and go buy me something decent, will you? My ancestor seems to be a bit picky. Yongjin explained reluctantly. Then he suddenly added something that surprised Hisu. Since you're a guest, I should probably treat you to something too. Chop chop, get moving! Jin barked, rolling around on the bed. We've barely eaten a thing! And don't forget to get some beef! Yongjin muttered under his breath. This is so annoying. I'll go with you. Hisu stood up with a bright smile. Fine, he replied wearily. A moment later, they were at the trash disposal area. Yongjin gently set the trash bag down. Suddenly, Hisu complimented him. You're still a student, but you're already so mature, like a real adult. She smiled at him, her eyes filled with admiration. It's just the way it is, he replied modestly. The two of them walked on in silence. Yongjin felt a bit shy and awkward because of the compliment earlier. He stole a glance at her. Hisu was still as radiant and glowing as ever. She smiled warmly, looking up at the sky and musing. The weather is so beautiful today, isn't it? He suddenly remembered the harsh words he had said to her, and felt incredibly guilty. If I hadn't met you, none of this would have happened. The look of shock and sadness on her face from that moment flashed back in his mind. He blamed himself, thinking it was all his fault. Lost in thought, his pace began to slow down. Suddenly, he worked up the nerve and called out, "Hey!" Hisu turned around. "Yeah?" He mumbled, barely able to get a word out. Seeing his hesitation, she waited in silence. Suddenly, Yongjin let out a groan, clutching his head and slumping down in frustration while she looked on, bewildered. He kept his head down, unable to look Hisu in the eye, but his voice was deeply sincere. "I'm really sorry." "For what?" she asked, scratching her back in confusion. "I said some really nasty things to you. It's all my fault." It took Hisu a moment to realize what he was talking about. She was surprised and at a loss for words. Yongjin still had his head down, his voice barely a whisper. "Even so, you've still helped me out a lot." His palms began to sweat, his voice trembling slightly. "Thank you." Actually, he was blushing so hard his face was beet red and he was sweating buckets. He still tried his best to speak his mind. "No matter what happens later, I will... You really are more mature than everyone else." Hisu suddenly leaned down and looked him straight in the eye. "Huh?" Startled, he stood up abruptly. "Don't even sweat it," she said. "I don't mind at all." Hisu crossed her arms and gave him a bright, reassuring smile. "Besides, it was partly my fault anyway. You even got hurt because of me, right? So let's call it even. We're good, okay?" But Yongjin was too flustered to know how to respond, so he just turned his face away. "Fine, I get it." He breathed a secret sigh of relief. "Anyway, let's just go shopping." After that, they both headed into a nearby supermarket. Hisu was just about to toss a large bag of candy into the cart when Yongjin stopped her. "Hey, what are you buying this for?" he asked blankly, still holding on to the bag of candy. "Just something to snack on whenever you're hungry," she explained. "All right, thanks," he replied helplessly. "Do you need anything else?" she asked innocently. That should do for now," he said dejectedly, adding, "But hey, I'm almost broke, you know." "How come?" Hisu didn't get it. "Just go ahead and buy it. I'll pay, okay?" "Why on earth would you pay?" She pulled out a credit card and grinned mischievously. "It's fine. It's Yongjin's money anyway. There's almost 10 million won left on here." He was speechless and felt completely defeated. "Just think of it as an exorcism retainer fee," she said quickly. After finishing their shopping, they walked out of the supermarket. Hisu happily chewed on her candy, while Yongjin was loaded down with a huge bag of groceries, feeling a bit stunned inside. "This is the first time I've ever gone to the store and bought this much stuff. By the way, your cooking is actually pretty fire," she suddenly remembered, to compliment him. "It's just mid," he replied. Hisu ignored his deadpan expression and continued excitedly. "With all these ingredients, we're going to have such a feast." Suddenly, Yongjin's eyes widened as he realized something. Right in front of him, John was buried in his phone, walking closer and closer. The red alert in his head started blaring. "Why isn't he here yet?" John looked up, frowning in confusion. Then he suddenly cried out, "Huh?" In front of John now stood only Hisu, standing there bewildered with her bag of candy. John recognized her as Yongjin's rumored girlfriend. "Hi," she smiled brightly but awkwardly. "Hello," he replied politely. Not far away, Yongjin was on his knees, gasping for air in the middle of the street. "Crap, why is John right there?" he muttered exhaustedly. He looked up at the sky and groaned. "Oh my God, that guy is definitely going to overthink everything." He nervously opened his phone. 10:58. The group chat was already blowing up. "I'm talking to his girlfriend right now. This Yongjin kid is low-key adorable." "Nice. Yongjin, you just wait. When I see you, you're toast." He read through the mountain of annoying messages and sighed. So draining. Yongjin put his phone away and continued home. Behind his lonely silhouette, a massive, bizarre shadow was slowly closing in. Yongjin had no idea. His eyes were still glued to his phone screen. A massive, pitch-black hand reached out, about to snatch him. Out of nowhere, a soccer ball came flying toward him. It smacked Yongjin right in the head. Ow! The impact didn't just hurt like crazy. It also made the dark shadow vanish instantly. The ball bounced away and rolled down the sidewalk. Yongjin rubbed his head in annoyance and turned around to complain. What the hell? Right behind him was a kid he had never seen before. Black hair with a face that was eerily calm. His eyes had dark circles as if he hadn't slept in a whole year. That boy was also leading a few younger kids. Yongjin questioned him while rubbing his head. "Did you throw that?" The boy clearly did not look normal. He stared at him and said, "You should be more careful." "Wait, what?" Yongjin was totally confused and snapped back irritably. "I'm the one who should be saying that to you. Watch where you're going." The little kids with him suddenly swarmed around, tugging at his arms and lecturing him. "Mister, you have to look where you're walking." "Yeah, it's really dangerous." We're just worried about you, mister. Yongjin stood there dazed. He couldn't understand why he was the one getting scolded, especially by a bunch of literal toddlers. They waved goodbye to him, not forgetting to give one last warning. Make sure to be more careful from now on, okay? Defeated, he could only reply, all right. Thanks, kids. Watching the kids run off playfully, he thought to himself, these kids are weird. But that older boy with the dark circles was still standing there, staring at him intensely for no reason. After a while, he finally turned and walked away calmly. Yongjin watched him walk off, wondering, what now? Meanwhile, near the supermarket, Hisu was wandering around alone with her bag of candy, looking for him. Did he go ahead already? She thought, then reached for her phone to call him. At that exact moment, a terrifyingly huge dark shadow appeared behind her. It had a giant, deformed foot. A moment later, both Hisu and the shadow vanished. Only the bag of candy was left lying abandoned on the sidewalk. Back in the apartment, Jin was sleeping soundly in bed. Hearing the door open, he woke up with a start. "Oh, you're back?" it asked dazedly, drool still dripping from its mouth. "How come it's just you?" Seeing Yongjin's silence, Jin felt a bit uneasy. It hopped off the bed and asked with narrowed eyes, "Where's that girl?" Yongjin was busy putting the new groceries into the cupboard. He only turned back to give a half-hearted reply. "She'll probably be home soon." 15 minutes later, Yongjin started to get worried. He called her repeatedly, but on the other end of the line, there was only a long, continuous dial tone. Eventually, the phone just played the automated no-answer message. Did something happen? He wondered anxiously. Jin's puppy-like face also turned serious. Unable to wait any longer, Yongjin threw open the door and rushed out, still clutching his phone, trying to call again. He looked around in a panic, and then he saw Hisu's figure slowly approaching from the distance. "Hey!" Yongjin rushed over. "Hisu, where did you go?" She didn't answer, she just suddenly called his name. "Yongjin!" Then she gave a strange smile. "Where did you go just now?" I went ahead," he explained, hesitantly scratching his head. "I was afraid John would catch us." "Wait, who's John?" Hisu asked. "The guy with the glasses." "Ah," when she let out a sound, and then smiled in a creepy way again. "Is he a bad person?" No, he's just a friend. He just teases me a bit," he explained quickly. It was only then that Yongjin felt something was off. He looked up, looking directly at her face for the first time since they reunited. Hisu looked bizarre, radiating an aura that was chillingly dark. Her eyes were dark and soulless, paired with that grotesque smile on her lips. He instinctively glanced down at her chest. Yongjin's expression suddenly shifted. He realized something, yet he still stepped closer, asking, "What's wrong with your face?" Instantly, Hisu's eyes turned blood red. A bone-chilling wind blew past, mingling with her ghostly laughter. The disguise shattered. The lower half of the imposter's face and neck cracked into bizarre red fragments, revealing its true form. An old man with white hair and a white beard, wearing tattered medieval-style clothing. He brandished a tattered piece of cloth, grinning widely with a terrifying, piercing gaze, and proclaimed, "I am Ongbabi." But before Yongjin could even process what was happening, while he was still staring blankly, Jin suddenly screamed out. But it was too late. Jin watched helplessly as he vanished right before his eyes, leaving behind nothing but a haunting pile of drifting ashes. Silently, Jin stared at the cloud of dust, his face etched with gravity. "Damn it, did he really just slip away?" The little dog stepped forward, sniffing around frantically, trying to find any remaining trace. Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed from behind. "Actually looks quite good on you." Jin instantly went on high alert, discreetly glancing back. He saw a figure dressed in black, standing only as tall as an elementary schooler. "So how's the dog life treating you?" the person taunted. It was the same boy with the dark circles who had saved Yongjin before. "Confidence for days, huh?" Jin spoke up. The boy with the terrifyingly gloomy eyes looked at Jin. "It's been a minute, hasn't it?" he said. With a sharp gaze, he called out the dog's true name, Ding Mao Bingshu. "Huh?" Jin was bewildered. This person was clearly connected to the demon realm and possessed extraordinary power. He looked at the boy's tiny body and asked suspiciously, "What's the deal with that body of yours?" The strange boy suddenly smirked, though his eyes were full of resentment. "I can't tell if you're actually asking or if you're just trying to clown me." Jin really didn't mean anything by it. He just scratched his dog face blankly. "How exactly did you break the seal?" the boy asked with murderous intent. "I have no clue," Jin replied calmly, shaking his head with a smirk. "Maybe one of your guys is salty, or perhaps some demon god just wants to mess with me." The little guy got slightly annoyed and didn't bother answering. He pulled out a paper fan from a strange box on his back. The fan emitted sparks of electricity and a magical blue glow. A small swirling tornado shot rapidly toward Jin's face. At the same time, a long cloak materialized on the boy's body. In a flash of blue and red, the attack unleashed a massive gust of wind, making Jin's canine body feel like it was about to be blown away. Those streaks of wind transformed into giant spears, razor sharp and lunging forward in a swarm. Jin instantly shifted back into his human form, ready to stand his ground. But before he could make a move, the barrage of wind spears halted abruptly, aimed directly at his throat. The fan in the boy's hand continued to radiate immense energy. His cloak flared with an ethereal flame. At any moment, I can rip you apart and seal you away once again. The kids surrounding him were no joke either. Their bodies emitted a white mana, dressed in ancient robes like divine priests. That stationary steel cyclone suddenly sprouted, hundreds of razor-sharp thorns, pointing menacingly right at Jin's face. I am enough on my own. Let me ask you this, Jin spoke calmly, without a trace of fear. He easily shifted back into a dog, escaping the thorn matrix to interrogate them. You guys messed with my body, didn't you? The boy remained silent, then suddenly gave a strange smile. He folded his paper fan and tapped it hard against his palm. Simultaneously, the frozen vortex behind him shattered, collapsing into nothingness. The boy tucked the fan behind his back. As his mystical cloak vanished, taking a box lid from the other kids, he replied, "Why don't you go ask that angel?" He turned to leave but added a clarification. "This is the first time I've seen something like this too. Why did you seal me?" Jin suddenly spoke up, making the kids turn back with wide eyes. "Because you're afraid of me?" His question made the boy freeze in his tracks. He turned his head toward Jin, frowning slightly, his lips quivering. But in the end, he just stayed silent. After a long pause, he muttered, "What a moron." The boy's figure vanished into a cloud of white smoke, without even waiting for his followers. "Moron? Who are you calling a moron?" Jin grumbled in irritation as they left right after speaking. "A gentleman like me will let it slide this time." Only then did Jin suddenly remember something important. Now is not the time. He buried his nose in the ground again, continuing to sniff around, ignoring the innocent calls. "Puppy! Puppy!" Jin looked up and jumped out of his skin. A child's face with bright shining eyes, and a round, drooling mouth had pressed right against his face out of nowhere, still mumbling, "Puppy!" A pack of kids crowded around. Jin's eyes sparkled with pure excitement. "The person you're looking for is the guy in black, with the messy hair, right?" One kid asked, "Let us find him for you." Meanwhile, another boy was happily squeezing Jin's ears, shouting, "They feel just like rabbit ears." The children insisted that they knew exactly where he was. A rhythmic shink-shink sound echoed steadily in a damp, filthy room. The ceiling was plastered with exorcism talismans. A rough hand was continuously sharpening a razor-edged knife. While mumbling a creepy melody, woken by the noise, Jin blearily opened his eyes. "Be good now, have some cake." The first thing he saw was the silhouette of a terrifying old man, squatting on the floor. "What is this? Where am I?" Jin looked around in a daze, only then realizing he was tightly bound in a pile of tattered straw. The sound of sharpening became more frantic, blending with the eerie singing, "Crying babies get caught by tigers, bad kids get bagged up." He tilted his head, revealing malicious eyes on a wrinkled, withered face. Jin's eyes widened in horror. He realized that this was the same old man who had impersonated Hisu earlier. Fear turned his face deathly pale. He gritted his teeth, straining to break free from the straw binding him. "Jin." A mournful call made him freeze. Looking to his side, he saw Hisu tied up exactly like him, eyes red and swollen from crying. "Don't tell me you were caught too?" Suddenly, a pile of white salt dumped onto the floor out of nowhere, right in front of Jin. The old man kept singing, paying no attention. "Salt them well to make sour fish sauce. Looks like we're about to be pickled." Hisu sobbed. "I've heard this song 4 times already." "Pickled?" Jin was terrified. Immediately after, he felt salt pouring out from all over his body. The old man stopped singing, letting out a harsh cough. Jin stared in shock at his body being drenched in salt. But what horrified him even more was that he was completely naked. Jin let out a pathetic moan, then buried his face in the pile of salt, his face turning beet red. "My clothes. Where are my clothes?" he whispered. "Hey, Hisu." "Don't tell me you saw everything." "I didn't see anything," Hisu replied awkwardly, turning her face away. "And you better not look at me either." At that moment, the old man stopped sharpening the knife. He stood up, clutching the sharp weapon. The sound of creaking footsteps drew closer. Jin didn't dare look up, sweating bullets. Hisu also lay face down on the floor, holding her breath to listen. The noise stopped. The silence was bone-chilling. "Is he gone?" Jin thought to himself, then dared to steal a glance. A hideous, withered face with a savage grin stared right back at him. "Wide awake, are we?" He chuckled gleefully. Jin froze, paralyzed in silence. The old man's neck suddenly elongated, lowering his head all the way to the floor, staring directly into his eyes with a ghastly look. "You're a naughty brat, aren't you?" Jin asked back, bewildered. "How am I supposed to be a naughty brat?" Hisu, who had stopped crying at some point, also turned to protest. "Exactly, we're good kids. And good kids are supposed to get rice cakes." Her fear had turned into a sense of unfairness. "Give us some rice cakes." "Hey, don't provoke him." Jin warned her in a panic. "You lot," the old man growled. "How are we going to prove we're good kids?" "Then how do you prove that we're bad kids?" Jin shot back tensely. "Are you guys filial children? Try proving it then." "What?" Jin was stumped. He had no comeback for this. "I don't even have parents." Upon hearing that answer, the old man's eyes looked ready to pop out. He shrieked in rage. "You disrespectful brat! How dare you be disrespectful to parents!" At that moment, Jin and Hisu flinched in terror. The old man raised the knife, pointing it straight at Jin's face. He smirked. "Good. You're the premium kind for making fish sauce." Jin slumped down, defeated, no longer having the strength to argue. "That's not it!" Hisu cried out. "Jin really doesn't have parents." Bobby didn't care at all. He grinned widely and said, "You're an unfilial one too." Hisu interjected. "Wait, is being unfilial the only thing?" He turned back to criticize Jin. "Being disrespectful to parents is just like killing them. That is a monstrous sin." He wildly swung the sharp knife up, preparing to strike down. In that split second between life and death, Jin spoke calmly. "They're dead." The old man froze. The screaming stopped instantly, then he whipped around, pointing right at Hisu's face. "Then you're the unfilial child." "I'm sure of it." Both were stunned, not understanding what was happening. "What is it this time?" Jin muttered, annoyed. The old man began to recount a vision of a young woman sitting before an altar praying, "O Ongbabi, my daughter is disobedient and out of control. Please take her away. Signed, Hisu's mom." "Your mother prays every night." "Asking me to take away a rotten daughter like you," he said. Hisu was speechless, her face full of sadness and disbelief, stammering, That's my mom?" Suddenly a loud noise erupted from outside. A bell rang out, ringing piercingly, cutting the conversation short. Ongbabi went quiet, glancing toward the door. With a thoughtful expression, he stepped toward it. He turned back to warn the two terrified youngsters, "Be good and wait here." His shadow gradually vanished behind the door. When the noise died down, the door slammed shut. Jin and Hisu stared at each other blankly. Feeling low-key lucky, he strained his body, trying to sit up. The cumbersome, ragged cloth made every movement extremely uncomfortable. Hisu had to brush her hair to shake out the salt. "This is our shrine," she suddenly realized. "Wait, what?" Surprised, he face-planted back down and groaned in exhaustion. "We're cooked. How did this happen? Weren't you the one who wanted to come here anyway? What can we even do now that we're here?" Jin grumbled. She waved her hand as if suggesting, "Well, you pull out a knife like this." "Hey, I left the knife at home and I totally forgot the offerings too," he replied helplessly. Hisu widened her eyes innocently and spread her hands in a quirky way. "Doesn't it just spawn automatically when you do that? That's what happened last time." "Wait, what?" He was completely bewildered. Despite the high-stakes situation, the two of them were still casually chatting away. "Do you think this is a comic book or something?" Jin snapped. "Well, my bad if it's not. First off, we need to get out of here." He continued, "If we go through this door, we'll definitely run into that old man again." "Jin!" Hisu suddenly called out. She had stood up at some point. She pointed seriously toward another door at the back. The two decided to exit through that way. Salt showered down with every step they took. As soon as they stepped out, Jin's eyes widened in shock. He looked around. From the brilliant ceiling to the walls adorned with carvings of intricate religious figures. Dazed, he stared at a giant Buddha statue, and then at the massive swords planted all around it, wondering, what on earth is this? "Hey, Jin!" Hisu called. She had just found a wardrobe in the back. "Maybe we should just wear these for now. It'd be embarrassing to go out looking like this." They shed the salt-caked, ragged cloths, turning their backs to one another. "No peeking, okay? You neither." They each went to a corner. They quietly put on the temple robes. Jin picked out a white set, with only a simple tie at the waist. The hem of his robe fluttered occasionally, exposing his thighs. He shyly tried to cover up, looking flustered. "Where did my clothes go?" "How am I supposed to go out dressed like this?" Hisu, draped in a yellow kashaya, laughed and replied, "I'll cover the cab fare for you." "No need." She pointed toward the massive, glowing door ahead. We've reached the courtyard, haven't we? But Yong-jin stood there with a blank expression when he suddenly spotted something. He frowned as sweat began to pour down. His gaze turned serious. Hey! Outside that brilliant doorway stood a rather tall figure. I think someone's there, he said. Both fell silent, staring intently at the door. The figure had already approached very closely. The door frame slowly opened. A person in a red top and purple pants was stepping inside. Paralyzed with tension and fear, Yong-jin and Hee-soo scrambled to hide in a small cabinet, tucked away in the corner. Outside, the sun had nearly set. Darkness slowly swallowed the silent shrine courtyard. Only the fading twilight cast a glow on the lonely trees. After sitting in the cabinet for a while without hearing a sound, he wondered, why is it so quiet? Yong-jin took a risk and reached for the door, intending to peek outside. The moment he cracked it open, a face was already pressed against the door. Bulging eyes stared straight into his. The corners of the mouth curled into a gruesome smile. Yong-jin froze for a second, then became uncannily calm. He quickly slammed the door shut. He used both hands to hold the cabinet shut tight. Only then did he turn to Hee-soo with a dead serious look. We're cooked. What's wrong? She asked, getting shook. But it was useless. The intruder easily pulled open the cabinet door on Hee-soo's side. The massive figure appeared, but the head was hidden by the cabinet frame, making it look even more terrifying. Hee-soo suddenly froze, as if she recognized the person. She grimaced. Then she backed away and called out to Yong-jin's shock, Mom? Immediately after, a hand reached in, grabbed her by the head, and violently dragged her out. Ah! Hee-soo screamed in pain. Lee Hee-soo! Yong-jin yelled in panic, unable to react in time. She dragged her out and shoved her down onto the cold dirt floor. Hee-soo trembled, not daring to look up. A cold voice rang out. You're back? Why didn't you say a word? The dark silhouette gradually became clear. Hee-soo, she called her daughter's name with a chilling tone. Mommy was so worried. She glared down at her daughter for a moment, then glanced toward the cabinet. Her sharp gaze stopped coldly on the panicked face of Yong-jin, who was still sitting there paralyzed inside. She smirked as if asking, So you brought a friend home too? Yong-jin tried to break the thick, heavy atmosphere. He scrambled to crawl out from under the table, struggling to act cool. Oh. He stood up and hastily dusted off his clothes. My family has an emergency. I think I should head out first. The woman just stood there in silence. The corners of her mouth curled into a fixed smile. All right, next time, come over and play next time, okay? Yong-jin added, trying to dispel the terrifying silence. At that moment, Hee-soo's face looked completely hopeless. She looked up at him, her eyes filled with confusion. Yong-jin grew even more tense. He turned to her and blurted out a lie. Hey, Hee-soo, I don't know the way back. Could you walk me home? She still said nothing, only keeping that bone-chilling smile. Yong-jin quickly grabbed Hee-soo's hand. Both awkwardly turned, intending to bolt outside. Suddenly, she puckered her lips, making a strange whistling sound, exactly like before. That noise made Yong-jin freeze in his tracks. His feet felt as if they were nailed to the floor. She slowly turned around, her voice gentle yet cautionary. Since you've met your friend's parents, shouldn't you say hello? An icy shiver ran down his spine. Yong-jin blankly looked down at his feet. A mangled hand, gray and hideous, was gripping his ankle tightly. Right after that, a swarm of other hands erupted from the floor. Clutching onto him, dozens of withered skeletal faces, with sunken sockets, were screaming out. The muffled moans of silent despair clung to his body. Hee-soo's mother finally revealed her true form. Her eyes glowed with a sharp, piercing light. In an ice-cold, sassy voice, she spoke. Were you never raised right? Shadows rushed in, engulfing Yong-jin. Along with a swarm of ghostly hands, he stood frozen, completely dazed. She called his name, her pupils shrinking as they pinned him down. Children who aren't taught manners and need to be taught to listen. Evil spirits lunged forward, pushing both him and Hee-soo to the ground. There's no need to look back. Hee-soo's mother wore a triumphant smirk. Because either way, none of you are getting out of here. Just then, a mysterious voice echoed from the entrance. What do you think you're doing? It was the boogeyman. He stepped inside, clad in tattered rags. Hee-soo's mother glanced at him. Honey, if you're done with your work, just leave. The evil spirits clinging to Yong-jin suddenly tightened their grip. The boogeyman narrowed his eyes and remained silent for a moment. As if reading his mind, the woman replied, Yeah, that's the one. Is that so? The boogeyman said coldly. Yong-jin. And Hee-soo looked at him with a faint glimmer of hope. But then he suddenly spoke up. His words made both of them turn pale. These kids are good kids. He criticized the woman. And you are a terrible mother. He pointed directly at her face and snarled. Bad parents are the ones who need to be punished. Hee-soo's mother scoffed. Has this old man gone senile? What? Do you even know why you're locked up in here? She asked. Let me tell you how it is. She gave a slight flick of her finger. A white silk ribbon flew out from nowhere, surrounding the boogeyman. He swung his blade to cut it, but the silk immediately lashed around his hand and proceeded to bind his entire body tight. Isu and Yongjin watched the scene in horror. Wrapped completely in the silk ribbon, the boogeyman began to shrink. In the blink of an eye, she pointed a finger down, sealing him inside a porcelain jar. With a flick of her wrist, a talisman slapped onto the jar's mouth. You're old, but you don't know your place, she said indifferently. If you can't even recognize your own master, then what good are you? Yongjin watched her warily. The woman turned back and smiled at him. Are you kids done eating yet? She suddenly asked a random, unrelated question. The evil spirits clinging to them abruptly let go. Immediately after, Yongjin felt his head spin and his limbs go limp, left with no strength at all. He looked down, his hands shaking uncontrollably. What's wrong? Her voice was stone cold. Didn't you say you wanted to go home? Yongjin was panicking. His body wouldn't move. He was completely paralyzed. Yongjin, Jisoo whispered beside him. Look over there. In the distance, the evil spirits were huddling together, giggling at one another. I think we've been played, she said. Suddenly, an invisible force gave a hard shove, sending Yongjin thudding onto the floor. Just go, Jisoo's mother's voice rang out, now as malicious as a demon. You're not going anywhere. Mom, Jisoo murmured in terror. She squeezed her eyes shut, her face turning pale. Please, Mom, stop it. Mom? The woman glared straight at her. You know damn well I'm not your mother. What kind of game are you trying to pull? She warned, shut up and stay put, before I lock you up with the rest of them. Then she turned back to Yongjin with a smug grin. Now it's your turn. At that moment, another voice called out from outside. Shaman, are you in there? Being interrupted. Jisoo's mother shot a furious look at Yongjin, then turned and walked out, slamming the door shut. The surroundings suddenly shifted. They were back in the original room. Yongjin was still dazed. Are we back? He let out a shaky breath. Your mom is seriously terrifying. That's not my mom, Jisoo whispered. I know, Yongjin replied. I was just saying, she's probably a very kind person normally. My mom is very gentle and sweet. She's never even said a harsh word to anyone. She fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Memories of her gentle mother before the possession and the brutal reality of her being possessed clashed together, making her heart ache. Yongjin, she called out weakly. What is it? I'm sorry, Jisoo suddenly said. You're in danger because of me. Yongjin rolled his eyes in frustration. Are you for real? I bet in your eyes. I'm just selfish and a total pain. Right? She felt slighted as tears began to well up. No, he replied before adding, but you're definitely being a pain right now. I'm so sorry, she burst into tears. Jisoo's crying gave Yongjin a massive headache. Stop crying and stop apologizing. He sighed. Looks like we're cooked for real. Hearing that, Jisoo cried even harder. We really are cooked. She apologized while blaming herself. I'm sorry for asking for your help. You must be so scared too. But, she choked out. If I didn't do anything, my mom... She sobbed as she spoke. I saw Mom's skin, it was rotting. Jisoo remembered that horrific day, when she could only hide in a corner, terrified, witnessing her mother's flesh slowly decay. The demon inside her body had said, this body won't last much longer. Why are you only telling me this now? Yongjin questioned. I didn't want to be a burden to you. You're already a burden, he complained. Jisoo turned her head away, sniffling. That was right before that evil spirit possessed my mom. What if it's already too late? Hey, Yongjin's voice cut her off. Don't jinx it. And stop with the I'm sorry already. The atmosphere fell back into silence. Is there some kind of condition for possessing someone? Yongjin wondered. Jin suddenly spoke up. The condition is if the body rots, then it must find another body to possess, he explained. But it didn't possess you, even after being driven out. Hearing that, Jisoo's eyes widened as if realizing something. So Yunjin continued to reason. A normal human body will die if possessed for too long. It needs another vessel. It seems it said so. I see, it intended to possess you. Does your family have a spiritual lineage too? Jisoo suddenly asked an unrelated question. Why did the ancestors suddenly come to help in person? My family has been shamans for generations. Are you kidding me? No joke. Suddenly he realized something. His fingers twitched slightly. Hey, Yunjin beamed. I can move a little bit now. You should try too. Jisoo listened and tried to move, while she remained motionless. Yunjin was already able to swing his arms back and forth. But I still can't. I did it! Yunjin suddenly sat up, overjoyed. Hey, Lee Jisoo, grab my shoulders, he said. She obediently clung to his shoulders. Yunjin swayed to gain momentum. 1, 2, 3. He suddenly pulled hard, but it still didn't work, only causing his shirt to be pulled down. This is so annoying, he said irritably. You can move now, too. Stop faking it and get up already. I'm not faking it, Hisu said hurtfully. Just then, a voice echoed from the cave entrance. Jin had been standing there for who knows how long. Seeing the dog, Hisu's face lit up completely. Ancestor. Jin was also surprised, but behind Jin there were others. It was the kids who had teased him earlier. Hey, he's not wearing any clothes. Oh my god, what a creep! Carrying a giant blade, he swung it around effortlessly, smiling brightly. Here you go. Jin's jaw dropped, unable to believe his eyes. His eyes were glued to the blade. His hand slowly reached for the hilt, but as soon as he touched it, the heavy blade immediately fell to the ground with a loud clang. His hands didn't have a shred of strength left. A sharp, stinging pain from his swollen red hands shot straight to Jin's brain. Jin let out a soft groan. The kids burst out laughing and mocking him. Bro, what kind of clown show are you putting on? Geez, he's so weak he can't even lift it. He's really a weakling. By the way, what is this place? Another child asked curiously, causing Jin to look around in surprise as well. There truly were many strange things here. Seeing Hisu still lying on the floor, a little girl with braided hair sat down next to her and asked, Big sister, are you a descendant of a shaman? Yeah, she replied softly. Then are you good at magic? The little girl's eyes sparkled. Do you want me to help you up? Without a word, Hisu immediately sat bolt upright. A moment later, the whole group arrived at a different location. Whoa, this must be a temple! Two kids said excitedly, It's so huge! Hey kids, you guys shouldn't go in there, Jin warned. Anyway, you're the oldest person here now, right? Hisu put her hands on her hips and laughed out loud. That's right! You've become our leader, the children chimed in. What's up with you, Lee Hisu? Are you okay? Jin looked at her, confused. They are child spirits. A voice rang out from beside them. Jin turned to see Jin explaining. Those kids can't control their own bodies, so they've possessed other children to stay active. Sir, I don't quite get it, but do you know them? They are spirits from heaven. There's no need to be on guard. So that's it. They aren't human, Jin thought pensively. Meanwhile, Hisu was happily playing with the group of kids. Where's the candy? I'll take the chocolate flavor. Jin watched them helplessly. No need to be on guard. But could they talk? A little more quietly. In another room, Hisu's mother pushed a brown jar forward. Place this jar next to her bed while she sleeps. She instructed a gaunt-looking girl, who was being clung to by a child spirit. But whatever you do, do not look inside. Thank you, shaman, the girl said, joyfully taking the jar. She closed her eyes and used her fan to cover half of her face, then blew out a misty red haze. The spirit, clinging to the shoulder, smelled that aura and immediately vanished. I don't know why, but I feel so much better after talking to you, the girl said in surprise, a relieved smile spreading across her pale face. My body feels lighter too. I'm using my energy to suppress those evil entities, so don't let your guard down, she said, lowering her fan. If this still doesn't work, we'll have to perform a full exorcism. Yes, ma'am, how much do I owe you? The shaman smirked. Just take it. We're trying to save your life here. Who cares about money? The girl was stunned, looking at the shaman as if she were a living saint. Just leave 10,001 as a small fee. That'll do, she added in a gentle voice. Yes, thank you so much. After the girl bowed in gratitude and left, the smile on the shaman's face turned inscrutable. A wicked glint flashed in her eyes. You'll be back for a Thanksgiving ritual anyway, she thought to herself. Oh, the next time you come, I might not be here. Wait, why is that? A boy will be sitting here instead, she said as the image of Jin flashed through her mind. You can speak with him from now on. I've already briefed him on your situation. But what about you, shaman? I'm going up to the mountains to meditate for a while. She smiled, but her eyes hid a deeper secret. Don't worry, that boy might be young, but his spiritual power is intense. Just treat him as if he were me. She gave a cryptic smile. He serves the same deity as I do. Suddenly, a noise from outside caught her attention, startling the girl. Is someone there? It's nothing, she said, calmly taking a sip of tea. I have a pet cat. It's probably just chasing mice. Outside the room, a broadsword fell to the ground. What are you doing? A child scolded. Breaking stuff all day long? We can just clean it up. Meanwhile, Hisu walked toward a corner of the room. Huh? What's this? It was a brown jar. Curious, she reached out her hand to open the lid. Why is there a jar in a temple? Hey, don't touch that. Jin turned his head and shouted in panic. Get back now, another child warned loudly. Hisu backed away in terror. Her hand accidentally knocked the lid off another jar nearby. Huh? A huge explosion occurred, blasting Hisu backward. One of the children tried to use his power to catch her, but the boy was also knocked to the ground. "Hisu, sister!" the boy called out worriedly. Hisu grit her teeth, pain evident on her face as she sat up. What just happened? Yongjin charged toward her with his blade, yelling, "Lee Hisu, get out of the way!" Hisu turned around. She froze in place. Right behind her was the faceless spirit, with twisted, deformed fingers. Terror drained the color from her face. Her eyes were hollow, her mind completely paralyzed. Yongjin gripped his broadsword tightly, let out a roar, and threw it with all his might straight into the center of the spirit. The blade pierced through and embedded itself in the wall behind. The demon vanished into thin air. The children nearby clapped in applause. "Man!" Yongjin panted, his whole body limp from exhaustion. Suddenly a chilling voice rang out. "So many little rats in here." Yongjin froze, his entire body stiffening. Hisu's mother stepped out. "You guys are being way too noisy." The children turned their heads to look at her. She turned toward Yongjin. In a somber voice, "Yongjin, are you done recovering?" Yongjin didn't react, just standing there petrified. Eerie laughter began to echo. In fear, he glanced at Hisu's mother. She was smiling in a sinister way. Her blank white eyes emitted a glowing red light. "You truly possess a perfect body." Yongjin and Hisu were both terrified, watching her slowly approach. "You should have stayed hidden." "Don't meddle in my business, you fool." Yongjin's face turned pale. He grit his teeth, unable to utter a word. She took a puff of her cigarette and blew out a stream of red smoke. Just then, the child spirits inhaled the smoke all at once. They stood up together, moving solely like puppets being controlled. "Why are you planning to toy with these evil spirits again?" A clear voice rang out, catching her attention. The boy holding the prayer beads stepped in front to block the other spirits. His body emitted a soft blue light. "I won't let that happen. You've done something very wicked, haven't you?" Hisu's mother sneered with a look of pure contempt. "A shaman doing things like this?" The child dressed in red spoke up. "It's always the shamans with the strongest spiritual powers who commit such foul deeds," the child in blue explained. The boy's eyes lit up. He was furious, demanding, "Where are these children's fingers?" She said nothing, only curling her lip in disdain. Just at that moment, a call made her shift her gaze. "Shaman!" The girl clutching the jar stood there, stammering, What is this?" Her face was ashen and drenched in sweat. Her terrified eyes darted in another direction. Yongjin also looked over in fear as their eyes met. The jar in the girl's hands suddenly cracked. An eerie red light flashed from the fissure. The jar shattered. Something resembling a sphere escaped, transforming into a monstrous spirit. Opening its maw wide, it lunged at Yongjin. He was scared out of his mind, instinctively raising his hands to protect himself. "That body is mine!" the spirit shrieked, opening its mouth to swallow him whole. But right at that moment, it suddenly exploded, falling right in front of Yongjin. A cold voice echoed, "How dare you?" Hisu's mother clenched her fists, her eyes full of contempt. "How could it ever belong to you?" Her glowing red eyes burned with absolute possessiveness. "It is mine." Yongjin looked on, scared spitless by the scene before him. A giant black circle appeared right in front of Hisu's mother. Tisk. She clicked her tongue in annoyance and turned to look at the girl lying motionless on the floor. "One down." Suddenly, the sound of an incantation filled the air. She whipped around in surprise, only to see the children with their hands pressed together, chanting non-stop. They had already surrounded her. "A lot of cheap tricks, I see," she sneered, pulling a hairpin from her head. "These petty games." She held the hairpin and sliced a line across her finger, drawing blood. Droplets of her blood fell to the floor, spreading across the ground like red serpents, then forming into 2 crimson words of malice. "This hatred." The boy watched in shock at the evil energy manifesting before him. Her face now looked incredibly savage. Her grin stretched wide, reaching all the way to her ears. It won't be that easy. She thought of the outraged citizens, protests, and the mounting layers of resentment. That curse would spread across the entire world. She approached the boy and leaned down. "Why believe in those gods?" she whispered. "You asked me where the fingers are?" She opened her mouth wide. Inside, instead of a tongue and teeth, were countless children's fingers. Seeing the horrific sight, the boy screamed at the top of his lungs. His desperate cry seemed to give her immense pleasure. She burst into laughter. The red aura radiating from her acted like a magnet, attracting countless demons and monsters. When the girl took a closer look at the crowd before her, she gasped in horror. "Brother, these children..." Before she could even finish, fear totally consumed her. At the sight of those mindless, unfeeling monsters charging straight for the boy, the dark shadows opened their mouths wide, looking menacing. In the meantime, Hisu's mother was inhaling a strange aura into her body. The girl rushed out, trying to shield something, but with a thud, she collapsed to the ground. The boy beside her saw this and worriedly asked if she was okay. But then he realized the horrifying truth. Have those fetuses been taken over by demons? He looked at the deformed ghouls, his heart aching with sorrow. They could never bloom like flowers, could never become human, and would never see their parents again. The girl's eyes welled up with tears, shimmering droplets rolling down her cheeks. What should we do? They're so pitiful. The girl screamed out in despair. Wake up, everyone! Let's go find your mothers. The woman smirked with pure disdain. What kind of crap are you trying to pull? She ignored her, continuing to suck the aura into herself. The ghosts went berserk, lunging wildly at the girl. Seeing that, the boy shrieked while trembling, looking at her with eyes full of burning resentment. Do you think you won't be punished for this? Suddenly, a hand from behind slammed the boy's head down onto the ground. Despite the pain, he struggled to look up and threatened her. When my brother gets here, you're toast. She just glanced at him and smirked, her tone full of mockery. Go ahead, try calling him. Call your brother, call whoever. I'll send all of you to the other side, together. With that, an invisible hand gripped the boy's head tightly, gradually obscuring his vision. Through a small gap, he saw that she didn't even care. She turned away with a cold, triumphant gaze. Now that no one's in the way, shall we get back to work? After this, I will become a god, no. Even more than that. Yoon-jin looked at her with pure hatred, while beside him, Hisu's eyes flickered with fear. Yoon-jin grit his teeth in helplessness. As she reached out to touch Yoon-jin's head, suddenly something sliced through the air, forcing her to jump back a few steps. It was a knife. The force of the throw was so strong that it embedded deep into the wall behind. Before she could even recover from the shock, a mocking voice echoed out. A god, and even more than a god? How laughable. Since when did someone like you dare to invoke the title of a god? The one who spoke was Jin, still in the form of a dog, but his entire body radiated an oppressive, murderous intent. Stunned, she clutched her bleeding wrist. A dog? She muttered, staring. The dog stood firm within his magic circle. You can still stand like that? This was no ordinary dog. Jin frowned. It seems you cannot see my true form. Your eyes must have lost all their divine power, haven't they? She asked suspiciously. What the hell are you, really? From beneath Jin's feet, a small light flickered, then gradually grew brilliant, enveloping him. From within that light, Jin emerged in his original form as a deity. He stood there with arms crossed, looking completely arrogant. I am a god, obviously. Both Yongjin and Jisoo were beyond shocked. Jisoo's mother was stunned, unable to believe the sight before her eyes. To the two terrified children, Jin's appearance was like their last lifebuoy. Jisoo's mother grit her teeth, eyes wide. A god? But Jin kept an expressionless face. Can you see my true form now? After a moment of being frozen, she suddenly curled her lip, seemingly still certain of her victory. Then she laughed manically in an eerie way. Well, aren't you a handsome fellow? Jin only gave a slight contemptuous smile. The two faced off, neither willing to back down. You'd better keep that form, unless you want to die in the body of a dog. She narrowed her eyes, sizing up Jin's attire. Looks like some kind of martial god. Young-jin was full of questions. What? Why is the ancestor just standing there? Jin remained calm while watching her babble on, but his gaze suddenly shifted toward Young-jin. From Jin's perspective, the boy was slumped on the ground, completely drained of strength, surrounded by swirls of red aura. Seeing Jin's distraction, Hisu's mother demanded, Where do you think you're looking? Don't even think about playing tricks, it's useless. Well, Jin replied, it's just that you're in a human body. So I was just hesitating for a moment. Yongjin seemed to sense that Jin was calculating something. He thought to himself, could the ancestor be planning to do something to me? In this state? Brushing aside her doubts, she began to chant with a sneer, Is that so? If you claim to be a deity, then let's see if you can block a sorcerer's strike. With those words, she unleashed a direct blast, attacking Jin with devastating destructive power. Ancestor! Yongjin screamed in terror. With just one move, she blew Jin away. What happened? She taunted. And you call yourself a deity? As expected, you're just all talk, she thought triumphantly. Her eyes glowed with a deadly red light. If you were truly a god, then exorcising me from this body would be a piece of cake. Jin remained silent and motionless, enduring the humiliation. Has this god been tamed into a stray dog? Is that it? She mocked. Yongjin was in utter turmoil. His mouth hung open, speechless. And you still have the nerve to pose as a god. Suddenly, her gaze shifted back to Yongjin, making his face turn pale. Yongjin, is this all your little gang can do? Her eyes lit up as her smile became ecstatic. Now just hand over that body to me nice and easy. He hung his head in fear. I'll be merciful and spare your friends. The more you resist, the more you'll suffer. Hisu's mother's large hand reached toward Yongjin. More accurately, she grabbed him by the collar and yanked him toward her. She growled, "You don't have a choice." Despite his fear, Yongjin still tried to talk tough. "Why not? What if I bite my tongue and off myself right here?" Before he could finish, Hisu's mother cut him off. "Go ahead then. I'll seize your body before you even kick the bucket." She spoke with a look that grew more ecstatic by the second. "I am far greater now than ever before." Suddenly, a faint voice interrupted, making Hisu's mother scowl. She glanced in that direction. A small but determined hand was tightly gripping her skirt. It was Hisu. The girl lay sprawled on the ground, completely drained of strength. Yet, still holding the edge of the dress, she said tremulously, "Don't do it, Li-Hu." Yunjin looked at her with concern. "Please, get out of my mother's body!" Jisoo begged in agony, tears streaming down her face. Then her voice suddenly changed. She commanded, "Leave that body this instant!" The woman's gaze didn't waver for a second. But hearing the girl choke out, "Mommy," her body suddenly lurched out of control. She abruptly kicked the girl away without mercy. The act happened so fast it left Yongjin stunned. "Do you think I let you live this long? Because I'm afraid to kill you?" She rubbed her forehead wearily, looking down at Hisu, who was lying motionless. "It's only because you still have some use," she began to chant again, before Yongjin's terrified face. "But don't worry. I'll soon send you off to follow your dear mother." Seeing Hisu in imminent danger, Yongjin screamed in despair and rushed forward to protect her. The girl only offered a gentle smile, like a final word of comfort. "I'm sorry." Yongjin froze as he watched her close her eyes, accepting her fate. "Hey!" he roared, lunging forward hopelessly. But Hisu's mother's spell, for some reason, vanished right before it touched her. And then, a tiny voice called out, "Mommy!" When the scenery suddenly shifts, flashing back to the past. Young Hisu is holding a string of beads. "This is a bracelet made from Bodhi seeds," her mother explains affectionately. "These are all the rage right now. Why don't you try it on?" Hisu looks at the oversized bracelet on her hand. "How could I wear this? It's huge and totally basic." "It'll help ward off evil spirits," her mother replies. At the mention of exorcism, the little girl freezes. "Is it about that again?" She lowers her face, hiding her sadness. "I don't like it. My friends keep teasing me for being a shaman's daughter. And now I have to wear this too?" She continues with heartbreaking words, ignoring her mother's expression. "Mom, stop putting charms in my backpack. Last time I pulled out my books, they spilled all over the classroom floor because I worry about you. If I get canceled by my friends because of you, will you take responsibility?" The little girl can't hold it in anymore. She raises her voice. "Other kids don't need this stuff. And they're doing just fine. Why do we have to live like this?" She quickly wipes her tears. "I hate it. Then what about this charm?" her mother asks, spreading her arms wide. "I told you I hate charms." Her mother smiles. "This is Mommy's charm. No matter where you are, just call out Mommy, and I'll come running to hug you. This charm is incredibly sacred." Saying that, she pulls her little daughter into a tight embrace. The scene lingers on the photo of the two of them together, in that memorable moment. Returning to reality, the attack had stopped without anyone noticing. The mother's tears stream down. Hisu looks up and realizes something is off. The mother seems to have partially regained her consciousness. She calls out her daughter's name. "Run away, my child!" Both Yonjin and Hisu are stunned. Hisu's mother calls out in joy, but her mother suddenly changes direction. Realizing something is wrong, the girl shouts, "Mommy!" She ignored it, pulling the large knife pinned to the wall out with a jerk. She gripped the knife tightly in her hand. "Mom, what are you doing?" Hisu asked in despair. The mother didn't answer. She only raised the knife high. The sharp tip was aimed straight at herself. "No, Mom, what are you doing?" Realizing her intention, Hisu could only helplessly beg her not to do it. She didn't listen, only affectionately called her name. "Hisu, my daughter." Hearing that call, she was struck dumb. "Mommy!" Witnessing that horrific sight, both Jin and Yeonjin were stunned. Hisu's eyes seemed to lose all light. She rushed over to catch her mother's collapsing body, screaming in hopelessness. "Mom! Mom!" But not a single reply. Why? "Mom, please look at me!" The image of Jisoo with her radiant smile from back then flashed through Yeonjin's mind. "It's okay, you will definitely help me. I beg you, Mom." Jisoo hugged her mother tightly, wailing in agony. Yeonjin once again sank into dark memories. Guilt-ridden words kept ringing in his ears. "Yeonjin, it's all your fault. Give your body to me." He clutched his face as images of countless people screaming and blaming him appeared. You shouldn't even exist. You're the one who killed your parents, you monster! From the wound on Hisu's mother's body, an evil spirit emerged. It angrily questioned. You bitch, how dare you do that? Seeing it appear, Hisu glared with pure hatred. You bastards! The evil spirit cursed while chanting a spell, then swung its blade. Die, all of you! Hisu quickly shielded her mother to protect her. But suddenly, the weapon in the spirit's hand vanished. It soared high into the air, then slammed firmly into the ground. What? It turned around, confused. The one holding its weapon was a young boy, but the aura emanating from him was anything but ordinary. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. It was Yeonjin. The sound of the blade scraping against the floor echoed. Screeching sounds. What the hell is this? The evil spirit sneered. Its grin stretched all the way to its ears. Are you guys not afraid of death anymore? You've got some nerve. As soon as it finished speaking, Yeonjin vanished right before its eyes. While the evil spirit was still looking around in confusion, he appeared right behind its back. A slash lunged forward. It luckily managed to dodge, but the prayer beads on its body were sliced through. Damn it! The evil spirit backed away, looking at the beads scattered across the floor. What is going on? How was my magic broken? They're just a bunch of lowly humans. It opened its mouth, blowing out a stream of hazy white smoke. Nearby corpses opened their mouths to absorb the smoke, then turned into vines that tightly bound the children. The broken arm of the evil spirit was also rebuilt by those corpses, forming a new arm. It grabbed a spear. You bastard! Yeonjin rushed forward, swinging his blade down. The evil spirit hurriedly used the spear to parry the blow. The two sides locked in a struggle. Suddenly, Yeonjin used his strength to shove it away. Then a clean strike sliced the spear in half. The evil spirit's jaw dropped in shock. But Yeonjin didn't give it any time to recover. He leaped up, landed, and drove the blade straight into its hand. Ah! It screamed in pain. It quickly yanked its hand back, doing a mid-air flip to create distance, then landed on a high platform. Who are you? You were just puking blood from my spell a moment ago. It roared in frustration. Either way, you're just a low-life human. Yeonjin suddenly burst out laughing. Why are you laughing? A child called out. Yeonjin gripped his blade and charged straight at the evil spirit. It was startled, but then its eyes suddenly noticed a sealed jar nearby. Without hesitation, it hurled the jar straight at Yeonjin. Here, catch this! Its face was full of wicked delight. But out of reflex, Yeonjin swung his hand and shattered the jar. Instantly, a swarm of pitch-black insects poured out, completely swarming him. Dumbass, the evil spirit grinned widely, then landed a kick that sent him flying back. To steady himself, Yeonjin plunged the blade deep into the ground, anchoring his body firmly. He looked up, his eyes filled with hatred for the monster before him. The evil spirit burst out laughing, his voice dripping with mockery. That's no ordinary ghost. It was created from goo poison. You're not strong enough to take it down, kid. The giant monster with a centipede body and a demon face looked so hideous that the children were terrified. Gross, what on earth is that? Yeonjin stood tall, facing it head-on. On the outside, he seemed calm, but he knew his injuries were more severe than expected. Gotta switch back to human form, the evil spirit thought to himself. He aimed for the woman lying motionless on the floor. I'll borrow this body for a bit. He grabbed the girl's neck. Not exactly my style. But you wouldn't dare attack your own kind, right? He exhaled a cloud of white smoke into the girl. She immediately absorbed it. Suddenly, an earth-shattering crash echoed. The wall was smashed through. The evil spirit turned around, startled. An unbelievable sight was before his eyes. Yeonjin, using only one hand, had sliced the centipede-bodied demon monster clean in half. Yeonjin turned to look at him. The evil spirit felt a chill run down his spine, slicing through goo poison with a single stroke. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. A twisted, incredibly stupid-looking grin. Slashing it like that won't kill it. Right at that moment, the cells inside the centipede began to surge. You're just making it multiply! From the two severed pieces, two new monsters formed. They let out a simultaneous roar. Hey! The evil spirit ordered. Don't kill the boy! Just tie him up. I need that body to become a god. But then in his ears, all he could hear were the wretched screams of the monsters. He turned around in shock. Both centipedes had stopped moving. All that carnage was caused by Yeonjin alone. The evil spirit's jaw dropped. Yeonjin turned to look at him and lightly licked his lips. Startled, he fell back onto the ground and scrambled away. No way, it even eats monsters? The spirit inside Hisu's mother watched Yeonjin approaching step by step and was left speechless. Jin, in his puppy form, also felt something was off and immediately ran over. "Hey!" Yeonjin turned around with glowing red eyes full of bloodlust. He swung his blade. Clang! The blade slammed into the ground, sending stone fragments grazing past Jin, missing him by just a few millimeters. Task done, he walked away, leaving Jin wide-eyed in horror. The demon woman saw him heading her way and was absolutely terrified. The black smoke surrounding Yeonjin grew thicker and thicker, scaring her to death. "What the? He's not even human anymore!" With that thought, she bolted toward the door. "Too dangerous, I gotta get out of here!" The door was smashed to pieces. Thanks to that, the demon woman managed to escape outside. Her face was contorted in pain. Right then, Yeonjin caught up and delivered a heavy kick straight into her body. He landed and stomped his foot right onto the demon woman's neck. Slamming her face into the ground, she plowed a long trail through the dirt. Her entire face was buried in dust and debris. Yeonjin's foot felt as heavy as a ton of bricks, pinning her down so she couldn't even lift her head. Seeing the blade being raised, the demon woman panicked. The moment Yeonjin lifted his foot, she tried to flee. Seeing his prey try to run, he gave her another kick that made her eat dirt. Yeonjin's expression remained indifferent, as if he were looking at a mere insect. Flickering images like movie scenes started flashing back. The scene of someone falling down while being cursed by the world. The more she remembered, the more she felt like she was losing her mind. But the nightmare continued to haunt her. The image of the stake and the girl upon it fueled her resentment. "I am a god!" The sounds of grievances, wailing, and the crackling of fire echoed in her ears. The final image was a distorted smile within the sea of flames. The scene shifted again. A clear blue sky, silk fabrics fluttering gently in the breeze. Offerings piled high like mountains, money, white rice, and fruits. Someone even offered up an entire roasted pig. The villagers bowed their heads in reverence, chanting solemn prayers. Before them, the village shaman held a fan and a bell performing the ritual. The ceremony came to an end. The shaman turned around and smiled. "The gods have heard our prayers. Tomorrow the rain will fall." Unfortunately, the next day was still scorching hot. The shaman's hands trembled as her pupils constricted. Why, she asked herself 1,000 times. Why isn't it raining? Furious, she kicked over the altar. Damn it! How did it end up like this? Sweat poured down her face like a stream. I can't feel anything anymore. Has my power faded? No one will ever respect me again. Indeed, the villagers had all abandoned her. Why? She stared at the sacred painting that had hung there for years. A creeping fear began to settle in her mind. Or perhaps there were never any gods at all. At this ridiculous thought, the shaman stood there, dazed. That's it. From the very beginning, it was all because of my own talent. She was suddenly pulled back to reality by hushed whispers. The few remaining villagers were looking at her, then walked away in fear. Feeling ghosted and shunned, the shaman's mood soured even further. In a dilapidated tavern, rumors spread faster than the booze. Hey, what's the word on that shaman? I heard she was cursed by the gods and lost all her powers. A drunkard replied, his voice slurred. For real? I heard. She even tore down her own shrine with her bare hands. Total scam. I never believed in her from the start. But they didn't know that the shaman was standing right behind them, hearing every single word. Her ice-cold voice rang out, making one of the drinking men choke. A great plague is about to sweep through this village. You must perform a ritual for the gods if you hope to survive this disaster. But times had changed. The villagers looked at her with contempt. Rituals? Rituals? What are you even talking about? We're out of rice. What are we supposed to offer? Or are you telling us to go steal? Or rob someone? Another person jumped in to argue. Come on now, a guy interjected with a smirk. She was praying for the whole village after all. Praying for what? She has no powers left, she's just capping. Everyone began to drive her away with pure contempt. A woman like you? What reason do we have to believe you? What damn plague? It's all lies! Get out of our sight, you crazy hag! She growled. Now you dare! The cursing crowd suddenly went silent. Her eyes looked like she wanted to eat them alive. You look down on a shaman like me? Are you not afraid of divine punishment? Having said that, she let out a burst of manic laughter. The crowd felt provoked. A man with a scruffy beard pointed right at her face. Hey lady, you say you're the chosen one, for real? None of your recent rituals have worked at all. It's all a bunch of BS. We're about to die from the plague and you're still talking big. The shaman said nothing. She only left them with a gaze that pinned them down like prey. A few days later, oh my God, Kim is gone. The neighborhood women whispered to each other. The moment the shaman left, trouble hit our village. Kim insulted her and didn't believe in the gods. Now his whole family is dead from the sickness. His wife and kids are also bedridden, hiding behind a nearby wall. The shaman listened, a satisfied smirk forming on her lips. She knew that soon enough, these people would be begging her to come back. The gods are truly not to be trifled with. It's because Kim kept saying the shaman lost her juice. That's why it ended up like this. I heard the Park family is also holding an exorcism. They did so many bad things and couldn't even have kids. Now they have to crawl back to the gods. In a cheerful mood, the shaman exhaled a stream of black mist. From the newly dead corpses, countless invisible, hungry ghosts crawled out obediently and slithered onto her body. At the same time, she departed, leaving behind a crowd consumed by fear. Now she's our only hope. Hey, Dongyi's mother, watch the girl carefully. Things are wild lately, don't let her go out at night. After that, wealth and fame returned to her once again. In the midst of the requiem ceremonies, the woman wore a satisfied smile. More time passed by. In the dead of night, a desperate cry rang out. Dongyi, oh my child! The mother sobbed uncontrollably, tears streaming down. The villagers were horrified to hear the news. What happened? The little girl is missing! I told her not to let her out at night. A ghost must have snatched her. Hey, don't jinx it. She probably just wandered off somewhere. Everyone, please help find her! Under the round, full moon, in a dark and gloomy corner, a scrawny little girl lay curled up on the cold ground. She trembled, clutching her stomach, her body nothing but skin and bones. The shaman smiled and called out, "Come here, daughter." She sat down, holding out a fragrant piece of cake. Her voice was sinister. Are you hungry, Suyi? The girl's eyes lit up, with a look of pure craving. Suyi was too weak to even speak. She could only make faint sounds as she tried to reach her skeletal hand toward the cake. Eat up, child, the shaman said happily. But then, from her sleeve, she pulled out a large axe. The gleaming blade swung up and then slashed straight down. The target was that outstretched hand. Task finished. The shaman covered a nearby jar and walked away. She didn't know that from a distance, another little girl, with a freckled face, had witnessed everything. She stood behind a door, her face pale with horror. The shaman returned to her room, looking around. Dongyi? Where did she go? She muttered to herself. Going out at night without a word, a ghost will snatch you away. In the corner of the house, inside a large jar, Dongyi was holding her breath in terror. The next morning, the shaman held another ritual. Dongyi's mother stood in the crowd, her eyes red from crying as she prayed for her daughter. Suddenly, she gasped. Dongyi was climbing out of the jar, running toward her in a panic. Seeing her child, the mother burst into tears of joy. The little girl hugged her mother tight. Trembling, he points his finger at the one who started it all. The entire crowd stands frozen, unable to believe their eyes. Exposed, the female shaman's face darkens with rage. In the dark night, torchlight flickers. A man collapses to the ground in sheer terror. His hands shake as he points toward a bamboo tube. From within, a finger bone falls out. The parents who lost their child wail in agony. The female shaman is quickly bound in ropes. The air is thick with curses and screams. Give me back my child, you wicked demon, she sneers. Regretting it only now? What? The shaman lays all her cards on the table. This is exactly what you all wanted. You had nothing to say when you wanted to use me. But the moment your own interests are touched, you start howling. Children? Your deaths are caused by your own bottomless greed. Those words leave the villagers stunned and dizzy. You fools must pay the price! Laughter hisses through her teeth. The villagers can no longer contain themselves. They shower her with spit and a barrage of insults. You psycho, aren't you afraid of divine punishment? The shaman's smile suddenly twists. Why on earth would I fear the gods? If gods truly existed, I wouldn't have survived until today. Amidst the crowd, a woman grabs a torch. Frantically charging forward, she throws it straight at the shaman. Die! The grieving mother's curse rings out. The fire catches the straw and kindling, slowly climbing up her body. Yet the hag remains calm. Even if the gods manifest, they can do nothing to me. The villagers watch, dumbfounded, as she is burned alive. The shaman's mouth stretches from ear to ear. Now that I am here, all of you shall die. A voice melds with the flames. I am God. The god of resentment, the god of greed. You are all feeding my power. Her body crumbles into ash, but the ghastly sound continues to echo. I shall be the embodiment of God. At that very moment, on the ground, two red streaks of light gradually connect, forming a magic circle that imprisons Iron Jin and the demoness. As soon as that thing appears, countless jars vibrate and then explode all at once. Countless red vapors, like slithering snakes, escape, lunging forward to ensnare the demoness. They devour the resentment and the last remaining breaths. The demon is reborn. All right, time for your payback. The demoness's eyes flare like high beams as she charges at Yeonjin. A swarm of snakes and scorpions lashes out at him relentlessly. But Yeonjin effortlessly dodges the attacks. I'm gonna waste all of you! The demoness screeches. The flames surrounding her erupt with fury. She unleashes her power of pure malice once again. The kids in Hisu are scared stiff. Watch out, bro! A child looks at the cleaver, tensely blocking the demoness's strike, thinking to himself, he looks even more terrifying than that demon right now. On the face of Jin is a total villainous smirk. He hoists the cleaver, catching the demoness off guard. The blade glides through her like a gust of wind, completely, dismembering the snakes surrounding her body into pieces. The demoness groans and collapses as new snakes begin to sprout from her severed arm. She seizes the chance to fire red silk threads. Just die! Yeonjin leaps high, slicing through the threads. The demoness is struck with horror. From midair, Yeonjin swings his blade again. Black smoke converges around him, slowly manifesting into dragon scales. One of his eyes suddenly turns stark white. He is enveloped by a colossal black dragon. Great-Grandpa Jin, in dog form, is absolutely shook. Yeonjin raises his blade as the dragon's body coils. Simultaneously, the demoness unleashes a swarm of vipers. What the hell is that kid trying to do? Jin is panicked by the unfolding scene. The dragon and the centipede are about to clash. In the distance, a folding fan snaps open. The bodies of the demoness and Jin are both paralyzed as if their pressure points were struck. A crisp, clear sound rings out. A sonic whirlwind tears through, forcing the two entities apart. Vortex shatters the demoness, leaving only a few muffled gurgles before blowing Yeonjin away as well. The fan folds shut, and the wind vanishes. Yeonjin looks up in total confusion. The owner of the fan speaks, Hanguk. Bone-chilling aura emanates from the fan's body, wrapping around Yeonjin, enclosing him like a cage. The other person lifts the fan and forms a hand seal. Yeonjin's hand holding the knife immediately lets go. His consciousness finally returns. The one who just intervened is the DG Shenzi, a celestial being with eyes that look done with life, staying silent from beginning to end. The kids excitedly run over. Big bro! The demoness, though blasted away, still tries to crawl forward. Seeing her survive like a total tank, the children are terrified. What the hell is that? So gross! The celestial being only gives a cold glance. What are you? The demoness wheezes. Her arm, like a dry twig, tries to reach for him. That power. How can you use the mountain god's authority? But the boy looks at her like she's a total moron, spitting out a few incredibly arrogant words. Because I am God. Wait, what? The celestial slowly continues. The DG Shenzi. His entire being radiates a supreme haughtiness, coming from the great Lord of the heavens. The demoness is stunned. A god? Her worn-down fangs tremble. Saliva flows uncontrollably. Are you really a god? The clear eyes of the children watch tensely. Tears begin to stream down from the demoness's empty eye sockets. She drags her mangled feet, stepping closer, her hand gripping the hem of his robe. But why? Her voice is full of spite. Why didn't you listen to my prayers? Why did you never come? She recalls the most desperate moment of her life. Where were you when I needed you most? If you had appeared sooner, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Why did you let me die? What kind of god just abandons their own believer? The god feels as if he's listening to a joke. He flicks her filthy hand away and brushes off his robe. Prayers? Look at yourself. I'm sure you only prayed for your own filthy personal gains. No god would ever listen to prayers like those. As soon as the words left his mouth, countless small demons suddenly crawled out from the demoness's sleeves, draining the very last of her life force. You were blinded by immediate greed, forgetting your duty as an exorcist and committing 10 great evils. The celestial cold-bloodedly listed her crimes. No! The demoness shrieked. What's there to be salty about? He scoffed. Don't you see the souls who died, wrongfully at your hands? So what? They started it. She still tried to make excuses. The celestial remained silent, the aura around him ice-cold. Even if you were torn apart and burned alive 1,000 times, it still wouldn't compare to their suffering. I sentence you to the depths of hell. The fan in his hand snapped open. A crescent moon sigil appeared on his forehead. A pitch-black vortex swallowed the demoness whole. No, please, no! She trembled. Save me, I can't die like this, she begged. The celestial's eyes were merely cold, watching her like a cat playing with a mouse. Please, someone save me! It's over. The black cyclone surged forward, tearing the demoness to shreds. She had completely vanished. The little ones looked at their big brother with total adoration. How is the human? The celestial turned and asked. Ah, the human! One of the children cried out in panic. She's been stabbed. The sunset stained the sky blood red. The Celestial walked toward Hisu and her mother. Seeing a stranger, Hisu, terrified, hugged her mother tightly. Still breathing, he muttered. He opened his fan and the symbol on it shifted. A flower bloomed above Hisu's head. With a flick of his fan, countless petals enveloped the mother, healing the wounds on her arm, then stitching up the deep stab wound on her abdomen. Color slowly returned to her face. Hisu stared in awe at the beautiful sight. The Celestial folded his fan, and the flowers vanished, leaving a soft glow surrounding the mother. "Mom?" Hisu gently nudged her. "She's just sleeping, don't worry," the Celestial reassured her. Hisu looked at her mother with trembling eyes. A gentle smile had bloomed on her lips, just like before. Tears threatened to fall again. How is this possible?" "That was a close one, sis," a little girl said happily. "My big brother is a great god from the heavens, you know." The kids boasted with pride. Among the 12 DG gods, he is the first god. This matter is a piece of cake for him. Hisu, in shock, hurriedly bowed her head in gratitude. "Thank you, my lord." The Celestial covered his mouth and coughed, hiding the crimson blood stain on his sleeve. "No need for thanks." He said, "Can I ask you for a favor?" His arm trembled as he gripped the fan tightly. Too much power had been consumed today. He waved the fan lightly, sweeping away the swarm of small demons surrounding two others. The glass barrier imprisoning them shattered. "When that exorcist wakes up, have him collect the fingers of these children and perform a ritual to set them free." With that, the Celestial departed. Out there in the fading twilight, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. The Celestial stood there. His gaze held a hint of amusement as he looked at Yoon Jin, who was still floating in the mist. Beside him was a puppy. "Hey!" he called. Jin, in puppy form, flinched. "Let's go." The Celestial approached Yongjin and raised his fan. Aiming right at the crown of his head, he gave a light tap. Yongjin slowly opened his eyes, waking from his coma. He was dazed, looking at a stranger standing before him. Not only that, his body was surrounded by a cloud of white smoke, leaving him even more confused. What is this? He tried to struggle, but the smoke wouldn't dissipate. Suddenly, it began to vanish. Yongjin lost his balance and fell with a thud to the ground. He quickly sat up and looked around, startled. A landscape of ruins appeared before his eyes. Confusion was written all over his face. "What's going on? Where am I?" Then he seemed to remember something. The image of Hisu's mother collapsing, along with the sound of her sobbing, came rushing back. He immediately scanned the area for Lee Hisu. Just then, Hisu appeared. She stared at him intently. Then she slapped both hands onto his face, to make sure she wasn't seeing things. Are you okay?" she stammered. Yongjin's face flushed. "I'm fine. What about you?" Seeing that her friend had finally woken up, Hisu was so happy she could cry. Her tears began to fall again. "That's such a relief. I'm so sorry, Yongjin. It's all my fault that you—" "I'm really okay." He looked at her confused. "What about your mom? Is she all right?" "Yeah," Hisu smiled. "Luckily, thanks to the little god and the great god's help, all her wounds have healed. She's sleeping now to recover her strength." But Yoon Jin understood even less of what was happening. Jin, in puppy form, walked up at that moment. "Are you fully awake now, ancestor?" He stammered and scratched his head. "What on earth did I miss?" "I'll tell you when we get home," Jin replied. Another voice chimed in. "Is that so?" A young boy in traditional robes looked at Jin with a very friendly gaze. "Are you that curious too? How are you going to explain this now?" The whole group stared blankly at the boy. Hisu spoke up to break the silence. "Let me introduce you. This is the great god. He's a great god from the heavens." "Wait, a great god?" Yongjin looked at her, then back at Jin, who was glaring at the boy with a look that said, "What are you looking at?" Yongjin and the great god had a silent standoff. Suddenly, he pointed behind the boy and shouted, "Yo, look, a balloon!" But this childish move only made the great god fuming. The children gathered around him. "Big bro, are you okay?" The great god snapped his fan shut, glaring resentfully at Yongjin's group. "We're leaving." White smoke enveloped him and the children. They laughed and waved goodbye to everyone. "Let's go, bye-bye, see you later." "What the hell was that?" Yoon Jin watched the teleportation scene with his jaw dropped. "Are they friends of yours?" Hisu asked in admiration. "Yoon Jin even gets help from the gods?" "What, no," he stammered. Suddenly a warm voice called out, "Hisu?" She turned quickly to see her mother standing at the door. "Mom!" She trembled and rushed to embrace her. Yongjin couldn't help but smile at the heartwarming sight. Hiding behind the door, old man Bobby also shed silent tears. He didn't step inside, just watched from afar, then picked up his basket and tottered away, muttering a song about crybabies get taken by tigers, good kids get sweets. The sound gradually faded from where he had stood. A handful of candies was carefully placed on a piece of cloth. The sunset finally faded away. A notification popped up on the phone screen. Your order has been delivered, along with a photo. It's been here for 8 hours already? Young Jin muttered, looking at the bulky bags in front of the door. Oh man. He checked the items in the bags. Everything was spoiled. Are you some kind of high-ranking official here? Receiving tributes from the locals or something? Jin stood nearby with a judgmental look. Hisu bought this for me. It was just delivered. Young Jin snapped back. What are you thinking? What official? Jin glared at him. Are you raising your voice at your great-great-grandfather? But Young Jin ignored him and punched the code to enter the house. How dare you talk to me like that? Jin got even angrier being ghosted. I can let other things slide, but your attitude is unacceptable. Fine, then you can just go hungry, Yoon Jin said, carrying the bags inside. You disrespectful brat! Jin scolded from behind. Just get in and remember to close the door. Young Jin interrupted. As he walked in, he picked up the sword left outside. I'm hungry, hurry up and serve dinner. Jin announced coolly as soon as he entered, then turned and walked off, leaving Young Jin with his hands full. Go wash your feet first. Young Jin reminded him while pulling out his phone. Hisu had sent him a text. Young Jin, thank you so much and I'm really sorry. In the future, if you ever run into trouble, I'll definitely be the first to come help you. Followed by stickers of a buff duck and a waving duck. Yoon Jin replied to the text. Then he carried the bags to prepare dinner. On Hisu's phone, a notification pinged. It was just a short reply. It's nothing, but it was enough to make her smile happily. At Yoon Jin's house, dinner was ready. Jin was eating like he was starving to death. So while I was out cold, that Exorcist kid took out the monster. And then even healed Hisu's mom, right? Young Jin asked while deboning his fish. Exactly, Jin replied while chewing. What a shame, I missed the best part, Young Jin said. Then he glanced at his great-great-grandfather, who was busy devouring meat. Is he an ancestor god like you too? But that guy isn't your ancestor. Both focused on their meal again. Young Jin felt secretly frustrated. Where were you back then, ancestor? I was literally about to die, and you were nowhere to be seen. You should have been the one to save me. If it weren't for that kid, I'd be toast. Every silent reproach of his felt like a needle, pricking his great-great-grandfather's conscience. As he sat there eating, Jin, feeling called out, could only stay silent. The meat in his mouth even fell out on its own. No, it's not that I didn't want to save you, Jin explained. Every word came out heavy. It's that I couldn't. He remembered the sword on Jin's back in his human form. Wait, so that sword on your back is just for show? I wear it to look cool, Jin replied flatly. I've lost all my power. That sentence made Young Jin pause. He calmly analyzed the situation. Is it because you saved me from that god? Jin was a bit surprised that he knew about it. A few seconds later, he answered, That's right. That event is the root of everything. That night you were actually already dead. The horrific scene flashed back. A warm light radiated from Young Jin's chest. In that memory I used all of my power, Jin continued. And even this divine jade. The jade hanging at his hip glowed brilliantly. Then it was slowly stained black. To bring you back from the dead. Your extraordinary healing ability is because I passed my power to you. Young Jin froze. What do you mean by that? I already told you, Jin replied with a dead serious face. From now on you must help me, so that I can regain my strength. In the dead of night, atop a skyscraper, a figure holding a bow was silently observing from afar. It was a girl with dangerous, glowing red eyes. She stood under the moonlight, looking in a certain direction. Then, in a split second, it vanished without a trace. Blue skies and white clouds. A new day begins again. Eon. Jin was putting on his school uniform when he suddenly clutched his arm in pain. His arms and both legs were shaking uncontrollably. Why do my arms and legs ache so much? Did just a little running leave me this wiped out? Hey kid, Jin suddenly spoke up in his dog form. Do you have anything like a historical chronicle? He paused for a moment to choose his words. You know, those books that record the world's changes in chronological order. That kind of thing. You're acting like I'm stupid, Young. Jin lost his patience. I honestly didn't expect you'd have one. Jin wondered out loud, caught off guard. That's hilarious. Youngjin grumbled and tossed a book onto the bed. Can't believe I haven't thrown out this 10th grade history book yet. Jin asked curiously, what's this? A history textbook, Yoonjin replied, then said his goodbyes. I'm heading to school. All right, be careful. On the way, Yoonjin was messing with his phone as he walked. Jin's words from last night kept looping in his head. Your abnormal healing ability was also passed down from my power. If that's the case, I should be stronger, shouldn't I? Why hasn't my stamina improved at all? Thanks to that, from now on, demons won't be targeting you anymore. Even though Jin's words left him a bit speechless, he felt somewhat relieved. I guess that's a fair deal. While lost in thought, he suddenly bumped into a sculpture. Remembering what happened last time, a chill ran down his spine and he quickly backed away. Right then, a device resembling a walkie-talkie clipped to the chest of a freckled boy walking ahead suddenly started beeping. All 5 colored lights on the device lit up at once. Jin didn't notice and kept on walking. The boy's earpiece also blared a warning. The boring battle was over. He looked confused when the device returned to normal. The two of them just passed each other by. As the freckled boy adjusted his glasses and looked up, he could only see the back of Jin walking away. In the hallway, the freckled boy hid behind a corner. He held up a device with a 3-eye design and started filming. To be precise, this is a homemade ghost detector. The screen kept analyzing everyone caught in the lens. His work seemed serious enough, but his sneaky behavior made him look exactly like some creep, taking creep shots. Suddenly, a hand snatched the device away. A girl with a ponytail held it up to inspect it. "Hey, what are you filming? Don't tell me you're taking up skirt videos." Another girl with short hair glared at him, getting grilled like that. He froze and scrambled to explain. "No, I wasn't filming you guys." "Then who were you filming?" This is a ghost detector. It's an app that senses spirits." "What are you yapping about?" The ponytail girl snapped. "You were pointing the camera right at us." "Check the photo album." "No, I didn't record anything. I was just looking." Just then a voice rang out. A handsome guy put his arm around the freckled boy's shoulders. "Ji-won, what are you doing? Hunting ghosts again?" Boy named Ji-won jumped in surprise. The other guy didn't waste any time and turned to explain to the two girls, "Sorry about that, this guy is obsessed with ghost stuff. He was just checking if our school is haunted." Seeing the hot boy, the girls immediately got all shy. "Oh, it's Kyung!" Another hand snatched the device from Ji-won. "He's been like this since middle school. He's kind of socially awkward, so cut him some slack. We'll deal with him." "Hey, I'm not socially awkward." Ji-won stubbornly tried to explain. Kyung tried to talk some sense into his friend. "Ji-won, don't give people the wrong idea. Stop filming. You've got plenty of other toys anyway." Their friend Ga held up the phone to show the two girls. "Check out his album. It's literally all just selfies." "Oh my god, stop looking." Ji-won, held in a headlock, screamed in frustration. "This weirdo is actually trying to act cool. Look! Ha ha ha!" And finally, Do Kyung had to step in to end this roast session. "I am so sorry about this." The two girls gave a half-hearted nod and got the hell out of there. Once they were out of sight, Ga immediately switched back to her usual cold self. She crossed her arms and glared at Ji-won. "You need to chill out. Who walks around with a camera like that these days? You trying to get beat up?" "At least let me explain," he replied. "Explain what?" she asked disdainfully. "You're about to get dragged to the dean's office." Seeing things getting heated, Do Kyung walked over to Ga. "Hey, can you tone down the swearing a bit? You're really asking for it. I wasn't even swearing." Do Kyung turned to Ji-won. "Anyway, Ji-won, why did you come up to this floor? You didn't even bother putting your backpack away. What do you think?" He gave a blunt reply, making Do Kyung's face go pale. "Don't tell me something happened again." "Hey," Ga interrupted Do Kyung, "don't listen to him anymore. If you keep acting like this, he's just going to keep pushing his luck." "What? I never do that!" Ji-won shot back, feeling wrongly accused. The whole group was standing in the hallway of Class 12-1, back when we went on that field trip. "Didn't you find it weird?" Do Kyung tried to convince Ga. Ji-won's voice recorder actually captured a ghost's voice, and the radio kept repeating "so much fun," and "let's play together too." Ga looked at him like he was a total idiot. "It's an electronic device. It was probably just signal interference." "Exactly, interference!" Ji-won seemed to remember something, leaving the other two stunned. He began to analyze it. Ghosts are created from a strong energy field, if such a being is nearby. Electromagnetic waves will be affected. Lights will flicker and sensors will glitch. It causes interference that makes devices malfunction. After finishing, he even gave Ga a look of approval. I didn't know Kang-ga was so well-versed in the paranormal. Who knows? Maybe you've got what it takes to be a ghost hunter. If you want, I'll even take you on as my apprentice. Ga's face twitched. "Acting like ghosts are real, you idiot. Have you ever even seen a ghost?" "Of course," Ji-won shot back. "It's looking right at your face." "Damn it!" Ga had enough and wanted to lunge at him to teach him a lesson. "Ga, stop!" Do Kyung quickly held her back. "Is this punk for real?" Ga stomped her feet in rage. "I really want to hit you! I really want to hit you!" Just then, the device in Ji-won's hand lit up again. "Target identified inside Class 12-3. Is there actually a ghost in there?" Ga was also shocked. "Holy crap, inside this class?" "Stop yelling," Ga warned. The classroom door was immediately opened. "Want to check it out?" Do Kyung asked quietly. "I'll ask them for permission." Having Do-kyung along is really convenient, Ji-won said happily. Suddenly, two girls walked out of the class. Oh, Do-kyung? Who are they? My friends from middle school, Do-kyung explained, putting his arm around Ji-won. Ji-won got straight to the point. Can we come into your classroom for a second? Go ahead, the short-haired girl nodded. The long-haired girl suddenly asked, but what is this thing? She was about to press some buttons on the device. Sorry, don't touch that, Ji-won said, quickly pushing her hand away. If you touch it with hands full of negative energy like that, it'll break. What, is this guy crazy? The whole class crowded around when they saw the school's heartthrob arrive. Meanwhile, Eon-jin was scrolling through his phone, looking confused at Jisoo's message. Eon-jin, can you come to the science lab right now? I have something to give you. I can't give it to you directly. The others might get the wrong idea. Can't you give it to me after school? He messaged back. Where are you going? Eon-jin sighed and stood up. Where to, Eon? Just hitting the restroom. As Eon-jin said that, he looked up from his phone and froze. At the sight before him, the back door was blocked by the popular crowd. Just try telling them to beat it. Eon-jin, being an introvert, felt mentally drained just looking at them. The moment Eon-jin and Do-kyung made eye contact, Do-kyung quickly dispersed the crowd. Hey guys, stop blocking the door, get inside. One guy laughed mockingly. You actually believe that nonsense too? So what? Do-kyung replied dismissively and turned toward Eon-jin. With a guilty look on his face, my bad, man. Good grief, Jin muttered to himself. Just one glance and it was as effective as pepper spray. Total GOAT status, another student chimed in. Eon-jin is definitely the MVP today. Eon-jin walked out of the classroom door. Right then, a piercing sound rang out. The screen on Ji-won's walkie-talkie lit up. A bright red alert appeared with numbers skyrocketing. 989. His phone also started, continuously blasting terrifying notifications. Destructive death. What is that? Do-kyung asked, his face turning pale. What's wrong with that device? Isn't it supposed to be for talking to ghosts? I think I've found the cause of all the weird stuff going on in your class. Meanwhile, the cause itself, Eon-jin was still completely oblivious. My mom just made this! Jisoo happily held out a string of prayer beads. She told me to give one to you, too. You called me out here just to give me this? Eon-jin was speechless. He noticed that Jisoo was wearing an identical one on her wrist. Tell her thank you for me. He replied nonchalantly and quickly shoved the bracelet into his pocket. Seeing that he didn't seem very interested, Jisoo looked confused. Aren't you going to put it on? Look. Eon-jin acted embarrassed. Well, if both of us wear this, what if people mistake them for couple bracelets? Jisoo couldn't believe such a silly thought. Eon-jin, these are prayer beads. Do you think no one else in the world wears prayer beads? You're the only one who'd think they're couple bracelets. Seeing Eon-jin remain silent, she urged him, just put it on. My mom made it because she was worried about you. It's fine, Eon-jin replied. Those ghosts won't dare touch me anymore. My ancestors told me so. Really? Jisoo asked, surprised. Yeah, he said he passed his power down to me or something. Eon-jin stammered, recalling Jin's words. I should have died that day. If I told the whole truth, Hisoo would definitely start crying a river again. He decided to stick to a half-truth like whatever. It's because of that I'm recovering faster. Oh, so it's your ancestors' power. Hisoo nodded. No wonder you seem totally different lately. Different how? Back then you were fighting like a beast. You were even flying around everywhere with a sword. I was fighting? Eon-jin was shocked. Since when? You don't remember anything? It was at the shrine in my house. Upon hearing the word shrine, a hand reached out with lightning-fast reflexes. The phone in Eon-jin's hand fell to the floor. With a sharp click, his hand forcefully clamped over Eon-jin's mouth. After that instinctive move, Eon-jin also snapped back to his senses. The entire room fell into silence. Eon-jin, what's wrong with you? Hisoo asked, confused, after he hurriedly pulled his hand back. Eon-jin's face turned pale. He looked at his own hand in disbelief. I'm sorry, that wasn't me. Suddenly, a mechanical voice rang in his ear. Death. Both of them simultaneously turned their gaze toward the door. Ji-won was standing there, scratching his head. Sorry, your story was so juicy. I accidentally eavesdropped. Hi, I'm Gong Ji-won, a ghost hunter. He introduced himself seriously. Eon-jin and Hisoo looked at each other. I don't know what kind of weirdos go to this school. Ji-won proactively held out his hand. Nice to meet you, Lee Hisoo. You know me? Hisoo asked in surprise. I even know your mom is a shaman. What? How did you... Everyone knows your mom's a shaman, you dummy. Eon-jin muttered. Oh, right, I forgot. Hisoo blanked out. I know all the ghost stories. And history of this school, Ji-won continued. That's also why I enrolled here. Do you two know the legend of the walking statue? No, not a clue. Me neither. All the upperclassmen know about it. Ji-won brushed them off. The statue at Sampo High School runs at night. Anyone who sees it running is forced into a race. If you don't race seriously or if you break the rules, it'll use its flagpole to probe you from behind. In that case, we almost died, Hisu whispered. Eon-jin nodded in agreement. Looking at the situation, this could be a poltergeist phenomenon, Ji-won said knowledgeably. Every now and then, the school's flagpole gets uprooted, even when there's no storm. It's happened 4 times already since the opening ceremony. Jisoo and Eon-jin just listened in silence. Recently, Ji-won emphasized, staring intently at the two of them. There was an incident that proved the legend was real. I accidentally saw something very strange. He began to tell the story. That day, just as I stepped out of the restroom, at first I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, but it was so vivid, Ji-won said. The image of 2 people being chased by a stone statue was still crystal clear in his head. There was a boy being chased by a stone statue, and behind him was a girl with a ponytail. Every word of the description made both Eon, Jin, and Jisoo flinch. Jisoo even instinctively yanked off her hair tie. The even more surprising thing is that the statue, the next morning when I entered the school, it was still intact. But Ji-won intentionally trailed off mysteriously. The energy inside it had been completely drained. Beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads. He held out his detector. Before, this statue's energy level was always at a 5. But since that day, it hasn't even hit level 1. In short, something has vanished from that statue. Ji-won looked directly at Eon-jin, no longer beating around the bush. So I'll just ask you straight. You two were there with the statue, right? No! Both of them denied it flat out. It was definitely you two, Ji-won asserted with total confidence. How can you be so sure? Usually if I said something like that, people would call me crazy or just ignore me. He analyzed calmly. But you guys denied it instantly, which only proves my theory is right. He shook the detector. This device measures magnetic fields. Ghosts don't have physical forms. They exist as energy. And this machine picks that up. Listening to Ji-won's long-winded explanation, Eon-jin lost all patience. Is this thing even scientifically proven? Ji-won immediately brought the detector closer. The moment it touched Eon-jin, it lit up instantly. The reading jumped straight to level 5. Which means whatever was inside that statue is inside you now. Am I right? That's my conclusion. Eon-jin swatted the detector away. I asked, if science has actually proven any of this? Well, of course. If only this one device reacted, I wouldn't be giving you such a hard time. Ji-won replied calmly, then pulled out a bunch of other gadgets. But all my equipment is going haywire, beeping like crazy. Ear-piercing alarms rang out incessantly. So how do you explain this? Ji-won smiled confidently. What am I supposed to explain? Eon-jin snapped. That's just your wild guess. Wait, so you guys are ghost hunters? What even is that? Eon-jin looked blank. You know, people who hunt and collect evil spirits. What the? The more Eon-jin heard, the more confused he got. I don't care what you say, I'm not buying it. He firmly ended the conversation. That stone statue or whatever has nothing to do with us. With that, he turned to Bale. Hey, Lee Hisu, let's go. Why do you guys keep lying? Ji-won sighed. Fine, whatever. I wasn't actually planning to show this. But a few fragmented sounds played, making Eon-jin turn back in shock. Ji-won was playing a video on his phone. Phone cameras these days are almost as good as DSLRs, he said, nonchalantly zooming in on the image. This distance is just perfect. We're cooked, Eon-jin thought to himself. I'm not a bad guy. You don't have to hide anything, Ji-won reassured. Saying that just makes you sound more like a creep, Jisoo commented. What do you want exactly? Eon-jin asked straight up. I have a favor to ask you guys. Ji-won smiled sheepishly. Do you two know about the haunted antique shop? Meanwhile, Do-kyung was walking down the hallway when someone called out to her from behind. No, Do-kyung. She turned around curiously. A shy-looking boy was holding out a wooden box. This is for you, the boy stammered. What's this? Do-kyung happily accepted it. Open it and see, it's a gift from me. This is the first time a boy has ever given me a gift. Do-kyung laughed excitedly as she opened the lid. Thanks. By the way, what class are you in? Hearing that, the other boy's voice trembled. You don't remember me? No way. You hypocrite! With that, he stomped off in a rage. Do-kyung was left there confused after being yelled at. Right then, a strange light emitted from the box. Inside was a paper doll with Hanja characters and a single die. Suddenly, the paper doll burst into flames. A plume of pitch-black smoke poured out of the box. A new day began, with clear blue skies and pure white clouds. In the classroom, while the other students were focused on the lecture, Jin was still spaced out. Where did we leave off last week? He leaned on his hand and gave a long yawn until his eyes watered. Man, why am I so wiped? He suddenly opened his eyes, noticing something under his desk. It was his phone. The screen lit up with messages from someone named Ghost Hunter. Below were 3 consecutive messages, sent at 9:11 a.m. Ghost Hunter. Jin-sama, it's Ghost Hunter. My number is Bo1. This is Ghost Hunter, G1. What the? Shocked, he texted back. How'd you get my number? The reply came almost instantly. Lee Hisu gave it to me. Jin was annoyed. Of course. Just this once. Come to the haunted antique shop. With me. No way. Come on, Jin. No, Jin. You two just go together. Ji-won said if you go, Lee Hisu will go too. Hearing that, Jin clenched his fists, feeling a bit annoyed. Suddenly, a voice rang out from right above him. Hey! He jumped in surprise and looked up instantly. The teacher, holding the grade book, raised an eyebrow and asked, Who does that empty seat belong to? Jin turned to look at the empty desk next to him. Huh? It's No Do-kyung's, a voice called out. The class started whispering. He was already here, probably just went to the restroom. The classroom door was suddenly pushed wide open. Everyone's eyes shifted toward the student standing at the door. Whoa, startled me, there he is! Teacher No Do-kyung is here! But Do-kyung showed no intention of stepping inside. The teacher spoke up. No Do-kyung, where have you been? The whole class went dead silent, waiting for an answer. Oh, sorry about that, sir. Do-kyung grinned, not looking apologetic at all. A classmate called out, Hey, no, your seat is over here! Do-kyung glanced toward the one who called him. Then his gaze drifted past Jin. He smirked, then turned his face toward the board, his hand starting to fiddle with a die. The bell for the end of class rang. Minjun and another friend blocked Do-kyung's path. Where'd you go for so long? You almost got marked late. Did you really go to the restroom? Do-kyung said nothing, only raising a fist toward them. Huh? Minjun hesitantly bumped fists with him. What's up with that? Let's play rock, paper, scissors, Do-kyung laughed, propping his feet on the desk. 10,001 a round. I'm broke. Minjun gave a forced laugh. Then pay with your body. Minjun rubbed his chin, thinking it over. 10,001, huh? He quickly made up his mind. All right, let's do it. Minjun threw rock while Do-kyung threw scissors. Ha, a real man's gotta go with rock. Minjun laughed out loud, full of hype, but then he froze when he saw Do-kyung pull out a 10,001 bill. For real? Minjun held the money, his jaw on the floor. Totally. Why wouldn't it be? Do-kyung replied casually. You worked for it, after all. Sweet, thanks a lot, man, Minjun cheered happily. Wanna go again? Do-kyung asked with a friendly smile. I'm down, Minjun agreed without a second thought. Do-kyung smirked. Let's make it 50,001 this time. What, 50,001? Must be nice being a rich kid. Minjun mocked him, cracking his wrists. This guy is really pushing his luck. Do-kyung threw paper this time, so you're Minjun grinned. Before he could even finish his sentence, Do-kyung delivered a devastating punch that sent Minjun sprawling to the floor. The whole class turned around in shock. Yo, what the hell? Why did you just hit him? Jin was also stunned. What gives? No, Do-kyung just stood there laughing hysterically. He pointed at Minjun, who was lying flat on his back. A man's gotta take risks. You can't get anything done if you keep throwing rock all day. Hey, you okay? Minjun! A friend anxiously shook him. I think he's out cold. Someone call the nurse. What's wrong with everyone? Do-kyung looked around, acting clueless. Everyone was staring at him intensely. It's nothing. He stepped forward and grabbed Minjun's arm. This guy won the 10,001 bet. What more do you want? He let out a loud laugh. He tried to pry the bill out of Minjun's tightly clenched hand. Damn, this guy's got a death grip on this cash. Do-kyung, that's a bit much. A friend spoke up reproachfully. Huh? Do-kyung's face went cold. What's that supposed to mean? Am I supposed to just let him win? I already gave him the 10,001, didn't I? And I told him he'd have to pay with his body. Hearing his bone-chillingly calm tone, everyone was in disbelief. Wait! Do-kyung suddenly seemed to remember something. He stepped right up to the friend who had just spoken. Pretty sure you agreed to it too, right? The guy was shaking like a leaf. Huh? Do-kyung's gaze turned ice cold. He stood up and cursed in frustration. Oh, damn it! Do-kyung shoved his hands in his pockets and walked straight out. Only after he had completely left the room did everyone dare to rush over to check on Minjun. What just happened? Yo, are you okay? What the hell did I just witness? The student sitting next to Jin pushed up his glasses. This looks like a scene straight out of a school bully movie, a chubby classmate remarked. I think it's more like an isekai thing. Actually, that's not Do-kyung. A villain from another world must have possessed him. Yoon-jin just frowned, lost in thought. A moment later, two girls started whispering and gossiping. Did you see him this morning? What's up with Do-kyung all of a sudden? That's the first time I've ever heard him curse. The girl sitting opposite her, holding a mirror, glanced toward Do-kyung. He's like a totally different person. Scary as hell. I thought he was some kind of gangster. I heard he's taking acting classes. The girl with the ponytail tried to justify it. He's probably preparing for an audition. But does he really need to practice like that at school? The other girl looked at Do-kyung in disbelief as he used a pod, exhaling clouds of white vapor. Oh, he must have landed a thug roll. The whole class was buzzing. What is he holding? Unbelievable. Hey, Do-kyung, a boy with a bowl cut spoke up to warn him. You're not allowed to smoke here. The teacher is coming soon. Do-kyung didn't seem to care at all. What was that? You're too quiet. I can't hear you. His tone left the boy momentarily stunned. It was a bit intense. Speak up! Do-kyung suddenly yelled right in the bowl-cut boy's face. The class jumped. What the? Is he losing it again? Suddenly, Do-kyung reached out and gently rubbed the boy's ear. His voice softened. Just kidding. Scared you, huh? He held up the pod and laughed. You think this is a cigarette? But the teacher is almost here. Wanna bet? Do-kyung cut him off. He smirked and lowered his voice. I bet. The teacher walks in the second the bell rings. 10,001. Bowl-cut was shaking like a leaf. I bet they don't. 10,001. If you don't have the cash, you pay with your body. Do-kyung used that seductive, wicked tone again. Bowl-cut was sweating bullets, staring at the floor, too scared to look up. Why so shaky? Do-kyung mocked. Hey, Do-kyung! A voice called from the door. It was Jisoo, looking at him with a frown. Do-kyung frowned right back at her. Then his gaze shifted downward. His hand was being held by her as she pulled him away. Out in the hallway, Do-kyung jerked his hand back. Hey, what is wrong with you? Jisoo was in total disbelief. You actually hit someone? Why? And what about this? Where did this come from? You hate smoking. Do-kyung didn't give a damn. He just focused on tossing the die in his hand. Hey, are you even listening? Jisoo shouted, her anger rising. He stopped and gripped the die tightly. Even or odd? What? Are you kidding me right now? Even or odd, he repeated with a slight smirk. Hurry up. Jisoo was skeptical but answered anyway. Odd. Do-kyung smirked and opened his hand. Wrong. Suddenly, he grabbed Jisoo's cheeks firmly. He pulled her in close, his expression full of mischief. Guess you'll have to pay with your body then. Jisoo was pulled so hard she bumped right into him. She gasped, her eyes widening in shock, and then slapped Do-kyung hard across the face. You freaking psycho. With that, Jisoo turned and stormed off, leaving Do-kyung behind, rubbing his slapped cheek. In a corner nearby, a chubby boy was watching everything unfold. He smirked and tightened his grip on the talisman in his hand. On another bright day, Ji-won was walking down the hallway. He unlocked his phone and a message thread appeared. Eon-jin-sama, if you don't answer, I'm going to post those blurred photos on the paranormal forum. Eon-jin replied, shut the hell up. Ji-won messaged back, Eon-jina, just this once. This is my final wish. Before I kick the bucket. He looked up at the sign for class 12-3. Did you think you could hide here and I wouldn't find you? Ji-won opened the door and walked in. Excuse me, Eon-jina? The signal detector on him started vibrating. Ji-won smiled. Looks like you're very close by. Time to track down Eon-jin. He excitedly scanned the area with his device, calling out, Eon-jina! Hiding is useless. My tracker can find you in a heartbeat. A powerful force suddenly struck the detector in his hand. Ji-won fumbled and the device crashed to the ground. Do-kyung was already standing right next to him before he knew it. Ji-won jumped, breaking into a cold sweat as the smell of cigarettes hit him. Do-kyung slowly leaned down and picked up the device. It immediately started vibrating uncontrollably. At the same time, the gadgets all over Ji-won's body began to blare. Chilly. Ah! What's going on? Why is everything breaking all of a sudden? Ji-won frantically checked his gear, not forgetting to ask for help. Hey, can you call Eon-jin from your class for me? Meanwhile, Eon-jin checked his phone and saw a string of messages popping up on the app. Ghost Talk, save me! Help, I'm a goner. Suddenly, Do-kyung slammed the detector onto the floor. It shattered into a million pieces. You wanna die? Do-kyung glared at Ji-won, his voice low and threatening. You should apologize first when you run into someone. Seeing Do-kyung's terrifying aura, Ji-won started to get cold feet. Oh, right, I'm sorry. A die was tossed high into the air. Do-kyung suddenly clapped his hands and thrust two fists in front of Ji-won, his face looking like a total demon's. Which hand? You're screwed. Hee-soo grimaced as she stared at the tarot cards on the table. She turned to Eon Jin, her voice trembling with fear. Do-kyung from your class is possessed? Eon Jin indifferently scrolled through his phone, only giving a bored grunt in response. Hey, Dragon Jin! Hee-soo stood up abruptly. Your name is Eon Jin, that's why I'm calling you Dragon Jin. No need to explain, he said, face-planting onto the desk. Besides, why do I have to go? To save your friend. What kind of friend are you? Whatever, we're not even close. But are you really sure he's possessed? Just based on a single card? Eon Jin was skeptical. He was totally normal this morning. He's probably just always been like that. He stood up, getting ready to leave. This has nothing to do with me anyway. Forget it. Hee-soo's face turned somber. And don't call me that anymore, Eon Jin warned. But what if he actually is a good person? Hee-soo stared out the window, putting on a pitiful face. He must be suffering so much right now. Just like when my body was possessed. Do-kyung and I went to middle school together, a voice suddenly called out. Ji-won had appeared out of nowhere, so I can guarantee he's a good guy. He's never hit anyone. He doesn't even have the guts to swear. He's like a character straight out of a comic book. See, I told you he's a poor soul, Hee-soo chimed in. He doesn't even have the balls to bet with anyone, Ji-won continued. Hee-soo looked at his swollen cheek in surprise. What happened to your face? Eon Jin asked. Got slapped by a ghost. Seeming to see right through their plan, Eon Jin said flatly, I'm not going. Ji-won looked down, then looked up to face Eon Jin. I won't force you to go to the antique shop anymore, and I'm sorry about earlier. You just said it was like when you were possessed, right? His tone became serious. You're only standing here because of a successful exorcism, aren't you? Even if you aren't ghost hunters. You were the ones who solved the bronze statue case, right? That again? Eon Jin snapped. We have nothing to do with that. Before he could finish, Hee-soo cried out in shock, Wait, Eon Jin! A notification popped up on her phone screen. Ji-won has transferred 50,000 won. He sent a deposit. Now what? Eon Jin groaned. I'll pay the rest if you agree. Ji-won said, Please help me! He bowed to them. Please save Do-kyung, I'm begging you. Eon Jin recalled Do-kyung slapping Ji-won to the ground, the equipment screeching relentlessly, and that chilling, raspy voice. Even so, he gave a flat refusal. No. He walked coldly past Ji-won. Help him yourself, Hee-soo! I'm out. Eon Jin left, and Hee-soo rushed after him. She glanced at Ji-won with pity as she passed, then quickly followed. Ji-won was left all alone in the room. In the hallway, their footsteps faded away. Eon Jin thought to himself as he walked, They're trying to drag me in again. What kind of mess is it this time? Sorrowful memories suddenly came rushing back. He just wanted to live a normal life, just like before. That voice from the past had been echoing in his head since that day. Kid, you're already dead. No, Yongjin told himself. From now on, his own safety came first. He would absolutely not get mixed up in anything else. Lost in thought, he suddenly ran right into Do-kyung. Do-kyung, he thought to himself. A friend walking with Do-kyung gave him a playful nudge. See, those girls are looking for you. Heh, Yongjin glanced over. Staying like this might actually suit you better. He thought they would just pass each other like strangers. But suddenly, a hand shot out. Yongjin blocked Do-kyung's path. His hand, as if it had a mind of its own, grabbed Do-kyung by the collar, leaving the friend standing there in total shock. Even though he made the first move, Yongjin himself looked absolutely terrified. At that moment, Hee-soo was racing down the hallway looking for him. She called out, Yong! Before she could finish his name, she froze when she saw Yongjin clutching Do-kyung's collar. Hee-soo quickly hid behind a wall, covering her mouth to keep from making a sound. He says he won't get involved, but in the end, he's still performing an exorcism for them. He's still as kind-hearted as ever. Do-kyung's friend snapped and cursed at him. What the hell do you think you're doing? Right after that, Yongjin did something bizarre. He used his right hand to punch his own left hand, the one still gripping Do-kyung's collar. I'm sorry, he stammered, sweat beading on his face. It wasn't me. Do-kyung let out a laugh at that. Your hand is literally right there. What do you mean it's not you? Yeah, exactly, Yongjin stuttered. Hearing that, Do-kyung angrily loosened his tie and pulled out a die. He tossed it into the air, then snatched it up, clenching it in his palm. He hid the die in one of his hands and thrust them both forward. Yongjin gave a smug smirk. Which hand is it? Do-kyung and his friend laughed mockingly. Meanwhile, Hee-soo, hiding behind the wall, was worried sick. What the? Yongjin was stunned. He felt his left hand starting to move again. It slowly rose up, terrifying him. His hand was acting on its own once more. The hand automatically pointed at Do-kyung's left palm. Do-kyung paused for a moment, then opened his hand. The die was sitting right there. Spot on. He walked over, placed a hand on Yongjin's shoulder, and brushed past him. "Watch that hand of yours, buddy." After they left, Yongjin stood there staring at his hand, his mind spinning. After walking a short distance, "Joe." Kyung looked back at him with a puzzled expression. Back in class, he couldn't stop looking at his hand. Suddenly, it jerked up on its own. "What's going on?" The hand curled into a tight fist and aimed straight for his face. Before he could react, it punched him square in the face. A friend wearing glasses walked by and asked curiously, "What are you doing? A new trick? That's pretty cool." Yongjin had to use his right hand to pin down his left hand to stop it from acting out. "Practicing a talent show act for the field trip?" the friend asked with a laugh. Suddenly, the left hand jerked violently again. Hey, help me hold my hand back," he cried out. The friend immediately helped, but he grabbed the right hand instead. "No, the left one, not the right," Yongjin snapped. His left hand was spinning out of control, as if it wanted to punch someone. "Yongjin," the friend said, "do I really have to be part of this cringe fest? Why is this so gross?" Yongjin had to use all his strength to pin the left hand back down. Finally, it stopped moving. He let out a sigh of relief. "It's over." A friend playing games at the desk in front turned around. "Hey, Yongjin, is it possible that you," he asked seriously, "have alien hand syndrome?" "What the hell is that?" Yongjin wondered. Right after leaving the classroom, he immediately went online to search for that strange syndrome. After reading through the signs, Yunjin thought to himself in terror, "Oh my god, why does this sound exactly like me? Could it be a brain issue? I have been hitting my head a lot lately. No wonder I've been feeling so sluggish. Or is this a symptom of something serious?" While Suho was lost in thought, a figure approached from behind and suddenly raised a hand. Reflexes faster than thought, Yunjin's left arm swung up automatically to block the attack. It was Suho. He was surprised by Yunjin's reflexes. "Whoa!" Suho gave an awkward laugh. "I guess getting punched so much has made your body react on its own, huh?" Yunjin thought dejectedly. "What now?" "That's not it." Yunjin tried to explain. "My hand right now." "Whatever." Suho cut him off, not bothering to listen. "Hey, is that Joe Kyung guy in your class?" Yunjin gave him an annoyed glare. "Tell him to give me back my vape," Suho ordered. "What's that?" "It's a vape, you idiot!" Suho snapped. "It's your stuff. Why don't you go ask him yourself?" Yunjin countered. "Why are you telling me to go? It's such a hassle." "You coming to find me is even more of a headache," Yunjin argued back. "I'd have to walk across the entire 11th grade wing." "This guy," Suho frowned, his gaze turning menacing. "I told you not to piss me off. I told you I'm Yunjin." Before he could finish his sentence, his left hand started moving again, giving a sharp jerk. Startled, he quickly pinned it down with his right hand. "Fine, I'll go get it for you," he said hurriedly. "See? Was that so hard?" Suho said with satisfaction, always talking in circles. "I'm off," Yunjin replied, brushing past him. "Look at the way he runs," Suho scoffed behind his back. In the hallway, Ji-won was holding a strange device with colorful rods to detect temperatures. Suddenly, the green stick started glowing. He immediately pointed the meter in that direction. The screen, which was showing 9 degrees, suddenly plummeted, down to -1 degree. "That's weird. How could it be -1 degree there?" Yunjin walked into the classroom and saw Do Kyung sitting at the back desk, making his heart race. He just stood there staring, trying to hype himself up. "Just act like you don't know anything," to avoid getting into a fight. "Why are you lurking behind me like that?" Do Kyung's voice rang out, making Yunjin jump out of his skin. "Planning to try your luck with another bet?" "No, it's not that," Yunjin said, terrified. "Suho told me to get back something you borrowed from him." "Borrowed?" Do Kyung smirked, reaching under the desk. "Is he scared of getting trashed after losing the bet? So now he wants it back?" "He didn't say anything about that," Yunjin muttered, averting his gaze. Suddenly, Do Kyung leaned his head back. He stared intently at him and laughed. "You want to catch these hands instead of him?" "Who would want that?" Yunjin immediately snapped back. "I'm not that bored." Do Kyung looked surprised. "Whatever, you just keep it then," Yunjin said irritably, turning to walk away. "Oh, it's for that guy from earlier, right?" Do Kyung suddenly said. "I'll give it to you." Yunjin turned back. "Yeah, exactly!" But then he pulled out a die and tossed it. He caught it and clenched it tightly in his palm. "If you guess right," Do Kyung smiled creepily. "Even or odd?" The class started whispering while Yunjin was terrified. "Huh? No, there's no need. Wait, it's already started," Do Kyung urged him. "Hurry up! There's nothing in this for me, so why do I have to do it fast? Come on! Must be odd, right?" Do Kyung smirked and raised his hand. Yunjin flinched as the whole class held their breath in fear. Just as Do Kyung's fist was about to strike down, Yunjin's left hand suddenly moved on its own. It shot up, blocked Do-kyung's arm, and shoved it away hard. At that exact moment, his finger delivered a powerful flick right to Do-kyung's forehead. Bam! Do-kyung fell backward, his back slamming into the bulletin board. He collapsed to the floor as the entire class gasped in shock. Everything happened way too fast. Even Yeonjin himself couldn't wrap his head around what he'd just done. Wait, what? What just flew by? The hand propping up Do-kyung on the floor twitched slightly. Yeonjin flinched, his face turning pale as a ghost. Do-kyung staggered to his feet. He covered most of his face with one hand. No one could see his expression right now. In the tension-filled air, Yeonjin awkwardly tried to explain. It's because of my left hand. He suddenly realized he'd let the secret slip. Why did I say it was my left hand? And that it's being controlled by a parasite? What? A sarcastic voice rang out. Still acting? Another guy mocked. Oh man, you almost had me thinking you were some hidden pro. A girl with hair rollers nearby listened but was totally clueless. Wait, what does parasite mean? Yeonjin was sweating buckets. He stammered, unable to find the words. So. He glanced at the guy with glasses and forced himself to continue. It's because Do-kyung asked me to play the role of his rival. Rival? The glasses guy was puzzled. Wait, what? Are you guys rehearsing for a play? In an instant, that somewhat forced explanation miraculously made sense, and Yeonjin successfully convinced the whole class. Oh, that's right, Do-kyung is going to be an actor, isn't he? Ah, that actually makes a lot of sense. Everyone fell for it hook, line, and sinker. But Yeonjin still hadn't fully recovered from the shock. Maybe it's because of Do-kyung's usual reputation, he thought to himself. Whatever, just let it slide. Then the guy with glasses walked over looking annoyed. Hey, you should have given us a heads up first. You scared the crap out of me. Do-kyung stood there listening to everyone gossip about him. Wow, Do-kyung is seriously good. He gets so into every character. Wait, so were you and Minjin just acting earlier too? That was some next-level method acting, getting hit like that. He could only let out a mocking laugh. Then, with a toothy grin, he chuckled and mumbled, Hey, Yeonjin. Hearing the way Do-kyung called his name, Yeonjin started getting all worked up again. Now Do-kyung lowered his hand, revealing an expression that looked straight-up demonic. He marveled, This is actually getting interesting. Yeonjin broke into a cold sweat. I'm cooked. At the same time, Hisu, who was walking past the classroom, happened to overhear the whispers coming from inside. Wait, were Yeonjin and Do-kyung close before? But they've always been so quiet around each other. She stopped in her tracks, her face filled with anxiety and shock, as she vaguely pieced the story together. Somewhere else, Jiwon was opening an old box he'd just found, examining the strange characters inside. What's with this creepy box, and look at this? Is this Oracle Bone script? When he looked at the lid, he was a bit taken aback. There was an equally bizarre symbol underneath the lid. A sense of familiarity urged him to compare it with information on his phone. On the screen was an anonymous post asking, Has anyone ever seen this weird symbol before? And as luck would have it, the symbol was identical to the one he was looking at. An antique ghost shop? A thought flashed through Jiwon's mind. But why is it here? While he was racking his brain, a familiar voice called out, Hey! Jiwon turned around, startled. It was Jia, and her face was still clearly troubled. She opened the Ghost Talk app on her phone. A string of short, cryptic messages appeared. Stop it! Help me! Save me! Death! Destruction! I don't know if you'll believe me, she began. But right now, Do-kyung is a ghost. Maybe his soul is really close by. Jiwon didn't seem surprised at all. He calmly fiddled with his phone and said, When he hit me, I heard some kind of noise echoing inside the box. How does it work exactly? It mashes up radio frequencies so that spirits can deliver messages. What did Do-kyung say? Jiwon repeated his friend's words. Jiwon, I'm sorry. That was it. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Jia burst into tears. Tears fell one by one onto the phone screen. Wait, are you for real? Jiwon asked, completely stunned. Get lost, Jia snapped, wiping her tears away in frustration. But Jiwon stopped teasing her. He simply sat down beside her. You used to say that thing was just a toy. But it sounded exactly like Do-kyung. Thinking back to when she faced his possessed state, Jia couldn't help but feel suspicious. He did a total 180 out of nowhere. Could he have some kind of brain injury? She wondered. But she bitterly gave herself the answer. With this madness happening right in front of her, she had no choice but to believe it. The image of Do-kyung's glowing eyes and his creepy smirk flashed in her mind, sending a shiver down her spine. That look wasn't human, it was terrifying. Do-kyung must be so scared right now, right? She said anxiously, He's always been such a scaredy cat. What do we do now? Her voice was full of helplessness. Why did things suddenly turn out like this? Ji-won sighed. You already know, don't you? Do-kyung was fine before first period. Something must have happened after first period ended. No way, something definitely happened. Jia didn't want to believe it. Ji-won shrugged. I've found the cause. The one behind this is still in the school. Jia stopped crying and gasped in surprise. Seriously? Right, you did say there was something fishy going on at school. Is it that thing? Nope, Ji-won replied while rummaging through his bag. He pulled out the ancient box. But I've already collected the evidence. He pointed to a symbol inside the box. Without this, there's no way to explain any of this. What is that? Jia asked curiously. I'll perform the exorcism myself, you'll see. But what is it exactly? Jia asked again, sounding urgent. But Ji-won was completely lost in his own world. You insolent demon, he muttered, his eyes glued to the box. Today I, the great exorcist, will make my official debut. The sunset dyed the entire road in golden hues. Yeonjin walked with heavy, uncertain steps. Every now and then his gaze would drift down to his own fist. He was still obsessing over that finger flick from earlier. Did I actually use some kind of superpower? Suddenly, Do-kyung lunged out of nowhere and threw an arm around him. Hey! Yeonjin! This sudden move scared the living daylights out of Yeonjin. Where are you off to? Come hang out with me. Do-kyung grinned, trying to bait him. I have to go home. Yeonjin tried to hide his nerves, though his voice was a bit shaky. Then let's hang out at your place. Do-kyung wouldn't let up. Yeonjin quickly slipped out of his grasp. My dog is really vicious, but after only a few steps, Do-kyung grabbed his wrist and yanked him back. Come on, just play with me for a bit, he demanded through gritted teeth. At that exact moment, the beaded bracelet on Yeonjin's wrist suddenly emitted a blinding flash of light. Ah! Do-kyung was blasted backward. He let out a scream and stumbled, unable to keep his balance. He stared in horror at everything before him, especially his own hand, which was flickering in a bizarre way. What the hell is this? But even Yeonjin didn't expect the bracelet's effect to be so obvious. Whoa, this is top-tier quality. Seizing the opportunity, he waved his braced arm toward Do-kyung to drive him away, and it worked perfectly. Do-kyung didn't dare come closer. He just stood there frozen. He glared resentfully as Yeonjin's back faded into the distance. He clicked his tongue in pure frustration. Just how much longer? Until my powers are fully restored? That night, in Yeonjin's room, he watched the dog flipping through a book like a person and asked hesitantly, So you're saying my brain isn't damaged? It's all because of your power? The dog just gave a mocking, ha-ha. I'm gonna smash all your peanuts right now. Yeonjin threatened with a glare. Peanuts? The dog finally looked up. Hurry up and bring them out. I need some comfort food. But because of this left hand, the whole school is bullying me. His fist trembled with pure resentment. I already told you, the dog replied nonchalantly. The power I transferred saved your life. Thanks to it, ghosts don't target you anymore. Don't target me? Are you capping? Yeonjin raised an eyebrow. This power of yours is the one picking fights with them. It even controls my arm to hit me. That arm doesn't belong to you anymore. The dog sighed as he explained. Wait, what? If it's not my arm, then whose is it? The dog looked up, revealing a terrifying truth. Your real arm was severed by the doll demon. Needless to say, Yeonjin was shook to the core. Let me put it in simple terms for you. He fixed his eyes on the hand, resting on Yeonjin's left arm, emphasizing every single word. Your left arm is the last remnant of my power. Hearing the words Black Dragon and last remnant of power coming from its mouth, Yeonjin was completely dazed with shock. The sun was setting, dyeing the entire area in crimson. The phone screen displayed a message about the antique shop. It's haunted. You absolutely must go with a fortune teller. If you go in alone out of curiosity and cross paths with something, no one can save you. The two friends stood before a shop that looked no different from an abandoned warehouse. Is this the place? Jia clicked her tongue. It just looks like an old house. While Ji-won was scared of everything, Jia remained strangely calm. Whatever, let's just go in and check it out. Wait! Ji-won dropped his backpack and started rummaging for something. If we go in together, they might get suspicious. Let me go in alone. Even though he was scared to death inside, he still tried to act brave. In another scene, Jin, in dog form, was retelling the legend of his past. My power was originally forged from 4 dragons. The red dragon, blue dragon, white dragon, and black dragon. His eyes suddenly turned pensive. But now they have all vanished. Only the black dragon remains. He looked at Yeonjin's left arm. That arm of yours is the very last of my power that remains. It was manifested from the power of the black dragon. Yeonjin listened with his jaw on the floor. It was the most powerful, but also the most arrogant of the 4 dragons, Jin remarked. Yeonjin froze at the mention of the black dragon. He held out his arm. What if you take this arm back? But Jin looked at him like he was a total idiot. Then you'd lose an arm. It would just disappear, like gone for good? Yongjin was in complete despair. To be precise, it's already been crushed. Everything I'm telling you is the truth. Hearing that made Yongjin just want to cry. Come on. But hey, Jin asked curiously, why do you hate it so much? For a mediocre body like yours, this power isn't exactly a downside. It's ruining my school life, Yongjin complained. I don't know about ancestors or whatever. Oh, by the way, kid, Jin suddenly cut him off. You're not even listening to me, are you? Yongjin was speechless. I want to ask you something, Jin said. What is it? He pushed a history book forward. Is there any record of the Earth God or of your clan, for instance? Say what now? Yongjin was confused by the unfamiliar names. This book doesn't have any records after the Dangun era. Entirely. Yongjin flipped through the book, muttering, this is all Three Kingdoms period stuff. Jin shook his head. Besides this, what else? Then Yongjin flipped to another page. Are you looking for this? This is all of it. There's nothing else left. That's strange. Jin's small bead-like eyes narrowed. What now? Yongjin was done. Suddenly there was a knock. Yongjin turned around, curious. Yongjin! A voice shouted from outside, making him jump. In a dusty, gloomy room, Jiwon placed a mini camera on a shelf. Ancient artifacts were scattered everywhere, from ceramic jars to old wall paintings. Is anyone here? He called out. Are you here to buy something? A raspy voice replied, startling Jiwon as he turned around. An old woman stepped out from behind a curtain, the smell of decay wafting from her. Staring at the creepy old woman, Jiwon began to stutter. You wait until the camera is rolling before you dare to speak up. Hello, outside? Jia stares intently at the ghost detector screen, her face tight with tension. She tries to recall Jiwon's instructions. If I'm not there, and you see green light streaks like these, call me immediately. Inside, Jiwon gets straight to the point. This cursed item came from this shop, didn't it? The old woman glances at the wooden box. So what? As I thought, it's because of this. Jiwon grits his teeth. Please tell me how to break the curse. The responsibility lies with the one who cast it. I only sell the goods, she replies slowly. Then was the person who bought this a Sampo High student, wearing the same uniform as me? I don't disclose customer information. It won't be easy to pry information out of her, Jiwon thinks to himself. The old woman looks at him, her expression full of suspicion. Why are you here talking all this nonsense? If you're not buying anything, get out. Ah, then I'm relieved. Jiwon breathes a sigh of relief. I was just testing you. I'll buy this item. He fiddles with the wooden box. My friend bought this here and recommended it to me. But since this is for cursing someone, it'd be a hassle if you couldn't keep a secret. The old woman still shows no sign of doubt. A moment later, she brings out a wooden box and a silk pouch. This cursed object takes effect just by looking at it. You must not open it to see what's inside, understood? Jiwon watches blankly as the old woman pulls a yellow talisman out of the silk pouch. This is the talisman for the caster. Her raspy voice warns him, and remember, if you only want to play a little prank, then tear this talisman within 49 hours. If I tear it, the curse will be lifted? Jiwon asks. That's right, the old woman smiles kindly. 49 hours, huh? Jiwon thinks, then casually asks, so what happens if it goes past 49 hours? The smile remains on her face. Who knows? The darkness of the room mixed with her chilling laughter makes Jiwon freeze him in his tracks. He could only nod half-heartedly. He'd been getting the creeps for a while now. I know how to break the curse now. Time to bounce. Thinking that, he immediately put on a goody-two-shoes face. Oh, then I'll be careful, ma'am. May I ask how much it costs? Do you take card? Ah, but these things probably only take cash, right? My bad. I didn't bring any cash with me. No need, the old woman said, opening a red bag. Put your fingernails and hair in here, then just write your name on this stack of paper. Jiwon was shook. Fingernails? Hair? Name? He gave a forced laugh. Doesn't that mean I'm getting it for free? You won't get anything out of it. What are you saying? She laughed. These things are very precious. Jiwon quickly made an excuse. Ah, but I have hereditary baldness. I'm in treatment, so I can't pull out any hair. As for the nails, how about I just write my name today? He held out his hands with neatly trimmed nails. Can I come back after my nails grow out? He looked at her with an innocent smile. I just write my name here, right? Just as Jiwon was about to pull the papers toward him, she suddenly grabbed his hand. Her gravelly voice whispered in his ear, yes, make a blood seal and then write your name. At that moment, a razor-sharp blade slid out from the old woman's bamboo cane, making him shriek. Ma'am, I have hereditary hemophilia. Can I do it after I take my meds? Sorry, but where's the restroom? I really have to pee. Ji-won rushed into a corner and fumbled through his bag, pulling out a red ballpoint pen. Seconds later, acting like an Oscar winner, he wailed, "Ouch, oh my God, ma'am, hurry! My blood! It clots the moment it hits the air!" He clutched his finger, which was smeared with red ink. The old woman was completely done with him. How can one kid have so many ailments? Seriously. Ji-won quickly pressed his blood print onto the paper. Now I can write my name, right? The old woman watched him, muttering, "This poor child is so sickly. I better help him get healthy fast." The old woman urged him to write faster. Ji-won slowly moved the pen to draw. A horizontal stroke, then a vertical one, then horizontal again. After a while, he produced an incredibly long and scribbly name. Suddenly, he seized the moment and flipped the entire stack of papers open, holding them right against the hidden mini-camera on his body. "What the hell are you doing?" She angrily snatched the papers back. "Oh, I'm not allowed to look?" Ji-won played dumb. "I just wanted to double-check if I wrote it correctly." Suddenly, muffled whispers echoed in his ears, before turning into ear-splitting screams, repeating over and over, "Liar, liar, liar!" Ji-won's spine went cold. The notification chime from his smartwatch rang out, making him jump. "Ah, so I should head out now, right?" At that exact moment, the shop's rolling door slammed shut. Jet-black skeletal bars appeared out of nowhere. Space itself seemed to warp, and the entire shop vanished. Ji-won was trapped in a pitch-black void. "Wait, ma'am!" he shouted in desperation. "Shopkeeper, where are you?" Sensing things were going south, he spoke urgently into his watch. "Gia, can you hear me? Gia!" Right then, a sliver of light appeared. Gia, the powerhouse girl, was single-handedly lifting the rolling door. She screamed, "Ji-won, get out of here now!" Ji-won gaped in shock. "Hurry!" Gia put every ounce of her strength into it. "Got it!" Ji-won immediately bolted out. Suddenly, the door in Gia's hands began to crackle, sprouting razor-sharp fangs, and transforming into a giant monstrous maw, attempting to swallow them both. The creature's teeth slammed into the ground, crashing the door shut. Only Gia's final muffled scream echoed out. "Gia!" one shouted, frozen in shock. At that moment, a figure charged in. He swung a massive greatsword, delivering a powerful blow to the door. The slash created a spatial rift like a black hole, forcing the monster's maw to spit Gia back out. Hisu caught her just in time. The door reverted to its old, rusty form. Ji-won stood frozen, staring at the person who just appeared. It was Yoon-jin. Yoon-jin-sama and his greatsword. He looked at Yoon-jin's arrogant posture and thought to himself, "That's badass." Out of nowhere, a ghostly hand reached out from within, trying to rip the crack wide open. "It's coming!" Ji-won screamed. Yoon-jin swung his sword by reflex, his hand gripping the hilt tight. Ji-won was buzzing with excitement. "I thought this stuff only happened in comic books." But damn, Ji-won was shook. Yoon-jin didn't have the strength to lift the sword. Suddenly, that hand delivered a massive punch, sending him flying back. "Yoon-jin!" Hisu rushed up to provide backup. Ji-won couldn't hide his amazement. He watched Hisu skillfully conjuring fire and marveled, "I guess a mage's daughter is just built different." But the cool factor didn't even last 3 seconds. Hisu tripped over a rock and face-planted. Ji-won was totally done with his duo. How the hell are these two supposed to exercise anything? With the situation hanging by a thread, Ji-won glanced behind him and was startled to see iron bars. On the other side, Yoon-jin was still being tightly entwined by the black arms. His breathing was growing weaker and weaker. The sound of footsteps echoed from a distance. It was Ji-won swinging an iron rod. "I guess I have to do everything myself." One swing broke the first arm. Who would have guessed this kid's profile was so fire? A second-degree black belt in kendo. Hisu was stunned. The arms binding Yoon-jin began to retreat. Seizing the moment, Ji-won grabbed Yoon-jin's shoulder to run. They all took the chance and bolted like the wind. Aboard a building's roof under a glowing red sky, someone was silently watching them. The cleaver was tossed onto the ground. Yoon-jin slumped down, panting, exhausted out of his mind. To make it worse, he heard something incredibly annoying. "Yo, are you guys okay?" Yoon-jin turned around, ready to snap, but then he saw Ji-won flipped upside down, his head bowed low to the ground. "I'm so sorry. Who would have thought it'd be this dangerous? I'm really sorry for dragging everyone into this." His words were sincere, but his vibe was a total mess. "I did text Lee Hisu to come help, though," Ji-won explained, then recalled the message he had sent. "Hisu, this shop seems to be connected to Do-kyung's possession. I'm gonna exercise it myself with a friend. Don't worry, worst case we both get possessed and just come back, LOL. It'll be fine." After reading it, Yoon-jin was completely done with this little troublemaker. Ji-won was now pale with regret. If I'd known, I wouldn't have come in the first place. But I think sending that text was the right call. It's really dangerous, you know, Jisoo replied gently. Next time let us know first so we can go together. Jiwon was stunned, then beamed with joy. For real? You'll come with me next time? No, I'm definitely not going. Yoonjin immediately rained on his parade. Give it a rest. Jiwon reached out his hand. Let's be best buds from now on, okay? Yoonjin gave his hand a hard slap. You two are hilarious. Jiwon knew that meant he'd agreed. Thanks for coming to help. You could have just ignored it. You're actually a stand-up guy with real loyalty. Just like Jisoo said. This feels weird, Yoonjin finally spoke up. If you screw up, it'll be the last time we ever talk. Why are you being so shy? Jiwon teased with a laugh. Yoonjin let out a helpless sigh. Why is nobody around me normal? Good grief. Wait, so you really go around exercising things? Jiwon asked hesitantly, his eyes sparkling as he stared at the sword. Where did this sword come from? It looks exactly like a great sword from a manga. Can I try touching it? I mean, we're friends now, right? You're already touching it, Yoonjin said, speechless. Suddenly, the sword's blade glowed as if refusing to be handled. Well, guess not. Jiwon pushed up his glasses with a look of disappointment. I see, it must be a barrier. Only the chosen ones can wield this blade. Cut the crap, Yoonjin snapped. That's an exorcism blade, a raspy dog-like voice rumbled. Jiwon jumped out of his skin. Wait, why did the dog bark like that? Jin, in his dog form, was panting heavily. It can only cut through evil things. After saying that, he collapsed. Oh, Grandpa! Hisu panicked and rushed over. Are you okay? Please, have some water. We have to hurry and catch that dragon, Jin thought to himself, feeling like he had one foot in the grave. Wait, is that your dog? Jiwon was amazed. How did he get all the way here? Yoonjin replied coldly. He wasn't allowed in the taxi. Jiwon was speechless. That's insane. Oh, I paid for the taxi with the money you gave me. Yoonjin seemed to remember something. You guys took a taxi here? Jiwon thought he had run all the way there. Yeah, I transferred the money to Lee Hisu myself. Grandpa, are you feeling any better? Hisu asked Jin. Why is there even a palanquin here? Jin rasped feebly. So the taxi was a palanquin? But wait, is the dog really named Grandpa? Jiwon still couldn't process it. Yeah. He's a dog with special powers for exorcisms? Yeah. Got it. Sounds like something straight out of a manga. At that moment, Jia gradually regained consciousness. Ugh, where am I? She looked up to see a group of people huddling around, looking completely confused. What's going on? What just happened to me? She looked around. I just saw something really weird, like the shop sprouted a huge tooth, and it was thrashing around like crazy. That's wild, Hisu remarked. All right, Jiwon turned on his iPad. Now that, Kanja's awake too, let's get down to business. He turned the iPad screen around. You guys need to see this. The latter part is distorted so the footage isn't clear. On the screen was the recorded footage from inside the shop. He fast-forwarded to the part where a piece of paper was shown. But I managed to catch the most important part. Under a starry night sky, someone opened the door and entered the shop. Hey, old lady, the person called out. The possessed Dokyoung looked at the person. How much longer? Just got back and you've already lost an arm? The person looked at Dokyoung's severed arm, asked curiously, and then covered their mouth to stifle a laugh. Pfft, what happened? Some kids wearing the same clothes as you just dropped by, the old woman said. Hearing that, the other person's face went blank. She continued, It seems they want to rescue the host of this body. But an abnormal individual intervened. An abnormal individual? Dokyoung grew curious and stood there picking his ear. Wait, could it be Han Yong-jin? The old antique dealer repeated the name with curiosity. Han Yong-jin, some random guy who once beat me in a bet, Dokyoung replied, flicking his finger into the air. Yeah, he flicked his finger once and I went flying. So I don't think he's a normal human. How dare you wander off instead of waiting obediently? She cut him off. It takes 49 hours for the soul to separate from the body. What are you talking about? Dokyoung's face darkened. I had to do it because I was afraid they'd burn the talisman. I told you they'll just tear it, it's not a problem. You shouldn't have taught them how to tear the talisman in the first place. Dokyoung flared up in anger. Seeing him act like a wild animal, the old woman seemed pleased. Humans may look calm on the outside, but their hearts are filled with fear. You have to give them a little insurance before they'll sign the contract. You were the same. Her voice was gentle, but Dokyoung couldn't find a way to argue back. Besides, they won't tear the talisman, she reassured him. People nowadays look down on black magic. They only pray for others to fail. How can you be so sure? Dokyoung gritted his teeth. Countless red threads began to flow from the old woman. One thread attached itself to him. Just look at your siblings. Is this not proof enough? Even if they burn the talisman, you won't disappear. You'll simply return to me. Leaning on her cane, she moved in close to Dokyoung. Do you really hate being by my side that much? Right at that moment, a person wearing a mask suddenly appeared at the door. Stepping inside casually, "Excuse me, coming in." Elsewhere, a terrified voice rang out. "What, 49 hours?" Hisu was stunned. "A whole day has passed already." Jia replied. "About 15 hours left then," Yongjin added. "Does anyone here know who Kim Sun-yu is?" Jiwon asked. The whole group shook their heads. "There are a ton of names on this paper." "Why are you so sure it's Kim Sunu?" Jia wondered. Jiwon pulled out a wooden box. "I found this at school." "Look," he said, pointing at the characters carved on the box. Then he compared it with the name on the paper. "It's a perfect match." The whole group nodded. "Whoa, no cap, it's true." "The ink still looks pretty fresh?" "Must have been recent," Jiwon analyzed. Right then, Jin barked a few times. "What's he saying?" Hui translated for Jiwon. "He says that reads as da back," Jiwon muttered to himself. Then he suddenly snapped to, "The gambling demon, encyclopedia mode on." Jiwon was back in his element. According to my demon dictionary since the late Joseon dynasty, Dobagui has been recorded as a type of evil spirit, specializing in testing human luck through betting games. However, nobody has ever been able to beat it. "Oh, gambling," Yongjin muttered. "So all those bettings and rock-paper-scissors games were set up by it?" "First of all, hurry and let that priestess know about this." Jin gave the order. Hisu nodded vigorously. Yes, let me check with my mom." Seeing the two of them keep nodding to a puppy, Jia was totally shook. "Yo, are you guys actually talking to this dog right now?" "Yeah, but you guys can't hear him." "You need to have the gift to hear him," Hisu explained. "Damn it, when am I ever gonna get that gift?" Jiwon said regretfully. The name Mom popped up on the phone screen. "Mom, the talisman was burned." Immediately, Hisu's mom's voice came from the other end, mixed with dry coughing. "That thing is super dangerous. Are you kids okay?" "Just looking through the screen. Already gives me a killer headache." "Mom, are you okay?" Hisu asked worriedly. "What you encountered is a mujagui, a childless ghost. A soul that uses other souls as its henchmen. In other words, the old lady at the antique shop isn't human. She's not human?" Jiwon was terrified. That ancient room with countless trapped souls, the names signed with the red marks in the ledger, were actually contracts for soul snatching. That talisman, both the cursed child and the person who used it are no longer safe. Everyone was terrified when they heard that. "If 49 hours pass," Jia said tensely, "the body will be completely possessed by the demon." Worry was clearly written on everyone's faces. The soul. The child will be trapped forever inside the shaman's talisman. At that point, there will be no way left to save them. Hisu's mother continued. But she emphasized, if the talisman is destroyed within the time limit, the possessed child will return to normal, and the parasite inside Dokyoung will also vanish. What about the person who cursed Dokyoung? They will die. "Their soul will be claimed by the demon. Serves them right," Jia gloated. "That kind of person is a total loser anyway." "Well, they're about to kick the bucket regardless." "It should be fine, right?" Hisu's mother added. "But you still have to bring that child here, so I can assess the situation. You absolutely must burn that talisman before the 49-hour mark." The next day, the whole group went to school and split up to check every class. Jia searched 4th grade, Ji-won searched 5th grade. Hisu also searched another class with the same question. "Is Kim Seon-yu here?" In class 2-1, a curious boy muttered, "Kim." "By Ji-an-yu!" Then turned and shouted, "The guy you're looking for is here! Kim Ji-an-yu!" Ji-an-yu, an introverted-looking student, was startled. "Who's calling? Are you Kim Ji-an-yu?" "Yeah, so what?" The person looking for him was none other than Yongjin. "Why me?" He grumbled to himself, then cut straight to the chase. "Do you have the talisman?" Upon hearing that, Seon-yu jumped in surprise and stayed silent. Then suddenly he shoved Yongjin hard and bolted outside. "Hey, stop!" Yongjin rushed after him. "Why is he so fast?" And just like that, the chase began. Hey, stop right there!" Yongjin screamed. But after only a few meters, he was panting heavily. Wait a sec." His limbs were shaking like an 80-year-old man. "Why is this so hard? My legs feel completely paralyzed." "Well, did you find him?" Jia opened the door and asked. "Over there," Yongjin replied breathlessly, pointing toward the chubby boy who was waddling, away up ahead. "That guy?" Jia immediately charged toward him, with the speed of a track athlete. "You little brat, stay right there!" But with her "your time is up" face, Seonu didn't dare to stop. "Hey!" Ji-won shouted from afar. "You gave your hair and fingernails when you bought that. Didn't you? You're dead meat." Those words acted like a stun move. making Seonu freeze in his tracks. That's a contract to offer yourself to the devil. Gia also caught up and grabbed him, screaming, "Give me the talisman. If you don't want to die, hand it over." What? Seonu turned pale, still in denial. "Don't lie to me!" "It's the truth," Hisu said. "She's a shaman," Ji-won added, pointing at Hisu. "I'm not a shaman," she quickly denied. Gia looked at the chubby boy and said, "But if we just burn the talisman, everything will go back to the way it was." Then, Seonu finally stammered, "Will Dokyeong go back to normal too, really?" "Yes," Gia replied. "It's not too late to set everything right." "Give it here! I'm not giving it!" He gritted his teeth. "You're unbelievable," Ji-won sighed. "Gosh, please," Yongjin groaned in exhaustion. "What's the point now anyway?" Seonu's face twisted. "I'd rather die." In another space, the name Kim Seonu had been stamped, marking him as the chosen one. On the old woman's forehead, red strokes followed one after another, forming a seal over Seonu's name. A ghastly scratching sound echoed at the door. My life is cooked anyway. Seonu kept his head down. Now that things have turned out like this, it's over for me. He sneered. "You guys hate me anyway, right? You'll probably just talk trash about me all over school. Who even cares?" Yongjin was speechless. "Well, acting like this definitely makes you annoying." Ji-won spoke bluntly. "Actually, I didn't think it would get this out of hand," Seonu muttered. "We get it. Just give us the talisman and we're done." The two kind girls comforted him. "Just apologize to Dokyeong later. He'll understand." "Understand my foot!" Seonu snapped as if someone had stepped on his tail. "What do you guys even know about Dokyeong? That jerk just acts like he's nice, but in reality he looks down on everyone." The other two remained speechless. "If Dokyeong comes back," Seonu bit his lip, "he might act all forgiving in front of you, but he'll definitely beat me to a pulp behind your backs. Because that bastard," he raised his head and screamed, "is a total fake!" A memory from middle school flashed back. In a noisy classroom, Seonu sat doing his work, grumbling, "So damn loud I can't think. Why do I have to be in the same class as these people? We were supposed to be sorted by academic performance. So should we let Seonu continue as class president?" The teacher's voice rang out. The class started buzzing. "Teacher," a boy said, putting his arm around the student next to him, "I nominate Dokyeong for class president." The class cheered while Seonu just hung his head. "I nominate Dokyeong too." Seonu's expression darkened. Finally, Dokyeong and Seonu both walked up to the podium. "I think it makes more sense to let Seonu continue as president," Dokyeong stammered. "Come on, don't be shy," his classmates cheered from below. In the end, Dokyeong won by a landslide. Seonu only got 2 votes. "Dokyeong 21 votes. Congrats to the new president!" Friends swarmed around Dokyeong. Seonu was shaking with rage. "He only got elected because he's popular." They should have picked someone competent. What the hell does that smooth talker even know how to do? "Who were those 2 votes for?" Whispers started to circulate. "He probably voted for himself." The kids in the back snickered. Seonu felt exposed and turned beet red. "A bunch of idiots daring to make a joke out of me. You guys just robbed me of my opportunity. Don't you know that?" On the board, the homeroom teacher listed a series of subjects: literature, math, English, Korean history. Seonu held his test results in his hand. Suddenly, someone in class shouted, "Yo, Dokyeong took first place in our class!" Seonu froze. The girls began to gush. "Whoa, a real-life class president! Handsome, smart, and rich, he's literally the GOAT. He's perfect, 0 flaws. I heard he doesn't even have a girlfriend yet." Seonu's face turned pale. He recalled the smile of Dokyeong and felt nauseous. "No way! How can someone be so perfect? He's definitely a fake." He crushed the grade report in his hand. "Fake-ass bitch. He's probably laughing at me on the inside, isn't he? That manipulative bastard. Always playing nice in front of everyone." Seonu ranted on. "So you're just salty because you didn't get elected class president, right?" Gia said, sounding completely done with him. "More like a victim complex if you ask me." Ji-won chimed in. "So have we gotten to the fake part yet?" "There's more!" Seonu yelled. "This part is actually important." This time, it was the freshman orientation ceremony. A hand tapped Seonu on the shoulder. He was stunned. "Dokyeong? How did he know I was in this class?" "Hello?" Dokyeong smiled politely. "Are you in this class? Could you call Donghun for me?" Seonu's face froze. "Who agrees that the part where he forgot my name is fake?" Seonu turned and asked Yongjin and Hisu. Not a single hand went up. "Damn it!" he screamed. "There's no way that bastard didn't remember me. He obviously did that on purpose because he looks down on me. Just admit that you hate Dokyeong." Gia glared at him. "Who the hell are you that he's supposed to remember you? Besides," Ji-won analyzed calmly, "you transferred schools right after that. Who would remember someone who left right as the semester started?" Do you even know my name? I was in that same class too. It's more like you just want Dokyoung to be a fake, Jiwon concluded. Everything you've said so far is just an excuse? Every gentle word was like a dagger, leaving Seonu speechless. He gritted his teeth. A tear suddenly rolled down his cheek. I don't care if he's fake or not. That bastard has to go. This world is so damn unfair, Seonu sobbed. I tried so hard, but I still got nothing. While he was born right at the finish line. You think everything came easy to him? Jia said coldly. Well, duh, Seonu sneered. Being born into a rich family. If that's not the finish line, then what is? Bastards like him need to be taken out. What do you even know? Jia couldn't take it anymore. Her eyes welled up with tears. She knew how much effort Dokyoung had quietly put in. He always had to work twice as hard as everyone else, because he was always envied by people like you, so he was terrified of being hated. Good for him, Seonu replied. I heard he's studying to be an actor? Probably just playing the nice guy to use it as a stepping stone later. Shut up, Jia screamed. This moron. Jiwon was at a total loss. Why won't he understand? Is it because of the talisman? Right at that moment, Yongjin, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly spoke up. You're right, it is unfair. Jia and Ji-won were stunned. Yongjin, why are you— Because I think so too, Yongjin said, looking straight at Seonu. But then what, if Dokyoung disappears? Will your life suddenly get better? His gaze was cold and indifferent. Memories of envious glares, and the feeling of standing helplessly in the distance, suddenly came rushing back. Will the world become fairer then? Yongjin asked. Nothing will change. You'll always find people like Dokyoung to fixate on, and then you'll just find another way to pull some useless stunt like this. He looked at Jia's heartbroken tears. If the time runs out, and Dokyoung can't come back, then you've essentially committed murder. Every word from Yongjin felt like a hammer blow to Seonu's conscience, because even if his body remains, Dokyoung's soul will have vanished from this world, and you'll just keep living like you did before. That is the real fake thing here. Hearing these words, Seonu's tears began to fall again. That's not true, he lied to himself in a whisper. The scene flashed back to that day. Jia walked away in anger while Seonu hid behind a wall, watching everything. The hand holding the talisman began to tremble. Is it actually working? He watched Dokyoung's retreating figure. A savage smile spread across his lips. That's right, now this is what I call fair. This is your true face, Dokyoung, he thought gleefully. Tomorrow rumors will spread all over school. He'll definitely get expelled. Jia will definitely cut him off too. But when he got home, fear began to consume Seonu. He was trembling. If 49 hours pass, will Dokyoung really disappear? His hand gripped the talisman tightly. If that happens, then I'm— Dokyoung's fake smile flashed in his mind again. Am I a murderer? His mind instinctively wanted to tear the talisman to pieces. This is enough. This is enough to ruin his reputation. But then he couldn't do it. He remembered what Dokyoung said when he saw him. You look familiar? What's your name? A million thoughts were clashing in his head. He saw my face. What if he comes back and looks for me to get revenge? Thump! Seonu slammed his fist onto the bed. Who knew this thing actually worked? He cursed under his breath, pounding the bed repeatedly. Countless embarrassing memories flooded back. He shifted all the blame onto the person who was the cause of everything. Dokyoung! Seonu sat curled up in a corner. It's because he's so fake that it ended up like this. He brought this all on himself. That dazzling smile kept replaying in his head. Seonu clutched his face and screamed in agony. Things have already turned out like this. What am I supposed to do now? It's too late. Just give me the talisman. Hurry up. Yongjin's voice rang out calmly. Ji-won finally understood. Wait, is this that legendary gaslighting lecture? She looked at the master of psychological manipulation. First, pretend to empathize, then deliver a deep, heavy-hitting moral lesson. Hisu stood behind them, watching silently. I can't believe that actually worked. Ji-won marveled as she saw Seonu had been completely reformed. Seonu pulled the talisman out of his pocket while sobbing, but at that exact moment, a soulless voice whispered in his ear, Just die. Seonu's legs buckled. Jia, who was holding on to him, was dragged down too. Hey, what's wrong with you? She yelled. Give me the talisman. Seonu opened his lifeless eyes, mumbling under his breath. I have to go back to Mom. He yanked his arm away from Jia, sending her tumbling. You freaking psycho! Hisu and Ji-won's jaws dropped. His foot stepped onto the windowsill, and just like that, he plunged straight out. A slipper flew off into the air. Seonu was hanging precariously in midair, still not processing what was happening. When he looked down, sheer panic set in. Help me! He screamed. I don't want to die! Don't move! Yong-jin shouted, trying to maintain a grip on his leg. Ji-won hugged him tight from behind. I know, I told you to stop moving! Behind them, everyone else was pulling with all their might. Gia strained so hard the veins were popping out in her arms. At this rate, they were all going to go down together, Yong-jin thought. His hands gripping Seonu's leg had turned bright red. Suddenly, the group lost their footing and almost plunged over the edge. In that split second, Yong-jin's hidden power was suddenly triggered. Because of that, he managed to haul Seonu up, saving everyone from the brink of death. Are you out of your mind? Why the hell did you jump? Yong-jin hissed through gritted teeth. It wasn't like I wanted to. Seonu argued back, trembling. Someone was staring at me and told me to die. After that, I don't remember a thing. He literally said he'd rather die, Ji-won pointed out. Hey, we need to burn that talisman right now, Hisu said. She noticed a mark on Seonu's neck. On his neck? Isn't this the symbol from that antique shop? Suddenly, the mark began to burn hot. Ah, it burns, Seonu cried out in pain. See, it's the talisman, get it out fast. Ji-won urged anxiously. Seonu pulled out the talisman. That's the one? Gia snatched it. Get the lighter out. Burn it right now, what are you waiting for? Finally, the flame flickered to life. But Dokyeong had already appeared. An icy breath blew out the flame. Happy birthday, he spoke in a low, deep voice. Everyone was terrified. Happy birthday to my lovely self. Gia, hurry up! Ji-won screamed and lunged forward to grab Dokyeong. Seonu also charged in. You bastards! Dokyeong slammed his elbow into Ji-won's head. Yong-jin stood in front of Gia. Burn the talisman now! Tears streamed down her face, but she struggled to stay calm enough to light the flame. As the talisman finished burning, Dokyeong collapsed. Did it work? Dokyeong! Everyone called out to him. He slowly opened his eyes and struggled to sit up. The group rejoiced. Dokyeong! But a different voice came out of his mouth. Sorry about that, he smirked. Dokyeong logged out yesterday. Dokyeong shook with laughter while everyone else stood frozen in shock. He mocked them. Look at your expressions. No way. Ji-won was dazed, but it hasn't even been 49 hours yet. Dokyeong burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, what kind of joke is this? Was that really the right talisman? Ji-won turned to ask. It was, but wait, it's not the talisman's fault. Dokyeong spoke with a sinister grin. It is the right talisman, but now it's just trash. It has nothing to do with me anymore. How can that be? Yong-jin and Hisu were bewildered. If so, then the real Dokyeong, Gia, collapsed. He's gone, he said nonchalantly. Your efforts were all for nothing, you idiots. But why? It wasn't supposed to be until after 49 hours. Ji-won grabbed his phone, trying to find an answer. Dokyeong stepped forward and grabbed him by the collar. Ji-won! He crushed the tracker on Ji-won's chest. He mocked, the moment this toy stopped beeping, you should have realized, before the owner of this body kicked the bucket. He kept calling for you. Ji-won shed tears of deep regret. Don't cry, Dokyeong said, his smile turning cruel. He raised his claws. You'll be reunited with your friends soon enough. In another dimension, the real Dokyeong was facing a mysterious evil spirit. Do you want to make the deal with me? The childless ghost proposed. I will give you what you desire. Who are you? What kind of BS are you barking? Dokyeong growled. He said nothing, only snapping his fingers. An invisible force sent Dokyeong flying into the locker. The gambling demon old lady rushed over, catching a white porcelain vase. She then glared at the childless ghost. Damn you, how dare you! She roared. Black smoke from every corner surged toward him, but as it drew near, it suddenly retreated. Who are you? She asked in terror. Taking 49 hours just to claim one soul, the childless ghost said, picking up the porcelain vase. What a pathetic piece of dark magic. What the hell do you want? The 49-hour contract. I'll get rid of it for you, he answered calmly. In exchange, he looked toward Dokyeong, that unusual child who was once here. Bring him to me alive, back in reality. Yong-jin stood as a shield in front of Ji-won. Stop it. Oh, so you're finally down to play? Dokyeong let out a vile laugh, lifting Ji-won off the ground. Well then, want to make a bet? The match isn't over yet. He made a proposal. Let's do this. If you win, I'll leave this body and return your friend back to normal. But if you lose, your soul belongs to me. Yong-jin hesitated. What's it gonna be? If you refuse, I'll end all of you right now. Dokyeong tightened his grip on Ji-won's neck. Brother, please bet with my life instead. Ji-won gasped out with difficulty. Shut up. What I want is Han Yong-jin's life. After a moment of silence, Yong-jin made up his mind. Fine. Really? Dokyeong's excitement was palpable. In return, wait until school is over. Until then, leave everyone alone. Deal, Dokyeong agreed, dropping Ji-won. He leaned in close to Yong-jin's ear and whispered, meet me at the antique shop after school. And remember, come alone. He suddenly yanked Yong-jin toward him by the shirt. Oh, and don't go inside the shop unless you're looking to die. With that, he walked out of the classroom. This kind of trap is so cliché, Ji-won spoke up. Going there alone is just asking to get jumped. What the hell is actually going on? Jia was worried. The talisman had already been burned. The symbols on Dokyong's neck had also vanished. Why hasn't he returned yet? Suddenly, a thought just popped into my head. Ji-won blurted out. Shut up! Kang Jia couldn't help but snap. Is it possible Dokyong has already turned into a plague demon? As soon as Ji-won finished his sentence, Kang Jia swung a punch at him. I told you to shut up! Fortunately, Ji-won dodged it just in time. At that moment, Hisu spoke up. My mom said if the talisman is burned but he still hasn't returned, then his soul might be held captive somewhere. Where exactly? Kang Jia asked. At the antique shop, for sure. Ji-won cut in. The gambling demon himself told Yong-jin to meet him there. Besides, the shaman once mentioned that it's the hideout, where the broker demon creates plague demons using human souls, Ji-won realized. Ji-won picked up the notebook. The gambling demon even warned him not to go inside. Maybe it's because Dokyong is in there. He looked up after reading the contents of the notebook. According to my monster encyclopedia, even though no one has ever beaten the gambling demon, it might actually keep its word. Though I'm also worried it's a setup. There's no guarantee we'll win, Kang Jia interrupted. If he loses, Yong-jin will be in deep trouble too. No, Yong-jin can win, Ji-won countered. Huh? You got a trick up your sleeve? Earlier, the gambling demon said the match wasn't over yet. Ji-won crossed his arms. So the odds are 50-50. Why even say that then? Kang Jia was done. But Yong-jin had been silent all this time. He recalled Dokyong's words. What I want is Yong-jin's life. He looked at his hand, reflecting. He wasn't aiming for my body. It's all because of this left arm. Suddenly, he realized something. The left arm was created from the black dragon. It's not a curse, it is a power. Hey, Lee Hisu, Yong-jin called out. Last time you said I was fighting, didn't you? Yeah, that's right. But didn't the great deity already take care of that demon? Yeah, he's the one who finished it off. But before that, it was mostly thanks to you. Jisoo explained. Before that, when exactly? Right after my mom was stabbed. Your mom got stabbed? Was it Kang Jia? Shocked, Yong-jin sank into deep thought. Exactly. After that moment, I don't remember a single thing. If what she says is true, and my hunch is right. He suddenly raised his left hand. Did I only use my left hand back then? Hisu was stunned. Are you left-handed? Wait, am I wrong? Yong-jin asked, confused. Hisu suddenly turned around to reenact the scene, mimicking how he held the blade. The image from that day flashed back. You're right, you only used your left hand. Why do you ask? She asked curiously. I think, Yong-jin said tentatively, I found a way. A way? What way? Everyone asked in surprise. First, let's just do what the gambling demon said. He spoke with a firm voice. I'm going there alone. What? Why? That's just walking straight into a trap, Ji-won worried. Trap, please, Yong-jin interrupted. You can't go alone, it's too dangerous. Hisu tried to stop him. If we all go together and fail before we even start, what if we all end up dead? Yong-jin's mind was made up. He's actually got a point, Ji-won suddenly agreed. I'm not going totally alone, I'll have my ancestor with me. Yong-jin added. Right, but does your ancestor actually have any powers? Ji-won was still a bit uneasy. As twilight fell, Jin, sitting on Yong-jin's head, spoke up. Well, the sun must be rising in the west today. I never thought I'd see the day you'd actually volunteer to go monster hunting. Imagine that. Better than just sitting around waiting to die, Yong-jin replied coldly. That's my grandson, Jin said, patting his head with satisfaction. They crossed an alleyway and reached an abandoned store. Is this the place? Yong-jin was taken aback. Just as I thought, this place is reeking of dark energy. We have to be extremely careful, Jin warned. Are you sure we'll find him? I can hear it. Try calling out to see if the boy answers. The moment Yong-jin stepped inside, a nasty stench hit him. Ew! What's that gross smell? Dokyong! Answer me if you're in here! He shouted. Everything was suspiciously quiet. Suddenly, Jin saw something lurking behind him. Yong-jin! My grandson! Jin warned. Get out of here right now! But it was too late. Just as Yong-jin tried to turn back, his foot stepped on something soft and squishy. The surroundings shifted abruptly, leaving him stunned. Reflexively, he reached back, but his left hand refused to cooperate. It was completely paralyzed. In such a dire situation, Jin saw that he couldn't react at all. Yong-jin trembled. Before he could even lift his sword, tentacles lunged forward, wrapping tightly around his arm. Other tentacles attacked simultaneously. Helpless, he could only close his eyes and brace for the impact. Slash! Right then, A blade flashed, slicing the tentacles in half. It was Dokyoung. He had saved him just in time. "You idiot!" He scoffed, then glared at Yongjin. "I told you not to come inside!" With that, Dokyoung grabbed Yongjin by the collar and dragged him away. The sudden move sent Jin flying back. He was immediately ensnared by more tentacles. "Yongjin!" he cried out in fear. Inside the shop, something massive was rising up. The old woman's voice echoed. How dare you betray me?" On Dokyoung's neck, a strange mark suddenly reappeared, becoming clearer by the second. He smirked with satisfaction. Grabbing Yongjin by the collar, he ran with an excited look on his face. "I'm free!" On the rooftop, Dokyoung, now possessed by a demon, laughed maniacally, while dragging Yongjin along behind him. "Hey, Yongjin, did you see that?" He bared his razor-sharp teeth. "That old hag's expression." Seeing him struggling, Dokyoung snapped, "Hey, quit squirming, I just saved your life." "You never listen when I'm being nice. You really asking for a beating?" He dropped Yongjin. A pile of construction materials came crashing down. Dokyoung jumped down and quickly ran over to him. Yongjin lay sprawled weakly in a thick cloud of dust. He coughed violently. Dokyoung stood there coldly, hands in pockets, looking down at him. A die dropped to the ground. Dokyoung covered it with a cup. Instantly, countless other cups appeared, surrounding Yongjin. "What is this?" he asked in shock. "What do you think?" Dokyoung laughed aggressively. "We agreed to bet our lives, didn't we?" The die began to move from one cup to another, at a dizzying speed, making Yongjin's head spin. "Go on, guess," Dokyoung ordered gleefully. "How the hell am I supposed to guess this?" But then Yongjin decisively placed his hand on a cup. He slowly lifted it up. By some miracle, the smoking die was sitting right there. All the other cups vanished immediately. Dokyoung was stunned. How did he nail that? The odds were 1 in 100. No less. "I win," Yongjin sighed with relief, looking up at him. "Best 2 out of 3. Dokyoung suddenly changed the rules. "Why are you changing the rules all of a sudden?" "Because I feel like it," he replied bluntly, taking out another die. "Highest roll wins this time. I go first." "Why do you keep making stuff up as you go?" Yongjin complained. The die stopped on a double 6. Yongjin read the result. He snapped in annoyance. "Who gave you the right to change the rules like that? I won the last round already. I'm not playing." But his left hand instinctively moved down and grabbed the die. "What are you doing?" Dokyoung asked, confused. "This is—" Yongjin panicked, using his right hand to grip his left wrist tightly. "I said no, stop it!" The left hand still wouldn't obey. It rolled the die onto the ground. "Wait! That wasn't me!" he explained frantically. "It's rolled," Dokyoung sneered triumphantly. "Either way, your dice is only going to show a 1. I've got this in the bag." But suddenly, the tables turned. Yunjin's left hand smashed the dice to pieces. Both stood frozen, staring at the fragments on the ground, reading the number on the largest fragment. "Are you freaking kidding me?" Dokyoung roared in rage. "You lost." "How did I lose?" Yunjin provoked him nonchalantly. "It could have been a 6, but you went and smashed it. There's no rule against smashing it." "Who said you couldn't?" Yunjin argued. "That's an unwritten rule. If we're playing by your logic, then there's no rule saying we have to play 3 rounds either. Best out of 2. I should have won since the last round." Dokyoung gave a thin smirk, then covered his face and laughed out loud. "Guess I'll just have to beat you to a pulp." A surge of dark energy radiated from his palm. "That's right. That demon never said I had to bring him back in one piece, as long as he's still breathing, right?" The moment that thought finished, Dokyoung vanished from where he stood. He charged like a lightning bolt toward Yunjin, throwing a punch with a demonic expression. Yunjin was startled but quickly regained his composure. He reached behind his neck, drew the blade lent by his ancestors, and decisively swung a strike at Dokyoung. The blade's momentum drove it into the ground. Dokyoung, with the insane speed of the possessed, easily backed away to dodge the blow. He was utterly shocked to see that Yunjin could react that fast. Yunjin gripped the blade tightly, but he couldn't control it. The blade raised itself forward. "What the? Since when was I even holding this?" Dokyoung's voice roared out as he fiercely questioned him. "You're no ordinary human, are you? Why didn't you say so earlier?" The blade moved instinctively again, pointing straight at him. A different voice resonated from Yunjin's mouth. "I will take your head." "You bastard!" Dokyoung flew into a rage. "Hey, that wasn't me talking!" Yunjin quickly pleaded, trying to stall for time. "Wait, if you're not down, let's play one more round." The sore loser snapped back. "The fun's over, you hear me?" Yunjin was terrified. He set a condition. "If so, in the match I won fair and square. Let Dokyoung return." "That Dokyoung bastard again," he rasped. "Didn't I tell you? He's been stone dead for ages." After hearing that, Yeonjin's world went dark. But you said if I won, you'd bring him back. He gloated, mocking him for finding his weak spot. Fine, if that's what you want. I'll give this corpse back so you can have a funeral. His true power exploded. But first, you have to beat me. Du Kyung aggressively lunged toward him. Whoosh! A net gun was aimed straight at him and the trigger was pulled. A rainbow-colored net flew out, snatching Du Kyung and slamming him flat on his face. What the hell is this? The net took effect, making the demon howl in agonizing pain. At that moment, Yeonjin was stunned. He looked toward the direction the net was fired from. Got him! Talk about a total plot twist, Jiwon said, still holding the gun next to him. Hee-soo was calling out anxiously, Yeonjin! How did you guys know to come here? Yeonjin asked, bewildered. Flip your tie over and see, Jiwon smiled. Yeonjin did as told and saw a tiny device stuck to it. What's this? That's a GPS tracker, Jiwon explained. Sorry if that's a bit much, but I was worried. You told us not to come. But this was way too dangerous. How could we let you fight alone? But more importantly, he held out a sword. My swordsmanship is actually better than yours. Yeonjin, hurry up and cast it, just like last time, Hee-soo urged him, flustered. Cast what? Suddenly, 2 giant dice cups appeared in the sky. They fell down, covering Jiwon and Hee-soo, making a thunderous noise. Yeonjin was horrified, looking up at Do Kyung, who was hovering in midair. He slowly descended, head down, muttering insults at that bastard. He lifted his head, revealing glowing, piercing, demonic eyes. I told you to come alone, didn't I? Yeonjin was in a total state of panic, but that's all right. Do Kyung spread his clawed hands. His voice softened. This actually makes it more interesting. He conjured up another cup, waving his hand to unleash his power. The 3 cups shuffled continuously, one after another. The speed was much faster than before, eventually forming a single row. What kind of game are you playing? Yeonjin asked, trembling with fear. There's only one empty box. He spoke coldly, his hand slicing through the air across a cup. This is useless. Once they're locked in, they're completely cut off from the outside world. Inside, Hee-soo called out in terror, Yeonjin, what's going on? Are we trapped again? Jiwon screamed. Du Kyung stood before the 2 cups and ordered Yeonjin. Pick one of the 2 boxes, well? You should at least save one of them, he enticed. Don't worry, just choose one. I'll finish the other one off fast, and so fast they won't even realize they've logged out of life. He smirked, mocking Yeonjin. It's tragic, isn't it? They came all this way to save you. Yeonjin remained rooted to the spot, staring intently at the 2 giant dice cups. And now one of them has to die by your hand. The gambling demon taunted. Let them go. Yeonjin's voice dropped to a low growl. You said you only wanted my life. Yeah, well, I don't feel like it anymore, he clapped back instantly. The demon's hideous face broke into a wide grin. His grotesque face split into a laugh. Why should I play by your rules? I could have finished you from the start. I could have wiped you out easily. It's just that I love to gamble. He pressured him into making a choice again. Now which one are you saving? Choose fast, before they suffocate in there. Hearing the word suffocate, Yeonjin was terrified. What's the surprise? With a sealed box like that, where exactly are they going to get air to breathe? Inside, Jiwon and Hee-soo were finding it harder and harder to breathe. The more you stall, the more your friends will... It choked itself, faking suffocation just to troll him. Make your choice, Yeonjin. Yeonjin's face turned dark and grim. He stood frozen, momentarily paralyzed by indecision. Hey, look at that expression on his face. You should have known better and been scared from the start. It mocked him under its breath. This is so satisfying, you piece of trash. It touched the cup on the right and gave a hint. Oh, let me give you a tip. The girl is in this one. Then it burst out laughing like a maniac again. The situation was hanging by a thread. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Yeonjin's mind. Kill him! His eyes turned bloodshot. But thinking of Do Kyung's safety, he desperately tried to resist that command. I can't. If I do, then Do Kyung will... He shifted his focus back to the cups. What if I just slash the boxes open? But what if I accidentally hit them? A pair of fiery red dragon eyes flashed in Yeonjin's mind. His hand instinctively tightened its grip on the blade. His legs moved beyond his control, automatically lunging forward. He swung the blade back to gain momentum. Seeing his decisive move, the gambling demon was struck with shock and fear. Yeonjin delivered a thunderous strike, channeling the dragon's power into the 2 cups. They shattered completely but miraculously. Jiwon and Hee-soo inside were left unscathed. Instead, the one who took the hit was the gambling demon. A gash. A deep hollow appeared on its chest, flashing with red light. Only then did Yeonjin realize that this blade was meant specifically to destroy the unrighteous. This is it. I'm toast. Ji-won slumped to the ground in terror. Hands on his stomach, he frantically felt all over his body. Strangely, there wasn't a single wound. He looked back and couldn't believe his eyes. The demon's true form was lying sprawled out on the ground. He quickly turned on the camera to scan the frequency. Sure enough, there was an extremely powerful magnetic field. "Hey, what are you doing?" Yeon-jin urged. "Hurry up and get Do-kyung out of here." The demon looked up at him. Unbelievable. How is he holding up? When seeing the reflection in the eyes, Yeon-jin, a massive, powerful dragon, was enveloping him. Yeon-jin carried Do-kyung on his shoulders, with Hee-soo and Ji-won following behind. "Yeon-jin, hurry up, run ahead." He replied, "Once I finish up here, I'll follow right away. It's even more dangerous if I go with you guys." "Let's go, Hee-soo," Ji-won chimed in. "We're only going to get in his way. Look at the state of that thing." Yeon-jin definitely has the upper hand now. The demon pushed itself up, gritting its teeth in rage, unleashing a slash from mid-air. Striking directly down onto it, Yeon-jin swung his blade repeatedly. It could only groan and take the beating. Seeing the blade right at its face, the demon suddenly snapped out of it. No way. It suddenly remembered the image of the faceless demon. The seal in the middle of its forehead suddenly glowed, emitting an eerie purple aura. The demon itself didn't even understand what was happening. The veins in its arms bulged intensely. Its body underwent a sudden, strange transformation. Its eyes flared with a purple light. Its head snapped back, slamming hard against the ground. Everything happened way too fast, leaving Yeon-jin standing there, totally confused. It let out painful, hacking moans. A memory suddenly flooded its mind. "Bring him back to me alive," the faceless demon ordered. He was staring intently at a jar with a tube attached to it. How strange. "Why don't you just go and catch him yourself?" the old woman snapped. He placed the jar back in its spot and said calmly, "If I could catch him with my own hands, and I wouldn't have bothered coming to this stinking place." Hearing that, the old woman broke into a cold sweat. "How rude! You've calculated everything, haven't you?" The faceless demon didn't care. He summoned 2 demon cards in his hands. "Everything necessary has already been prepared." He flicked his wrist, throwing the 2 cards. They traced an eerie arc of magical power. One card stuck directly onto the old woman's forehead. The other card imprinted itself onto Do-kyung's neck. The demon card immediately merged with his body, emitting a purple light as it took root around his neck. Do-kyung screamed in agony, clutching his neck. What the hell are you doing?" Black aura condensed on his hand, transforming his arm into something grotesque, with sharp, lethal claws. "What is this?" Do-kyung was in total shock. In just an instant, his entire body was affected. The whites of his eyes were now a deep, eerie purple. He suddenly felt a surge of power like never before. A blinding light nearby caught his attention. The old woman's severed arm had grown back. She was trembling, trying to contain the new power. Her energy was wrapped in an orange glow. It was much stronger than his own. The faceless demon turned and walked toward the door without a care, leaving behind only one sentence: "The deadline is tomorrow." That night, amidst the city lights, Do-kyung bolted into an alley searching for someone. Where did he vanish to? He gnashed his teeth in anger. The faceless demon moved like the wind, appearing right behind him. "Looking for me?" Do-kyung glanced back. He turned around and stared straight into the mask. "Who the hell are you?" He showed no fear at all. "Weren't you the one who altered the old woman's incantation?" "What is this power?" Asking the same rude question 3 times. The faceless demon replied, its bloodshot eyes full of disdain. "Why should I answer questions? From a piece of trash like you?" A gust of wind suddenly blew past. He was already behind him again. Then he continued deeper into the alley. "Wait!" Do-kyung shouted frantically. "That deal! That trade!" He looked at the demon's back. He blurted out, "Do it with me instead." "No can do," he shot back immediately. The faceless demon turned around, covering its mouth as it mocked him. "Truth is, I don't trust bottom-tier demons like you two. You're even weaker than your own master." "She is not my master!" Do-kyung screamed. "I only made that contract for my own reasons." "That's why I was forced into that pact." "And what does that have to do with me?" The faceless demon said coldly. "The condition of the deal is to bring Yeon-jin back here alive. Anyone is fine as long as he's caught alive." Kyung placed his hand on his chest. "I guarantee that with a free body, I can move much faster. That house is the old woman's true form. She can't leave that place. I'm the only one who can actually get the job done. Therefore, give me the same power you gave her. I'll definitely bring that bastard back to you." His determination seemed to move the faceless demon. "If you want it, I can grant you more power. I just fear you won't be able to handle it." "I can handle it!" Do-kyung shouted. Instantly, a black demon card flew straight into his forehead, quickly melting into his flesh. An excruciating pain washed over him. The evil energy surged into his head, forcing him to his knees, screaming, "Tisk, tisk, I warned you, but you didn't listen." The faceless demon spoke indifferently. "Filthy low-life demon. A trembling body, yet you still demand high-level power." He suddenly stopped him as he struggled to sit up. The seal on his forehead had perfectly integrated into his body. A strange voice came out of his mouth. "You said you'd grant any request." The demon card on his neck also took effect. "I just need to catch him and bring him here, right?" Du Kyung's face became stone cold, as if completely taken over by the evil power. He ambitiously declared, "What I want is freedom." Back in the present, the demon had completely seized control of the body of Du Kyung. It flipped the script in a spectacular way. Suddenly, it lunged forward and choked Yeonjin with terrifying speed. The grip was so strong it forced him into a defensive struggle. Yeonjin swung his greatsword, aiming straight for its head. The demon reacted quickly, letting go and soaring into the air, dodging the slash. On this side, Yeonjin clutched his throat in pain, coughing violently. It looked down at him with a look of pure contempt. "What a bunch of idiots. How long has it been?" it muttered, tilting its head as if calculating. 3 minutes, 4 minutes, flashed a wicked, toothy grin. The time from the last breath until total death. At the same time, in another place. "What's wrong with you?" Ji-won asked anxiously. "Hisu, let me give you a hand." Hisu could only call out Du Kyung's name. Her voice was trembling. In front of his pale, ice-cold arm, she said, "Du Kyung." He stopped breathing. Those words left Ji-won completely stunned. He immediately started CPR on Do Kyung, but there was no soul left. The demon narrowed its eyes with delight. "What you're carrying away is nothing but an empty shell." It let out a loud, savage laugh, mocking the desperate efforts of Ji-won and Hisu. "Are you guys planning to hold a funeral for him?" A soul. A thought flashed through Yeonjin's mind. He spun on his heel, gritting his teeth, putting all his strength into running toward the antique shop. But the demon was faster. It blocked his path like a sudden gust of wind. Its purple eyes flashed. With its claws ready, it delivered a thunderous kick to his gut. "Where do you think you're going?" Yeonjin was sent flying. His body slammed hard into a wall, causing it to crack. This power is so hard to control. The demon landed, baring its razor-sharp teeth. "But don't you dare die yet. My mission is to take you alive right now." Yeonjin sat in the rubble, gritting his teeth against the pain. He gripped his blade tightly with his left hand. He ordered, "Kill him for me." As the dust cleared, Yeonjin's glowing red eyes were revealed. He charged forward, delivering a horizontal slash. The demon instantly jumped up to dodge it. It was slightly surprised and enraged. Yeonjin crouched to gain momentum. Then he soared up at a speed invisible to the naked eye, to the human eye. Slash! A strike landed right in the center of the demon's chest. It roared as dark energy pooled in its fist. It gathered its power into its fist and then plunged down like a meteor, aiming directly at Yeonjin. He braced himself with all his might, face drenched in sweat, raising his blade to block the blow, but the force of the punch was overwhelming. He was knocked back and slammed straight into the ground. His blade stabbed deep into the pavement, causing it to shatter. The demon landed softly, looking pretty pissed off. From its wounds, purple light began to leak out. The sigil on its forehead glowed intensely. "You've been an eyesore for a while now," it growled, staring at its left arm, which was emitting a bizarre power coming from Yeonjin. "What the hell is that thing?" "None of your business," Yeonjin replied coldly, gasping for air. "I kept wondering why that masked guy wanted to find you so bad." The demon glanced at him, its pupils flashing. Turns out there's a reason for everything. Elsewhere, Ji-won was still frantically performing CPR. "Do Kyung, please!" "Ji-won, is it possible?" Hisu panicked, realizing Do Kyung's soul was still missing. A voice cut them off. The two looked up in surprise at the newcomer. A man wearing a button-down shirt with earrings was approaching them. "You trying to snap his ribs or what? Why are you pressing so damn hard?" Back at the battle, Yeonjin charged in for another attack. The demon leaned back to dodge the strike. A sharp pain shot through his arm, making him flinch and lose his balance. He was about to collapse, but still tried to swing his blade at the demon's head. The blade grazed its neck. The demon looked momentarily spooked, but at that exact moment, his strength gave out. The blade stalled and then fell to the ground. Yeonjin collapsed, his body shaking uncontrollably, yet his eyes remained full of resolve. The demon lifted a leg and stomped down hard right where he was lying. Luckily, Yeonjin managed to roll out of the way just in time. He knelt on the ground, shivering, using the last of his energy to plant his blade into the earth to stay upright. As Yeonjin steadied himself and glanced at the blade, he forced himself to stand up. His gaze showed zero intention of quitting. At this rate, I'll bite the dust before I take this thing down. The demon tilted its head, watching Yeonjin's staggering body. This bastard looks like he's possessed by someone. His left arm, Yeonjin's blade automatically thrust forward once again. Dragging him along, the demon also lunged toward him. But there was a different look in its eyes, as if it was plotting something. Suddenly, it loosened its clawed hand. The surrounding power vanished into thin air. Yeonjin was caught off guard. The demon unexpectedly used its other hand to punch him hard in the chest. The ancient symbols on its forehead glowed once more. Just as I thought, it grinned sinisterly, confirming its own suspicion. Yeonjin was blown away, the ground shattering beneath his back. There's not a damn bit of power on the right side. The demon thought to itself, laughing with pure disdain. Hey! It called out to Yeonjin, who was lying motionless. I don't know what kind of freakish thing is in your left arm, but it doesn't seem to fit very well with that weak body of yours, does it? Yeonjin opened his eyes, gritting his teeth as he struggled to sit up. Wait! He blurted out. But in a flash, the demon was right beside him, crushing his right arm in its grip. Look at you, it said, staring at him with contempt. Your right side is as weak as a wet noodle. Yeonjin froze. Ah! He screamed in agony as the demon effortlessly snapped his right arm back. His left arm went limp, dropping the blade. The demon kicked him hard, pinning his left arm to the ground. Who told you to resist? You asked for this beat down. It spoke, grinding its foot onto Yeonjin's left arm. Its eyes lit up, baring sharp teeth. Now let's deal with this damn left arm, shall we? It pressed its foot down firmly. Ah! Yeonjin's face contorted in pain. He cried out as a red aura surged from his broken left arm into his right arm. His right arm healed as if by some miracle. Before the demon could even process what was happening, the blade flew right past the back of its head. The hilt landed perfectly in Yeonjin's right hand. They both stared at the newly healed arm, completely stunned. Yeonjin swung the blade with his right hand, eyes full of killing intent. But before he could strike, an object flew in and pinned itself straight into the demon's neck. Its body went limp, sent flying until it crashed into a stone pillar of a nearby building. A bright white arrow pinned the demon's body firmly in place, sending it straight to the afterlife. Yeonjin couldn't believe his eyes. He turned to look at the one who had just attacked. High above, the silhouette of someone holding a bow came into view. You, with white hair streaked with red, was staring straight at Yeonjin. On the ledge of another towering building, Tu Kui, the mysterious masked man, stood with his hands behind his back. Damn it, he cursed under his breath in anger. Things just got a whole lot more messy. Meanwhile, a handsome youth with golden eyes and earrings smirked. He coldly ordered Ji-won to back off. Hey, who are you? Ji-won asked, dazed. The guy didn't answer. He only focused on assessing Do-kyung's condition. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Ji-won shouted as he saw the guy reach for his friend. Up above, Tu Kui performed a seal, conjuring a blinding blue flame. My regards, he said, then vanished. At that moment, the flame from his hand shot downward. The youth with earrings suddenly frowned and paused. On Do-kyung's pale face, a single tear unexpectedly trickled down. Look! The youth exclaimed. Do-kyung! Hee-soo and Ji-won cried out in worry. Suddenly, Do-kyung jolted, coughed, and his eyes flew open. He rolled over and began vomiting uncontrollably. Are you really Do-kyung? Ji-won asked skeptically while patting his back. It's him, all right. The earring-wearing youth suddenly spoke up. Hey, you! Ji-won turned to say something, but the youth had already turned and walked away. It's late. Go home, he waved as he left. Ji-won, Hee-soo called out. Take care of Do-kyung, okay? Huh? Oh, right, I've got this. She stopped short, remembering Yeonjin's warning. Run, it's too dangerous for you guys to stay here. At an abandoned building, the red-haired girl with the bow and the sharp, piercing eyes was none other than Dao, the deity of the earthly branches. Yeonjin swallowed hard, staring wide-eyed at her. A sudden light condensed, forming into an arrow on her bow. The Grand Overseer arched her back and drew the string tight. A brilliant light erupted. Clairvoyant gaze. The arrow shot out as fast as lightning. Instantly, Yeonjin's feet ignited in flames. He lunged high into the air, dodging the arrow's path by a hair's breadth. But before he could even process it, another arrow pierced straight into his shoulder. The heavy impact sent him flying, slamming him hard against the wall. The Grand Overseer landed gracefully in front of him. She looked at the arrow and muttered, I clearly heard it was on the left side, though. Clang! Yeonjin dropped the sword in his hand to the ground. Then, he suddenly gripped the arrow embedded in his shoulder and ripped it out violently. The bright red flames from his hand instantly incinerated the arrow into ash. Those flames then swirled around the sword on the floor. In a flash, Yongjin snatched the sword and unleashed a powerful slash at the Grand Overseer. She had to lean back sharply, barely dodging the blow. But instead of being scared, she flashed an excited smile. After a few acrobatic flips, she came to a halt amidst the thick clouds of dust. Yongjin lifted his head. His face looked like that of a demon, pitch-black eyes and a chilling wide smirk. The Grand Overseer raised an eyebrow, eyeing him like a fascinating prey. Definitely the left arm. Meanwhile, at another location, Jin was being tied tightly to a wall. Tukui sat nearby, keeping watch. His eyes were bloodshot, overflowing with hatred at the thought of Yongjin. "How dare you do that to me?" Suddenly, a figure holding a cigarette appeared behind the door. "Who's there?" Tukui asked in a low voice. The person simply flicked his cigarette ash calmly. He wore earrings, with a smug smirk playing on his lips. "Are you with that brat?" Tukui stood up, his voice sounding like it came from the depths of hell. "Think whatever you want," the youth shrugged. "In that case, I'll just have to take you hostage." "Fine by me. Bring it on if you've got the guts." As soon as he finished, Tukui instantly transformed into a horrific form. Tentacles erupted from his body, coiling tightly around the young man. "If you dare act cocky again, I'll kill you!" he threatened, crushing the youth's arm in his grip. The youth nonchalantly took a puff of his cigarette. "Is that all?" Feeling disrespected, Tukui roared, his eyes turning red with rage. "You bastard, I'll turn you into a pile of rags!" Boom! He charged straight at the young man. Thick dust billowed up and then quickly settled. Tukui was stunned. The young man stood there, indifferently putting out his cigarette. All around him were the tentacles that had been beaten to a pulp. "Is that all you've got?" he asked in a raspy voice. Who are you? How can this be?" Tukui stammered, unable to believe his eyes. The young man smirked. "Me! Look," he said as he yanked off his earring. It instantly transformed into a Ruyi Jingu Bang, erupting in blazing flames. "I am none other than Sun Wukong." Wukong gripped the staff tightly, turning it into a razor-sharp spear, then delivered a powerful slash at Tukui. A massive explosion shook the surroundings. "Whoa, look at those fireworks," locals nearby chatted. Sun Wukong pulled out his phone and snapped a photo. He smirked triumphantly, capturing the moment of the aerial explosion that he had created himself. High above, the bursts of light painted a stunning scene like fireworks. But below, the sight was a total 180. Walls were in ruins and dust filled the air. Amidst the wreckage was the silhouette of a brown-haired youth holding a spear. He leaned down to pick up a bag from the ground. The sound of sobbing caught his attention. The brown-haired youth turned around. Still alive? A scarred arm was clutching onto something tightly. Before him was the monster, covered in wounds with its clothes in tatters. It was holding something close in its arms, sobbing relentlessly. "My children? Oh no, I couldn't protect you." Its voice trembled through tears. "I'm sorry." Suddenly, a spear point slammed down into its head. He looked down at it coldly, his voice full of contempt. "Think you're human or something? You're just a pile of grudges." He looked up and caught sight of a strange phenomenon. Jin is being pinned down by a massive boulder. Only his two small legs are sticking out. The young man, shocked, approaches and lifts the boulder up. He sees Jin lying motionless. Meanwhile, in another development, Yongjin's eyes are filled with bloodlust. He grips his spear and charges at Grand Overseer. A powerful blow strikes down, cracking the ground wide open. She uses her strength to leap into the air to dodge. Just as the Grand Overseer said, "Hack long." She looks down at Yongjin, who is radiating pure, murderous intent. Suddenly, Yunjin snaps out of it. The darkness in his eyes begins to fade. At that moment, Grand Overseer draws her bow, aiming straight at him. "Twathi!" she shouts. The arrow streaks forward and pierces Yunjin's arm. Before he can even process it, from where the arrow hit, iron chains start to manifest. "Ah!" Yunjin screams in pain. The chains quickly bind his arm tight, pinning him to a nearby pillar and sinking deep into the ground. Grand Overseer holds two long iron rods, scraping them together. They make an ear-splitting sound. The rods spark with a red light, and then one of them turns into a sharp blade. "You're right-handed, aren't you?" she asks softly, pressing the blade against Yongjin's shoulder. "Huh?" He looks dazed. "That's lucky then. I'll cauterize as I cut. Bear with it for a moment." "Wait!" His eyes widen as he tries to stop her. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out, making her freeze. Grand Overseer!" That commanding tone belongs to Jin. She slowly turns her head, gritting her teeth. Standing before her is Jin, but in the form of a small puppy. "Yongjin, put the blade down," the puppy commands. Immediately, Yongjin's sword hand trembles, dropping the weapon to the ground. You Grand Overseer is taken aback. Does it hurt a lot? Jin asks young Jin softly. Chen, he is no longer in the form we knew. You Grand Overseer thinks to herself. Still not done yet? The brown-haired youth suddenly walks over. He smirks. Why are you attacking an innocent civilian like that? A mere mortal? You Grand Overseer gasped in surprise. His arm is about to snap off. Neither me Grand Overseer nor Z Grand Overseer were there. She quickly backed away, dispelling the chains. Young Jin! Jin urgently called out his name. The brown-haired youth raised an eyebrow at Jin, then turned to another creature trying to sneak away. Wait, that thing over there hasn't been taken care of yet? You Grand Overseer whipped her head around in a panic. Instantly, she drew her bow and aimed at the bizarre-looking creature. Ah, please have mercy! It shrieked in terror, eyes welling with tears. It's all that old lady's fault! As soon as it spoke, an arrow flew through the air and struck right between its eyes. Damn old hag. It cursed with pure spite, before crumbling into fragments and dissolving into thin air. A stack of talismans fell to the ground, but the writing on them began to fade away as well. A gust of wind blew by, sweeping everything away, leaving behind only 2 lonely arrows. Wait, that's weird. You Grand Overseer wondered aloud. How could a low-level ghost keep moving after being hit by a divine weapon? The brown-haired guy threw out a sarcastic jab. Maybe you're just hitting like a wet noodle? She didn't bother with his pettiness and cut straight to the point. Don't you think something's super sus here? Demons are usually reclusive. Why would they suddenly show up here? Hearing that, the brown-haired guy paused, biting his cigarette as he pondered. He glanced over at Yong Jin and Jin. I think that's the reason right there. Slap, slap. Jin, in human form, swung his hand and slapped Yong Jin hard across the face. Isn't the timing just a bit too perfect? The brown-haired guy said. She also turned her head to look. He leaned down and gently patted Jin, who was in dog form, advising, Hey, Unc, stop hitting him. We haven't seen each other in forever. Why the cold shoulder? Jin glanced at the brown-haired guy and gave a slight smile. That actually hurts my feelings, you know. Night had fallen and the streetlights were on. In the small room, the brown-haired guy and you Grand Overseer sat formally across from Jin. All right, spill it, you Grand Overseer commanded. She glanced over at Yong Jin, who was lying unconscious on the bed. Who is he, my nephew? Jin replied. Turning into a dog made you start barking nonsense? The brown-haired guy burst out laughing. That's clearly your own body, isn't it? Jin fell silent for a moment before speaking up. That's true, but I don't really know the full story either. All I know is that after the seal was broken when I woke up, I was already in this body. As for my original body, it has developed a new ego. It can move on its own, and even talk. You Grand Overseer's eyes widened. What? I'm not sure if it's because the Samsara Gate had already been opened beforehand, Jin continued, but the low-level ghosts kept attacking. That process made the body's ego grow weaker. I tried to merge back into it, but it only accepted hack long, while I was rejected, remaining in the form of a frowning dog. Since then, I've tried a few more times, but none were successful. That's totally absurd, the brown-haired guy remarked. So, after the seal was released, you Grand Overseer concluded, you woke up in a dog's body, while your real body has a different ego, which even took all of your power. It seems like this isn't some trick you guys pulled, Jin said warily. What the hell does this have to do with us? You Grand Overseer poured through gritted teeth. Logically, the brown-haired guy suddenly interjected, why not look at it from that perspective? If that's the case, Jin growled, his eyes full of resentment. Why did you guys seal me in the first place? Does that fit the logic you're talking about? These words left both of them speechless. It seems he doesn't remember a thing. You Grand Overseer thought, just as Z-Way Grand Overseer said, he doesn't remember anything at all. She lowered her head, her face showing no emotion. If that's true, then just keep living like that. She looked up, her glowing red eyes staring intently at Jin. That way I can kill you whenever I want. So if I were human, would you still kill me? Jin asked. If you're doing this just because of my background, then... The brown-haired guy reached out and patted Jin's head. A smile played on his lips, but his words were dripping with threat. I've said enough. It would be better for you to know your place. This time it was Jin who fell silent. He recalled the words of the great heavenly god. At any moment, I can tear you apart and seal you back up again. You think this is a game? Jin snapped, trying to bite the man's hand. Whoa! The brown-haired guy quickly pulled his hand back. You really did turn into a dog, didn't you? Fine, I won't ask anything else, Jin said coldly. In exchange, can you do me a favor? A favor? Help me find a book that contains a complete record of history since the Great War. Why do you need a book? The brown-haired guy looked confused. Just look it up on YouTube, it's way faster. Oh, looking at this house, you probably don't even have a computer. He scanned the room. I wonder if there's even Wi-Fi here. He handed an iPad to Jin. Use this, turn on the data, and search for it. As for how to use it, just ask your nephew. He added, but I doubt you'll find what you're looking for. How do you know what I'm looking for? Jin got irritated. Aren't you trying to find info on the earthly branches? The brown-haired guy spoke bluntly. There's nothing left. The era we once lived in. His expression turned mysterious. Even the moment you were sealed. And everything that happened after, it has all been wiped from history. There are no records of the 12 gods. The brown-haired man's words left Jin stunned. He insisted they had been erased from history, all because of some dragon. Time passed as night fully set in. You sighed. Enough with the nonsense. The brown-haired man mocked Yu's earlier words, perfectly mimicking her expression. Just keep living like that. That way I can kill you whenever I want, right? Shut up! Yu was so embarrassed she wanted to disappear. If you dared to say that back in the day, Shichlong would have turned you into mulch, he snickered. And you even dared to pat Chen's head. That's a dog with 0 power left, so he's probably shaking in his boots. But what should we do with that boy now? Haklong can't be separated from him. What's more, it seems to have spread through his entire body. She turned pale and shrieked. If that's the case, is only his head left? What do I do? Yu was in despair. Will humans hate me from now on? We can just take Chen out and be done with it, right? The man offered a solution and quickly turned around. I'll go handle it while he's weak. Don't get cocky. Yu quickly grabbed him, gritting her teeth in caution. What if he remembers everything? Who knows what he'll do then? Z said if we can't separate them, just keep monitoring him. Fine, he replied. There's plenty of business regarding Chen later anyway. Handle it yourself and report back to Z. The brown-haired man leaned down and got into the car. Are you heading home, sir? The driver asked. Yeah. It turned out that from the start. You never intended to mess with Chen, huh, you? Only now did she realize. Hey, give me a lift to the crib. Middle of the night, the clock struck 3 a.m. Jin remained motionless, staring intently at his nephew. One frowning dog, one person lying still. Finally, Yong-jin spoke up. Why are you staring so creepily? Why are you awake already? Who could sleep with someone staring at them like that? Yong-jin grumbled. Yong-jin, Jin called out with a grave expression. I have to scold you. Why did you use the blade with your left hand? That's going to harm you. Don't ever do that again. Why? You said that power wasn't harmful. That left arm doesn't belong to you. I mean, don't rely on it too much. Just the left arm? Yong-jin recalled his left leg, and his right leg using the power you channeled into them. All to take over my body, right? My body is just a vessel for you, isn't it? So you heard everything, Jin remarked. Yet he remained calm. That's exactly why I said it's dangerous. The most dangerous thing here is you. Yong-jin interrupted loudly, clenching his fists to restrain himself. Saving me? You left me until I was on the brink of death, just to seize this body? Actually, you said the demons are targeting this body. But the most dangerous demon is right here, isn't it? Where? No, it's not like that. It's true I lied to you at first. At first, huh? Yong-jin caught the keyword. So that stuff about the left arm doesn't count as a lie? Back at Hisu's shrine or at school, there were plenty of times you could have come clean. Now that you're busted, you finally decide to tell the truth? Do you think I'm stupid or what? But I wasn't certain myself, which is why I needed time to think. Thinking back now. Yong-jin cut him off again. We've never had a real talk about this. What do you want from me anyway? You want this body, don't you? Jin frowned and stayed silent for a long time before finally speaking. To be precise, that is not your body. The dog stared intensely at Yong-jin, his eyes glowing bright. That is my body. And by right, Jin added coldly, you aren't even supposed to exist. A terrifying scene flashed before his eyes. A man was crying and hurling accusations. It's because of you that your parents are dead. In the background, many others were wailing in agony. You should never have been born. Yong-jin froze, stunned as a surge of anxiety and fear washed over him. The clock on the wall now read 3:25 a.m. You said this is your body, right? Yong-jin asked Jin. If that's the case, Yong-jin continued coldly, then this is my house. Without another word, he picked the dog up, carried him outside, and slammed the door shut. Get the hell out of my house. Left outside, Jin stood there completely speechless. A light drizzle began to fall. Yong-jin was tucked away in his warm bed, sleeping soundly. Before long, the rain began to pour. The sound of heavy rain drumming on the roof woke him up. Why does it have to rain right now? He grumbled, pulling the blanket over his head. Feeling annoyed, Yong-jin opened the door and stepped out. He was startled to see Jin still huddled there, silently watching the rain in the gloom. He was about to quietly close the door again, but a voice made him freeze in his tracks. I have nowhere else to go. Jin stood silently behind the crack of the door. I'm sorry for what I said earlier. Jin expressed his regret. That is your body now. I don't intend to do anything to it. You don't need to worry. Jin's heart wavered a little. He lowered his head and turned to go inside. The next morning, after a long and exhausting night, Jin woke up. He removed the medical bandages from his body. He stood in front of the mirror. Touching his arm, he let out a smirk. Even monsters aren't this freaky. Just as he stepped out of the bathroom, he was horrified. He discovered a pair of dog paws stepping on the tablet. The brand new one? On the bed. Oh my God, get off! He rushed over. He shoved Jin aside. So rude, the grumpy dog huffed. But Jin didn't care. All of his attention now was focused on the tablet. Where did you get this from? Those people from yesterday gave it to me. They said this was a book. They gave you this? That's right. They said if I open that YouTube thing, I could see historical records. They told me to just ask you. Seeing Jin's eyes glued to the tablet, Jin immediately realized, turns out you really like this stuff, huh? Just show me that YouTube thing, and I'll give it to you for good. For real? Jin was surprised. Jin added, on one condition. What is it? Jin glared at him, acting all dangerous. Then he made a very simple request. Make breakfast for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin's stomach growled loudly. At school, Jin heard his classmates buzzing about Dok-young. I heard he's going around apologizing to everyone. Apologizing for what? I thought he was just practicing his acting. Word is, Dok-young even taught those thugs a lesson. What exactly is going on? Jin wondered. It seems like he still remembers everything. When the soul left the body, in another classroom, Dok-young was bowing his head, apologizing to a classmate. You bet 50,000 and then got your jaw clocked, remember? When did I get beat up? I don't remember any of that at all. Dok-young kept waving his hands in denial. They all happily let it slide for him. Jin thought to himself, maybe he was cast as a character who found the light and reached enlightenment. A female student said, this is exactly why keeping up appearances is so important. Perhaps, Jin thought idly. I told you so! A chubby classmate spoke up. Just as Jin sat down, Ji-won spoke out, claiming that Do-kyung's body had been taken over by a villain from another world, possessing his body. But after a series of events, that person was exorcised and he finally came back. At the same time in the classroom, Dok-young was standing by the window, scrolling through his phone, checking out class 2. It's 3 o'clock, only 2 people left. Who's it gonna be this time? Ji-won stood behind him, asking out of curiosity. Dok-young ran off in a hurry, shouting, Is it CEO Yu? Jia was surprised. Ji-won walked to the classroom door, crossing his arms over his chest, watching Dok-young's back and cheering him on. Run faster! Dok-young, go apologize to all of them. Being too kind is also a sin, Jia argued. Hey, that's not Dok-young's fault. She gritted her teeth in frustration. Why does he have to do that? All because of that jerk of a class president, daring to play dirty and hex other people. You know it's not just about that, Ji-won reasoned. It's because he's jealous, Jia blamed. Exactly, jealousy. That Kim Song-yu guy? Before Ji-won could finish, Jia left him standing there, urgently chasing after Dok-young. Hey, Dok-young, don't apologize to that bastard! Ji-won stood stunned, watching her go. Then he muttered the rest of his unfinished sentence. He put chocolates in your desk? On White Day. And you ate it with Dok-young. Back in class 2, Dok-young slowly walked in. All eyes were on him. Hey, that's Dok-young. Seong-yu was huddling in a corner. Hearing that name, he was terrified, thinking it was all over. Everyone is going to cancel me from now on. But Dok-young cut through his train of thought by calling out to him, Seong-yu. Seong-yu was clutching his head in fear. Hearing the voice, he let go of his head. Dok-young was already standing by his desk. Seong-yu looked up. I'm sorry it took me this long to remember everything. He spoke softly. Hearing the apology, Seong-yu's eyes welled up with tears. I was the one who chose it, but I didn't even remember. Class president, Dok-young called gently with a warm smile. His sincere call made Seong-yu unable to hold it in any longer. He broke down, buried his head on the desk, and sobbed. I'm sorry, Dok-young. It's okay. Dok-young gently placed a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. Jia had just reached the door and witnessed the whole thing. In her eyes, Dok-young was so kind right now. He seemed to be glowing with an aura, making her heart skip a beat. She remembered a time they chatted before. Whoa, hey, what are you doing? Memorizing the names and faces of our classmates. He answered thoughtfully. I borrowed this from the teacher as the vice president. Wow, that's truly legit. She just let out a casual remark. Suddenly, Dok-young stopped. Oh, he looked at Jin's photo and birth date and said, It's Jin's birthday soon. After saying that, he turned and smiled at her. That pure, sun-kissed smile left a deep impression on her. Dokyoung, are you actually an angel? In the classroom, Jia put a carton of milk on Eon-jin's desk. For you. Here, Eon-jin was on his phone. Surprised, he looked at the milk, then at her. Jia shyly turned her face away and reluctantly said, "Thanks." Huh? He was surprised. She let out an annoyed sigh. Suddenly, Ji-won grabbed Yongjin's shoulders, leaning down to whisper in his ear. I heard from Jisoo that you were the one who saved Dokyoung. And you saved me too. She glanced around, then shyly repeated, "Thanks." A guy wearing glasses standing behind them. Yongjin witnessed the scene in utter shock. Jaw dropped from the shock. After speaking, Jia quickly ran out of the classroom. What was that about? Ji-won asked Eon-jin. You, the guy with glasses stammered. Another guy picked up the milk carton to check it out. Pistachio flavor? No way, that's wild. Are you two timing? The guy with glasses asked Eon-jin in disbelief. Does Lee Hisu know about this? What nonsense are you talking about? He brushed it off. Then a group of male students swarmed Yoonjin's desk. How could you? Ji-won covered his face in disappointment. This guy is such a scumbag. Another male student cursed while holding his face. The two hottest girls in school. The guy with glasses sighed in admiration. How did you manage to pull both of them at once? It's not what you guys think, Yoonjin explained, annoyed, but they kept on teasing him. So Lee Hisu or Kang Jia? Puppy eyes or cat eyes? Are you guys crazy? Shut it! Eon-jin snapped. Ji-won stopped joking and adjusted his glasses. His voice turned serious. But about Lee Hisu, Eon-jin didn't care, continuing to bury his face in his phone. That's weird, Ji-won wondered. Why haven't we seen Jisoo coming to greet Yoongi today? Another student joked, probably had a fight or something, despite acting indifferent. But their words still unsettled Yoongi. He recalled the image of Jisoo, happily greeting him every morning. Good morning, Yoongi. Now that he thought about it, he glanced at his phone. It was already 8:19 a.m., yet there was still no sign of her. Why is it so quiet? I wonder if she's even made it to school yet. He walked past classroom 1-5. Yoonjin peered inside, searching. Suddenly, a voice calling his name startled him. Yoonjin! He turned his head back, feeling anxious. It was Dokyoung holding out a can of Coke for him. He took it. Are you okay? Yoonjin asked. But the horrific memories of being possessed by a demon came flooding back. Dokyoung screamed in his mind. Stop it! Don't do that! He scratched his head and replied shyly. Not really, I've actually booked an appointment with a psychiatrist. Please keep this a secret for me. I'll forget it right away, Yoonjin replied. But why did you call me out here? I have something to tell you. What is it? Dokyoung suddenly burst into tears, with tears streaming down his cheeks. Seriously, he cried while saying, thank you. This sudden action left Yoonjin frozen to the spot. He had no idea what was going on. All he saw was Dokyoung bowing his head and sobbing into his hands. Under the clear blue sky, Yoonjin asked in bewilderment. Did you see everything, even the fake stunts? That's right, Dokyoung replied while wiping his tears. You were absolutely incredible. Not at all, Yoonjin said humbly. He took a sip of Coke and suddenly realized something. Wait, so your soul was still hanging around back then? Why didn't you just return to your body right away? About that, Dokyoung awkwardly gripped the can. I was being held captive. The image of his soul being imprisoned by a demonic hand flashed back. He was held by someone wearing a mask. A mask? Yoonjin blurted out. But on the way back to the classroom, he still felt confused. I remember it was an old lady, so how could it be a mask? That doesn't make sense. He was deep in thought when he suddenly stopped. Standing right in front of him was Hisu. His mouth hung open instinctively. Both stood facing each other in silence. A moment later, she spoke. With a worried look, Yoonjin, hey. Then she slowly brushed past him. Her long hair fluttered in the air. This left Yoonjin completely dazed. He turned around about to say something, but two other girls had already run up, chattering away with Jisoo. The awkward situation left him just scratching his head. Inside the small room, the sound of a history lecture from the computer tablet kept echoing. The cause was the emo incident. Yoonjin opened the door and dropped his backpack. You're back, Jin? Wait, excuse me for a moment. My grandson is home! Yoonjin widened his eyes. Who are you talking to? This YouTube thing is really cool, Jin replied happily. The person in here is telling me stories. Next time we will learn about the death of King Gojong and the Russo-Japanese War. Okay, see you then. Jin gave a big smile back at the screen. Jin was speechless. At this rate, he probably wouldn't get bored even if left home alone for 2 days. Where are you going? Let me come with you, Jin asked when he saw him packing. I'm going on a school training retreat. I can't take you along. Training? You mean gathering everyone for drills? More like mental discipline, Yongjin replied. Good, excellent. Jin praised, his eyes sparkling. So the youth of this era still haven't lost their warrior spirit? Jin ignored him and set down a large bowl of food. I've prepared some food for you. There's sausages and beef jerky. Just eat it while I'm away, okay? Meanwhile, the man on the computer tablet continued to ramble on. Hearing this, Jin got so mad he turned pale and said sarcastically, Doesn't he ever get tired? Tell him to save it for later. During the emo incident, the act of seeking help from the Qing dynasty, Yongjin's face instantly went dark. How am I supposed to explain this one? In the middle of the quiet night, the voice from the tablet kept echoing, making Yongjin lose his cool. It is said that Gojoseon was founded by Dangun. Yeah, but there is still much controversy. A moment later, he couldn't take it anymore. He jumped up and yelled, Turn it off! Are you trying to keep everyone awake? There's another newcomer. He won't listen to me. Let me explain it to you, Gramps. Yunjin said this is just a recorded video. What exactly is a recorded video? At this point, Yunjin was completely speechless. Blue sky, white clouds. Yunjin finally finished putting on his jacket. You're up early today. Why didn't you sleep in a bit more? Jin, still tucked under the covers in bed, spoke up instinctively. I have to go to a training retreat. He only turned his head slightly and left a short reply. Then why didn't you go to bed early last night? He had to explain to him what YouTube was, so he couldn't get any sleep. Truly commendable. While putting on his shoes, Jin added, I'm heading out now. Take care of the house, okay? Remember to bring that blade. Jin quickly reminded him. Are you nuts? Why on earth would I bring this? Won't you need it for training? No way I'm taking it. After saying that, he left the door open, wide open, as he disappeared in front of the bus. A large crowd of students was standing there. Hey, Yongjin, have you seen Lee Hee-soo? The two male friends teased him, making him angry. Ah, he probably did. They're bound to meet privately anyway. I told you she's not my girlfriend. Jiwon rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The last time I saw her, the way she dressed looked exactly like Yongjin for real. What was she wearing that made you say that? It's like she borrowed Jin's clothes. To wear. Like all jackets look the same anyway. Why are you so worked up? Suddenly, a voice called from behind, Yongjin! In front of him was Hee-soo, holding a cat-patterned bag. Take this with you to eat, okay? This gesture left everyone wide-eyed. Jiwon took the liberty of opening the bag. He smirked. What's this? There might even be a handwritten letter in here. Inside were some honey cookies. There weren't any feelings before, but it's for real now. Jiwon quickly jumped to a conclusion. That must be it. Suddenly, there was another call. Yunjin! It was Dokyung. He tilted his head slightly and scratched his hair. Later on the bus, Can I sit next to you? Jiwon didn't miss the chance to tease him again. Kang Jia versus Lee Hee-soo versus Dokyung. Let's go. Go my foot. Let's do a roll call and see if everyone is here. Everyone take your seats. Yunjin and Dokyung both fell silent. After a moment, they glanced at each other. I'm sorry, Dokyung spoke up. You probably wanted to sit with your friends. No, it's cool, Yunjin replied nonchalantly. I was planning on sitting alone anyway. What's on your mind? I just want to get closer to you. Dokyung half closed his eyes, a smile playing on his lips. Those words made Yunjin extremely suspicious. On the bus, one person was dozing off. Another rested their chin on their hand, looking outside. From within the pitch-black bushes, white hair fluttered. What was that? As soon as the words were out, it quickly vanished. He couldn't help but let out a curse under his breath. He hurriedly nudged the friend sitting next to him. Yo, something huge and white just appeared out of nowhere, and then it just vanished. Probably just missed, dude. Is there something huge and white in the mountains? Maybe it's the Jangsan-byum. Word is, it's a ghost. It only shows up in Mount Jangsan. Whatever, not our problem. No matter how fast Jangsan-byum is, it's still slower than a bus. Is that so? Jiwon, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly spoke up. I heard its speed is so insane that it can leap from mountain to mountain in just a minute. While most people didn't care, he remained motionless, lightly adjusting his glasses. Jangsan-byum. Jiwon immediately whipped out his tablet. It seemed like he had just realized something. According to my encyclopedia of monsters, it's an urban legend. Starting from the modern era, it was first spotted in the Taebaek Mountains. That's why it's called Jangsan-byum. According to witnesses, it can mimic the appearance and voices of humans. On the bus, Dokyung was still laughing and enjoying some snacks, while Yunjin maintained a cold attitude. Hee-soo sat in another seat, quietly reading a book. Only Jiwon's eyes were shining with pure excitement. Long white hair flickered in and out of sight. Behind a tree, above that, a glowing golden orb shone brightly. The eyes inside snapped open, staring straight ahead with pure murderous intent. From now on, You have 5 minutes to change into your gym uniforms. Then assemble in the hallway. Why so intense? Is there no break time at all? A moment later, all the students were lined up with their backs against the wall. The teacher in the red jacket slowly paced back and forth. Yeonjin stood silently in the middle. Even when it was time to split into groups, he just sat by himself. At lunchtime, a meal tray was placed down across from Yeonjin. "Hey, Yeonjin, finally caught up with you," Jiwon said cheerfully. "Couldn't sleep? Your dark circles make you look like a total panda." Seeing that he didn't care and started to turn away, Jiwon quickly pulled him back. "Hey, don't leave. It was a struggle just to find you. Do you know what the next program is?" Jiwon started rambling again. "Courage test. The perfect choice for a school as famous for weird ghost stories as ours. A treasure hunt in the woods on the way here. You heard the story about Jangsan biome, right?" "Jangsanbum?" Yeonjin repeated, his spoon still in hand. "Exactly. Today we might actually have a chance to run into it." Jiwon was pumped. "So come with me. Why are you being like this?" "You said you'd go with me anytime." Jiwon started throwing a fit. Lee Hisu was the one who said that, not me. Speaking of which, Jiwon asked, "How come Hisu is nowhere to be seen?" In Yeonjin's head, an image suddenly flashed, him and that girl talking to each other awkwardly. He quickly shoved a spoonful of rice into his mouth. "She's probably busy with something else. Ever since that gambling demon incident, she's seemed pretty down." Jiwon added, "I can kind of guess why." "Why? Because of the fight with the gambling demon?" "No. You told us we were just dead weight and kicked us out, remember?" "I never said that," Yeonjin said, sounding a bit panicked. "I didn't kick you guys out. It was dangerous, so I just told you guys to run ahead." "She thinks she wasn't any help and was just in your way." "That's exactly why," Jiwon said, seizing the moment to explain. "Honestly, when it comes to swordsmanship, I'm way better than you. That blade is so cool, but you have no clue how to use it. What a waste. I'll teach you when I have some free time." A moment later, Yoon-jin shoved both hands into his pockets and slowly walked outside. Suddenly, a figure flitted past, catching his attention. He quickly looked up. "Lee Hisu?" The other person immediately turned around, their mouth twitching slightly. Yoon-jin panicked, his face turning pale and his teeth clenching. "Is that really Lee Hisu?" But the other person was very calm. "What's up, Yoon-jin?" This situation sent countless thoughts racing through his mind. "Back then, I only told you to run ahead because it was dangerous. If that made you sad, I'm sorry." However, outwardly, Yoon-jin couldn't say a single word. Just as he was about to speak, a loud shout suddenly interrupted. "Hisu!" The girl suddenly ran over and grabbed Hisu's arm. "Come to the convenience store with me." Hisu just stood there, dazed. Left with no choice, Yoon-jin quietly walked away. In another scene, Jiwon kept his head down while Yoon-jin stood tall. "Thanks for coming with me. Just so you know, I didn't bring the blade," Yoon-jin warned in a cold tone. "I've got the 5-colored net gun right here." They walked on together. Flashlights lit up the path ahead. "If the teacher catches us, you're on your own. Nobody cares about you anyway." Hearing that, Yoon-jin felt like snapping. "Do you even know what Jangsan biome looks like?" Biome means tiger in Chinese characters. Maybe it looks like a tiger, but I don't think it has a specific form. Jiwon focused on recounting what he knew. "They say it has long white fur, but everyone tells of the story differently. It even has the ability to shapeshift. After reading its target's memories, it can perfectly recreate that person's appearance and voice. In that case, who knows? Maybe Jangsan biome is pretending to be me right now." Yoon-jin immediately mocked him. Then Jiwon held out a signal transmitter. If that were true, this thing would be screaming by now, even for the gambling demon. I also have to admit its accuracy is on point. Suddenly, the device started beeping loudly. Right after that, a shout rang out, making them both jump. "You two, what are you doing here? Get back to the dorms right now!" It was the supervisor's voice. "Shoot, we're busted, let's bounce!" Jiwon was scared out of his mind. Yoon-jin turned his head, sweat trickling down his cheek. His eyes were filled with panic. He saw the eyes of something glowing with a yellow light. It was staring intently at him. At the same time, a sudden tremor shook the ground. "Yeonjin!" Someone calling his name made him flinch. He stared into the pitch-black bushes. Jiwon suddenly appeared. "What's wrong with you? Are you okay? Wait, did I hear that wrong?" It was 10 p.m. Yeonjin walked aimlessly with his hands in his pockets. "I'm sleepy as hell. Maybe I should just head back to the dorm first." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him again. "Yeonjin, hey Yeonjin!" It was Jiwon. He was doubled over, completely out of breath. "Help me out just this once." Jiwon was sweating buckets. "Back on the mountain just now. I was running so fast I think I dropped the detector. Can you help me find it? I'm a bit low-key scared to go alone. Ugh, what a drag." Yeonjin was annoyed, but still turned on his flashlight. "Hey, how far are you planning to go?" Yeonjin asked coldly once they had walked quite a distance. We didn't even come this way earlier. Or did you just leave it at the dorm? Yeonjin's face suddenly paled. His eyes caught the words on a sign. Danger, watch your step, risk of falling. Hey! He quickly grabbed the sleeve of the person in front and pulled them back. Didn't you see the warning sign? But the response was completely irrelevant. Found it. With that, the person jerked Yeonjin's shirt, pulling him right to the edge of the abyss. Yeonjin's hands trembled. He gritted his teeth, his eyes losing focus. What are you doing? Yeonjin looked at the Jiwon in front of him, whose eyes were glowing yellow. A deep voice echoed, as if rising from hell. In the dormitory, 3 girls were gathered, playing cards. Hey Jisoo, do you have a crush on anyone? A girl suddenly asked. No, definitely not, she replied instantly. Seriously? That guy from class 3? Yeonjin, right? Aren't you two totally flirting with each other? No way, not at all. Come on, it's true. You two were just standing there talking earlier. Try a tarot reading to see if it's legit. Oh, good idea. If I were Hisu, I'd be doing tarot readings about him all day long. The person Hisu likes. The girl in black flipped a card. What kind of person are they? At that exact moment, Hisu's eyes suddenly went pitch black, her face twisted in panic. All 3 girls froze in shock, as if they had just seen something repulsive. On the table was the death card. It's over. Hey, maybe she really doesn't like anyone after all. Back to Yeonjin's location. A familiar voice rang out, making him bolt in terror. Jang Sunbom. Yeonjin turned pale, staying dead silent. The one standing before him in the form of Jiwon continued. It even has the ability to shapeshift. Jiwon's white sneaker-clad foot lightly shoved Yeonjin off the cliff. He fell helplessly, with only its voice echoing back to him. It will recreate the appearance, and even the voice of those in your memory, perfectly. Bring it back alive! It commanded in its own raspy voice, then hissed through gritted teeth in another's voice. Don't let it get hurt! Yeonjin plummeted through layers upon layers of branches, his terrified scream echoing out. He scrambled to grab a branch, but it snapped instantly. Gravity kept pulling him down, until he hit the ground hard. He struggled to sit up, his whole body shaking. When he came to his senses and looked up, the demon had vanished without a trace. Seeing that, he quickly scrambled to his feet and ran. If that was Jangsan Biom, then where is the real Jiwon right now? Meanwhile, back at home, Jiwon's phone was ringing off the hook. It was a call from Dragon Yeonjin, but the owner was still fast asleep, completely oblivious. On this end, the announcement said, the number you have dialed is currently unreachable. Yeonjin became even more anxious. Don't tell me something happened. The night was getting deeper and deeper. The phone signal was glitchy. I have to find a way back immediately. But while he was feeling jittery, a loud shout rang out. Yeonjin, it's me, Haisu. She ran toward him in a panic. She asked worriedly, are you okay? Wait, why you? Yeonjin asked suspiciously. I was doing a tarot reading, she quickly explained. The cards showed you were in danger. I'm so glad you're fine. But how did you know I was here to find me? Yeonjin remained on high alert. Is there anywhere you go that I don't know about? Haisu laughed, trying to deflect. Did you put a tracker on me or something? Let's go. She didn't answer, just grabbed his hand and pulled him along. Yeonjin held his ground and asked coldly, what are you doing? Huh? What? Why the hand-holding? What's the big deal? She looked clueless. No one's here. Are you shy? No, that's not it. I mean, ring. His phone happened to ring right then. Seeing the caller's name, Yeonjin froze. On the screen, 3 words appeared crystal clear. Lee Haisu. Yeonjin turned pale. Lee Haisu. Or should we link arms? The sweet voice beside him chirped. He stiffly glanced at the Haisu next to him. Her face had suddenly turned expressionless. Like she was possessed, her soulless eyes stared wide open. Yeonjin tremblingly hit answer. Yeonjin? The real Haisu's gentle voice came through the phone. It made them both fall silent. Are you doing okay? The imposter was now staring at him with a creepy demonic look. Cold sweat poured down Yeonjin's forehead. Yeah, I'm fine, he replied tentatively. What's going on? Well, it's like this. Haisu on the other end seemed hesitant. I already suspected it when I saw that shirt. Yeonjin suddenly made a cryptic remark, his eyes still fixed on the imposter. Shirt? Which shirt? What do you mean? The real Hisu asked back, sounding confused. Oh, it's nothing. He gave a dismissive answer, but inside he was screaming his head off. Lee Hisu's intuition is freaking insane. Is something really wrong? The real Hisu pressed on. The imposter's expression shifted slightly, but it remained silent. Yeonjin also stayed quiet, pressing the phone to his ear, trying his best to keep his cool. Sensing something was off, Hisu asked, You can't talk right now, can you? If so, no, everything's fine. Youngjin quickly cut her off and hung up. He stared straight ahead, secretly calculating. Now that I know it's a fake, I'll play along first, then find a way to dip later. He walked past the creature, trying his hardest to act natural. Lee Hisu, let's go. But the creature stood rooted to the spot. Youngjin suddenly froze. Beneath his feet, long strands of hair had wrapped tightly around him, pulling him back. Stunned, he glanced back, cold sweat trickling down his cheek. The imposter's hair suddenly grew unnaturally long. How ridiculous, the creature growled. Its neck twisted 180 degrees, revealing signature yellow eyes. It was Jang Sanbyom. Didn't you just talk to that girl? It hissed. All of Youngjin's plans went up in smoke. The hair suddenly lashed out, jerking Youngjin high into the air. His eyes widened in horror as he hung upside down, forced to face the demon. That girl is so annoying, Jang Sanbyom fumed. Why did she have to call right now? Knowing he couldn't escape, Youngjin let out a smirk. You don't look like her at all. Impossible. It tilted its head. In your memories. This is exactly what she looks like. If you're gonna mimic someone, you should at least commit to it. Youngjin called it out, staring at the familiar shirt the demon was wearing. That's my shirt. Feeling embarrassed, Jang Sanbyom exploded in rage. Its pitch-black hair lunged forward, tightening the grip on Youngjin's neck. Shut up. Youngjin is choking, trying to loosen the hair coils. He remembers Jin's advice. Remember to bring that broadsword along, but now he deeply regrets it. A surge of glowing red power, suddenly activated within his palm. Youngjin, why can't I get any peace even after coming all this way? He reaches out his hand as powerful energy pours out like a waterfall. Youngjin is stunned. His pupils have turned red amidst the dust and smoke. The broadsword, carrying dark red energy, suddenly appears. Somehow the sword just manifested instantly. Energy swirled around his feet. Youngjin was violently pulled forward by a mysterious force, charging straight toward Jiangshan. He grit his teeth, trying to hold his body back. But the broadsword in his hand seemed to have a mind of its own, swinging itself to deliver a slash into the demon's body. At a breakneck speed, it jumped from one tree trunk to another, heading straight into the deep forest. Youngjin turned pale as his strength severely depleted. His body was moving on its own again, but before he could catch his breath, a massive tree trunk suddenly appeared before him. The sword dodged it, but he slammed right into it. Ouch! He fell down in pain, rubbing his bright red nose. Good thing Hack Long was there, or I would have been toasted. Looking at the sword in his hand, he silently calculated to use his left hand for now. Youngjin looked at the demon hiding in the distance, determined to take it down. Suddenly, a gentle voice unexpectedly rang out. Youngjin ah, in the middle of the haunted forest. The sound made him jump, giving him goosebumps all over. From behind a tree, a woman in a white dress peeked out. Youngjin trembled, unable to believe his eyes. Mom? But his mind immediately snapped back to reality. That's not right, it's a fake. He still held his sword and charged forward relentlessly, looking at the familiar woman with a gentle smile. He had to try and convince himself. It's just reading my memories and mimicking them. Don't look. But memories from long ago suddenly came rushing back. The gentle mother who always wore a smile. From the days of his childhood, without a second thought, he lunged into his mother's arms. Memory and reality intertwined, making Youngjin unable to tell what was real and what was fake. Tears streamed down that woman's face. She whispered, I'm sorry for everything, my son. Hearing that, he stiffened slightly. A glimmer of tears appeared in his eyes, yet the aura around him continued to surge violently. The broadsword in his hand swung high against his will. Youngjin's face went dark as he sobbed and screamed, Wait, stop! He tried to dig his feet into the ground to hold back, but the broadsword kept driving forward. Youngjin tried to lock his wrists tight, struggling to stop his out-of-control body. The sword kept lunging ahead, aiming straight at the woman who looked exactly like his mother. No! Please stop, he begged helplessly as memories flooded back. The nightmare from his subconscious rose up like a tide. It was you. You were the one who killed your parents. A persistent, shrieking voice haunted him. The scene blurred into a bloody red haze. You're a monster! With tears falling, his own hands were doing it again. No! A heartbreaking wail rang out. He collapsed in agony. The brutal reality was still right before his eyes. The golden eyes of Jang Sanbyom snapped wide open. Its white hair surged forth like a flood, enveloping Youngjin completely. Right at that moment, a gust of wind suddenly picked up, forcefully blowing away the eerie hair, gently protecting him. A person holding a fan with an 8-trigram seal appeared. It was T, the Grand Overseer. The illusion quickly began to crack. The masquerade shattered. revealing the hideous form of Jangsan-beom. It stared in shock as its game was ruined. Meanwhile, Tai was distracted by Yongjin sobbing. Seeing the other man's trembling body, he couldn't help but snap, "Get a grip!" The demon over there had silently shifted its form. Tai also quietly opened his fan, ready for battle. A freezing whirlwind, carrying the breath of the bone-chilling hell. But its target wasn't him. Amidst the passing wind, a clone of Yongjin suddenly appeared, raising a broadsword with surging murderous intent. Tai was shocked. He quickly leapt up, gripping his fan tightly on high alert. Blade and fan collided violently, sending sparks flying. Tai used his small fan to stop the massive blade in its tracks. Jangsan-beom grew increasingly bloodthirsty, convinced that victory was already his. But on the other side, T maintained a stone-cold expression. Suddenly the demon's eyes widened, the broadsword in its hand. The knockoff version began to show cracks from clashing with the real deal. With a flick of T's wrist, the sword shattered into pieces. Losing ground, it landed and muttered, "That." The weapon in its hand suddenly transformed. The corner of its mouth curled up. It had perfectly shape-shifted into Tai, grinning ear to ear while holding an identical weapon. "Looks pretty legit." Jangsan-beom swung its arms frantically. Black energy gushed out in torrents. Winds swirled like steel blades, destroying everything in their path. Tai quickly grabbed Yongjin by the collar, trying to keep them both from being swept away. After taking a moment to recover, he stared in disbelief at his own spitting image. He couldn't help but be amazed. This monster can even mimic divine artifacts? Tai and Jangsan-beom, now in the same form, stood facing each other. Tai glared at it without blinking, his expression cold to the core. In the next second, Jangsan-beom lunged to attack him. Tai, however, appeared remarkably calm. He swung his fan open to counterattack. A single swing of his fan shattered its outer shell, tearing through the illusion. Then Tai folded his fan, his tone full of disdain. "You idiot, you think this lame copycat trick?" His face darkened, and the surrounding temperature dropped significantly. Actually works on me?" With that, T opened his fan again. A glowing dragon sigil appeared on the fan. Next, he snapped the fan shut. Now it looked no different from a club for Tai to strike with. He slammed the fan hard onto the ground, causing the ground to cave in and water to burst forth. A brilliant golden light spread along those water trails. Black markings began to appear on his face. His pupils lit up. With an amber hue, Heidijimutu, sharp rock pillars immediately erupted from the earth and shot toward Jangsan-beom. It was blocked by those rocks rising right in front of it. As the rocks stabbed up from beneath its feet, Jangsan-beom soared away to another spot, narrowly escaping the hit. Tai was momentarily stunned by that move, his face etched with pure disbelief. Within those few seconds, someone else appeared out of thin air, delivering a heavy kick to Jangsan-beom. He used its body as the springboard to stay airborne. His face was completely hidden by a mask. The masked man's actions were sharp and decisive. He immediately reached for the dagger on his back. Then he threw the dagger straight at Tai. It flew incredibly fast, cutting through the wind. As the dagger was about to pierce him, Tai used his fan to deflect it away. The dagger spun out into the air. Taking that chance, masked man zipped past T, rushing in the opposite direction. Only then did T realize his true target. His face turned to panic. The masked man instantly appeared before Yongjin, giving him a serious fright. He reached out to grab him, Tai Shan Wu Huanliu. However, the masked man missed Yunjin at the last second. He was pulled back as a thick aura enveloped him. Tai reached Yunjin just in time, saving his life. Immediately after, he used his technique to get them both out of there, leaving the masked man standing there in shock. He held out the dagger's sheath to his side and waited. His dagger spun wildly through the air, then slowed down and dropped perfectly into the sheaths. Jangsan-beom stood silently behind him. His cold voice rang out, "Still standing there?" The next words were hissed through gritted teeth. "Chase them down!" Jangsan-beom was terrified by the masked man's vibe. His face was pale with dread. A split second later, it bolted away, following the masked man's order. Now only he stood there alone, seemingly lost in thought. In the blink of an eye, it was already midnight. The moonlight shone brightly from above, illuminating the ground. Yunjin and T had fled to a distant place. Both of them looked quite exhausted. Tai tried to move his limbs, then gritted his teeth and spoke to Yun. "Jin, since you've regained consciousness, then find your own way to escape from here." Shocked, he cried out, "Huh? But how did he know I was here?" No sooner had he finished speaking than T coughed up blood, his face turning deathly pale. Seeing this, Yunjin was deeply worried and asked him with concern, but T didn't seem to care much about his own condition. He calmly pulled up his sleeve to check his watch and said firmly, "We must run further away. It will definitely come after us." He glanced over at Yoon Jin. We have to hold out until 11 o'clock. Hearing that, he couldn't help but feel surprised. 11 o'clock? He asked curiously to clarify. What's going to happen at 11 o'clock? But Tai didn't answer. He raised his hand to block Yoon Jin. It's here! A screech echoed from deep within the forest. Something was rushing fast toward the two of them. That thing was none other than Jang Sanbyom. It had already caught up to them. Its face looked even more terrifying. With eyes wide open, it screamed, Huan Liu! Swirls of black energy instantly appeared, spiraling toward T and Yoon Jin. He unfurled his fan and mocked with a cold voice. I already told you. Those copycat tricks of yours won't work on me. On the fan. This time, a sigil of 2 rats appeared. He swung the fan, creating sharp ice shards that spread toward Jang Sanbyom, surging forward like waves. The expansion was lightning fast. Those icy spikes stabbed directly at the monster, catching it completely off guard. They froze it solid. Jang Sanbyom thought everything was settled. But suddenly, from within the block of ice, 2 daggers were hurled out. Tai recognized them instantly. His face filled with disbelief. He immediately jumped back, but didn't forget to shield Yeon Jin. However, those 2 daggers were a step faster than T. They slammed straight into his shoulder and knee. Yeon Jin, standing behind, remained safe, but his face went pale. Panicked and worried, he screamed, Hey, kid! Tai was almost paralyzed. He weakly told Yeon Jin, run. He didn't want to leave him behind, so he was about to unleash his hidden power. Seeing this, T shouted to stop him. Don't rely on the black dragon. He hissed through gritted teeth. I told you to just run! The moment he finished, the masked man charged in. He slashed T with a sword, then kicked him aside. Tai was sent flying a good distance as dust clouded the air. Now, Yeon Jin stood face to face with the masked man. His whole body froze, unable to move a muscle. At this point, there was no other choice. Yeon Jin had to tap into the black dragon's power. His pupils burned a fiery red. The watch on his wrist showed 22:59. A few seconds later, it hit exactly 23 in that split second. The masked man suddenly stiffened. Yeon Jin hadn't fully transformed into the black dragon yet. Seeing the masked man's reaction, he couldn't help but be amazed. Jang Sanbyom, still trapped in the ice, was screaming violently. Then everything became eerily silent. Only the rustle of dry leaves remained. A clear sound of footsteps echoed. The masked man immediately sensed it coming from the bushes. Tai had returned. He slowly unfurled his fan under the bright moonlight. The divine power within him was being unleashed to its full potential. Tianji. The fan in his hand created a massive aura that spread all around the area. The masked man instantly went on high alert. Jang Sanbyom curled up inside the block of ice, its eyes wide open, staring out. Tai gave his fan a sharp flick. A massive gale erupted, heading straight for the masked man and Jang Sanbyom. Shuifeng! He was quick enough to dodge to the side, staying completely unharmed. But right behind his thigh, a deep slash appeared out of nowhere. The masked man looked down in disbelief. Meanwhile, Jang Sanbyom took the full force of that hurricane. It was sliced into pieces by the wind and slowly faded away. Once the wind died down, Tai spoke in a cold, detached tone. From now on, 11 p.m. is the hour of T's divine awakening. It was the moment his power reached its absolute peak. Behold my power. Tai had now transformed into a tall young man, no longer looking like a little kid. Yoon Jin fell back, staring at him with wide eyes. What's going on? He didn't realize at all that the person standing before him was still T. Who is this? Where did that kid go? Suddenly a low moan sounded beside him. When he turned to look, Yoon Jin jumped back in pure terror. On the ground was a leftover eye of Jang Sanbyom. After a few whimpers, it also vanished into thin air. Now the masked man dropped into a combat-ready stance, gripping his 2 swords tightly. From the very beginning, he hadn't uttered a single word to the 2 of them. Every emotion was hidden behind that mask. A second later, the masked man lunged at T. His speed was dead serious, but T remained incredibly calm, not even flinching. The masked man didn't attack head-on, but leapt high, preparing to bring his blade down. Tai just reached back, and with his fan, easily parried the attack. Meanwhile, the masked guy was only using one hand. His other hand was hidden behind him. He immediately swung that other hand for a horizontal slash, but he only managed to slash through his afterimage. A stream of white mist suddenly appeared, surrounding him. Suddenly, a hand was placed on the masked man's shoulder. In a split second, Tai slammed him headfirst into the ground. Caught off guard, the masked man couldn't react in time. Tai didn't stop there. He used his hand to press down hard on the man's face, pinning him. He crouched down and spoke to him coldly. Going this far, you must have a reason. His gaze was absolutely merciless. Tai applied even more pressure with his hand, causing the man's mask to crack. "Who instigated you?" The masked man didn't say a word. He opened his palm, holding iron beads between his fingers. He conjured a black gust and took advantage of the opening to escape T's grip. Dust swirled up, forcing him to shield his face. Within that wind, the masked man's silhouette flickered. Now you see him, now you don't. Tai didn't panic at all, but calmly used his fan to counter the divine art. Another gale began to rise. Suddenly, T froze his hand mid-air. The masked man had already vanished into thin air. Standing before him now was just a confused deer, clueless about what had happened. Tai couldn't hide his surprise upon seeing it. The deer also looked straight at him. Then it turned its gaze and left. Tai also turned his head elsewhere, lost in thought. Then he turned back to look at Yeonjin. Yeonjin looked puzzled as Tai stared at him intensely. A moment later, T raised his fan. "Huan Liu!" An aura surged around Yeonjin. Slowly lifting him up, bewildered, he asked Tai, "What's this?" Before he could finish, T lightly tapped his forehead with the fan. Yeonjin immediately passed out. The aura kept him floating in the air right before Tai's eyes. He coldly called out, "Black Dragon." His gaze was fixed on the unconscious Yeonjin Black Dragon. He remained motionless. But perhaps at this moment, he was no longer Yeonjin. Seeing that, Zai began to lose his patience. "Do you want to leave that body on your own? Or do you want me to log you out for good?" Yeonjin's lips slightly curled up. Immediately after, he broke into a wide grin. At this moment, he had transformed into the Black Dragon. His glowing red pupils stared straight at Z. "Give it a shot if you're so tough." The Black Dragon's tone carried contempt and mockery toward Z. "A demigod like you dares to—" The Black Dragon's subsequent words caused Z's expression to darken by the second. "Just looking at that seal, it's already so worn out. Did you think I wouldn't see through your bluffing?" Huh? He's even challenging him. "Even if you could do anything to me, this kid would definitely be toasted." Shock flickered in Z's eyes. Seeing this, the Black Dragon kept talking even more aggressively. He already bit the dust once. "It's thanks to me that he's lived this long," he confidently and arrogantly asserted. "The master of this body needs me. He has summoned me multiple times already." He continued using provocations, hoping to make Zai fly into a rage. "Let's see what you can actually do." His eyes flashed with confidence and smugness. The terrestrial branch sun. At this point, Zai had almost reached his breaking point. "Do you even dare to kill a human?" As soon as the Black Dragon finished speaking, he was immediately slapped by Z. His head tilted to the side. A burning sensation spread across his face. What was that? A few seconds later, his face showed clear confusion. The aura surrounding him also gradually dissipated, causing him to fall flat on the ground with a thud. Yeonjin, utterly dazed, asked Z, "What happened?" Z lowered his head in thought for a moment, then turned to lead the way. "Follow me, I'll take him back to the dorm." Yeonjin was still sitting on the ground, watching his retreating back, feeling completely lost. He hesitantly called out to Z again. Yeonjin awkwardly asked for confirmation. "You're really him, that kid, right?" Z didn't turn around, only asked coldly, "What's your name?" Yeonjin looked at Zai in surprise and asked back, "Who, me?" Even though he didn't understand what was going on. But Yoonjin still answered honestly, "The guy Yoonjin." Z still stood with his back turned, speaking calmly. "To be honest, I don't really get what happened either." "The guy Yoonjin." His voice grew deeper and deeper. The power in his left arm. Z gave a serious warning, advising Yeonjin not to rely on it too much. He slowly recounted the past to Yeonjin. Chen, his forefather, had used that power to slaughter everyone. His tone didn't change at all, including his clan and ancestors. Z calmly continued. Because of that, his clan had to endure endless despair and chaos. The next words left Yeonjin frozen in shock. Unfortunately, he was born in that very man's body. Z recalled everything Yeonjin had been through and sighed. Despite all that, he defied all logic to find his true self and carry on. A phrase echoed in Yoonjin's head once more. He was never supposed to be allowed. He grit his teeth, speechless. Suddenly, Z praised Yoonjin for being so commendable. The words left Yoonjin stunned. He slowly looked up and stared ahead. Flashbacks of his clan's hatred and contempt filled his mind. "You were never supposed to be born," Z continued in a low voice. "You've done a great job living your life." He hesitated slightly, but he was giving Yeonjin a real pep talk. No telling how many more struggles lie ahead, and what more trials await. You might face even more hopeless situations. Hearing this, Yeonjin clenched his fists tight. It means going against the grain of logic. Z suddenly glanced back. A slight smirk formed on his lips. But anyway, at this moment, Yeonjin was about to burst into tears. He seemed deeply moved. Because he had been grinding so hard, Z looked him straight in the eye. and slowly announced his decision. So to help him live life to the fullest, in this world, his voice was dead serious. With eyes full of determination, I'm going all in. To protect him, Yongjin opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but the words got choked up. So from now on, at this moment, tears were streaming down his cheeks. He doesn't have to tough it out alone anymore. The moonlight from above shone down on the two of them. The surrounding space also became ethereal. Yongjin just kept walking along the path. His eyes were worn out. He was now completely dazed and soulless. Yongjin raised his hand. He just stood there staring at it. Suddenly a weapon appeared out of thin air. It made him hesitate. This broadsword? Tai suddenly appeared and reached out to take back the blade. It's not convenient for you to carry this, is it? Just leave it to me. Yongjin hesitated slightly while looking at him. I have something to ask. His question made T freeze up. He didn't know how to answer. Why do you want to help me? Tai used the horsetail whisk in his hand to create a path. Follow this road and you'll get back to the dorms. Yunjin focused on listening to him. This weekend at high noon, Tai continued speaking. The disciples will come to pick you up. Follow them to see me. Yunjin asked blankly, what is high noon? He explained irritably, 12 p.m. this Sunday. After saying that, T vanished into the unfamiliar forest. Yunjin followed the path T had created. He looked up in dazed wonder at the scene before him. There stood a high-rise building with a view that was pure luxury. Suddenly a voice rang out, Yongjin! Yongjin glanced over there anxiously. He watched the silhouette running toward him, his heart racing with nerves. Lee Hisu, is it really her? Hisu ran over and grabbed Yunjin's face tightly. She asked with extreme concern, Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Yunjin was dazed for a long time before he finally reacted. But right then, his legs suddenly gave out. Hisu rushed to catch him. Yongjin! Yongjin! He tried to speak up to reassure her. Hey, I'm okay. I'm just a little tired. Hisu noticed Yongjin was acting a bit off, so she checked on him. Earlier, when I was talking to you on the phone, what exactly happened back then? Aren't you going to tell me? However, he still firmly refused. What was the point in telling her? It would only make her worry more, and she couldn't have helped anyway. After hearing that, Hisu couldn't help but blame herself. I'm sorry I couldn't do anything for you. Yongjin then remembered the words Juwon once said. Saying that is no different from telling her she's just a burden. Hisu might actually think that way. He scratched his head in frustration, thinking to himself, that's not what I meant. Hisu hadn't realized it yet, and was still caught up in self-reproach. Even if you told me, I wouldn't have been any help. But then, before she could finish her sentence, Yongjin cut her off. That's not true. She was a bit surprised to hear him say that. You helped me a lot, Yongjin continued slowly. If you hadn't called me just now, I probably wouldn't even be here right now. He scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful, and said, Thanks. Yongjin was so shy he didn't even dare to look Hisu in the eye. About what I said earlier regarding you not being able to help. It's because I was lost, so I didn't know how to explain it to you. The GPS wasn't working either. I only said that because I didn't want you to worry, so don't get it twisted. Besides, seriously, you helped me a ton. Hearing those words, Hisu was deeply moved. Thank you. She was so happy he said that. As expected, Yongjin is really kind-hearted, and Yongjin quickly clarified again. I'm not just saying this to butter you up. It's the truth. Just then, from another direction, panicked shouting rang out. Yongjin! Yongjin! Dokyoung asked anxiously. Are you okay? Yongjin was a bit surprised to see them. What are you guys doing here? Jiwon chimed in. You were the one who called me, remember? What's going on? Meanwhile, Dokyoung was trying to catch his breath. You've been missing since roll call. I asked Hisu and she said she called you at 10 o'clock. When they saw the state Yunjin was in, they got incredibly worried. Dude, you're injured! Something definitely went down. He didn't know how to explain it, so he just had to cap. I just tripped. In his head, Yongjin remembered what Zai had told him. So from now on, you don't have to push yourself alone anymore. He stayed silent for a while, saying nothing. After a moment, Yongjin finally dared to tell his friends the truth. I ran into Jang Sanbyum and almost got deleted. Du Kyung was absolutely stunned after hearing that. Jang Sanbyum, seriously? They kept discussing that issue over and over. Wait, what? Jang Sanbyum transformed into Gongji, won and lured me away? That bastard Jang Sanbyum? Can you tell me everything? Every little detail? Meanwhile, at that other place, the teleportation gate began to manifest. The gate seemed like it was about to open. The spirits quickly noticed this phenomenon too. When they saw Z returning, they cheered happily. Hyung! He didn't answer, instead collapsing into his chair. Seeing this, they immediately rushed over to check on him. Hyung, are you okay? Z called out wearily. Boksoon, go get him some water. Z's face looked terrible right now. Yes. He couldn't help but feel furious inside. They've already started vibing with each other. Somewhere, Hakleong was wearing a sinister smirk. His eyes were bloodshot and looked absolutely terrifying. Z was so anxious he was breaking into a cold sweat. Time is running out. Before Chen remembers everything, I have to take care of Hakleong. He recalled the words Hakleong once said. Earthly branch child, do you even have the guts to kill a human? Zai grit his teeth in pure frustration. By this time, everyone had returned. Finally heading home. Time flew by so fast for real. But Yoon-jin sat slumped in a corner, feeling down. He just stared pensively into the distance. It seemed like Yoon-jin had something on his mind. A voice kept echoing in Young-jin's head. The left arm is the final bit of power remaining in me. It was forged from Hakleong. The power in your left arm. Don't put too much trust in it, Young-jin. He remembered Jin's words very clearly. I am your ancestor. But Z told a different story about Chen. Your ancestor used that power to slaughter your clan and your own people. Young-jin had arrived home by now, but he just stood at the door, hesitating. He didn't know how to handle the situation. After a moment, Young-jin finally decided to reach out and enter the passcode. The sound of the door mechanism soon followed. As soon as he cracked the door open, Young-jin heard music coming from inside. He was a bit stunned hearing the singing within. The man with messy hair, who only causes heartache. It turned out the sound was coming from the computer. Leaving me alone without pity? Turning your back and walking away, you traitor! When Young-jin walked in, he saw Jin sitting there humming along. Turning your back and walking away. He was still lost in the song, and hadn't noticed him yet. That traitor. You're a traitor in love. After a moment, Young-jin spoke up. What are you doing? Jin reacted by jumping in total shock. You're a traitor in love! He quickly reached out and slammed the laptop shut. Then Jin crossed his legs, trying to act cool. Oh, you're back? At the same time, over at Shen's place, he seemed to notice something weird on the computer. What's this? The algorithm is a mess. Shen's eyes widened in surprise. What happened to my feed? This guy Chen is way too obsessed with trot music, and yet he asked me to find historical records for him. But right then, Shen's phone happened to ring. He glanced at it and saw the caller ID set as the bastard. That night, at a certain house, the doorbell rang. The person inside didn't rush to open the door, but spoke casually through it. Please state the secret code, you. She very obediently followed the person's lead, cluck, cluck. Very quickly, that person confirmed it. Verified, passed. But then, that person urged Shen to provide his. Next person, secret code, please. He was totally fed up and didn't want to play along. We don't have much time. Just open the door. Immediately, a warning siren blared. Wrong code! The person inside urged him once more. I'm giving you one more chance. You, standing nearby, was also getting anxious. Hurry up! What's the big deal? Feeling helpless, Shen had no choice but to grin and move, his hands to perform the correct code sign. After completing the procedure, they were warmly welcomed by the Boksoon group. Please come in, welcome to our family. At Zai's house, the Boksoon spirits were playing happily out in the yard. Bring it on if you're so tough, you centipede ghost! I'm coming for you! Inside, some calligraphy was being written down. Every stroke was incredibly powerful. Very quickly, a strange-looking shape appeared. Yu and Shen were intently observing Z's every move. After he finished drawing, he handed it to them and asked, Have you ever seen this character before? Shen was still completely lost. What's this? Then Yu, who was nearby, exclaimed, I've seen this one before. Excitedly, she gestured toward the demon's forehead. Shen, standing next to her, was also suspicious. On the forehead? He tried to dig through his own memories. Wait, I think I've seen it too. Guy then corrected them. This isn't the power of a demon. Shen grew curious and asked further, Then where did they get that power? Shen suddenly got hyped. No wonder the combo didn't work. You finally realized what was up and cried out, No way! You couldn't even one-shot it, Zai. Being the only serious person in the conversation, Z said, It seems like there's a certain force behind the scenes, masterminding things and granting power to the demons. Would you like me to translate any more dialogue from this scene? Their goal is Chen's body. Meanwhile, Youngjin still had no idea what was going on. He was just chilling at home washing dishes. Youngjin! What do we do now? Jin was a bit annoyed at being called out of the blue. I only took a tiny nap. And the sword just vanished. Maybe you should go back and get it. Youngjin heard this and stayed silent, not saying a word. After a long pause, he finally spilled the truth. The sword, it appeared in my hand. Jin was stunned by the news. What? He kept pressing for answers. Did something happen? Youngjin froze and didn't respond. Z's words kept echoing in his mind. Chen, your ancestor, used that power to slaughter your clan and your own people. Sweat began to pour down his forehead. Jin waited in silence for an answer. In the end, young Jin decided to keep it all hidden. It's nothing. However, Jin wasn't that easy to fool. No. What happened that made you use Hakleong's power? I warned you not to use that power recklessly. Feeling completely exposed, Yong Jin turned his face away, unable to look him in the eye. Jin, how I use it is none of your business. Young Jin slammed the door and stormed into his room. Jin could only sigh. This kid. Jin lowered his head, seemingly calculating his next move. Back with Zai. He continued to ask, do you guys have any intel on the masked man? Both of them answered in unison. A masked man? Up until that point, they didn't quite get it. What do you mean? Yu's reaction was no different. I have no idea what you're talking about. Zai then explained the whole situation to them. I witnessed an engraved demon and a masked guy fighting together as a team. He looked like he had a lot of experience, but he wasn't strong enough to actually empower a demon. Power on this scale would have to be almost godlike. Hearing this, sweat started dripping from Yu's forehead too. Whoa, if that's the case. Right in the middle of their heated discussion, a figure quietly slipped inside. Yu quickly spotted them. The mask! That person didn't show even a hint of fear. The person's fist swung out, but Shen dodged it just in time. Just like that, a battle broke out between the two of them. Shen smirked with a cunning grin. The other guy didn't panic at all. He remained completely composed. The mask finally began to tear apart. Revealed behind it was a blond young man. He flashed a radiant smile. That doesn't belong to you, does it? Earthly branch celestial guardian, Mao. You could hardly believe her eyes. Mao Guardian? Along with... At that moment, the spirits were picking up the mask pieces regretfully. This is an intangible, cultural heritage made by a master craftsman. Do you really like this that much, bro? Just like that, Shen and Mao started blaming each other. This Shen guy chopped it in half. It's all Mao's fault. All right, enough. See, was in no mood to deal with this drama anymore. Just drop it. Shen's gaze suddenly caught on to something. He saw Mao holding the blade and asked curiously, is that Chen Guardian's blade? They continued chatting quite comfortably, totally unaware that Z was getting extremely annoyed. How'd you get your hands on it? I saw the acolytes playing with it all the time. Wait, where's the hilt? Why is this at Z Guardian's house? Can this stuff even be copied? For real? Even though Zai was pissed, he still had to answer them. That's Chen's blade. He just left it with me for safekeeping. Mao then laughed and started teasing. Oh, I've heard the rumors. They once again got lost in their conversation. So can it really talk? Have you guys met it yet? Z, losing patience, tried to call out to them, but it seemed like nobody had any intention of stopping. Yeah, we met. But thanks to a certain someone, it totally passed out. That person probably already talked to it. Shut it, Zai! He seemed to be trying his absolute best to suppress the internal rage. He's clearly just a human, yet that guy aggressively tried to take him out. Hey you, are you losing it? I already told you that was Hakleong! Finally, he couldn't stand it anymore and slammed his fan onto the table. Z gestured for them to pipe down. After a moment, they finally sat still. Anyway, those demons wouldn't dare target Chen's body, especially with Hakleong occupying it. The one who truly needs that body is Chen. Or why are you beating around the bush? Mao was a bit distracted. He downed his glass and said, it's him, who else? You immediately asked, who exactly? Mao didn't hesitate to reply. The one using power that's practically godlike. It's definitely him, no doubt. He was annoyed by the vague, half-baked response. But who specifically? In the dead of night, the entire area was eerily silent. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the forest. The man in black asked, back empty-handed? The masked man admitted bluntly, it wasn't just Chan. Z-Guardian was there too. The man in black then noticed something. Not just that, you've got a fatal wound. Blood kept oozing out of the gash. The masked man immediately pulled his arm back. It's just a scratch. But the man in black looked totally unimpressed. I didn't expect much anyway. He then cross-examined him. Didn't you say you destroyed Z-Guardian's power? The other guy seemed a bit annoyed and defensive. Are you saying it's my fault? It's your fault for being too weak. The masked man was so insulted that he got furious and clenched his fists. He lunged and swung his sword at the man. But it seemed the masked man completely underestimated his opponent. The other man stood his ground, unshakable. I ask for a favor and they send this loser? What a lazy and arrogant piece of work. That leader of yours, pass this message along to him. Thanks to him, things just got a whole lot more complicated. Even though the masked man was fuming, there was absolutely nothing he could do. He just stood there in stony silence. Scene changes to a space of ruin and desolation. A youth abruptly appeared out of nowhere. He walked among the scattered debris. Suddenly, the entire place fell dead silent. Eonjin stood there dazed, lost in thought. Who is that? That face looked up slightly, devoid of any emotion. In an instant, he froze, eyes wide with a flash of terror. The other person lunged forward, reaching out to snatch him with a bizarre, eerie expression. His hands gripped Eonjin's face tightly, pinning him down with immense force. His eyes were filled with pure horror. Not a single word could escape. In Eonjin's mind, only one question remained. Who are you? The strength from those hands continued to choke the very breath out of him. Eonjin felt like he was a goner. Can't breathe. Back to reality on a large bed. Jin, in his animal form, was lying right on top of Eonjin's face. The room momentarily fell into an eerie silence. An assassination plot? He immediately bolted upright. His arm sent Jin flying off him. His face? Eonjin looked completely shocked and stunned. Was it just a dream? Scene changes to a large apartment. In a kitchen with a messy pile of dishes, a voice suddenly called out. Didn't you say today was your day off? Jin looked at Yong. Jin, who was getting dressed, asked curiously, Where are you heading? Without turning around, he replied, A part-time gig at Dangan. He grew wary upon hearing the name. Dangan? Dangan has been around for thousands of years. Yongjin cut Jin off before he could finish. Not that Dangan. A job notification popped up on the phone. Cockroach catcher wanted. Need someone to catch a roach right now. The giant kind, fee is 30K1. Make it snappy. He calmly explained it was just a side hustle app. See, thanks to that guy, our food budget just doubled. Yongjin turned and headed toward the door, not forgetting to say his goodbyes. I'm out. I'll probably be back late. You're on your own for lunch, okay? Before leaving, he turned back to glance at Jin once more. He was currently sprawling out on the bed, scrolling through his laptop while chillaxing. I can take care of myself. Just go and come home soon. The door clicked shut with a familiar sound. Yongjin suddenly lowered his head and let out a deep sigh. Then he quickly hurried along his way. Not long after, Eonjin arrived at the house of the person who posted the cockroach gig, seeking a cockroach catcher. Need someone to catch the roach immediately. It's a huge one, fee is 30K1. In a heartbeat, he took on another task. To the landlord's total shock, need someone to wash a mountain of dishes, fee is 50,001. Time passed by in a flash. Eonjin was now hauling items at a warehouse for a post that read, seeking a moving assistant. Just loading stuff onto the truck, fee is 30,001. Finally, he could finally give his back a rest after a long day. Glancing at the time on his phone screen, Eonjin was slightly taken aback. It was Sunday noon. He remembered Z's specific instructions. The disciples will come to fetch you. Follow them to me. Thinking of this, he looked around and searched for a while, his fingers tapping frantically on his phone screen. That day Z had told Yongjin that he had gone against natural law. He had found his true self and continued to live. A search result for natural law appeared on the phone. Noun, truth, righteousness, or moral principles. A natural phenomenon like flowing water, possessing an innate, irreversible quality. He fell into silence, simply staring at it. Just at that moment, a brilliant beam of light erupted beside him, accompanied by a loud call that made him jump. Hey, you're back! Out of nowhere, the three Boxen kids had come down and were eagerly greeting him. We're here to pick you up! The scene shifts to another fairly comfy room. On the table were various pastries, in many different colors. They looked mouth-watering just from a glance. Yunjin sat on the sofa, staring at the plate of sweets without making a move. Zai sat opposite him, holding a cup of hot tea. While sipping, he asked, Why the long face? He didn't reply right away, only looking up at Z. Suddenly, the face from his dream flashed through Yunjin's mind. He quickly swallowed hard, hiding his eyes behind his hair. Finally, he spoke up and asked curiously, That natural law you mentioned, what exactly does it mean? Z answered without hesitation, wearing a deadpan expression. Everything vanishes and is then reborn. That is the flow of nature. Natural law is what's right, moving in harmony with that natural flow. But Yunjin still looked hesitant and unsure. With uncertainty, you mean? In front of Zai's stoic face, he blurted out, The fact that you borrow human bodies and live in them is natural? The silence didn't last long, as Yunjin immediately broke it with another question. So me not being allowed to exist, is that the natural law? Zai put his teacup down and corrected him. To be more precise, it's not that we borrow human bodies. Z narrowed his eyes and continued. A god's body is more like a sculpture. A voice echoed through the room again. Your body is the same way. This caught Yongjin off guard. You mean, he asked with a hesitant, uncertain tone, a sculpture, as in it was created? What? I have no idea what you're talking about. At that moment, Z threw a question back at him. Do you know Dangun? Yunjin replied with a questioning tone. Lord Dangun, the founder of the nation? He lowered his eyes and nodded. That's right. Z immediately explained it through a story to help him understand. Dangun created a land suitable for humans to live in. Dangun appeared a long time ago. We are the DG gods, ordered to descend to Earth to assist mankind. With their bare hands, they created fire and water. We used our power to usher in a new era upon this once barren land. And naturally, there were always witnesses, those who beheld the divine power of the gods, wanting to keep that power around forever. They built altars and offered their prayers there. 64 seasons passed. Time just kept flowing by, year after year. On the altar, where the energy of all things converged, a vessel resembling a human body was forged. Eris and all things changed through the tides of history. Finally, it emerged after ages of tempering. That was the very first divine vessel for a god. Everyone worshipped that being. The DG gods loved humans so dearly that they entered the vessels created by those hopes to stay on Earth and protect them. That body was just like a human's. It had a limited lifespan, and once it fulfilled its purpose, the altar would produce a brand new vessel. However, on the day of Bingshu, month of Dingmao, year of Jia Chen, the divine altar of the gods was destroyed. From that point on, the gods could no longer interfere with human history, and divine bodies were never created again. We waited for these physical forms to perish so we could return to the heavens, but when we opened our eyes, we were still on Earth. His eyes dimmed slightly. Divine bodies began to be born directly from humans. Our vessels are now forged within human beings. Since this cycle repeats, we are effectively grounded here forever. In the end, we had to accept the natural law and live alongside humans. The divine vessels that humans gave birth to. They called them the children who do not cry. The more Yunjin heard, the more his blood ran cold. Your current body is one of those vessels. His eyes went blank and soulless. Faced with a name that felt both familiar and strange, that name Yunjin, Zai fixed his gaze on Yunjin and spoke slowly. According to natural law, he bluntly laid out the obvious truth. The one inhabiting that body should be Chen. Chen's face appeared, completely devoid of any emotion. Now Yunjin could only remain silent, as if buried under Zai's heavy words. If you accept your fate and submit to this natural law, I will personally perform the rite to guide your soul. He coldly began to threaten him. But if you refuse to comply, each heavy word fell into Yunjin's ears. You will have to fight to the bitter end, just to protect yourself. The living room fell eerily quiet. Ziza raised his voice. I'm asking you. The question carried a much deeper meaning. Do you want to follow natural law, or do you want to go against it, Yunjin? Yunjin didn't respond immediately, keeping his silence, without showing a single trace of emotion. Yunjin sat in silence for a long moment before finally answering. It's not like there's a choice between living and kicking the bucket. Z remained expressionless, simply eyeing the young man in front of him. Yunjin's lips curled into a defiant, arrogant smirk. Of course I'm choosing to live. Under the table, he clenched his hands together tight, even as he kept his voice steady. I told you before that you would face hardships and trials, far more brutal than anything you've seen. Z looked up, his tone questioning. Will you be able to handle it? Yunjin was anxious, but he stood his ground and replied, maybe the old me would have just given up and tapped out. Visions of his past flashed through his mind once more. Those days of crushing loneliness, living a life that was both hard and hollow. The times he was insulted and bullied beyond repair. Yunjin felt he had already gone through enough hell. His life was already miserable and pathetic enough as it was. His solitary figure was the most vivid living proof of that. Because he had to bear everything all by himself, Yunjin's voice suddenly changed. But within his mind there surged the warm scenes he had witnessed, the moments he met Jiwan, seeing her smile, and the times they played together after school. Yunjin spoke as if he had just woken up. It's not like that anymore. He remembered looking straight into Yisu's eyes. Her bright smile was etched deep into Yunjin's heart. He looked up and spoke with firm resolve. I want to live even more now. Yunjin did not hesitate to remind Zai of the past. You said you'd protect me, and that is totally doable. His words made Z pause for a moment. Then that same voice echoed in his ears again. Aren't you going to exist forever? At least until I kick the bucket from old age. An unexpected laugh escaped, ringing through the suffocating atmosphere around Z. Immediately after, he burst into a loud laugh, startling Yunjin quite a bit. Z glanced at Yunjin with approval. Well said. That was an excellent answer, Yunjin. Yunjin was a little surprised. sitting frozen in place. As he heard Z continue, unyielding spirit. Z lowered his eyes, radiating danger as he dropped a line. A weak will is easily corrupted. Yunjin felt a pang of anxiety hearing that. Though Zai was only giving a few instructions, you must always remember this determination. Just then, a loud shout rang out. "Hey bro!" The gang, led by Boksun, suddenly appeared with excited faces. The girl looked at him and held out a box. "A gift for you." The lid of the box was opened, revealing a set of clothes inside. According to the kids, this was divine raiment. Yunjin was skeptical. "Divine raiment?" Boksun looked at him eagerly. "Try it on, bro!" Beside her, a boy with sparkling eyes urged him on. "Try it on, bro!" They made it impossible for him to say no. A few minutes later, Yunjin emerged in his new outfit, featuring a red and black color scheme. He appeared looking absolutely grand. Those little angels crowded around him, showering him with endless compliments. "It looks so good on you." "You look fire, bro!" Z, who had been sitting all this time, stood up to give some advice. "Stop using Black Dragon from now on. Use your own strength to wield my blade." Yunjin hesitated, speaking up with a bit of timidness. "But that blade is insanely heavy. Without that power, I can't even lift the thing." In response, he only met Z's calm, steady gaze. "Black Dragon is draining your body dry. After using its power, how exactly do you feel?" The moment the question was asked, it immediately brought back images of his own struggle. There were times his arms would shake out of control. Even his legs were the same. Every single step was a battle. Back then, his entire body felt completely spent. It felt like he was about to check out for good. Just then, Zai spoke up, catching Yunjin off guard. "It's not that it makes it easier for you to lift the blade. It's just burning through your physical stamina however it wants." Z didn't seem to care much, offering only a simple explanation. "You don't even have muscles. How could you possibly lift such a heavy blade?" This comment directly bruised Yunjin's ego. He felt the need to clap back immediately. "Why you gotta be so savage, man?" He pointed a finger toward the group of angels over there. "What about these kids then? Are you saying they're all bodybuilders or something?" Z calmly answered everything, hitting Yunjin where it hurt once more. "As long as you have divine power, you can lift the blade with ease. You only have a mortal body but no divine power, that's why." Every single word he spoke was a critical hit for Yunjin, leaving him speechless. "Even though you're in that body, your fitness level is worse than an average person's. Do you even work out at all?" After a moment, Z let out a helpless sigh. He began to give instructions. "Concentrate your energy into your right hand, Yunjin." Yunjin hesitated, still not quite getting how to do it. Z, however, completely skipped over the build-up, simply reaching out and exerting force effortlessly. But what left him in such a state of shock was Z pointing at his hand and saying, "Next, close your eyes. Focus your mind and maximize the senses in your right hand." He looked straight at Yunjin, like a true mentor. "And then think of the blade." Yunjin immediately closed his eyes and followed the instructions. Z's voice still echoed in his ears. "It definitely won't be easy for you, but keep practicing." Just as he finished speaking, a sudden surge of power appeared. This directly stunned Zai, making his eyes widen in surprise. In some miraculous way, the blade was actually being controlled by Yunjin with total ease. It took a while for him to snap back to reality, looking at what he was holding with shock. Amidst the excited cheering of the kids, a hesitant voice rang out from the heavens. How did... He had regained his composure and was now pondering and speculating. That divine raiment has the ability to transform universal energy into divine power. Yunjin realized it and hesitantly uttered a few words. If so... But Z directly cut him off and spoke plainly. "The divine power you can use is only temporary." He looked over and said with a hint of disdain, "This is proof that you have a mortal body. An ordinary person's body simply cannot accomplish such a feat." But on the other side, Yunjin acted as if he hadn't heard a thing, cheering softly in delight. "Got it!" He swung the blade around like it was a mere toy, leaving Z speechless in silence. "At this rate, I won't even need to use my left hand." Then, as if suddenly realizing something, Yunjin's eyes widened in surprise. "Huh?" His gaze fell upon his own hand. Regarding the hilt, Z spoke up to explain. "When I received it from Thin, it bore its original form from the very beginning. He had used it in that state. Immediately after, the space fell into a state of tranquility again." His eyes still hadn't left Yunjin. After everything that had just happened, suddenly Zai asked a question with an unclear meaning. "Have you ever seen what's inside the cloth wrapping?" Yunjin was momentarily stunned, muttering back, "Inside the cloth?" Zai didn't mind and emphasized the question again. "I mean the hilt of the blade." Under Z's quiet gaze, Yunjin replied, "Not yet." Why did he stay silent amidst Yunjin's questions? Is there something in here? Finally, Zai said nothing more about the topic he had just brought up. No, it's nothing. Cutting to another scene, dishes were laid out, on the table looking delicious. Eat up. Yunjin sat at the table, quietly admiring the food in his head, while Zai said calmly, "After eating, I'll take you back to your front door." These words made him a bit anxious and wary. Z noticed his look and asked curiously, "What's wrong, you don't like this dish?" Yunjin jumped a little and quickly answered, "No, I actually love it." But then he hesitated and spoke up, "It's just—" Yunjin looked at the food on the table, his voice suddenly turning sad. "It's been a long time since someone prepared such a feast for me." After saying that, he fell into a silent contemplation, his eyes flickering with nostalgia. In the past, how his mother used to smile so gently whenever she looked at him. Back then, Yunjin was still just an innocent child protected by her. After a brief moment lost in memories, he suddenly found his voice again. A flood of memories rushed through his mind. Restless days and agonizing pain. A woman with tears streaming down her face and eyes full of extreme hatred. At that moment, Zai broke the suffocating atmosphere. "If you want to ask something, just ask, Yunjin." Yunjin snapped out of it, but asked a question that was barely related. "Your name? What is your name?" Faced with this pointless question, Z shot him a look as if he were looking at an idiot. Yunjin quickly tried to play it off. "Even if you're a god, you must have a name, right? When living on this earth." He looked away and replied nonchalantly, "That doesn't matter." "It matters a lot." Yunjin, somewhat speechless, spoke his mind. "I can't just keep calling you kid forever, can I?" Zai didn't want to say, so he immediately retorted, "Just call me Great Master." This left him shook. "What the—" Zai looked at the young man in front of him and dropped a series of truth bombs. "I might look like this, but in human years, I'm much older than you. I've lived in this body for 28 years already. Technically, I must be over 1,000 years old." These words were a direct psychological blow to Yunjin. He gasped in shock. 28? But why do you look like an elementary schooler? Z was more patient this time as he answered the question. "I ended up like this, and because your ancestor caused me to lose half of my divine power." The more Yunjin heard, the more stunned he became. Though born of a human body, under these conditions it's like the body of a ritual altar. He looked down as if telling a story that had spanned 64 seasons. Finally, like a close friend, he concluded with a single sentence, bringing a hush back over the atmosphere. "That means 16 years. Suddenly, the familiar green fan appeared in Z's hand, accompanied by his steady voice. "If you use divine power before it's fully developed," he said while testing the fan's power, "obviously your body will be destroyed." He snapped the small fan shut and explained, "The ability to use divine power is limited due to a small body." Zai looked at Yunjin and stated a final fact, "But this is a fully developed body." The focus shifted back to Yunjin's question. "So you can't grow any taller?" Z replied very calmly and naturally. "Exactly." Just then he suddenly added, "I have no idea what your ancestor was thinking." Yunjin was completely in the dark. Based on his own guesses, could it be related to the massacre of my clan? Z helplessly cut off that line of thought and made a suggestion. "Once Black Dragon is removed from your body, he will tell you all about it. For now, just eat." Sure enough, Yongjin's attention was pulled in a different direction. "Remove it?" He replied with a hint of a fearful tremble, "But Heelong is my left arm." Z looked at the person before him with disdain and said bluntly, "Losing the left arm created from Heelong? One slip-up could even cost you your life." As the words fell, Yongjin gasped in shock. "What?" Seeing his expression, Zai then said, "It's not that there isn't a way." Facing Yongjin's hopeful gaze, he continued, "This is something you absolutely must do." Afternoon at Yongjin's small house. He had returned after a long, exhausting day of hustling. As soon as he opened the door, Yongjin looked toward the bed in a slight panic. Right now, Jin was lying there leisurely. He recalled what Z had said at the dinner table. "Ask Thin to go search for the dragon with you." After a moment of dead silence, Jin suddenly called out, "Yongjin!" Startled, he asked if the other had eaten anything yet. The room grew even gloomier with Jin's question. "Where have you been all this time?" Yongjin avoided eye contact, trying to brush it off. "I told you I went out to make a little extra cash." But Jin directly exposed his disguise. "Didn't you meet Great Master Z?" His words sent his heart into a dark void. Jin said in a low voice, "I can—" His gaze was as sharp as a true assassin's. His voice was chillingly cold. "I smell a rat." Z's expressionless eyes stared intently at him as he said, "This is something you absolutely must do. Ask Thin to go find the dragon with you." Hearing that, Yongjin was stunned. A dragon? Yet he looked hesitant. "But if my ancestor regains his power, who knows if he'll try to do something to me?" Suddenly his lips moved, uttering a few words. "The dragon you find," then Z reminded him in a stern tone, "won't belong to Thin, Yongjin." Yongjin was getting more and more shocked. "It will belong to you." And then the timeline returned to the present. As he stood facing Jin, Jin's cold gaze continued to stare intently at him, as if issuing a warning. Meanwhile, he was hesitating, completely flustered. "Smell a rat?" But Yongjin gradually regained his cool and continued, "Of course there's a smell. I just came back from catching rats." Then he added a snarky remark, "Guess that dog nose of yours is good for something." Jin, on his end, was taken aback. "You went rat catching?" Noticing that reaction, Yongjin immediately picked up his phone and questioned him. "Do you want me to read this? Wanted, someone to catch rats. Also needed, someone to clear away rat carcasses." Then he added, "The fee is 50,000 won." Now Jin was surprised too. People actually pay for that kind of work these days? The mood left Yongjin restless and speculating. If he suggested finding the dragon together now, his eyes followed Jin's every move. Then he thought to himself, he's going to be suspicious no matter what. On the other hand, Jin was enthusiastically declaring, "I could do that kind of work too." Then Jin jumped straight off the bed to make a proposal. "Let me tag along from now on, Yoonjin." Hearing that, Yongjin asked skeptically, "Why would you come along?" Jin's answer was instantaneous. "I gotta put food on the table, don't I?" However, he flatly refused. "Forget it, if you come along, you'll just shed dog hair everywhere. It'd probably just be more work for me." After that conversation, the sky quickly turned a reddish-pink sunset hue. Inside Yongjin's house, though he was lying down, he kept looking at Jin anxiously. How should I say this? Because of that, a cold drop of sweat slowly rolled down his face. He needed a valid excuse. Suddenly, an unexpected memory rushed back, making him freeze up. Did something happen? And with just that thought, Yongjin took the initiative and said, "Ancestor." He still maintained a very nonchalant exterior. "Last time you asked what happened, right?" As for Jin, he curiously replied immediately, "Are you finally ready to tell me?" "Just waiting for the opportunity to strike, Yongjin intentionally blurted out a sentence. "I almost met my makers, you know." Furthermore, he emphasized his point, catching Jin off guard. "That's why I had to use the Black Dragon's power." Driven by curiosity, Jin immediately questioned him. "Why is that?" Yongjin maintained his nonchalance and replied, "Well, I'm still alive, aren't I? The kid who helped take down the demon priest? Came to save me last time." After hearing those words, Jin's puppy-like face scrunched up slightly. In contrast, Yongjin continued to vent even more. "What kind of ancestor are you? You didn't even know what was happening to your own descendant. I had to let someone else's ancestor come to my rescue." He even let out a bitter, weary laugh. "How could I be sure of anything? This body is technically yours." That was when Jin began to feel guilty. "Hey kid, quit rambling on about that." Then he used a serious tone to remind him, "No matter how much you deny it, you're still my grandson." Facing those sharp words, Yongjin fell silent. It was the truth. At the same time, he recalled Zai's words. The flesh incarnation can only be formed within the descendants of that clan. Then Yongjin nodded and went back to using his phone. "Yeah, whatever you say." Standing beside him, Jin grumbled, "You're being a real wise guy today, aren't you?" But a second later, he continued, "There's something I want to ask." This time, Yongjin slowly brought up an issue. "You said you were sealed away, right?" In his mind, he thought about Jamin's murder. But out loud, he still asked, "So have you forgotten everything that happened before? Like, why exactly were you sealed?" Faced with that question, Jin's mouth moved slightly as he answered bit by bit, "I don't know." Along with that, his face suddenly darkened. But one thing's for sure. Yongjin also got caught up in the emotion, looking at Jin with tension. But then he blurted out something unexpected. "I am the strongest among the earthly branch gods who descended." Furthermore, he confidently stroked his own face. "They probably sealed me away because they were just jealous." That caused skepticism to rise within Yongjin. He's that goofy, yet he slaughtered an entire clan? After that, he let out a sigh. Seriously, anyone can talk a big game like that. Every time something happens, you just stand there like a useless prop. And suddenly he burst into a dejected laugh. "You're just camping out to hijack this body, aren't you?" Jin immediately fired back as soon as he heard that. "I already transferred all my power to you, didn't I? Besides, what could I even do in this form?" Nevertheless, Yongjin continued to provoke him further. "So you're admitting you're weak as hell now, right?" At that exact moment, he lowered his voice to reveal something. "If I can just recover one of the powers I once had." That very information was what made him jump. The situation will flip completely. Without a second thought, Jin rolled over, thinking he had hit the jackpot. "Where exactly is that power?" As for Jin, he suddenly spoke calmly. "All right then. At the same time, he nodded with great satisfaction. We need to go find the dragon right here and now. It seems you're willing to cooperate. Hearing that, he just stood there dazed. Cooperate? Just like that, that stern gaze was directed at Yongjin. This isn't for me to do. Just a second later, Jin suddenly transformed back into his original state. But you have to be the one to do it. That alone scared the life out of him. After that transformation, the shock left Yongjin staring blankly at him for a while. As for Jin, he smirked and asked, Are you shook now? But Yongjin naively shot back immediately. Why should I be shook? To answer that question, he slowly sat down on the floor. I have to show my true form once in a while. How to fix that disrespectful attitude of yours. Jin's hand reached for a Sintamani stone tucked at his waist. Then he held it up, right in front of Yongjin so he could see it. After that, Jin continued to command, touch this Sintamani stone with your left hand. Just do as I say. Faced with that bizarre request, Jin had no choice but to reach his hand toward the massive gemstone. The moment he made contact with it, a blinding light immediately began to shimmer and radiate. It didn't just stop there. A beam of light even formed a long path, right through the air. What the heck is this? Jin followed the trail of light and whispered, It seems Yongjin is closer than I thought. Meanwhile, he mumbled to himself, If we ride, we can get there before dawn. However, those words only left him wondering exactly how far it was. He replied while keeping his eyes glued to the beam, From what I can see, it's about 500 ri. In the meantime, Yongjin looked it up on his phone. So that's around 200 ka, that's a pretty long haul. Suddenly, his expression turned to one of shock, as if he had just remembered something. The conversation between him and Zai flashed back to him in an instant. One of the dragons seems to be residing at Mount Sakri. When he first heard the name of the place, Yongjin raised an eyebrow in confusion. Mount Sakri? But Z gave him the answer immediately after. That's where you went for your training session. Still skeptical, Yongjin questioned, It's really there? But Z only gave a cold reply. I'm not entirely sure myself. Then Zai provided more information about the deity with the animal form, but I did see the spirit god. Additionally, he carefully cautioned him. Normally, those entities only appear in lands that are sacred and secure. Finally, Z asserted with certainty, and there will definitely be a guardian god at that place. With that, the memory ended, leaving Yongjin stunned. Could it really be Mount Sakri? Jin overheard this and asked in surprise, Mount Sakri? Sensing his curiosity, he hesitantly explained, That's where I did my training. Did you see it there? However, Yongjin denied it and looked back at his phone. Not exactly, but based on this direction and distance. At this point, he already had the map open. It seems like that's the spot. Let's just head there and check it out. He also mentioned one more thing to him. We don't have to travel until tomorrow morning. The bus takes only 3 hours to get there, right? Having decided, he suddenly flopped down on the bed. But it's too late now, let's just go tomorrow. Jin quickly agreed, Fine. We'll set off tomorrow right after lunch. Yongjin heard that and hesitantly replied, What lunch? I still have school tomorrow. Seeing that, he gave a cold huff. Don't neglect your studies. What time do you finish class? He quickly blurted out the answer. Around this time. Only then did Jin start to tempt him. Can't you just skip out in the middle of it? That question made him feel uneasy. Why did you just say not to neglect my studies then? Before long, the time shifted from night to the early morning. The phone in his hand now showed 12:44. Jin was curled up in the backpack with a calm expression, though he looked somewhat stern. Since school let out early today, he was heading back home. Regardless, his own life was still the top priority. To be safe, Yongjin gave Jin a reminder. You better stay put in that backpack, okay? He quickly snapped back, Don't sweat it. Then, he casually added, There's some beef jerky in the bag, too. I'm gonna dig in, all right? Hearing that, he scowled with total annoyance. Are you a dragon or a pig? Because he was so wrapped up in the argument, Yongjin didn't notice the figure looming over him. Before he could even react, by the time the attack was right on top of him, Yongjin's eyes widened as he looked at it. Directly in front of him were a pair of toned legs that looked like they belonged to a student. But fortunately, Yongjin reacted just in time to block the opponent's devastating kick. Gravel and dust scattered everywhere. This was accompanied by Yongjin's panicked face. A cold gaze, sharp as a wild beast's, was bearing down on him. The attack launched by Tuat even crushed the pavement where they stood. That power was so terrifying that it scared Yongjin onto his knees in the street. In contrast to him, she stood firm amidst the swirling cloud of dust. With her status as the earthly branch god, High Inspector Sul. Sul glared fiercely at him, sensing the black dragon's power. Then she rolled her eyes and interrogated Yongjin. You damn dragon! Have you lost your mind? Now, in a state of both confusion and panic, he could only stare at her with his mouth agape. After those cryptic words, Sul swung her blade down once more, launching a slash fueled by pure rage, aiming straight for Jin. But at that moment, Jin suddenly appeared in the middle of the fight. "Inspector Sul!" He desperately tried to calm her down, while she was reversing the tip of her blade. "Stop it right now!" The next second, the sharp point slammed into the ground, just a few centimeters away from Yongjin. He realized things were going south, so he scrambled to his feet and hauled tail. What the hell is going on? But in the chaotic situation, he could only dive headfirst forward, while Jin spotted Sul's silhouette. Then he shouted urgently to warn him, "Yongjin, look out above you!" At that exact moment, a familiar aura suddenly radiated from his arm. Before Yongjin could figure out what was happening, one of his eyes flashed bright red. Then the black dragon's blade manifested instantly, blocking Sul's strike just in time. But that was exactly the thing that made her even more certain. "So you finally decided to show your true colors, huh?" Right in front of him now was Sul's maniacal laughter. "Jin, it's not over yet." She made a blunt declaration that sent him into a panic. "This time I'm taking your head!" Meanwhile, Jin was still trying his best to convince her. "Inspector Sul! Stop it, he's just a human!" However, in Sul's eyes, she only saw Yongjin and heard a voice coming from him. "I'm the real Jin!" And so her misunderstanding grew even deeper. "You're definitely Jin, who else would you be?" A second later, the blade swung repeatedly, forcing Yongjin had to fight back. "You trying to mess with me?" "Wait a second, I'm not Jin!" "Whatever." As he tried to deny it, Jin continued to shout loudly, "I'm the real Jin!" This time, he couldn't hold back anymore and cursed, "You're still in there talking smack?" After scolding him, Yongjin continued the life-or-death chase with Sul. "Stop right there!" Suddenly, she crossed her two blades together and chanted an enhancement spell. Power erupted instantly, causing the ground to crack and debris to fly high into the air. As for Yongjin, he could only feel a surge of electricity right behind him. Meanwhile, Sul poured all her strength into it, making her eyes glow intensely. But just as the ultimate technique was about to strike, someone's sword parried the blow. Yongjin and Sul seemed to pause for a beat because of that sound. Then a cloak fluttered in midair as the mysterious guest landed with a selfless strike. The silhouettes of Shin and Oh gradually appeared above. Upon landing on the ground, he lightly touched the hilt of his sword. Finally, Oh gracefully used a specialized draw to neutralize the technique. But he wasn't done yet. He unexpectedly summoned countless soldiers to attack the target. "Pegasus deployment!" They followed his command and immediately drew their bows tight, shooting arrows one after another straight at Sul to force her to retreat. Gradually, the distance between them grew wider, leaving Sul to only grit her teeth in frustration. At the same time, Oh raised his sword and shouted, "Protect me! Pegasus deployment!" From their fighting stance, they spun around, each gripping a long, sharp spear tightly in one hand. Next, a protective layer of two spears was deployed in front of Yongjin and Jin. By the time he realized it, he was already under heavy protection. In contrast to Yongjin, Sul stood alone against everything. A few more moments passed. Jin then withdrew the horses and handed back the phone. "Here, the photo's done." Oh happily took it. "Thanks," he then proudly shouted. "The superhero is here!" Those words made her face darken. The hell? Finally, her anger boiled over, making Sul scream, "What do you want, you damn horsehead?" Being insulted out of the blue made him very annoyed. "She really called me a horsehead?" However, Shin chimed in, "Well, she's not wrong." As for Sul, she started accusing them again. "Are you guys on Jin's side?" Oh heard that and quickly blurted out, "Why are you so pressed?" However, she was still full of bloodlust and provoked them. "Come at me then, all of you!" But this time he interrupted her. "Chill out." Oh then quickly cleared Yongjin's name. "This kid is just a human. You almost committed murder back there." Upon hearing that explanation, Sul frowned in disbelief. "A human?" Meanwhile, Yongjin just sighed to himself, "I really want to go home. Forget finding or killing dragons." As for Sul, after thinking for a bit, she still insisted, "How is that possible? He smells exactly like a dragon." Shin coldly reminded her, "Blow your nose, girl." Then she quickly rushed up to Yongjin to check. Sul's expression instantly turned to shock. "What?" In total confusion, she pointed at him with teary eyes. "I clearly smelled a dragon on him, and I can even smell it right now." At that moment, Shin suddenly pulled Jin out. "Of course you do." Because this old man was hiding behind his back. When she first saw him, Sul just gaped, not understanding what was happening. Then she widened her eyes and asked, What now? Shin then provided the explanation. This old man has been screaming the whole time. To make it even more convincing, Jin also spoke up reluctantly. I'm Jin here. The moment he finished speaking, Oh laughed so hard he rolled on the ground, while Seul was still left with a giant question mark. That echoing laughter rang clearly in their ears, making Jin even more speechless. Taking that chance, Oh teased him further. He's not a native Korean dog, he's a French bulldog. And only then did Seul slowly realize. This dog is Jin? The corners of her mouth began to curl up, signaling something Jin had totally expected. Finally, she couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. That's peak! Then Seul poked Jin's head. You looked down on dogs a lot, didn't you? How does it feel being a dog now, huh? He mumbled his response under his breath. When did I ever look down on them? Even so, she crankily cut him off. Shut it! They continued to mess around, while Yongjin looked away silently. This must be fate. Suddenly he spoke up to remind Seul. Shouldn't you apologize first? You almost killed someone. Because of that, she stopped laughing. But then he asked again. No apology? Seul immediately looked flustered. Why should I apologize? You're the one who misled me first, Yongjin replied helplessly. Didn't I tell you already? But she still tried to shift the blame. On the contrary, you should have let people know. But he blocked her words. I said it, didn't I? Being completely cornered, Seul could even feel Jin's smug laughter. Then she quickly looked at him and added, Since you look like Jin, so... The words she was about to say suddenly stopped because she was too embarrassed. On the other hand, Yongjin was a bit annoyed. Do you gods never know how to admit you're wrong? Finally, Seul couldn't take it anymore, so she dashed off in a flash. Holy cow. Oh waited for her to leave before coming over to chat. I apologize to you on her behalf. It's because of some complicated stuff in the past. He also friendly reached out his hand to say hello. Nice to meet you, I am O, the earthly branch god, the High Inspector of the Heavenly Court. He even added an extra introduction. My name in the human world is Juno. Yongjin reflexively replied right away. I'm Quan Yongjin. Hearing that, he suddenly burst out laughing. Yongjin? Like Dragon Jin? Then Yongjin bowed directly to say goodbye. Thanks for the help. We're busy, so we gotta go now. He looked quite disappointed over here. So busy you can't even shake hands? Then Jin suddenly spoke up with a grumpy face. We're on our way to find the dragon. He didn't even hide his bloodlust in his next words. Once I get my powers back, I'm gonna crush all your noses. That single threat made O instinctively grab his nose and cry out. As for Jin, he continued to wear a wicked smile. I'm in such a great mood today, Yong. Jin also quickly urged him, let's go, Grandpa. But before that, he added a reminder. We need to go home and drop off this blade first. Jin, on the contrary, casually said, it's better to have it. Just bring it along. Hearing that suggestion, Yongjin went, huh? In confusion. What do you mean? How can I carry this? On the bus? Fine. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them. Shin was the one speaking, and he looked very serious. Hand that over to me. When Yongjin handed it over, he slowly touched both ends of the blade. A second later, two bright beams of light appeared and slowly faded into the blade. In an instant, Shin had shrunk the object until it was invisible. He was still holding it in his hand, as the remaining divine power lingered and glowed around it. Next, Shin calmly summoned the blade back to its original form. After checking it, he tossed it back to its owner. Use it carefully. Yongjin realized, asked in confusion how to open this. Ngo, who was nearby, started to tease again. You can't do it because you don't have divine power, right? What a pity. Your hands must be getting tired without Great Overseer Shin. Meanwhile, Shin was introducing himself. I am Shin. Ngo immediately added a clarification. Not Got, but Shen as in the 12 zodiac signs. Then he slowly leaned close to Yongjin's face. I'm sure that little rat already told you how to use it. One hand gently patted his shoulder. Unless it's a dire emergency. Along with a stern tone from Shin, don't use the power on the left. After giving the warning, he turned away. Hey, why are you still standing there? Shin also quickly said, it looks like fun, so I'm gonna follow them. Wanna come along? Their conversation continued while Yongjin was looking back at the broadsword. I'm busy, I'm not free like you. Over on this side, Ngo watched him get into the car while admiring. That's sick, for real? But suddenly someone called out very rudely, hey there. When he looked back, he saw Jin's grumpy face. Why are you following us? You got some kind of motive? Faced with that questioning, Ngo just shrugged and replied, what motive? Is Great Overseer Chen planning to take the bus? The fan in his hand suddenly snapped open as he commanded it to be badass. And in just a flash, the Pegasus appeared right behind them. Come with me, and no matter where it is, guaranteed we'll be there in 5 minutes. Then Ngo chuckled mischievously. Want to take the Pegasus taxi? at the same time, but in a place filled only with dense jungle and vegetation, flickering through the line of sight. The warm breath of that creature slowly spread out. Its body was absolutely massive, but its appearance was hidden behind the lush green canopy. The sky today was incredibly clear and blue, in perfect harmony with the lush forest. Right now, Ngo along with Yong, Jin and Jin were riding like the wind toward that place. Turn left. Finally, the three of them landed with a shockwave that shook the entire area. With that landing, Ngo shouted out very leisurely, while the other person was already knocked out cold. "We're here." Suddenly, Jin spoke up to give him a gentle reminder. "Great Overseer Ngo, we have to go to the mountain peak, not here." In response to that was his calm attitude. "I know, right? We're going to hike from here to the top." After saying that, he immediately snapped his fingers to recall his skill. The Pegasus that was carrying them just vanished, causing him to fall down. Now that's what I call a real adventure. Contrary to that enthusiasm, Jin just wearily said, "I thought you gods were super busy. Find it fast." Though Ngo was still happily joking around. Others maybe, but I'm totally free. And then, the adventure journey began at Mount Yongjin's Sun. While on their way, Ngo suddenly struck up a conversation. "Hey, Long. Then he curiously asked if he played any games. He replied in a soft voice, "No," so he asked again, "What about League?" Even so, he still firmly blurted out the same answer. "Don't play this time." Ngo was legit shook. Why? He didn't hide it and just came clean. "Because I don't have a computer at home." He immediately suggested, "Then go to an internet cafe." That idea was immediately brushed off by him. It's a waste of money. But Ngo found it hard to believe and questioned further. "You don't even play mobile games?" And the response from him was very direct. "Correct." At this point, he suddenly changed the subject. "Then what's the point of living?" Yongjin replied flatly. "I just live." Hearing that, he made an offer. "How about you come live with us? There's even an internet cafe room." Ngo quickly explained further. "Actually, it's not my house, it's the monkey's house. Sin earlier just stayed in one of the rooms." He also proudly bragged to Yongjin, "Our mission is to protect humans, after all." There's no way he'd say no. On the contrary, it was just reluctance from him. "No thanks." Those reactions made him wonder, "Do you hate me that much?" But in the end, Yongjin only coolly said, "It's normal." Ngo then naively asked, "What does normal hate even mean? Can you explain it more clearly?" This time, Yongjin showed a bit of annoyance. "Stop asking, I'm so tired I'm about to kick the bucket." Right at that moment, Jin suddenly spoke up in a very mysterious way. "Hey, kid." Then his haggard appearance gradually revealed itself. "Put out your left hand." Yongjin was surprised. "Are you okay? Why do you look so wrecked?" In the end, he had to follow the request, while Ngo was judging. "Man, how are you weak as a snail." As for Jin, he transformed into human form and placed the pearl on his hand, as per usual. It immediately glowed extremely brilliantly. Then, a guiding path began to form. To Ngo's amazement, they looked in the direction of the light beam and muttered, "Right, go a bit further." Just as he was about to continue, Jin called out once more, "Master Yong." Jin, having returned to dog form, was now exhausted. "Carry me for a bit. This body is so out of shape. Legs are short, and the body is like a potato." Seeing this, Jin remarked, "You eat so much, of course you're fat." Even Ngo smirked. In return, Jin just grumpily scolded him, "You little brat. You should have trained your stamina beforehand. Can't even hold the broadsword properly." And just like that, they started bickering. "I can hold it now, okay?" He determinedly shut him down. "Quiet. Move." A while later, Jin was placed inside the backpack to rest. The one carrying him now was actually Ngo. "If I hadn't come along, you guys would have been in big trouble." Jin, following behind, replied, "My bad." Gradually, they finished climbing the stairs. In front of them now was only a massive cliff face. Ngo paused for a moment to speculate. "Is this the right way? Don't tell me we have to go through this rock." Suddenly, Jin proactively used his nose to sniff around, making him feel like teasing. "Acting just like a fierce dog, huh?" Very quickly after, Jin suddenly jumped straight into the bushes. "Are we there already?" Both of them followed, the direction he indicated, parting the foliage bit by bit. When they looked closely, they saw in the middle of a hollow, a creature was still fast asleep. Initially seeing it, Jin just stared with wide-eyed surprise. A trash bag? Meanwhile, Jin was dead certain it was a sacred beast. This side seemed to sense their presence, so Dojon proactively woke up. Then he immediately bowed in greeting. "It is an honor to meet you, great overseers." Those ocean blue eyes slowly locked onto theirs. "I am the guardian deity of this mountain. My name is Dojon." Dian immediately questioned him. "You're the mountain god? Your condition doesn't look too good." At that question, Dojon's eyes flickered with a hint of sorrow. "Please do not worry, sir. This is the consequence of the devastation of everything on the mountain. The ecosystem has been destroyed. Then he quickly got down to business. What brings the great overseers here? In person. He also immediately stated their purpose. We need to find something. Hearing that, Dojon very politely agreed. If it is something I know of, I would be more than happy to guide you. What exactly are you looking for? At this point, Jin started asking for info. You've been sleeping on this mountain for so long. You must have seen the white dragon? The name he mentioned made him raise an eyebrow slightly. Then Dojon suddenly turned and walked away. Although I don't have definitive info about the white dragon, I have something here I'd like to show you. His tone was slow as he requested, please follow me. With this positive turn, Ngo finally spoke up. So it wasn't a waste of time coming here after all. After that, they followed Dojon's footsteps to a place blocked by a boulder. Seeing it, Ngo appeared a bit curious. Is that rock the white dragon? But very quickly, he whipped out his phone and snapped a photo first. Yongjin, check. Incidentally, Ngo also made a suggestion to Yongjin. Long wanna follow each other on Insta? However, he just shook his head. I don't have one. This made him shout in disbelief. Why the hell don't you have anything at all? Meanwhile, Dojin was slowly telling Jin, this is a sacred boulder. It has existed since I was born here. Then he continued speaking while looking towards the boulder. At night, it often emits a white light. Jin on this side quietly observed, I wonder if it's related to what you're looking for. A moment later, he spoke up to call Jin to get his attention. Hey kid. At the same time, Jin also used his human form along with the pearl. To verify, this time the pearl's reaction was very different, as it no longer glowed. Facing that change, Yongjin's eyes widened in total shock. In return, he maintained that posture, but nothing else happened. The light is out. After verifying the truth, Jin frowned slightly. So is it right or not? Before the question could be answered, birds suddenly flew chaotically in the forest. Not only that, the trees were even swaying violently due to some force. Ngo's sharp senses quickly tingled. This is a sign that something is about to appear. At that very moment, Dojon was the only one who sensed a problem. However, that chain was one step ahead of him and charged in from out of nowhere. In the blink of an eye, it tightly bound Yongjin, leaving him in a total panic. His face immediately went dark, and his eyes instinctively looked back, following the direction Yongjin was focused on. The chain was being held by a mysterious figure. Suddenly, the leaves rustled softly, causing his appearance to be revealed. At that bizarre shape, Yongjin could only blurt out in confusion, a mask? In the meantime, the masked man began pulling the chain back to capture him. In that critical moment, Dojon suddenly lunged out and bit the chain. His razor-sharp teeth immediately snapped the fragile cord. The other end of it was caught by Ngo with total ease. At the same time, he held him back with a smug look. Nice try then. Ngo glanced at him to check. Long, you okay? Contrary to that nonchalant look, Yongjin was still terrified at that moment. He was still being tied up, while the other end of the rope was held by a hand. That sight was witnessed by Ngo in total shock. Then he hurriedly checked, only to find he was holding the masked man. Even Dojon hadn't expected this, so he was completely stunned. As for Jin, he could only scream his name in a panic. Yongjin. Yongjin himself didn't dare to budge, because he saw several drops of drool falling down. To be more precise, it was coming from the razor-sharp teeth of a beast. Gradually, the massive body of the dog man came into full view, making him even more shell-shocked. At this point, Ngo hurriedly blurted out, You bastard, when did you swap places so fast? Jin snapped irritably. Or did you just mess up the catch? While the situation was still unfolding unexpectedly, the dog man started turning around to leave, but that action was immediately spotted by him. Stay right there! Before Ngo could act, the masked man had already broken free from his grip. After that, he landed as two other masked men appeared. Right at this moment, Ngo drew his sword and channeled divine power into it. Then he immediately struck the pommel of his sword against the ground. By the decree of proclamation! The order was given with absolute authority. In a flash, an entire squad of Pegasus soldiers quickly appeared by his side. Pegasus, mobilize! Ngo's squad quickly assigned rearguard duties to protect the others. More and more soldiers from that massive army kept appearing to bolster their numbers. He also drew his sword and entered the fray. Vanguard, follow me! On the masked men's side, he roared aggressively. Don't let them escape! However, Ngo's Pegasus army easily charged right through them. Because of that, they scrambled to change direction and give chase, but were blocked. The main path was blocked by two resilient spears. The Pegasus troops that Ngo left behind had now surrounded them to cut off their way. On the other hand, Yongjin's vision was constantly changing at a breakneck speed. The dog man still held him by his side, as it easily leaped through every forest. He was just gritting his teeth in bitterness. I can't move. In Yongjin's mind, he was thinking about the broadsword. He had to get it out of his backpack. Finally, he suddenly thought of another solution. If only I could use the power in my left hand. Even though it was just an intention, a demonic force began to take over his eye. Just then, T's words suddenly cut in. If you keep using the Black Dragon's power, you'll gradually lose yourself. That's why Yongjin hurriedly shut his eyes tight. At that moment, Ngo's call echoed just in time. Yongjin! His horse's hooves continually trampled through the dirt and dust, charging forward to catch up with the boy. Ngo didn't hesitate. Pulling the reins to speed up even more, he remained calm, wearing a confident smile. Just stay put. And before long, the distance between them narrowed so much that he could clearly see the movements of the werewolf. Seizing that opportunity, he immediately channeled divine power into his sword. Then Ngo glided past and slashed through its upper body. Sudden pain shot through it, causing the dogman's eyes to go completely white. The arm that was holding Yongjin loosened as a result. The moment he was released, Dojin and Jin rushed into the rescue. They quickly landed on the ground safely. However, its gaze remained fierce, even as its divine power overflowed. Finally, the dogman's arm and body fell to the ground motionless. Ngo and his troops immediately surrounded it to check. Is he dead already? Seeing that, he clicked his tongue in frustration. He hadn't even managed to dig up any info yet. But just a second later, the dogman suddenly grabbed its own arm. Then it stood up on its own, right in front of Ngo. The sounds of chewing and bones snapping echoed, scaring Ngo out of his wits. On the contrary, the dogman calmly digested that arm with intense killing intent. A second later, the missing arm grew back as good as new, and that once again left Ngo in utter horror. By then, his opponent had fully recovered, and became even more frenzied. This unexpected turn of events worked him up. This bastard is straight up nasty. Back to Yongjin's side. To be as safe as possible, they were running far away from the werewolf. On its back, Dojin was carrying him and Jin at breakneck speed. However, the masked ones still caught up and were hiding behind tree trunks. One of them reached his hand out, waiting to snatch Yongjin as he passed by, but this time Dojin reacted in time, so they missed the grab. Their sheer creepiness left Yongjin so shook he couldn't even find the words. Meanwhile, he mockingly asked the boy, "Surprised?" "Not yet." And then they gathered around to intimidate him. "Hate to break it to you, but nobody knows this mountain better than we do." The masked man coaxed him softly. "Run all you want, you're still in the palm of my hand. So just be a good boy?" Suddenly, at this moment, the Pegasus troops Ngo summoned swarmed to Yongjin's side. The man frowned as soon as he saw them. "Those guys are here again?" The scene quickly shifted back to the dogman's side. Driven by rage, it drew its mace to charge at the target. The archers here were just waiting for that perfect moment to fire. As the dogman closed in, countless arrows pierced its body, but they couldn't slow it down. And then, that giant spiked mace swung down with massive force. Faced with that assault, Ngo immediately spurred his horse to leap high and dodge. But things weren't that simple. As the links of the staff were released, in a split second, it transformed into a chain, making its movements unpredictable. Ngo himself didn't see it coming, so he could only gasp out in shock. Immediately after, he took a direct hit that shook him to his core. His Pegasus vanished instantly, sending Ngo crashing straight into the dust. After that exchange, the dogman's spiked mace was stained with blood. He hurriedly clutched the wound on his arm. Only then did Ngo force a bitter smile. "So it's actually a long-range weapon, huh?" However, the battle was far from over. As the dogman continued to swing its weapon, its brawny hand gripped the staff tight and just like that, unleashed it. The next second, a finishing blow was thrown with terrifying, murderous intent. This caused the entire area where they were fighting to shudder violently. Over on Yongjin's side, the masked group suddenly noticed a change. Jin and John were stunned to see the phantom army abruptly vanish, leaving only a few fading sparks behind. They were baffled, like, what gives? But one of them quickly realized and smirked. "Looks like your side lost." Jing still firmly believed, Great Master Ngo defeated? No way. That's impossible. Meanwhile, they taunted, "Just a brat and 2 dogs." The masked man casually pointed at them. "Now surrender quietly." Suddenly, his laughter cut short. At the sight before him, Yongjin's robes were fluttering wildly in the wind. Jin didn't turn around, unaware of what was about to happen. As for Yongjin, he now held a sword that had been shrunk down. Divine power quickly flowed into it to activate the enlargement mechanism. Finally, the slight rustle of wind and the power fluctuations also caught Jin's attention as he looked back. When he looked back, he saw that the sword had been summoned and was ready for battle. Yongjin gripped it tightly and pointed the tip at the masked group. Jin and Dojon both turned their astonished gazes toward Yongjin. On the other hand, the masked group was very dismissive. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" One of them speculated. "Looks like it wants to throw down." The other one groaned in annoyance. "What a pain." Then he spoke up. "Don't you get what's going on here? I could take you down with just one toe. You're not even close to being on the level of that horseman leader from earlier. He even straight up dissed him. I'd rather stare at a wall. It'd be more interesting than fighting you." The guy next to him suddenly cut in. "Actually, I think fighting it would be pretty fun." Then he threatened him. "Quit acting like a hero. With your skills, you don't stand a chance against us." Faced with those words, Yongjin gritted his teeth, trying to keep his cool. "If you know what's good for you, just surrender quietly. That's the best way to protect the others. It's the only thing you can do right now." Waiting for them to finish their yapping, he asked, "Why do you want to capture me?" But the man just casually replied, "Who knows, we're just following orders." Yongjin immediately pressed further. "Who is your leader?" Predictably, he only frowned in annoyance. "You don't need to know." The others suddenly started cursing. "You idiot, why would you say that?" Then the masked man tried to sweet-talk him. "If you want to know, just come with us quietly. Otherwise, as for those cute teammates of yours, I'll take them out one by one." Dojon stood nearby, silently watching them with a wary look, while Jin remained silent despite their mockery. "Looks cute, but monster is more like it." Immediately after, the masked man jerked the chain to attack. "Just put that sword down first, then we'll talk." As the strike flew toward Yongjin, he reflexively slashed it away. Seeing his resistance, the man grew more annoyed. "This brat is pretty stubborn, huh?" But among them, only one remained silent, lost in thought. The warning he was given echoed in his mind. "If you back him into a corner, watch out or the black dragon might appear." Back in the present, he looked at Yongjin with curiosity. If this works, maybe there's a chance to see that black dragon. The scene shifts once more to the area where Ngo and the dogman are. After the devastating blow it unleashed, the spiked mace was still embedded deep in the ground. Its target had dodged and was currently keeping a distance from the dogman. In that brief opening, the dogman's wounds gradually began to heal. Ngo noticed this as well, and could only curse under his breath. "Damn it, this is bad." Then he shifted his attention to his injured arm. "Now that it's come to this, I have to wrap this up quickly." With that, Ngo calmly spoke first. "Hey, I have something to confess." He still maintained a confident smile. "Because I had to maintain the Phantom Army. I haven't been going all out in this fight yet." He readjusted his stance, drawing his sword with more precision. "Do you know what that means?" This time, Ngo pointed his blade directly forward. "Now I'll show you my true power." Divine power immediately surged from deep underground, flowing through every crack to surround him. Ngo's expression became more serious than ever, as he focused everything into the blade, and in the blink of an eye, his body moved gracefully, gliding past before unleashing a devastating strike. That precise sword path instantly severed the top half of the dogman. "If you eat yourself to regenerate, then now you don't even have a head left to eat with." After landing the blow, Wu spoke up softly. "But if you were to reincarnate naturally, at the moment he sheathes his sword, is also when he unleashes his ultimate skill, Tandiem. Just burn it all to a crisp and it's over." With this smug confidence, Wu took the initiative to chat a bit more. "I really should have interrogated you first, but since Long Long is in danger..." Suddenly he saw the dogman's hand placed right on its own neck. In the next scene, it straight up sliced off its own burning part. They hadn't expected that at all, leaving them jaw-dropped and wondering, what the heck? As for the dogman, once the excess part was dealt with, its cells surged back to life. A new head from the socket sprouted up incredibly fast. Wu then let out a smirk as he realized something. Turns out this isn't just some mid-tier monster. Facing him was that dog head, stubborn as a mule. "I plan to play with you for a bit, then head out. But can this mess even be finished?" The scene shifts, back to the battle between blade and sword. Here, Yunjin was shaking like a leaf, while his opponent remained perfectly calm. Finally, the masked man declared him weak as hell. Then he easily knocked him away. "You're not even on my level." The shove from earlier sent Yunjin collapsing to the ground. The masked man impatiently barked, "Bring out the black dragon, before I chop off all your limbs." Playing with a lowlife like you is nothing short of torture. As Yunjin faced him, all he could show was a look of pure helplessness. The others sat there watching, totally getting a kick out of it. "He doesn't even realize we're going easy on him. Hey, forget that black dragon crap, just tie him up and let's bounce." At this rate, the cops will be here soon. As for Jin, he was now tied up and spiraling in confusion. What the hell should I do? His eyes didn't miss a single movement from Yongjin, and then an idea suddenly hit him. I wonder if this dog's body can even take it. With that, Jin immediately called out to Dojon to get his attention. Did you just say your name is Dojon? Jin, while channeling his divine power, gave instructions. While I'm using my power, get the boy out of here. However, he suddenly blurted out a warning. Please don't do that, Dojon softly advised. That body isn't on the same level as yours. If you use your power, you could be in serious trouble. Let me try instead. Please don't overexert yourself. In return, he was completely caught off guard. How the hell do you know about that? Facing that question, Dojon's eyes gazed pensively forward. Seeing Yonjin getting wrecked over and over, he slowly continued, Isn't that where the great inspector belongs? Looking closer, he could clearly see Yonjin's misery. Something has felt off this whole time. His inner thoughts began to pour out. To be born and exist in a position that one isn't meant to be in. And right now, he seemed to be knocked out, yet his hand still gripped the blade tightly. What on earth is that thing? Yonjin still refused to give up, trying his best to hold onto the hilt. The masked man continued his mockery. Even if your outer shell is superior to humans, he used stinging words to stab at the boy's mind. On the inside, you're just a weak human. What's more, his expression was absolutely terrifying. With your strength, you're not going to achieve jack. Overwhelmed by humiliation, everything around Yonjin suddenly went dark. From the start, the fact that he wasn't using the power of the Black Dragon to fight a monster like him was already an impossible feat. In a fleeting moment, he let his rage take control. Clenching his fist as tight as possible, the Black Dragon's eyes snapped open, unleashing a surge of frenzied mana. Then Yonjin's eyes instantly shifted to that familiar shade of red. Suddenly, at this very moment, Dojin spotted a brilliant golden flash of light. Watch your damn mouth. It was clearly radiating from Jin's body. That thing isn't over here. A sly, cunning smirk was spreading across his face, yet Yongjin suddenly slammed his head against the ground. That move left the masked man both shocked and confused, while the boy kept that same smirk on his lips, looking even more smug than before. That's my nephew. At the same time, Jin's body began to blur as the transformation took hold. Dojon watched the scene, his eyes wide with amazement. And as for Jin, he didn't forget to double down on his firm declaration. I will protect my nephew. At that exact moment, the rock where Yonjin was hiding reacted by glowing brightly. Yonjin recalled the moment he gave a wicked grin with thoughts racing through his mind. Unyielding spirit. I must never forget that determination. Yonjin gripped his sword tightly and admitted the truth. Yeah, there's no way I can win. Then he pointed his blade forward, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Of course I can't win. It's 3 against 1, for God's sake. Seeing Yongjin's expression, he barked, This kid has lost his damn mind. He darkly pointed out the masked man's main goal. Your goal is to take me alive. But from now on, even if I have to kick the bucket, I'll find every possible way to get out of here. Hearing that, he growled in fury, enunciating every word. Is that so? In that case, the masked man immediately lunged forward, aiming straight for Yongjin's legs. I'll just chop your legs off and call it a day. The boy widened his eyes and bared his teeth, bracing himself for the masked man's strike. He drew closer by the second. Yonjin held his sharp sword at the ready. Suddenly, the masked man's blade snapped in half against an invisible wall in front of the boy. He was dumbfounded by the sight. Yonjin stood there completely stunned. When he saw a wall surrounding his body, he was so tense that a bead of sweat rolled down his face as he tried to figure out what was happening. A foot stepped out from the thick cloud of dust. The hair and an earring belonging to Jin gradually came into view. At this very moment, the masked man lay unconscious after being slammed hard against the wall. His comrades weren't doing any better, having already collapsed on the ground. The silhouette of a dragon spiraled around, powered by a massive surge of white magic. Jin silently placed his hand on the sword's hilt. Standing in the center of the spiritual energy, the masked man gripped his knife tightly. Seeing there was no way out, he had a gut feeling about how this would end. I'm about to meet my makers. A chain flew in from out of nowhere in the distance. The masked man wrapped the chain around his comrade's body. Then he and another masked man dragged the guy away. The masked man stood dazed, unable to take his eyes off Jin. His pupils reflected Jin's calm and collected figure. At this time, he was still surrounded by Yonjin's imposing spiritual energy. Jin cast a sharp gaze toward the masked man. Wu slammed his blade hard into the ground. He hunched over, gasping for air and complaining, tired as hell. Wu looked up at the dog man and shouted, I'm sick and tired of this game. It closed its eyes, keeping a cheerful expression on its face. Wu frowned as he began to realize the dogman's fetish. He's been smiling this whole time. It's really pissing me off. It seemed the more he got slashed, the more turned on he became. He raised his sword and noted, "Anyway, that last move helped me figure it out. If my hunch is right." He carefully scanned every inch of the dogman's body, with a firm thought in mind. There has to be a weak spot. Wu's face darkened as he pondered. If he could regenerate unconditionally, then he wouldn't need to defend himself at all. He was suspicious of the dogman's actions. Instead, he was desperately using both arms and legs to block attacks. Wu swung his sword, preparing for the final showdown. One way to find out? He quickly used the flame blade to charge at the dogman. Wu aimed directly at its arm. His razor-sharp blade sliced through the dogman's flesh. Wu's face relaxed when he saw that his hunch was right. Just as I thought. The dogman growled in rage and punched the spot where he was standing with its other hand. Wu easily backed away and landed on the ground. Then, he pointed his sword forward, lunging at the dogman while exclaiming, "The navel is the weak spot!" Wu launched a relentless attack on it, feeling pumped up. "Let's see if I can't just poke a hole through you. Wait." Mai Zhu appeared on his shoulder, speaking in a seductive voice. "That's enough, stop it." Wu was startled and glanced behind him. Mai Zhu smiled and poked her head out to look at him. Annoyed, Wu swung the tip of his sword toward her without hesitation. Mai Zhu was as light as an arrow, landing gracefully on the ground. She draped her arm around the dogman's neck and called out, "Hey, babe!" Mai Zhu stood with one hand on her hip, while the other hand caressed it as she mocked, "I told you to capture him, not to go all out in a fight with him." Wu raised an eyebrow, confused by her unpredictable behavior. "Let's go, we're already late." Mai Zhu placed 2 fingers on her lips and said seductively, "Young man," while in the dogman's embrace, she blew a kiss toward Wu. "Goodbye for now." "See you later." He stood dazed, looking at where Mai Zhu had just been, where only a trail of red aura remained. John's ears perked up as he listened closely. His body had clearly undergone a change. Young Jin seemed quite surprised. "Turns out you can even shrink yourself." As the sun began to set, he spoke up. "Tell me something." Young Jin was honestly speechless and couldn't wrap his head around it. "Why did you follow us back here?" John bluntly confessed his feelings. "Because I've started to find you interesting." He was completely floored. Youngjin sat down to be at eye level with him. "Don't you need to protect the mountain anymore?" John immediately replied, "The mountain is protected by the White Dragon now, so I don't need to stay there anymore." "Yun yu mai dai ngihwak. Aren't you born and raised there?" He had considered it for a long time. It wasn't a snap decision. Leaving the organization when the time comes is just the way it is. It's always been that way. I think now is the right time. John hesitated slightly before continuing. "Furthermore," he said, glancing between the two of them, "I'm curious about the relationship between you and this boy." Youngjin searched for the right words to decline. "I'm sorry, but as you can see, we already have a furry monster at our house." Unexpectedly, John told him not to worry. Just as he finished speaking, his stomach growled. "I won't be a bother. I'll stay on the mountain behind your house." So he instinctively got up to look for food. What do wolves even eat? Probably the same as dogs, right? John shyly accepted Youngjin's kindness. "Sorry, I haven't eaten anything since yesterday." Youngjin opened the cabinet to find some canned food. He grumbled, "Are we not broke enough? Why are you feeding him too?" Jin asserted his authority and ordered him, "Hey, mountain god, take care of your own meals." John bowed obediently. "Understood." Annoyed, he turned to scold him. "Why are you being such a jerk? You asked for his help and now you're gonna throw him under the bus?" Having said that, Jin kept searching. "Hold on, can you eat beef jerky?" Jin rushed up to stop him. "Hey, wait!" He spent a long time picking through everything himself. "Not this one, not that one either." He was truly speechless. Suddenly, John called out, "Young man!" He looked at Youngjin with a strange gaze. "What is your name?" He replied, "Guan Youngjin." John didn't want to make things difficult for him. "Guan Youngjin, I'll just eat whatever you're eating." But he explained, "Animals aren't supposed to eat human food." He suddenly jumped up and did a mid-air somersault. A blue aura enveloped John. He transformed into a human form. John looked up calmly and asked, "Is this okay now?" After a moment of deliberation, Jin made his choice. "Here, I'll grace you with this kind." Young Jin hesitates, then makes a suggestion. "In that case, how about some instant noodles?" He is startled in shock. "Instant noodles? Isn't that a bit too bougie?" He says miserably. "What's so bougie about instant noodles?" A moment later, steaming bowls of egg noodles are served on the table. Jin sits nearby, drooling with hunger. "This meat broth is seriously top tier. I bet the taste is fire, too." John takes a sip of the broth, and it's like tasting a delicacy. He happily enjoys the meal. This is insanely good, Yong. Jin is relieved that it suits your taste. Just as he is about to take the first bite, a beam of light appears beside him. Jin also turns into a haughty person and demands, "Cook a pack for me." Jin grumbles in annoyance. The house is already cramped enough as it is. While the two are bickering, Cho obediently eats the noodles. Even if you eat in that form, it still affects your dog body. Didn't you learn your lesson from the diarrhea last time? Are you going to take responsibility? He nonchalantly replies, "For the toilet?" Late at night, Jin immediately hurries to kick the mountain god out. "Now leave?" He immediately obeys. "Yes, I'm going now." Unexpectedly, he throws out a set of blankets. "It's late, just sleep here tonight." He gets annoyed having another competitor. "The house is already small and you're inviting him to stay over, Yong?" Jin doesn't care about Jin's opinion. "Is your dog form or human form your true self?" Cho answers without hiding anything. "Both are my true self." He flashes a gentle, caring smile. "In that case, I assume you know how to shower yourself?" He confirms, of course. Then Yongjin turns cold and immediately demands, "Go take a shower then, you reek of dog smell." He bluntly states, "I almost gagged while eating." John apologizes awkwardly. Jin quickly checks his own body odor. The sound of splashing water echoes in the bathroom. Yunjin and him each lie down in a corner to rest. He suddenly feels anxious. Thinking back, Yonjin really doesn't know what to do. How can I bring Yonjin into my body now? He already possessed the ancestor's body, didn't he? Will those old memories come flooding back to me? What do you mean by that? He can't believe his ears. Keeping two dragons in my body for real? She glances over at Ion. Jin, use the captured dragon to create your left arm. Then get rid of the black dragon. That's what I'm thinking. He firmly asserts, any dragon would do. They are all safer than the power. The destructive and terrifying power of the black dragon. But Ion Jin is currently lost in thought. The white dragon is definitely safer than the black dragon. So he boldly makes a request to the ancestor, swap the dragons for me. Jin is momentarily confused. At this point, Yoon Jin sits bolt upright, solemnly pleading with the white dragon. You can hear me, right? Please become my left arm. It bluntly speaks back. I refuse. Are you clueless? It arrogantly asserts itself. I am the power of the dragon god Shin. I cannot coexist with a human. Someone with such weak divine power and will, he doesn't know how to respond for a moment. Shin, I think this works out better. It suddenly makes a cruel observation. Imprisoning the black dragon in a weak human body is actually a pretty good idea. Yoon Jin turns pale. What? He panics, unable to grasp the situation. I'm asking for your help here. The white dragon coldly states, I can't help you with anything. It kindly offers a piece of advice. If the black dragon acts up, I can give him a slap. So make sure he doesn't cause any trouble. Yoon Jin is shocked, his brain temporarily freezing up. Jin suddenly speaks up, snapping him out of his thoughts. Who gave you the guts to do that? Seeing Yong Jin still dazed, he continues, asking about swapping the black dragon for the white dragon. He honestly admits to Jin, it's just that the black dragon always does whatever he wants, while the white dragon is much easier to negotiate with. His face immediately darkens, thinking, do you take me for a fool? Jin shifts the conversation again. Where did you get that saber from? Young Jin frowns and answers tensely. I bought it on a second-hand app. He hums as he processes the info. You bought it? Then Jin uses his spiritual power to take out the robe. His eyes are full of scrutiny and pressure. Did you buy this there too? He's so stressed he's breaking into a cold sweat. This is an item that Gi recognizes. This one, his somber gaze shows that this is no simple matter. The high day gam of Z used to wear it. A trembling hand tries to reach up high. Wu lies on the bed receiving treatment. My hands are still shaking even now. He frowns, showing his annoyance. Is it because this isn't a body, created by the sacrificial altar, that it's like this? He asserts that it's just because your training is lacking. Asa nearby calmly analyzes the situation. It causes your body's balance to be thrown off, which is why your divine power has become unstable. Wu still can't get out of bed. He asks curiously, just how have you managed to keep your balance in that body anyway? Yet a faint aura still radiates from him. The simple answer, habit. He can't help but exclaim, oh my God! How can you even live like that? It's impressive. Wu starts making excuses to shift the blame, though it might sound like a total cop-out. But it's actually all because of the high day gam of Shu. He gets more fired up as he speaks. From the start, I had to waste my energy just to stop her. Wu is cut off and spooked by a foot. That's why my divine power was totally drained. And why I ended up at a disadvantage. When I faced that guy, Zhu stands haughtily looking down at everyone. Hey, you useless scrub. Just look at you getting beaten to a pulp like that. He struggles painfully to get up. I told you my level is just different from you guys. Zhu steps over Wu for the moment. Don't you dare act out again. Truly a reckless rookie. Shen starts a conversation with Z. By the way, I heard, has the high daygam of Chen absorbed the dragon yet? If so, from now on, the maintenance of his true form will also become more free, won't it? He assesses the situation with a cold face. Then things are definitely about to go south. He says nonchalantly, he has only absorbed one dragon so far. It's still all good. But Z doesn't think so. Eon. Jin represents the power of protection and restraint. It cannot be reborn. So Chen's true form won't be free either. He firmly asserts that, and even if it returns to Chen, it doesn't mean everything has gone to trash. Z calmly closes the thick book, because it was part of the plan all along, in order to resolve everything peacefully on my end. A cute voice rings out, "Hey, brother!" The boy smiles brightly and announces, "The gate is open!" He leads the way with his hands behind his back. Let's go talk to everyone. Wu swings his limbs around refreshingly, as expected of the pupil hospital. They are all legit legendary doctors. Shen tries to act like he doesn't care much. So in the end, He doesn't even bother to turn his head. Managed to kill that guy yet? He explains while grabbing his shirt. Not yet. Right before I could land the finishing blow, reinforcements arrived just in time, so that guy slipped away. What a pity. Shen sneers mockingly. You're only good at making excuses. Wu intentionally brings up a point. Do you know who came to back that guy up? He doesn't pay attention to anyone. He says a name that Shen will definitely care about. It was Miju. Sure enough, he glares at Wu as he gently walks through the gate. The spiritual aura surrounding him gradually spreads to the surroundings. Z's expression becomes slightly serious. He speaks up. Z politely greets everyone. Long time no see. They are all familiar faces. The earthly branch god, Hai Daegam Cho. Nearby is the earthly branch god, Hai Daegam. Mao, who is sitting perched in the corner. The earthly branch god, Hai Daegam. Wei, who is still wearing a gentle smile just like always. The earthly branch god, Hai Daegam Hai. Hai stands up and speaks on behalf of the group. Please come in, Hai Daegam Z. Mao happily welcomes him. Z, it's been a minute. He looks curiously at the object in front of him. What's this? He speaks up. Hai excitedly shares the idea. I was thinking after the meeting wraps up, since everyone is already gathered here, we could play some Ute-Nori together. Mao immediately jumps in. I'm down. Zai looks around and notices someone is missing. Where's Sarah? You looks a bit surprised. Sarah? Oh, you mean Hai Daegamsi? She checks her phone again. For stuff like these meetings, you gotta give a week's notice. I'm super busy. She also messaged that we should just summarize the key points and text them to her. Wu quickly finds a place to sit down. Is that lady still doing the fortune-telling gig? Z decides, it's fine. I'll just catch her up later. He notices another person is missing. Hai Daegam Yin isn't here either, is he? Mao innocently asks Shu nearby, Hai Daegam Shu? Didn't Hai Daegam Yin come with you? She snaps back grumpily without looking up. Why ask me about that old geezer? She looks annoyed, suddenly catching an attitude. Wei frowns and pushes impatiently. Let's just get down to business. I had to take time out of my busy schedule to come all the way here. Hearing that, Wu starts roasting him. You took a portal here, easy peasy. No cap. Yet you're acting like it was such a struggle to get here. Chen helps out with another burn. He's literally the one with the most free time out of all of us. Zai speaks up to cut through the noise. First, Z reveals a strange painting. Has anyone seen this before? He frowns deeply. What even is this? Mao tilts his head in confusion. Hai suddenly speaks up. There seems to be a clue about this. He leans in for a closer look. I've seen this before. Hai explains what he knows. A demon with that sigil carved on its body once murdered a human, or more accurately, it indirectly sent them to the grave. Yu is completely shocked. Did stuff like that actually happen on Jeju Island? He expresses deep regret. If I had discovered it a little sooner, that tragedy wouldn't have happened. That's why I remember it so clearly. Zai asks for more details. When exactly did that happen? Hai rubs his chin, thinking it through. It was shortly after this body of mine awakened. Not long after that. I think it's been about 15 years. He picks up on the information, so it's been around for 15 years already? He moves on to another topic. Then, have you ever seen a mask? He's a bit lost. A mask? Zai gives a concrete example. Like the Gasido masks, those types. Hai thinks for a bit, then confirms, I haven't seen them. But what does that have to do with this? He shares his thoughts. The demons with this sigil, and the masked ones, are acting as if they are on the same team. Z reaches a firm conclusion, and there's a mastermind behind them calling, the shots! Mao is incredibly worried. But what could their motive be? He continues with his theory. Judging by what has gone down so far, their target is definitely the true body. Z mentions a critical matter. As you all probably know, the true body currently holds human souls. Wei asks doubtfully, humans? He can't help but crack up. Hold up, is that thing really human? I'd bet anything on it. That brat is more of a demon, honestly. Wee is about to ramble with some toxic malice, so his demon squad. But Z cuts him off. Watch your mouth, Wei. That Daegam is definitely human. He continues to attack someone who isn't even there. Someone carrying. The black dragon like that brat, you call that a human? What a joke. He suddenly declares, I'll remove it from that human child's body. Z is dead serious. I'm talking about the black dragon. He looks Wei straight in the eye. To make that happen, I need your strength. Wei flashes a bloodthirsty grin. Why don't you just do it yourself? Just copy me and it'll be over with. Zai stays quiet, pondering, but his gaze says it all. He scowls, showing his attitude. I speaks up with a purpose. How about we stop beefing with each other and play some Utenori instead? How about it? Wei's face darkens as he mutters to himself. Seriously annoying. He clenches his fists, holding back. That's not even that human kid's body anyway. Wei just can't wrap his head around it. That body originally belonged to Daegam Chen. Shouldn't we just stick to the natural order? He's a bit of an extremist on these matters. Besides, I heard Daegam Chen lost his memories. So is that really the Chen we once knew? Wei keeps rambling non-stop, from the jump. The only one who screwed up was the Black Dragon, not Chen. Shen suddenly cuts in to roast him. You total dog! Have you been low-key simping for Daegam Chen all this time? He can't stand to hear it anymore. If not, then stop talking all that garbage. That doesn't lead anywhere. Wu supports him wholeheartedly. For real, that's facts. Yu bursts out laughing and slams the table hard. Mao frowns, unwilling to accept it. So, are you saying we should just forgive Chen? The one who heartlessly slaughtered thousands and tens of thousands of people? He grits his teeth, trying to fire back. It was Heilong who killed them, more like. Hai also speaks up. So what about Heilong? He calmly breaks down the issue. It was originally a part of Chen's power. How can you be so sure that everything Long did wasn't completely influenced by Chen's will? Hai's tongue is getting a bit too sharp, because deep down, Chen already wanted to wipe out humanity. He doesn't give a damn about Wei's feelings. So Heilong simply acted on those thoughts. Shen suddenly has a wild idea. How about, while he's still stuck in that dog's body, we just take him out and be done with it? If we do that, naturally, Long will go down with him. Someone points out the flaw. You think he'll just kick the bucket that easily? He'll definitely go berserk, just watch. She casually asks a question. By the way, about that boy. Mao raises her doubts. I'm really curious about that kid, born inside Chen's body. Look, no matter how you slice it, even though he has to hold Heilong's massive power, the boy is still perfectly fine, isn't he? He spews more venomous words. Exactly. Think about it, the whole thing is totally cap. If he were just a normal human, Heilong would have swallowed him whole a long time ago. How could he still be unscathed? Wei is being way too stubborn and won't listen. He's just a demon, period. Just let me help you guys finish him off already. That brat is definitely the mastermind. Behind everything, for sure. Zai can't stay quiet anymore. Daegam Wei! He's fuming as he delivers a warning. If you're not going to cooperate, please get out. Wu is also annoyed. Quit the main character syndrome, you lunatic! With that, he slams the table and stands up decisively. Wei flips the bird to the entire group. He arrogantly declared, fine then. Whether it's taking down Heilong or some mastermind. You guys just handle it yourselves. Because I ain't backing down, open the gate and let your daddy go home. His eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, damn, he's actually leaving. Shen was scrolling through his phone, while mocking, staying any longer would be straight up embarrassing. So of course he had to bounce. She gently set down her glass. She softly assessed the situation. Whether that child is ultimately human or demon doesn't really matter anymore. She summarized the various opinions, since Grand Censor Zai has already vouched for him, stating that the child is human. Then we have no reason to be skeptical, or gossip about his judgment. Everyone listened in silence as she analyzed. What we need to care about now is, who exactly was the one that broke Chen's seal? Because Chen couldn't have unsealed it himself. So someone from the outside must have interfered. No one disagreed. That person is surely a being, with power equivalent to ours, which is why they were able to break the seal. High chance that person is somehow involved with that mastermind. We also cannot rule out the possibility that they have been in contact with Chen. Shai reached a simple conclusion, because the one who craves Chen's body the most is none other than Chen himself. Is there anything else, therefore? She suddenly made a brutal suggestion, with a gentle smile. Why don't we just grab Grand Censor Chen and torture him with the jury punishment until he spills the beans? What do you guys think? If necessary, we can just use Grand Censor Mao's power. You sitting nearby couldn't help but marvel. So after all that talk, you just want to use the jury punishment to torture old man Chen? Chen hummed along, hey, hey. He smirked with a calculating look. That sounds pretty cool, but why would we even need to do that? Shen suddenly drops a bombshell, because the mastermind pulling the strings from behind is actually Tiangan. You receive a message from Zi Yunjin. Be at the front door tomorrow at 6 p.m.? Yunjin stares at this text with wide eyes. He can't take his eyes off the messages. Be at the front door tomorrow at 6 p.m. Have dinner with me. Yunjin happily types back a reply. He quickly accepts the invitation. Yes, Grand Censor. Shen confidently asserts with certainty. The mastermind behind this is Tiangan. Zi's face darkens. With an unreadable gaze, Mao looks on blankly, confused. Huh? Zhu also fails to process the information for a moment. Wait, what? He grins mischievously and points at Wu. The group that fought this guy are actually the lackeys of Tianding. They are thrown into another commotion. What, Tianding? He immediately confirms it. That was the first time I met him, so I was also skeptical the whole time. Wu recounts the events of the battle that day. But it seems a fox shoved that thing into his mouth. So even if his head were cut off, he wouldn't die. I can say for certain, he is one of those who use the fox pearls. From the heavenly court, he provides more information. Even the masked ones we were talking about are the same. Wu almost forgot to mention an important character. Oh, and Mi-9 has also shown up. You hear this and widen your eyes in surprise. Mi-9, it's been a long time since I last heard that name. Zai speaks up to question Grand Censor Wu. He clearly looks displeased. When I asked you earlier, you said you didn't have any useful information. He explains nonchalantly, well, I felt like saving it. Can't I wait until now to say it? Zai sighs in frustration. Hai invites him again. Come on, let's play Ute Nori to vent your anger. That night at a mansion deep in the forest. The warm water is sprinkled with rose petals, so relaxing. Tianding enjoys the warm water. She suddenly froze as if sensing someone approaching. The other party spoke first in a nonchalant tone. Just handing over. That matter to my kids should be enough, shouldn't it? He somberly probed Tianding. Do you really think that's enough, my lady? Do you plan on getting your hands dirty yourself now? She didn't even bother to care about such trivial chores. Just to say those petty things. You actually dare to break in here in the middle of the night? Or, do you want to come here and watch me bathe for some eye candy? He clicked his tongue, trying to clear his name. I've been standing here facing the wall. This whole time, you know, Tianding demanded. If you have something to say, spit it out. Mask carefully chose his words to negotiate. Could you please stop? Sending your elite soldiers out on missions? He bluntly pointed out a ton of mistakes. Failing to lure Heilong out is one thing, but they couldn't even stop Yunjin. Why is the field work being handled so poorly? She continued to enjoy the warm water. It's no big deal. Yet you come here making a scene. Mask couldn't believe his ears. It's no big deal? He intentionally raised his voice sarcastically. You're way too chill about this. Tianding casually toyed with the rose petals. Are you mocking me right now? She lowered her voice, making the air turn cold. How dare you? Tiangan, the nine-tailed fox god Tianding, glared threateningly. Catching an attitude with me? Unexpectedly, Mask didn't even flinch. Yes, it's a shame, but I actually do dare. A nine-tailed fox isn't even that special anyway. He even played innocent on purpose. Oops, my bad. My apologies, my lady. She gently blew on a rose petal. Mask immediately collapsed as if his strength had been drained. Tianding lifted herself out of the bathtub. She slowly walked toward him. The space was filled with steam and Tianding's spiritual aura. She gently reached out and pulled him toward her. Tianding forced Mask to look her straight in the eye. Not that special, huh? Her smile became crazed enough to give one the chills. Do you need me to show you? Tianding was about to strip off that mask, but he suddenly broke free from her restraint and grabbed her hand tight. Mask squeezed Tianding's small wrist firmly. She winced from the pain. Her arm trembled. Ah! He stood up straight, imposing his demand. I do. Since you've put it that way, then allow me to ask for another favor. Then in the blink of an eye, Mask vanished without a trace. On Tianding's hand, there was still a burn mark where she was held. She rubbed the wound while grumbling, is that trashy guy a eunuch or what? Tianding somberly plotted her next plan. The next morning, the weather was beautiful. A peaceful day at Sambo High School. G1 excitedly gripped the sword in his hand. Starting right now! Yunjin stood with his hands in his pockets, acting oblivious. Do what now? He asked as the other excitedly rambled. What else? Didn't we promise to practice swordsmanship together? Why are you trying to flake on me? No, it's just that Ji-won didn't give Yunjin a chance to speak. Stop being so long-winded and slow. He adjusted his glasses and got into position. First, I'll demonstrate for you. Ji-won concentrated, gripping the hilt with both hands. Then he swung in a powerful arc. He was startled, his face turning pale with fear. Ji-won sheathed the sword in a total badass way. What do you think? Yeonjin's jaw nearly dropped. That was actually pretty legit. His heart was filled with uneasy anxiety. Yeonjin kept agonizing over the past with regret. At that moment, he questioned himself countless times. If the one fighting those masked guys wasn't me but him, would things have turned out differently? He excitedly requested, "Come on, show me your usual combat stance." Yeonjin felt like he'd just woken up from a dream in total confusion. Wait, what? Ji-won explained. I have to check your basic skills first, so I can determine the direction of your future training, right? He was very enthusiastic about teaching. Otherwise, just do it again. Just try doing it like I did earlier. Let's see it. He instinctively backed away. Yeonjin couldn't say no to Ji-won. Actually, Ji-won watched as he awkwardly took the sword. Because to prepare for a day like this, which would come at some point, without him knowing, Ji-won wasn't actually some kind of master. So instead of practicing proper formal swordsmanship, he mostly just practiced the moves he liked watching on TV. He swallowed hard, nervous and trying to hide his expression. So he didn't even know if Yeonjin was being fooled or not. Seeing Yeonjin get into a stance, Ji-won chuckled to himself. Holy crap, he actually fell for it. He excitedly enjoyed his little prank. Ji-won then put on a thoughtful, troubled face. He looked around and said, on second thought, I don't think I've asked you about the most important thing yet. He was speechless. What's with the weird tone, girl? Ji-won sat down formally in the middle of the road. Tell me, which of these powers do you want to use? The options include fire, water, earth, and wood. Yeonjin couldn't keep up anymore. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? She declared loudly again. Nonsense? This is the most important part. We have to figure out how to make nature's aura. Transform into your power. This coincidentally matched Z's instructions. The ability to transform the power of all things and convert them into divine power. Ji-won was still urging him. Hurry up and answer! My watch is about to break. Time's almost up. He just went along with it. Is fire okay? Because it's strong. She nodded in agreement. I knew you'd choose flame breathing. Yeonjin was confused. Wait, what? Ji-won nodded firmly. Okay, I got it. She stepped closer to adjust his stance. All right, hold your sword carefully now. If you want to learn swordsmanship well, your starting stance has to be perfect. Suddenly, some friends approached. What are you two doing here? Yeonjin immediately tossed the sword aside. Ji-won painfully watched it slide away. She asked what on earth the two of them were doing. He pushed up his glasses mysteriously. Well, Yeonjin said he wanted to get stronger, so he asked me to teach him a few moves. Annoyed, he shot back, When did I ever say that? Ji-won replied confidently, It's because I heard the screams of desire. Inside your heart, duh. He excitedly suggested, after school. Do you want to go to the stadium for more practice? Yeonjin declined. Not today, I already have plans. Ji-won suddenly turned to ask his friend, Hee-soo, do you have a date with him today? Hee-soo shook her head, confused. No, I don't. The two of them widened their eyes and stared intently at him. Yeonjin found it baffling. Is me having plans with someone really that shocking? That afternoon, when school let out, every student passing by couldn't help but look back. What is that? Whoa, who is that? Is there a film crew shooting around here today? Tianding was waiting right in front of the school gate. Whispers spread, Is she a celebrity? A few punks walking by couldn't take their eyes off her. Man, she's a total smoke show, gorgeous. Hey, gorgeous, they joked around casually, until they caught her eye. Wait, calling her big sis was the right call after all. Immediately after, every single one of them quietly backed off. We're dead. We're totally cooked. Tianding quickly spotted her target. Ji-won was confused. You have plans at 6 o'clock? Between now and then. We still have about an hour left. Yeonjin checked the time nervously. No can do. Who knows when the gate will open? He looked blankly, not understanding. A gate? Where are you meeting this person? He decided, let's just leave it for tomorrow. Suddenly a feminine voice called out from a distance. Tianding acted, friendly as she rushed over and unexpectedly gave Yeonjin a tight hug. Right before everyone's horrified eyes, Tianding hummed affectionately, I missed you so much, babe. Ji-won was in disbelief and blurted out, Yeonjin! Don't tell me the date you mentioned was... Hee-soo was so shocked her face literally de-rezzed. She decided to make it a quick exit. We're heading out first, Yeonjin! He frantically tried to explain. It's not what it looks like! Yeonjin screamed desperately, but no one looked back. Seriously, it's not? Tianding had achieved her goal. He kept shouting, completely unaware of what was happening.
Who the heck are you, lady?
Immediately after, Yeonjin felt a wave of dizziness. He helplessly let his body slump into her arms. His entire body was completely drained of strength. She caressed him gently. "You okay there, Yeonjin, honey?" In this dire situation, their faces were way too close. Hisu felt a sudden gust of wind. It blew her long, jet-black hair back. So Hisu decided to turn back after all. She ran back while shouting his name, "Yeonjin!" Then Hisu's jaw hit the floor, stunned by what she saw. From her perspective, Yeonjin was getting all cozy with Tianding. Her eyes were full of calculation, a gaze that looked like it wanted to devour him whole. Tianding clicked her tongue in annoyance when a playing card flew out to interfere. "Ugh!" A person walked up calmly, speaking in an innocent voice. "Oh my." She acted completely oblivious and innocent. "Sorry for crashing your little party." The card from earlier gently floated back to its owner. The newcomer was the earthly branch god, Great Overseer Sai. "My hand must have slipped." Ji-won, who just caught up to Hisu, also chimed in. "Whoa, what's going on?" Yeonjin sat on the ground completely drained. The two big shots faced off in a tense standoff. Tianding wore a cruel, calculating smile. "There are a lot of spectators here. You really want to throw down?" She was openly provoking her. "But doing that would be pretty awkward for you, wouldn't it?" Sai immediately got fired up. "Say what?" She set the card in her hand ablaze. "Things have been way too quiet lately, so I've been bored out of my mind." A weapon emerged from the scorching flames. Back in the day, stuff like this happened all the time. The surrounding students watched, completely shell-shocked. "What was that just now?" From above, Qingding hummed in admiration. "You're pretty cool, big sis." Sai was not amused. "Since when am I your sister?" She wasn't the type to play nice with anyone. "That crazy She remained silent, not offering a reply. She thought it over carefully, but his instructions kept echoing in her head. To avoid sabotaging the plan from now on, act with total discretion. Don't let the humans find out. Qingding's face darkened as she made a decision. "In that case, let me take care of my little sister for a bit." Her 9 tails released a hypnotic aura, the dream fragrance. As soon as it spread, everyone started collapsing. "Whoa!" No ordinary person could resist it. Hearing his voice, Qingding's eyes widened in shock. She really didn't expect this. "What's this? Why are you still awake, honey?" Seizing the moment, Sai charged forward. She thrust her spear down, piercing a hole right through the pavement. Qingding looked a bit fed up. "Are you for real?" But her expression didn't actually look bored at all. "I have no intention of fighting you, because I want to enjoy looking at beautiful things. For just a little longer." Sai rotated her arms, swinging in a wide arc. "Then let me give you one last thing to look at." She gathered her strength to perform a move. Sai threw out glowing red diamond-shaped shards, phosphorus fire. They pinned themselves precisely into her body. Then they burst into flames, burning Qingding with full force. But a purplish-pink hue quickly overtook the fire. She didn't even flinch. She just hummed, "Ah." Qingding stood nonchalantly in the middle of the road, without a single stitch of clothing on. "All my clothes are burnt to a crisp." Yeonjin jumped, his face turning bright red. Meanwhile, she raised her voice in questioning. "You dared to use fire on me? Are you out of your mind? Answer me." Sai responded with another question. "Why did you suddenly come down to the mortal realm?" Qingding raised an eyebrow and replied, "That bastard told me not to say anything for now." She was a bit surprised. "That bastard?" She shrugged with a sneer. "Besides, even if I told you lot, there's absolutely nothing you could do about it." Sai was losing her patience. "Talk fast before I rip your chest open." Qingding gave a sly smirk and scoffed, "How trashy." She didn't let the provocation get to her. "As if I could ever be trashier than you." Seeing her little tricks weren't working, she fell silent again. Time to go. Sai wrapped her arms in flames, revealing her deadly snake skin. She swung hard, scattering scales all around. Sai used the same move again, trying to corner her. Phosphorus fire, but she was too late. Qingding had already vanished. Finding no one left, she withdrew her weapon. Yeonjin was still kneeling on the ground. Sai reached her hand out toward him. She lifted Yeonjin's face to inspect him. "So you're the kid Zai Great Overseer mentioned?" Sai seemed quite intrigued. "Resisting an illusion without any divine power. That's actually pretty impressive." A weak voice called out, "Yeonjin!" Hisu struggled to sit up. "Are you okay?" She immediately jumped to a conclusion. "Is she your girlfriend or what? You're doing a lot better for yourself than I thought." Yeonjin quickly denied it. "No, it's not like that." The other students gradually started waking up. Where are we?" "Oh, right, school." Ji-won blankly adjusted his glasses. "Why can't I remember anything, huh?" Sai felt the area was no longer private enough. Let's head somewhere else. She brought the whole group back to her apartment. While making coffee, Sai introduced herself. I'm the 6th deity of the 12 earthly branches, Sai. My title in the heavens is Great Overseer. The 3 of them sat obediently at the table. In this world, my name is Sarah. Ji-won's jaw dropped. The 12 earthly branch gods? She tried to lighten the mood. Just call me Great Overseer. Or Big Sis, or even Darling. Whatever you kids prefer is fine by me. They were all dazed. Great Overseer. Hisu immediately started connecting the dots. Then that person from before, she reached a surprising conclusion. Was she a god too? Like one of the Great Overseers? She confirmed, yep, a god. She shared a few more details. But she's not one of the earthly branches. Sai mentioned a new concept, the heavenly stems. None of them understood a thing. Heavenly stems? She calmly answered their questions. They are the upper overseers of the heavens, Ji-won guessed. Do upper overseers outrank the Great Overseers? Yeon-jin frowned in confusion. The upper overseers? She sat down and took a sip of coffee. Jia Yi Bing, Ding, Wu, Ji, Gang, Shin, Ren, and Gui. In the mortal realm, they are commonly known as the heavenly stems. There are 10 gods in that group, and the one you saw earlier is one of them. She mentioned a name the kids would likely recognize. Ding the Fox Ancestor. His eyes widened in astonishment. The Fox Ancestor? You mean the leader of the 9-tailed foxes? Hisu was completely lost. Why would such powerful beings be targeting Yeon-jin? She set her cup down on the table a bit firmly. She crossed her arms and sat back to discuss things properly. We're still investigating that. As for why the heavenly upper overseers have descended to the mortal world, all 3 of them looked in the same direction at once. The reason seems to be you, Guan Yeon-jin. Sai kindly checked with Yeon-jin first. Is it okay if I say this in front of your friends? Will that be all right? Ji-won spoke up before he could. No problem. He was eager to find out more. We already know about all the weird stuff. Isn't it normal for monsters to target him by now? Hisu was quite used to it too, because Yeon-jin is a divine vessel. She quickly understood. I see. Well then. Sai was direct and asked him plainly. I assume you guys know that? Yeon-jin is a soul. That shouldn't even exist, right? And that the real owner of that body is the dog that's always tailing him? The 2 of them instantly froze in shock. Finally, it was Yeon-jin's turn to speak. No, they didn't know about that. The scene shifts to Ching-ding's villa. Masked henchmen were always on guard. She returned, her entire body radiating energy. Released the spiritual energy. Mai scrambled at top speed to welcome him. Lord Tian-ding! Her face turned bright red from pure excitement. How could you appear looking so gorgeous like this? Tian-ding had already noticed Yeon-jin's existence. What's up with that kid? She wondered. Recalling the scene from earlier, why was he completely unfazed? Even if that body belongs to Jin, the soul inside is still just a human. Even a god, if they let their guard down, would have their souls sucked dry by me. She let out a manic laugh, unable to hide her skyrocketing rage. How dare a mere human? Hisu spoke up hesitantly, wanting to ask about that. She still had no clue what was going on. What do you mean, Yeon-jin, Sai was also wide-eyed with surprise. Wait, what? She called Hisu out directly. Don't you already know everything? Sai's sharp gaze saw right through her. You're a priestess, so you should be able to tell. She pointed it out without any hesitation. The fact that his body and his soul don't match up. You must have felt it, that the body is empty like a hollow shell. Sai nonchalantly explained the reason. That's also why those demons are so desperate. To get their hands on his body, because the body's true owner isn't inside it. Hisu was still confused. So then, she couldn't believe what she was hearing. The original owner of that body is his ancestor? This time it was Sai's turn to be surprised. Ancestor? Is that what that guy told you? Sai covered her face and burst into uncontrollable laughter. She reached for her coffee cup again. Jin Great Overseer is a real comedian, isn't he? Sai had to admit the idea had some merit. But in a way, I guess it's true. Because the humans who built those altars are indeed the ancestors of the current clans. Ji-won heard some more unfamiliar terms. Al-altar? Sai analyzed it, then looked at Yeon-jin. You're a descendant of Jin's clan. But if you weren't... In the blink of an eye, a massive gust of wind swept past, leaving the 2 of them stunned. She still held her coffee cup in one hand, while her other hand tightly gripped Yeon-jin's neck. What exactly are you, kid? SC's sharp eyes scrutinized him. Are you a demon? She wasn't entirely convinced yet. From Yeon-jin's aura, to the fact that he approached and formed a symbiosis with the Black Dragon, Sai had already been keeping a close eye on the boy. There's more than just 1 or 2 suspicious things about you. He jumped up in shock. The Black Dragon? She let Yeon-jin know who his benefactor was. Since the Sea-Grade Overseer insisted you're a mortal soul, I'll let it slide for now. But I haven't completely dropped my suspicions regarding you just yet. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in her blue eyes. So what should I do? Sai tightened her grip slightly. If I just purify your soul right now, I'll find out your true identity immediately. She spoke in a grim, tempting tone. You're curious too, aren't you? Whether you're really a human or actually a demon. Isu quickly stepped forward and grabbed Sai's arm. She declared loudly, firmly asserting that Yongjin is human. She looked dazed, her face full of shock. Oh boy. Isu repeated it once more. That's right. Ji-won pulled out some random gadgets. If Yongjin were some kind of demon, my gear would have gone off and started blaring immediately. He made the claim with dead honest conviction. I don't know anything about altars or black dragons, but I don't understand any of that, however. Ji-won spoke up, showing his absolute faith. If you plan on hurting my friend Yoonjin, he decisively drew his sword. Then you'll have to deal with me first. Even though he tried to act tough, Ji-won's legs were shaking like crazy. Sai lowered her gaze, appearing slightly surprised. Is that so? She gently floated in front of him, causing Ji-won to tumble over. Yeonjin panicked. Ji-won! He still tried to hold onto his sword. The stubborn brat challenged her to come at me. Sai burst into a loud laugh. She relaxed. Hisu had already jumped onto the table, ready to back him up. Just kidding, just kidding. Who said anything about hurting you? Sai smiled as she revealed the truth. He's a human that we need to protect and look after. She glanced over at Yoonjin. Teasingly, she added, Yoonjin must feel pretty safe with such heavy-duty backup. Having friends that are this badass after all. What's up with that outfit? His phone started vibrating. The caller ID showed Sea-Grade Overseer. Yoonjin answered the call. Sir! The voice on the other end rushed him.
Where are you?
It's already past 6. Check your phone. It was indeed late, but Yoonjin was stunned.
I'm only 1 minute late.
He scrambled to put on his backpack.
About that, I'm at Sea-Grade Overseer's place, sir.
A glow appeared behind them. Sai gave a teasing, seductive smile.
Honestly?
You keep barging into a lady's house like you own the place. Yoonjin looked back in shock, the call still active. He was startled to see Zai appear. Lord Great Overseer! Ji-won adjusted his glasses in awe. Is that quantum teleportation or a black hole? He questioned Sai directly with a touch of blame. Why did you drag him all the way here? She explained herself. This kid almost got snatched away by Tian Ding. Get the full story before you start talking. Z frowned while observing. What's this? Seeing the shirt, he understood immediately. Looks like something went down, huh? Z decisively stepped up and grabbed Yoonjin's arm, then tossed him straight into the portal. Yoonjin panicked. Wait a second. Before the others could react to Yoonjin being gone, he turned to Sai and told her to head to the meeting. She refused. I can't. I've got my own plans. I'll text Nabi about it later. Zai didn't argue and quickly left. Hisu hesitantly called out, Lord the Great Overseer! He was quite surprised to recognize her. What? They know each other? Hisu nervously tried to start the conversation. She decided to just be straight up. About Yoonjin's specific situation. I already know the whole deal. Z glanced irritably toward the culprit. She dodged the subject, playing innocent. Hisu asked sincerely, her attitude very earnest. Is there anything we can do to help him? Even just a little bit of help would be fine. Ji-won stood tall as well. We want to do our part too. The two of them tried to prove their worth. We still have plenty of high-tech gear we haven't even used yet. And we've actually fought demons before, you know? She felt like she owed him one. Because Yongjin is always the one protecting us. Hisu clenched her fists as she spoke. He stood silently beside her as if in agreement. So this time, we want to be the ones who protect him. Z simply asked a nonchalant question in return. And just how do you plan to protect him? He bluntly pointed out the bottom line. You guys are just humans. Zai calmly analyzed the situation. Bodies made of mere flesh and blood. Beings bound by their own limitations. Her face was full of reluctant frustration as he continued. But Z kindly advised them both. If you truly want what's best for Yoonjin, then drop that line of thinking. Because he understood the current Yoonjin all too well. Z made a firm, certain declaration. He isn't strong enough or free enough to carry the weight of your determination. He looked up at the two of them. I didn't miss Hisu's clenched hands. That heart of yours that wants to protect him. The truth he spoke left her in shock. Might actually end up holding him back. Keep that engraved in your heart. Z scolded them a little bit. Hey man, that's a bit too cold, don't you think? Zai didn't care. Just make sure you get the kids home safely. She shifted her gaze toward the two of them. Hisu, in particular, was in a terrible mood. They headed back at dusk as the sun was about to set. Ji-won walked along, marveling at everything. So many crazy things happened today. It's like I'm living in an anime. He kept rambling on in excitement. I can't believe I saw all that with my own eyes. And that wormhole from earlier, too! If I get the chance, I want to try going inside and seeing what's up. Hee-soo blankly recalled Sai's words from before. Guys, Yoonjin? Yoonjin said that kid fights to protect you guys, right? So, if you put yourselves in danger again. She analyzed the situation more thoroughly. What kind of spot does that put him in? Yoonjin had actually said before, it's even more dangerous because you guys are here. Jiwon was still lost in his own world. There's so much stuff to write in my hunter diary. Since the camera couldn't catch any of it, Hee-soo spoke somberly about Yoonjin. Compared to what we thought, she reached a gloomy conclusion. The battles he's in are way more dangerous than we imagined. His eyes sparkled with excitement. But you think he's a total badass too, right? The one who goes against the natural order? Hee-soo called out to her friend. Ji-won. This isn't a comic book, this is real life. Ji-won corrected himself. I'm sorry. She bowed her head slightly, her voice dropping. Even though things were that serious, he endured it all alone, without saying a word to us. He stayed silent, not disagreeing. Ji-won felt the same way. Hee-soo's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. What if something happens to Yoonjin? He quickly interjected. She immediately knocked on wood to take back her jinxed words. Hee-soo looked down, consumed by guilt. Ever since that incident with the virgin ghost, all I've done is give Yoonjin a hard time. She wanted to help but felt completely powerless. I want to do everything I can to help him. But like the great overseer said, if we end up in danger, Yoonjin will just have to work even harder. Hee-soo fidgeted with her fingers. Right now, there's really nothing I can do. Ji-won protested loudly. What are you talking about? He pushed up his glasses and spoke with conviction. If there's a realm of gods, there has to be a realm of mortals too. We can still help Yoonjin. Ji-won had a very positive mindset. Even if we can't fight like gods, from a human standpoint, we can still support Yoonjin. His words made Hee-soo feel like she'd just gotten a second wind. Isn't that what the great overseer meant? That we should just leave everything to the gods and go back to our daily lives? Ji-won painted a picture of a bright and peaceful future after the war is over, so that Yoonjin can return to a normal life. He reached his hand out toward her. Ji-won was full of confidence as he declared, We have to be the strength that supports him. I've always been certain that Yoonjin would win. Under the pink-stained glow of the sunset sky, the peaceful neighborhood settled into a quiet evening. In the room, Zai was sitting on the bed. His ears perked up as he sat deep in thought. A moment later, he stared intently at his own small hands. Z suddenly remembered a day in the cold, gray mist. He was standing there, his cloak billowing as if caught in the wind. Z looked at his hands, his mind racing. His golden eyes sharpened, carrying an unspoken tension within them. And then a faint sound rang out. Those golden eyes narrowed slightly. It was as if Z had detected something suspicious approaching. Du-jung walked up to the glass door. He bowed and said, Lord Great Overseer. Inside the simple room, he looked at Z with a worried expression. You don't look very well, sir. Is there something weighing on your mind? Du-jung waited patiently for Z's response. Finally, he whispered, You. Z sat hunched over, looking helpless as he asked in a low voice, How did you know this wasn't my real body? Opposite him, he replied calmly, The bodies of gods. I was told that. Gods are born in human form, right? Hearing this, Z paused. Born, you say? He looked at the creature and spoke softly, with a sharp tone. You're talking as if we're actually human. You've got quite a sense of humor, don't you? The atmosphere grew heavy. Du-jung bowed, his voice lowering. I'm sorry, sir. Z's voice suddenly turned deep. That's right. The scene shifts to an image. He is fighting fiercely. It spoke up. That human's physical body was originally supposed to be mine. Jin continued, his face showing a hint of dissatisfaction. So even if I regain my power, I can't use it to its full potential. Because this dog's body cannot withstand that kind of power. He looked directly at the other person and asked bluntly, Then why don't you just go back to your original body? Wouldn't that be better, sir? He replied softly in the pensive tone, I've tried a few times. The atmosphere immediately grew heavy. The two sat in silence in the quiet room. Jin continued, his eyes a bit somber. But since things turned out this way, maybe it's all just part of fate's plan. At that moment, Du-jung bowed respectfully. He spoke in a steady voice. If there is anything I can do to support you, I am more than willing to help. So please don't hesitate to give me orders. Anything at all is fine. Hearing that, he looked up and narrowed his eyes skeptically. Anything at all? Immediately, a cooking video started playing. A voice from the video echoed softly. The amount of water is very important. The water level in the pot should be about 1 pinky joint high. 1 finger joint is about 3 centimeters. Instant ramen tips from a 25-year veteran granny. Cooking with grandma. Jin put on a serious face. He held the tablet out in front of the black-haired young man. He asked indifferently, "Can you follow this?" The voice in the video continued as the water began to boil. He hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. "I'll give it a try." Scene shift. The sky is a purplish-pink evening hue. Outside the peaceful house. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out. "You idiot!" Z brandished a scary red broom and lunged forward, interrogating him relentlessly. "Who told you to trade the dragon for that guy, Yong?" Poor Jin held his head in panic. In the chaotic dining room, he slumped onto the table, while you clutched your head. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Bok-jun, get some water fast!" Yoon-jin held his head and sighed. He mumbled his defense. "But you said the white dragon was better, sir." He spoke up. "I wasn't wrong about that." Tai took the glass of water and growled. "But that doesn't mean I told you to swap it. I clearly told you last time." He suddenly recalled the instructions he had given earlier. "The best way is to turn the white dragon into your left hand. As for the black dragon, just pull it out and get rid of it." Pausing for a moment, Tai asked with a mix of frustration and worry, "Why did you just go and do that on your own?" His face remained calm, but his words made the atmosphere awkward. "Without giving me a heads up, you went and talked to Thin about it." Hearing this, Yoon-jin quickly tried to explain. "I didn't have your number, so how was I supposed to call you? That's just how things ended up." Seeing him sitting there holding his head, Tai reminded him, "It's not like I hit you. Sit up straight." As soon as Yoon-jin sat up, his deep voice rang out, like a warning. "Weren't you the one shaking in your boots, worried that your ancestors would mess up once they got that power?" At this point, T explained further. "The Black Dragon is a very dangerous power, so if your ancestors got a hold of it, what do you think would happen?" Suddenly, he asked out of curiosity, "So can the Black Dragon beat the White Dragon?" That question made his blood boil. The scene opens in the middle of a flower garden, accompanied by a soft but helpless sigh. "Why on earth would you make them fight each other?" Tai went silent, lost in thought. "Let's save that for later. I just can't wrap my head around what the White Dragon is doing." He looked straight at Yoon-jin. Then he pensively asked a puzzling question. "Why would it choose to let the Black Dragon stay inside a human body?" Having just been scolded, he could only scratch his head and sigh. "Anyway, scolding me isn't going to change anything, right?" Tai looked over at Yoon-jin and thought to himself, "White Dragon, what on earth were you thinking?" He remained silent and still. Confused, he questioned himself. "But what should we do now? Should we go find another dragon?" A moment later, Tai spoke up. "Take it easy, there's another way, but more importantly..." Those words made him feel much more relieved, but suddenly he sat up straight. He calmly got straight to the point. "I heard you ran into a heavenly star just now. Did you guys fight?" Yoon-jin was startled and replied softly, Images of being kissed against his will flashed through his mind. Yoon-jin's face clearly showed his embarrassment. He tried to explain, "It wasn't exactly a fight, it's just that nothing happened, sir." Tai tilted his head and asked, "Then why are you wearing the divine robes?" Hearing him bring up this matter, he was a bit taken aback and replied, "Well, honestly, I don't even know why I took them out." "Oh, that's right," Yoon-jin then asked him back. "Why didn't you tell me those divine robes were yours? Because of them, my ancestor found me out." Hearing his words, T calmly replied, "So what?" He lowered his head slightly. His voice was ice cold. "Now that he knows..." Tai looked up with a chilling smirk. His eyes narrowed as if he were calculating something. "That guy can't do anything to me anyway. Next time, just give him a heads up and then feel free to come here." Listening beside him, he could only reply softly, "Yes, sir." The atmosphere softened. Yoon-jin put his hands on the table and said thoughtfully, "I guess you're right. My ancestor also told me I should learn a few things from you." "Yeah?" He frowned slightly. His sharp eyes watched closely as the boy spoke. "Ancestor also said that you're the smartest among the earthly branches." Hearing this, T let out a dry laugh. "That's just ridiculous," Yoon-jin asked, a bit confused. "Yes?" He then continued speaking. "Have you heard the great overseer Sai talk about the heavenly stars yet?" Hearing that, he was slightly stunned. "I've heard they're from the Heavenly Bureau, so I guess they must be stronger than you guys." But instead of answering Yoon-jin, he slammed his glass down on the table. Then he stood up and spoke coldly to him. "Let's take a walk. Might as well walk off that meal." A sunset scene unfolds with the sky painted in shades of golden orange. On a stone path glowing in the evening sun, Tai carries a water bucket walking ahead of Yoon-jin. He suddenly spoke up. "Young Master Yoon-jin, tell me the names of the 5 elements that make up nature." Confused, he scratched his head trying to recall and answered hesitantly, "Water, fire, earth, plants, sir?" Then T's voice rang out firmly. "Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, these 5 things are the wuxing." Every word he uttered left Yunjin slightly dazed. A drop of water fell from a leaf, creating a peaceful atmosphere. T's voice continued to ring out, steady, describing the fundamental energies that form nature. Immediately after, the image of a swirling yin and yang appeared in the darkness, and the force that divides them into yin and yang, at this point he concluded, is the Tiangan. Amidst the golden-red sky, a mysterious symbol emerged. Spirit beasts from the mist began to rise. It is what the first heavenly god created, the source and the beginning of the power of all things. Hearing this, his eyes widened. "Keep what?" As they came to a halt on the stone road, Tai, standing beside him, continued to explain. "That's why their mere existence carries such an overwhelming status." Hearing that, Yunjin asked thoughtfully, "So you mean they're insanely OP, sir?" He tilted his head, looking forward with a serious gaze. Tai's voice rang out calmly. "The problem lies within that very power. The scene shifts to a violent vortex of energy, as if it wanted to rip through space itself. Because they were too pure and raw, they began to clash with each other." His face was calm, but his eyes were full of deep meaning. "And what came from that conflict is us. We, the Digi, are beings who inherited the power of the Tiangan to maintain the balance of the wuxing." Right after, images of the 8 Tiangan appeared. Separated into groups, the wuxing that once moved independently were harmoniously connected by the second heavenly god. Hearing this, Yongjin asked back in confusion, "Wait, the order of the days was decided by a race? A race?" Seeing him ask that, he was slightly surprised. "Huh?" Yunjin saw this and quickly explained, "In the legend, the rat climbed on the ox's head to finish first, sir." Suddenly a voice rang out, making him jump. "That's the fable the eldest brother hates the most." The other person spoke softly. "The dragon is always described as extremely kind, while the rat is portrayed as a total snake." Tai turned around holding a broom and began to speak. "Anyway, putting the Tiangan in simple terms," his next words left Yongjin stunned. "You can just think of them as our seniors." His voice sounded hesitant. Then, Tai nodded slightly. Looking a bit reluctant, he advised, "Don't sweat it too much." The two of them continued walking. As they walked, he added, "On the contrary, since we know for sure the ones behind this are the Tiangan, we don't need to overcomplicate things anymore." At this point, T's gaze turned sharp. For a god to set foot in the mortal world, there must first be a divine will. Pausing for a moment, he calmly continued, "It is likely to bring the order. That has gone off track back to its original flow." Hearing this, Yongjin asked curiously, "Back to its flow?" Tai then explained softly, "By eliminating an existence like you, something that shouldn't have appeared in the first place." His face suddenly darkened after hearing that. After a while, Yunjin asked nervously in a low voice, "Do we really not need to worry?" Walking along, he replied calmly, "Just a reasonable amount is fine." Surprised, he echoed, "A reasonable amount?" But then a wave of anxiety rose within Yongjin. "But there are 10 of them over there. Is it really going to be okay?" Tai's voice cut him off. "There are currently only 9 gods in the Tiangan." Yunjin's eyes instantly widened. As if he couldn't believe his ears, he held out his hands and counted, "Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding." Seeing Yunjin like that, he continued to explain, "Among the Tiangan, an image appeared of a dark shadow holding a sphere. Before we were created, that sphere was full of colors, exuding a powerful aura. There was once a god who harmonized the conflicting energies of the 5 elements and quelled the chaos that once existed. That very orb is the one Jin is carrying. He is the Wu of the Tiangan, as if everything had been perfectly prepared, and is the current digi-god." Jin's face turned serious, his fists clenched tight. He is indeed the Chen of the Tiangan, the dragon god Tian Wu. The more he heard, the more Yongjin was dazed. An ancestor. His Chen was originally... He stood before Tian Yi, his face suddenly darkening. He let out a faint smirk. Luckily, that was none other than the Tiangan Ji, the Qilin god. Tian Yi, or Zhou Tron, with his blue eyes, was staring out the window, lost in thought. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Long time no see." Tian Yi appeared through the white smoke, his face looking sharp and cold. He softly called out, "Tian Wu." Jin kept his cold expression, but was slightly surprised. "Tian Yi?" Surprise clearly flickered in his eyes. Chen Yi laughed joyfully. "You actually remember me? I'm touched." Suddenly his voice cut in. "You bastard." It was a far cry from the other's cheerfulness. Jin asked with a grim face, "Why did you descend to the mortal realm?" Tian Yi didn't seem to care about his attitude. He replied, I'm here because I've got business to attend to. Hearing that, Jin looked pensive and curious. Business? Tianyi didn't answer, only offering a slight smile. I only stopped by to say hi today. His eyes now showed an indescribable pensiveness. Jin spoke up slowly. I have something to ask. Hearing him say that, he flashed a mysterious smile and replied softly, If you're asking about my business, I can't tell you just yet. But Jin denied it. No, unexpectedly. He was actually curious about what Tianyi was wearing. What's with the weird outfit you're wearing? That question caught him off guard. My outfit? Tianyi rubbed his chin, slowly analyzing. Weird? The weird one is you, Tianwu. He looked at Jin with his long black hair and ancient black outfit and commented, Well, you've been sealed away for thousands of years, so I guess I kinda get it. But man, you look seriously mid. Having been the ultimate trendsetter in the celestial realm, hearing Tianyi talk about him like that, he immediately shouted in anger, What? How dare you? He closed his eyes and said with a satisfied smile, Well, I'm out. Suddenly, Jin quickly drew his sword. He pressed the blade right against Tianyi's neck. Seeing Jin so furious, he tilted his head slightly with a suggestive smirk. Does being called mid trigger you that much? He wasn't happy with Tianyi's attitude at all, so he reminded him, That business of yours. Jin's eyes were stone cold as he asked him directly, Does it have anything to do with my body? Tianyi's mood soured as well, as he spoke up to remind him, You said you'd only ask one thing. Seeing his grim expression, he shrugged it off. Whatever. Fortunately, you seem to be doing all right. Without another word, Tianyi looked toward Jin, smiling gently. See you soon. With that, he vanished instantly before his eyes, leaving only a trail of white smoke. Jin seemed used to this attitude, so he only frowned slightly. In the sunset, Yunjin looked at T, blurting out in confusion and curiosity, The Tiangan, you mean, the ones who attacked me? The ancestor is on the same side as them? He recalled the previous moments and fell into deep thought. So him claiming to be the strongest wasn't Cap after all. His voice dropped significantly. The one who woke Chen from the seal must be from the Tiangan too. But it was what T said next that truly shocked Yunjin. Every cloud has a silver lining. The most formidable power, the Black Dragon, is with you. Even Chen's amnesia. His eyes now betrayed a sense of exhaustion. Imprisoned within the body of a dog, unable to use his power at will. That statement surprised him. Unable to use it at will? Yongjin was a bit skeptical. But he still uses his power just fine, doesn't he? At that very moment, it seemed he understood the 16-year-old rule. You once said, because my ancestor is a Tiangan. Is that why he's not affected, huh? You once said, if power is used before the vessel reaches 16, that body would be totally wrecked, right? Without letting Tai speak, Yongjin continued his analysis. A dog's age can't possibly be 16. That remark made him sigh, not forgetting to give him a side eye. Tai quickly spoke up to change the subject. Has Jin ever used his power in front of you? Hearing his question, Yongjin scratched his head and replied, Before finding the White Dragon, he hadn't used it once. Recently, after using the White Dragon's power to blow away those masked guys, he's still perfectly fine. Tai followed up. The White Dragon is the power of protection and moderation. Gazing at the flowers before him, his soul felt much lighter. Tai continued to explain. Perhaps because of that, it prevented the body from collapsing and reduced the amount of divine energy released. That's a total hack. Hearing this, he suddenly got worried and asked softly, if that was reduced power, then what exactly? He didn't deny it. Exactly. Tai's voice became solemn. The power of Chen. When it's not bound by anything. Suddenly he spoke out loud. The consequence left Yongjin frozen in place. It is a literal disaster. Tai stared at the patch of flowers before him, quietly explaining everything. It seemed he understood this all too well. If the powers of the remaining dragons also fall into Chen's hands and he, along with the Tiangan, decide to rewrite Providence. As he said this, T turned slightly toward him. His voice rang out, How do you think it'll all go down? Those words seemed to make Yongjin realize something. Do you get what I'm saying now? He turned to face him directly, his voice turning solemn. To you. The dragon's power is no longer just an option, but a power you must risk your life to seize. To make that happen? Tai's eyes were deep, filled with visible contemplation. He didn't hesitate to pull some strings. If he isn't the Tianwu of the Tiangan, then view him as the digigod Chen, just like me. Pausing for a moment, T continued, Only then can you use him to your advantage. Hearing this, Yongjin's expression shifted suddenly. After hesitating for a long while, he spoke up tentatively. I heard you're a Tiangan. That sentence made Jin freeze for a second. He let out a stubborn, slight sigh. Did that big-mouth T really tell you? Immediately, Yongjin shot back defiantly. Doesn't matter who said it, but at that moment, he couldn't stop complaining. Seriously, how many more things are you hiding from me? Facing Yongjin, Jin just coolly replied, well, you never asked. The answer made him yell in anger. What? Yongjin's voice echoed in his ears. Am I supposed to go find some Tiangan? And ask them, is Emmy a Tiangan or something? That made him frown in helplessness. The previous images flashed back in his mind. Yongjin started nitpicking. And another thing. What did you tell me at first? Something about the 12 original gods. And being the digigod Chen, right? But Jin just calmly replied, well, I am a digigod for real. That line left him speechless. Well, that's true. He asked with a grumpy face. But is that really something to get so salty about? Yongjin snapped back, yes! Leaving Jin at a loss for words. Suddenly, a shocking secret was revealed by him. Because the Tiangan are the culprits! He frowned, curiously asking, what? Not letting Jin wonder for long, Yongjin immediately explained the reason. The ones targeting me are the Tiangan. I was attacked on my way home from school today. Hearing that, he was slightly taken aback and said, so it really is them? Seeing Jin's reaction, he grumpily asked back, what's that supposed to mean? He calmly replied, those guys. Jin's eyes showed a look of realization. It seems they're doing all this because of me. Seeing Yongjin look worried, he spoke up to reassure him. Next time we meet, I'll have a straight talk with them. Don't you worry. Hearing Jin say that, he was a bit surprised and thought to himself, that easy? Yongjin asked again expectantly. Are you going to vouch for me? He chuckled softly and stated calmly, as it happens, today, Tian Yi of the Tiangan also dropped by. When he heard someone had visited, he quickly dialed the number for Tai, the high official. Jin held the phone in his hand, saying in a panic, are you currently teaming up with the Tiangan? To snatch your own nephew's body? Jin witnessed this scene and replied irritably, are we playing that same old broken record again? He kept his annoyed expression, sighing softly. I told you last time, didn't I? As he broke into a cold sweat, his eyes widened in shock, hanging on every word Jin said. I have zero interest in your body anymore. Anyway, don't stress too much, he said with a serious face. With just one word from me, they won't target you anymore, Yong, Jin replied skeptically. How can you be so sure? Yeah, right. Jin, with sharp eyes and bared fangs, confidently declared, because among the Tiangan I was once the strongest. Hearing this, he just replied, right. Yongjin looked at him with total disbelief. Like I'd believe that, Jin replied in frustration. Please just believe me. Really? What more do I have to do for you to trust me? Suddenly he spoke up. In that case, and so Yongjin immediately set a condition. Next time we go looking for the next dragon, you have to let Lord Tai go with us. He quickly agreed. Fine, I got it. Hearing that, he gasped in surprise. Wait, for real? With a serious face, Jin also laid down a condition. As long as that guy isn't too wary of me, then it's no big deal. A moment later, he started to wonder. By the way, kid, why do you call T so respectfully, even adding Lord to his name like that? While I'm just some ordinary ancestor to you? The more Yongjin listened, the more fed up he felt, thinking to himself, is this ancestor really as dangerous? As Lord T said, Jin solemnly made a demand. You should be calling me Great Ancestor. Looking at his attitude, he thought to himself, he doesn't look dangerous at all. When he said he didn't care about this body, it seems like he actually meant it. Recalling the scene from before, Yongjin's thoughts raced. When he got his power, he protected me. He even said I could go with him to find the dragon's power. The space was engulfed in a cold red hue and the presence of a faceless crowd, making his mood turn heavy. On the flip side, if I keep doubting him and keeping my distance, will he end up switching sides? If I were him, I'd probably do the same. Jin's face was scrunched up, his eyes showing clear annoyance. Yongjin thought, I don't know if it's true, but if he really was the strongest among the Tiangan, then wouldn't it be way better to get him on my team? Seeing him so lost in thought, Jin suddenly asked, was that all Lord Tai had to tell you? Right then, Yongjin remembered T's earlier words. You have to use Chen, he then asked back. So what did you talk about with that Tiangan woman? Jin recalled her earlier comment. You look so basic, which made his mood tank. Just some casual small talk. A silence fell between the two of them. Suddenly he looked up and asked softly, can I ask you something? The question caught Yongjin off guard. What's up? Jin asked with an innocent look. Is the way I dress really that basic? He didn't hold back and replied bluntly, you're just realizing that now? Let me ask you something instead. Immediately, Yongjin raised the pan, his voice deepening. What did you just stuff your face with? Instant noodles again, right? He looked at him, who had a helpless look, and continued asking, Seriously, how on earth did you even eat those noodles? Jin admitted that he just ate them like a troll. Hearing that, Yongjin's tone became stern. Wipe that soup off your mug first. He felt completely hopeless, thinking to himself, if Lord Tai saw him like this, he'd definitely change his mind. A mystical night scene with a starry sky appeared the next day. The sky turned much clearer than before. Outside the school, a voice rang out. There's a new transfer student in Class 3. Did you see him? Inside the classroom, it was incredibly lively. Someone whispered, he looks so weird. The person next to them asked curiously, Weird how? But before she could answer, the other person cut in, Shut it, you two! Word is he beat someone up, and that's why he was forced to transfer here. The hallway wasn't much better. Excited voices kept echoing from inside the class. The other person was just as hyped. I want to take a peek too. Meanwhile, Yongjin walked along, lost in thought. I should have brought the ancestor along. He reached the front of the classroom. A few thoughts crossed his mind. If the Tiangan attack again, he'd know how to handle it. But Yongjin reached out to open the door, still thinking. Bringing a dog to school is a bit extra. Just as he opened the door, the shadow of Xu appeared right before his eyes. He was so terrified that he fell flat on the floor. Seeing that, two schoolgirls started whispering and pointing non-stop. That's him! Yongjin's eyes were filled with pure panic. Beads of sweat kept rolling down his forehead. Xu let out a tisk and slammed a powerful kick right next to him. When she saw Yongjin's face, looking like that, she gave a mocking smirk. Xu's expression at that moment was terrifyingly dark. She flashed a sinister grin. Xu kept closing in on him, making Yongjin's face turn as pale as a ghost. Someone's voice rang out. That's the transfer student from Class 3. The whole hallway was buzzing at the sight of Xu pinning Yongjin to the ground. What the heck is she doing? Suddenly, her hand reached out toward his face. Xu gave a cheerful smile and asked, Are you okay? His face froze in total confusion. Chatter erupted. What's going on? What's the deal? Friends from the classroom poked their heads out to watch. Is it that girl again? Man, Yongjin is totally getting ghosted. Her face darkened slightly. In Class 1-3, an introductory voice rang out, Hey everyone! Du Kyung stood at the podium with Xu and addressed the class. Let me introduce you. This is Kanga Jang, the new student joining us today. Upon hearing the name, some girls started whispering loudly. Is it that girl? The one who got forced to transfer for fighting? That's scary. What else? He put on a serious face to set everyone straight. I've heard some nasty rumors about our new classmate, but they aren't true. I hope you guys will stop spreading them. Yet he still couldn't quite silence the gossip. If Do Kyung said it, then the rumors must really be fake. But she just transferred and she's already acting like she owns the place. In the back of the class, bad vibes were being passed around constantly. She was just about to hit Yongjin earlier, for real. Exactly. This immediately reached the ears of Do Kyung and Yongjin. Wait, is that true? He gave a cold yeah, making her jump. The students erupted upon hearing that. See? Xu shouted angrily. Hey! Everyone was startled by the loud outburst. Oh my God! She barked out in interrogation. You tripped on your own. Do you even know him? He denied it. Not at all. The chubby kid sitting in front muttered, This feels exactly like the opening of some high school K-drama. Meanwhile, some girls started teasing him. Why is he wearing an eye patch? Does he have pink eye or something? That's to seal his power away. Xu calmly explained, I'm actually blind in this eye. She awkwardly tried to cover it up. Hey! You were laughing too, weren't you? You said that eye patch looked like part of a concept. Xu's voice echoed from inside the classroom to the door. The kid sitting right in front of Yongjin was suddenly called out. He froze up a bit. Mimi? She bluntly made a demand. Give up your seat. Just as he was about to move, Weilong spoke up. Stay right there. The two of them argued back and forth, leaving him stuck in the middle, looking lost. Move out. Stay put. Get lost. Don't you move. Finally, he made a proposal. Whoever talks to me nicely, that's the person I'll listen to. Immediately, both of them blurted out at once. Jian-ho, please stay right where you are. Oh, Jian-ho, a Jang really wants to sit here? After a bit of bickering, Xu eventually got to take that seat. Once settled, she turned back and glanced at him. She recalled their earlier conversation. Tai said the Tiangan were targeting Jin's body, so they would only get more aggressive from here. So we have to make a move too. That's why he made the request. Go transfer to Yongjin's school. This decision was met with heavy resistance from her. Me? Why the heck does it have to be me? Tai glanced at her and gave a convincing reason. You're the only one who can be in the same grade as him, aren't you? But Xu still wasn't feeling it. That's your only reason? At that point, he added one more thing. I heard you've already met Yongjin anyway. Seeing her silence, Tai pretended to change his mind. If you don't want to, I'll just ask Lord Wu. Xu immediately spoke up in a rush. Since when did I say I didn't like it? Her intense reaction made him stop in his tracks. Then what do you want? In the end, Zhu had to agree since there was no other way. Fine, I'll go. Happy now? Suddenly, she called out softly. Hey, Yongjin? Xu opened her mouth as if to say something. About last time. Unexpectedly, he cut her off. Don't tell me you're stalking me again. Caught red-handed, she immediately started fumbling. Me? Why would I ever follow you? To avoid the awkwardness, Shu deliberately leaned in close and lowered her voice. I'm here to keep an eye on you. If you use Heilong's power, I will kill you. That's basically stalking anyway. She turned her face away and clarified, it's surveillance. Surveillance is annoying too. I don't like it either. I'm just doing what I have to. Hearing that, Jian-ho stood aside and remarked, is she a tsundere or something? Just then, Lee Hai-su opened the door and walked in. Yongjin! The people in class started snickering. Yongjin's perfect little wifey is here. Seeing Bai Long getting grabbed by the collar, she froze. Things are starting to get interesting. A while later, after leaving the classroom, Lee Hai-su asked curiously, who was that classmate earlier? He answered calmly, that's Lord Shu here to keep an eye on me. Hearing that, she was shocked. Lord Shu? This reaction puzzled Bai Long. I thought you'd be able to tell. Lee Hai-su went blank. Huh? Me? He explained, you're an exorcist, right? Can't you see stuff like that? You can even see the spirits of ancestors. She immediately realized that he had totally misunderstood things, so Lee Hai-su clarified her abilities. Well, it's true that I can see floating spirits of ancestors, but I can't see other gods. I can't even see Lord Tai. I can't see him at all. Suddenly, a third voice chimed in to finish her sentence. That's because that dog isn't Chen's real body. They looked up and saw Xu had been sitting on the tree branch for God knows how long. That's why the soul could escape like that. Lee. Hai-su's eyes were filled with surprise. She put on a serious face and warned, hey, little girl, stay away from him. Xu jumped down from the tree. Yongjin, she gave him a piece of her mind. You're supposed to stay within my sight at all times. Living the life, aren't we? Even going on dates. What kind of nonsense is that? Xu pointed at him and reminded, don't use that nonsense word with me. At this point, Lee Hai-su spoke up hesitantly. Lord Great Guardian, I'm sorry, but why are you doing this to Yongjin? She mimicked her. Why, you ask? Immediately after, Shu said sternly, don't you know Heilong is inside him? It's dangerous, so stay the hell away. She pointed directly at his face and said, right now he's a ticking time bomb. No one knows when Heilong will break out, because he can't even control it himself. What? Lee Hai-su paced around Bai Long. Yongjin isn't dangerous at all. I don't know what you're seeing. To say that he's dangerous. Zhu shouted, I'm not kidding around here. Her face darkened completely. That power could take out everyone in this entire school. At that moment, he finally spoke up to clear things up. It was because you tried to kill me back then that Heilong only showed up for self-defense. This unexpected revelation left her stunned. What, Lord Great Guardian, is that for real? Bai Long confirmed. It's true. She made the first move. Lee Hai-su found it hard to believe. Why would... Shu suddenly roared in anger. If you say it like that, people will get the wrong idea. His attitude was incredibly nonchalant. What the hell kind of misunderstanding? She wanted to argue about how everything started. You want me to tell the whole story from start to finish? Then right in front of Shu, he recounted everything to Lee Hai-su. She didn't even apologize, and then she blamed me. After hearing his side, she held her hand out to shield Bai Long. From what I can tell, Lee Hai-su flipped the script with a stern look. It seems like the dangerous one here is actually the Lord Great Guardian. Her beautiful eyebrows furrowed as she interrogated the other. You hurt Yongjin, so why aren't you apologizing? At this moment, Zhu was completely speechless. The entire scene was being watched by a crowd of classmates. Those two girls are fighting over Yongjin. Right? Must be, for sure. They whispered among themselves with envy. Did he save the world in his past life or something? Damn. I wish I could live one day as Yongjin. Man, I could make both of those babes happy. Down there, it took a moment for Shu to react. What? What do you mean? He's not even hurt. He just fell down, that's it. But her attitude remained firm. It was Lord Great Guardian who pushed him. So you still owe him an apology. She refused to budge. He just tripped. What's there to apologize for? You. Xu pointed directly at him, trying to justify herself. He's perfectly fine. Besides, a tiny scratch like that, Heilong, can heal it all up in no time. In her agitation, she let it slip. It's not like he's even human anyway. As soon as she said it, Shu herself realized that she had just made a huge mistake. Lee Hai-su became flustered. Just as she was about to address what the great guardian said, he interrupted.
She's right. I'm actually not human.
She quickly called out, "Yongjin!" Before chasing after him, Lee Hai-su paused for a second. "Lord Great Guardian." Her face was deadly serious as she made a demand. "I expect you to apologize to Yongjin for what you just said." After speaking, Lee Hai-su turned away, leaving Shu standing there alone. The scene shifted to a park. Sparrows perched on a statue of a man. Shin was sitting there reading when a voice cried out next to him. "What?" Wu's face contorted as he spoke to the person on the other end. "Seriously? You actually let Lord Shu transfer to Yongjin's school? Are you stupid or something? I'm the one who's actually close to Yongjin." He covered his face in frustration. "I should have been the one to go!" Ajang literally tried to kill him last time. What if that girl stirs up trouble again? A moment later, Wu made up his mind. "I'm going to transfer schools, too!" Hearing that, Shen turned around with a look of annoyance. "You think school is your personal playground? Transfer, give me a break." He nonchalantly rained on his parade. "Wait until your next life, then." Wu wailed in pure agony. "By the next life, Yongjin will be long gone." Shen's criticism was seriously cold-blooded. He cried his heart out, looking miserable. "I want to transfer schools, too!" Hurried footsteps echoed on the tile floor. Shu's words were still ringing in his ears. It's not like he's even human anyway. His figure looked lonely as his hand crushed the empty soda can. A sentence he'd heard once before surfaced in his mind. The bodies of gods are almost identical. His face showed a flicker of sadness, like a molded vessel. Yu sat on the bench by herself. She was silent and lost in thought, thinking about the way he looked earlier. "It's not like I said anything wrong." Inside, Shu kept trying to justify it. "I was right, though." Still, that sorrowful expression of his weighed on her mind and broke her focus. But with a lollipop in her mouth, she wondered why he had to make that face. The phone screen showed a chat interface from Lord Wu. The other side immediately followed up with another text. "Oh, you left me on red." Lord Wu texted asking, "Ajang, are you busy today? But I know you're free. Come hang out with me. I'll bring Tianma to see you guys." Seeing the sticker sent back, he sighed in defeat. Suddenly, Bai Long looked up. At that moment, his eyes met Shu's, just as she was turning back toward him. To dodge the awkwardness, she suddenly blurted out something bizarre. "Who do you take after to look that ugly?" The teacher immediately called them out. "You two in the back." He accidentally became the center of attention. "Save the flirting for after school, all right?" "Not Yongjin again, oh Yongjin!" A little later, the final bell rang. Yongjin didn't waste a second, slung the bag over his shoulder and turned away. Tut immediately turned back and said, "Wait, let's go together." She hurriedly chased after him, calling out, "Guan Yongjin! Are you ghosting me?" Suddenly, Yongjin spoke up. "From now on." Without turning back, he rattled off a series of demands. "Don't act like you know me. And don't follow me either." She protested instantly. "Wow, talking to me like that? No respect?" "I can't do that." Tut specifically emphasized it again. "I'm not here just to monitor you, but also to protect you. Great Overseer Tai himself requested this of me." This time, Yongjin decisively pulled out his phone. "Then I'll relay that to Great Overseer Tai for you." She was dazed. "What?" He spoke with a nonchalant air. "That you don't want to be here, but were forced into it." Seeing that, Tut finally began to panic. "No, wait. I heard Sheonden is already after you." "It's extremely dangerous." Yongjin immediately interrupted. "So what?" His demeanor was purely sarcastic as he continued. "It's not like this is a human body anyway. Even if I'm attacked, I'll recover quickly." This statement left her completely blindsided. Tut tried to call out to him, "Hey, about that!" But Yongjin had already run ahead, leaving a warning. "If you keep following me, I'll report you for school bullying." At this point, she didn't dare do anything else. She stood bewildered in the middle of the street. Scattered groups of students were heading home. Yongjin looked up aimlessly at the sky. The sky was clear and vast, with a few small clouds drifting past. He thought to himself, "No matter what." It couldn't be, right? Surely not. Thinking of them, Yongjin muttered, "There's no way he's riding that thing here, right?" The roar of a powerful engine thundered through the street. He turned in surprise toward the sound. Instantly, Yongjin caught sight of a motorcycle, barreling toward him. The bike came to a screeching halt. A pair of leather boots landed firmly on the ground. One hand gripped the throttle while the other took off the helmet. Finally, he just flipped up the visor and said gleefully, "Allow me to introduce you. This is Pegasus number 2. Seeing the look on Yongjin's face, I was ecstatic. "It's so cool you can't even close your mouth, huh?" Then he tossed a helmet to him and told him to get on. Yongjin asked blankly, "Where are we going?" He replied, "Because there are some friends who want to meet you." Oh smiled with squinted eyes. So we're headed there. Before starting the engine, he conveniently snapped a photo and sent a message saying, "Kidnapped." On the other end, the hand holding the phone was trembling. Yu suddenly panicked and shouted, "He's here!" Mayo asked curiously, "What?" She said urgently, "He's almost here." "What should I do now?" Seeing her like that, Mio comforted her. "You were just sad because you never had a chance to apologize, so isn't this great?" Yu was still uneasy. "But what if he's hostile the moment he arrives? What am I supposed to do then?" She replied nonchalantly, "Then you just kowtow and beg for forgiveness, simple as that." A plate of pastries was placed on the table. Sa smiled sweetly and wondered, "I wonder if he likes sweets." Yu picked up the plate and pleaded tearfully, "I'll buy everything in your shop. Just bring it all out for Yongjin to eat his fill." She actually pulled out a calculator to do it. "That will be 38,001, please." Mayo picked up a piece of cake to nibble on first. "Thanks, Great Overseer Yu. I'll enjoy the meal." The scene shifted to a house in the forest. The sky was gradually darkening. Two people in black cloaks stood outside, muttering, "For days now, all we've been doing is staring at the wall. We've already given it our all." To be honest, it wasn't exactly our best effort. Hearing that, one of them remained silent. Sneaky footsteps crept across the floor. A white-haired person was holding a wine glass in hand. Hearing a respectful call, "Lord Xiandan," the masked subordinate reported. "The guest has arrived." He continued, "I'll have the others dismissed." She agreed. "Go ahead." Before leaving, the masked man apologized carefully. "From now on, I won't let this happen again." Xiandan didn't make a big deal out of it. "It's fine," she said, maintaining a nonchalant front. "Because only then would that bastard behind you be driven absolutely insane. He sneaks over here to play every single time, doesn't he?" As soon as she finished speaking, another masked figure appeared behind her. He confronted Xiandan. Seeing this, the masked subordinate took the hint and left. "Then I shall take my leave." Behind his mask, he flashed a twisted smile. "You went out and had yourself quite a big adventure, didn't you?" Xiandan raised her hand to her mouth and spoke up. "What? You were the one who told me to take action myself." "Just as you said, that kid is actually pretty interesting." Suddenly, he lunged forward and grabbed her by the throat. Her breath was choked off, forcing Xiandan to swallow hard with difficulty. His voice dropped, laced with a heavy threat. "What kind of game are you trying to play? You could have easily brought him here." His entire weight pinned her against the chair. "From you, the leader, down to your low-life henchmen. You're all just a bunch of losers. Are you two trying to play spy?" The eyes behind the mask glowed a sinister red. "Because of the commotion you caused. The carefully arranged plan has been ruined." Suddenly, Xiandan let out a smug, triumphant chuckle. "Should I stir things up a bit more?" With a highly punchable face, she continued, "Next time I show up, maybe I'll talk about destiny. Though I don't really have a hobby of crushing ants." Her slender hand slowly reached toward his chest. "I'm giving you a fair warning. Decide whether you're going to fight or run away." Immediately, he grabbed her hand tightly and slammed it against the arm of the chair. The pressure on her neck increased, leaving red marks on her skin. "Don't underestimate me," he warned. "After your failure, the next generation of gods like us has been upgraded into a better form." Hearing that, she wasn't afraid, but even let out a snicker. "Even so, your nature remains the same." Xiandan raised an eyebrow, looking at him flirtatiously. "Without our power, you're all just wannabes." The pressure around him dropped, bringing a sense of gloom. This arrogance, Xiandan's face flushed from the alcohol as he whispered in her ear. His threat, "One day it will destroy you, Xiandan." Immediately after, she unleashed her pure white tails. The furry tails toyed behind his back, while some entwined in front of Xiandan, using her seductive form to provoke him. "Go ahead and try to destroy me right now." Seeing that, he could only let out a frustrated sigh. True enough, the hand on her neck gradually loosened. He had completely vanished. Having achieved her goal, Xiandan gave a slight smile. What a creep. The scene shifts to a small cafe. The motorcycle wheels stopped in front of the door, displaying a closed sign. By now, Yu had helplessly slumped her head to the ground. Walking in and witnessing this sight made Yong, Jin and Oh extremely surprised. He frowned and asked, "What the heck are you doing?" Mayo stood to the side and spoke for her. "She's begging for forgiveness." A fork stabbed firmly into the cake on the table. Just as Oh opened his mouth to take a bite, he was suddenly pulled back by a hand. "You're not allowed to eat it." It turned out to be Yu, with sparkling eyes. She held the piece of cake out to Yongjin. "Yongjin, I bought this for you," he replied hesitantly. "Then everyone please help yourselves," I exclaimed. "You really are a living saint." Oh was speechless. "Honestly, you're something else." Yongjin looked toward the woman eating the cake and asked tentatively, You're also a great overseer, right?" she replied with a bright smile. Sorry, I'm a bit late with the introduction. I am the earthly god Yu. My name in the mortal world is Yu Zhong. You can just call me whatever you're comfortable with. Furthermore, Yu stood up abruptly and patted her chest firmly. I guarantee that if it's a request from Yong Jin, I will fulfill absolutely anything. Just say the word. He was startled and replied, No, that's really not necessary. She shouted, Please give me a chance to make it up to you. I'm begging you. He was bewildered. Well then, sis? Hearing that, Yu Zhong felt a bit aggrieved. He just called me Sis Yu Zhong. Yong Jin's voice rang out steadily. Please buy me a new school uniform. I'll buy you 10 of them, she asked suspiciously. But why a school uniform? Yong Jin replied honestly. You're the one who ripped my old one. And now this is the only one I have left. Oh, exclaimed. What were you thinking, going around ripping the kids' clothes like that? Immediately after, Yu bowed her head and slammed it hard against the table. I am truly sorry. That must have hurt a lot, right? At that moment, hearing about Black Dragon's appearance, I just lost my mind. He shouted, Are you trying to crack your head open or what? Mayo watched with a forced smile. He replied calmly, It's okay. Yongjin looked downcast. This isn't exactly a human body anyway. Once I get some sleep, everything will just heal up. Seeing that he wasn't doing well, she placed her hand on Yongjin's and called his name. Yongjin, Mayo said firmly to reassure him. Your body, Yongjin, became different from normal people because of the Black Dragon. That's why. You absolutely must not take your injuries lightly. He was startled, with a confused look on his face. Yes, O's voice chimed in. If the Black Dragon were removed from your body, you would just be an ordinary human. He smiled and teased him. Don't go getting all desensitized to getting hurt, okay? Yongjin looked toward O with a slightly annoyed expression, unable to find any words. He spoke slowly. But thinking back every time I've been injured, up until now, the great overseers have played a part in it too. Mayo offered a bright, comforting smile. Anyway, Yongjin, right now you might be just a little more special than a regular person. She looked at him with an affectionate face. But you are clearly a human being. Her voice was full of determination. We will help you, Yongjin, so that you can return to a normal human life. Mio replied, I am the fourth earthly god. Mio, my name here is Yu Huai. She happily took his hand. It's a pleasure to meet you. Suddenly, a finger poked Yongjin. Then a hand gently touched his forehead. It was Sue. She exclaimed, Wow, for real! This really is Sin's body. She immediately leaned closer to Yongjin. The two are strangely similar. Even though Sin is a bit of a jerk, their personalities are polar opposites, which makes it interesting. Yongjin, just so you know, the jerk I just mentioned, isn't you. She introduced herself with a smile. I am the earthly god Su. My name here is Ju Su. She tilted her head and gave a bright grin. Outside the cafe, it was gradually getting dark. As time passed, night began to fall. The moonlight rose, illuminating everything. The cafe had also closed its doors, resting after a long day of work. She was in the kitchen, diligently washing dishes. Mayo sat with her chin in her hand, deep in thought. Yongjin, feeling sleepy, laid his head on the table and dozed off. Suddenly, she appeared in his mind. Can I ask you a question? Yongjin's lips quivered. My parents passed away when I was very young. Back in reality, Mayo slowly moved closer and sat right next to him. Her gaze lowered and her snow-white lashes flickered slightly. Is it because... While he was still fast asleep, he murmured, Is it because of me? Her hand touched Yongjin's forehead. Is it because I'm someone who shouldn't exist? Mayo's body flashed and gradually became translucent. No. Whatever happened, it wasn't your fault. The hand on his forehead glowed. No matter what that accident was like back then, it was not a sin committed by you, Yongjin. Jin has to bear this burden. Yongjin's memories flashed by. His parents were sitting in the car, smiling brightly. Then a horrific moment when the car flipped over, followed by relatives screaming in a blind rage, throwing shade at Yongjin. Mayo appeared in his memory. It turns out he had been trapped in this memory, living with a crushing sense of guilt, until this very moment. Only shattered fragments of memory remain. She closed her eyes and her body glowed again. Pardon my intrusion for a moment. Immediately after, Mayo opened her eyes. The scene before her made her skin crawl. Mayo appeared inside the car. She glanced toward the seat next to her. Young Yongjin was still there, innocent and full of life. Mio looked at him affectionately. Turns out this was also his happiest memory. Suddenly her gaze froze in sheer horror. A monster appeared right in front of the car. It was absolutely grotesque. 3 glowing eyes stared intently into the car. Mayo's face was struck with shock at that mark. The monster growled, its feet repeatedly clawing into the car. Mayo panicked. her face turning pale. Her eyes were filled with terror. This is just a memory. I can't intervene. The car flipped and spun over and over. Mayo witnessed it all from start to finish, standing there frozen like a statue. Her heart was absolutely shattered. Tears began to fall before she even knew it. The two beasts were still scavenging for their prey. Immediately after, they dragged him out of the car. She screamed in despair, "Yongjin!" Suddenly, a flash of light arrived, making the beast vanish. Right after, Hei appeared and pulled him into a hug. Mayo stood frozen, her eyes wide with shock. She stared intently at High Overseer Hei. Whispers began to rise. "Oh my God! It looks like there was an accident up ahead. The car is completely flipped over." Mayo looked toward them, dazed. "Hey, you guys! It's dangerous! Get out of there now! Call 911 first," the crowd exclaimed. "Good Lord, is the child okay? There's someone else inside the car. What on earth is going on?" "The car is on fire now. Luckily, the child was saved." Yongjin wailed in despair, "Mommy, Mommy!" She witnessed everything, standing there frozen solid. Her fists clenched tightly. Two funeral portraits of his parents were placed neatly side by side. The grieving relatives kept throwing shade at Yongjin. Mayo looked at his small, frail body, so that was it. She slowly walked toward him, because it was too much to handle his memory. Mayo pulled Yongjin into a hug to comfort him. She stroked his head to soothe him. "This memory, I will seal it away once more, Yongjin." Suddenly, at that moment, thick plumes of black smoke swirled upward. Mayo snapped her eyes open on high alert. Her sharp gaze scanned the surroundings. It was Hei Long. He let out a sinister laugh. "I've seen it all." "Mayo, that brat has a very interesting memory." A long, sharp sword appeared. "Don't even try your tricks, Hai Long." Immediately after, Mayo returned to her true form. A dense aura radiated from her, enveloping her entire body. Mayo gripped her sword and raised it high. Hai Long didn't flinch. Mayo spoke with a firm voice. "I will definitely kick you out." Her eyes were filled with determination. "Get out of this child's body!" Mayo showed no fear at all, pointing her sword directly at Hai Long. He looked down and sneered. "Even if you fight me here, it will only be Yongjin's spirit. That gets hurt." She growled back, "No way!" Mayo's gaze was full of resolve. "You're the only one who's going to get hurt." Her sword flashed brilliantly. Suddenly, a hand slowly reached out, startling her and making her freeze. That person was none other than Yongjin himself. His hand slowly lifted up, then fell back down. Immediately, Hai Long was bound by colorful strips of fabric. Mio stood still, her face full of bewilderment. His eyes looked down, clicking his tongue in annoyance. Yongjin's hand gently rested on her forehead. The corner of his mouth curled into a smirk. Immediately after, a blinding light burst forth. Back in reality, she was startled, her hand dropping limply. Her face was blank, not understanding what was happening. "Did you just push me out?" Mayo recalled the scene from just now. "And that thing, it's just totally Cap, isn't it?" She fell into deep thought. If he were just an ordinary human, he would have been devoured by Hai Long long ago. Yongjin was still fast asleep, dead to the world. His head had rested on Mio's lap without him realizing it. Yongjin slowly opened his eyes. He was in a daze, seeing a silhouette that looked like his mother. "Mom?" Yongjin instinctively blurted out. Mio smiled and greeted him. "Did you sleep well?" His eyes widened in shock, speechless. Then he sat up abruptly in a panic. "You must have been exhausted. I carried you on my back and you didn't even notice." Yongjin looked through the window. "Overseer." Oh, and Overseer Yu had already gone ahead. He asked blankly, "Where are we?" Mio replied nonchalantly, "Jeju Island." "Jeju Island?" Hearing that, Yongjin screamed, "Jeju Island?" His face turned pale as he asked, "Why am I here?" Suddenly a voice rang out, startling Yongjin and catching his attention. "As expected, you really are that child." It was Hei. He smiled and said, "Long time no see." He was still dazed, not knowing what was going on. "Yongjin." Hei looked down. "Seeing you've grown up so well, I'm truly grateful." Yongjin was confused, his head spinning. "Who are you?" He grinned and replied, "Maybe your daddy long legs." Night fell. The stars appeared, twinkling in the night sky, Mio said hesitantly. It was the same back then. She spoke to Hei, but her eyes were still fixed on Yongjin. It's not that they intend to cause chaos in the mortal world, but rather they're moving with a different motive, right? His gaze lowered from a long time ago. It seems the Tiangan, she listened with a somber face, had already started targeting Yongjin. Both of them looked toward him as he was eating, but something felt very off. He asked suspiciously, "Overseer Mayo, don't you feel like something's wrong?" Stating his theory after that event, up until he was almost 16, Yongjin hadn't encountered anything similar. She was stunned after hearing this. If their goal was only to restore the natural order, Then they should have made more moves. To eliminate him by now? Mayo nodded in agreement. That is indeed strange. I don't get why they stopped targeting Yongjin either, especially since, after the accident, he has always been left all alone. Hei glanced around the room. If the Tiangun had intervened 15 years ago, then Jin's seal could have been broken at any given time. He continued, coincidentally, the moment the seal broke was just as he was turning 16. What I'm about to say is just a hunch. Hei's expression turned dead serious. The original goal of the Tiangun and those mysterious forces, I'm afraid it wasn't Yongjin, but Jin's body itself. A body capable of wielding divine power. She froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. What? He maintained his calm demeanor. I think the Tiangun have figured it out. The rule of the 64 seasons. 64 seasons is exactly 16 years. Hei's words were hard for her to wrap her head around. I mean the conditions to use that body. She slammed the table and stood up. I think we should let the other overseers in on this. He gave a slight shrug. Don't you get what I'm saying yet? Mayo's face turned pale. Overseer Mayo, Hei continued. Those who are aware of that information, his words made her freeze like a statue, are only the Digi gods. Mayo's voice began to stutter. What do you mean by that? Her face darkened. Once this hypothesis is set, I can no longer share this information with the other overseers. Mayo tremblingly called out, Overseer Hei! Even though it's all just speculation for now. A chilling aura radiated from him. But if there's even a hint of suspicion, it's enough reason for us to stay woke. But Overseer Hei, Mayo's face went pale as she broke into a cold sweat. It was the demons who killed the humans, right? Hei looked skeptical. Are you suggesting... She gradually regained her composure. Since the marked demons were the ones who actually did the deed, you think it couldn't possibly be the work of a Digi god? Hei continued, even if they didn't get their hands dirty, at the very least, there could be a mole among us, leaking intel to the other side. Mayo clenched her fists tightly. The two fell into a heavy silence. Neither said a word to the other. His voice rang out, breaking the thick atmosphere. So based on this assumption, I'll dig deeper and report back to Overseer Zai. She hesitated. If it's Overseer Z... Hei smirked upon hearing Mio's words. Then he probably won't have any doubts, will he? Her expression relaxed as a smile spread across her face. Then Mio asked a question that left Hei stunned. But since I already know everything now, are you still cool with that? He gave a polite smile. Yes, because Overseer Mayo is a very transparent person. But if these rumors start spreading, I'm blaming you, Overseer Mayo. Mayo stared down at the teacup on Hei's table. She looked up with a cold, sharp expression. I also have some tea to spill with you. I'm not entirely sure, but... She lifted her teacup. Deep inside Yongjin, there's something else. Hei was stunned. You mean Hai Long? No. It's something I can't quite explain. She continued. I'm not sure if it belongs to Yongjin's subconscious, or if it's something else entirely. Right now, I still can't make a final call. Mio thought back to the scene at that moment. It didn't give off any bad vibes to me. She slightly bowed her head. And it actually pushed me out of Yongjin's inner world. He was stunned, unable to believe his ears. Wait, it pushed you out? Mayo avoided eye contact and hesitated. Yes. At night, a gentle breeze swept through, causing the leaves to sway with the wind. The roof tiles were beautifully and sturdily designed. Yongjin bowed deeply. Well then, goodbye to you all. He stepped into the one-dimensional space. Before fully entering, Yongjin turned back and asked suspiciously, But this way leads to Overseer Z's house, doesn't it? Hei gave a forced smile. It would be better if I could connect directly to your house, Yongjin. But I have spatial limitations. Mio smiled reassuringly. I've already spoken with Overseer Z. He's probably already opened a portal straight to your house, Yongjin, so don't worry. As he slowly stepped through, a voice suddenly called out to Yongjin. Yongjin startled and turned around. It was Hei. He smiled. Don't worry. Everything is going to be just fine. Hei continued. Looking at the current situation, since we've only confirmed the appearance of a Tianding, then it's likely not all the Tiangun are making a move, right? He chuckled. Besides, when it comes to power levels, I'm way above a Tianding. Mio chimed in with praise. That's right, Overseer Hei is extremely OP, so set your mind at ease. He looked confused. That's not it. Scene change. Sai was currently standing lost in thought in front of the door. Her gaze lowered. Well, about the two overseers. Suddenly, a figure crashed through, shattering the glass door. My ancestors... Yongjin froze in place. Must have encountered another Tiangun, I think. Mayo was stunned upon hearing this, her brows furrowed. On this side, Hei's expression was just as grim. His eyes widened, Sai was being pinned down by a powerful arm at her throat. A massive silhouette loomed over her. He had rows of sharp, pearly white teeth. That person was none other than a Tiangun. His face was ferocious, filled with pure hype. Tiangung, the undying god of Tiangun. Tiangung pinned Sai down to the ground. She gritted her teeth, trying her best to endure and resist. His voice echoed from right above her head. "Long time no see, big sis, bye." Tiangung flashed a creepy, twisted smile. His sharp teeth were partially revealed. "I heard you were playing around with Tianding last time." He held his arm across Sai's neck. His attitude was incredibly disrespectful and taunting. "Play with me this time." Facing such a total psycho, she actually smirked and said, "We're closed for business today." "Sir?" Tiangung was completely confused. "I'm your customer, huh?" Suddenly a voice rang out from behind. "Not you." Shen stood against the light, oozing with main character energy. "She's talking about me!" Immediately after, he swung the staff in his hand downward. He gave the opponent a mischievous grin. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" Tiangung didn't even turn around. His hand accurately caught Shen's weapon. Then he turned his head and said his name. Shen. The two of them immediately clashed head-on. Tiangung spun around, intending to sweep an attack at him, but Shen quickly closed the gap. His perspective shifted abruptly. His pupils contracted rapidly. Shen landed a powerful punch, squarely on Tiangung's face. A half-smoked cigarette fell to the ground. The broken blade was held right against his neck. A sudden smirk appeared on Shen's face. "Think you can actually pull it off?" Tiangung's expression instantly froze as he saw the blade getting closer and closer. Sai also leaned in, eyes wide as she watched the counterattack. Then a massive explosion went off. At the same time, Shen made his decisive strike. She called out to him loudly, "Hey!" Shen tilted his head, puzzled. "What?" Sai approached angrily and shouted. "This is my shop, you know," he replied nonchalantly. "I'll just fix it up for you, all right?" While the two were bickering, a third voice rang out. "Whoa, surprisingly, Tiangang is completely unscathed. I thought that being trapped in a human body, you wouldn't be able to use your powers properly. That hurt more than I expected." Seeing that, Shen became even more intrigued, his smile radiating pure excitement. He reached out and lightly touched Ba's shoulder. Instantly, the outfit Shen was wearing transformed, donning a red robe with gold patterns, the martial god. Next, he quickly launched another dagger, watching the sharp weapon flying toward him. Tiangung wasn't worried at all, thinking it'd be useless. But right after that, Shen suddenly leaped up and grabbed the hilt. This move caught him completely off guard. Without giving Tiangung a chance to react, he delivered a long-range kick to the side of his opponent. Seeing that he still managed to raise an arm to block, Shen said, "Impressive, you still blocked it?" His face looked incredibly punchable as he began to provoke him. "The same old story. Remember the old days? The time you got your ass handed to you?" Having finished, Shen quickly withdrew his leg. The hilt in his hand emitted a soft glow. Ba, holding his great sword, leaped behind Tiangang's back. "Tianjin!" The blade gradually flickered with golden light. "Hi!" The massive blade, charged with power, descended upon Tiangang. His voice made Ba freeze in his tracks. "You're the one I've been looking forward to meeting the most." Tiangung caught the blade with one hand, flashing a contemptuous smile. But how disappointing. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly clenched his fist and punched Shen straight in the chest. "Shen!" The sword in Shen's hand fell powerlessly to the ground. The sudden turn of events left Sai calling out in a panic. Suddenly, Tiangang let out a sigh of lament. What on earth is that? Looking at the wound on the arm he had used to shield his chest, he couldn't help but feel surprised. "I haven't even gone all out yet." Shen's left arm was punched to a bright red, with the bone itself looking warped. "Have you really turned into a human?" He didn't care about the taunt. With a grim face, he questioned, "What are you doing here?" Tiangung shrugged as if he had no choice. "Your snake woman messed with the heavens first, didn't she? So I came here to mess with you a little too." He then pointed his weapon's tip toward his opponent. "But you're so weak that I've completely lost interest." Suddenly, Tiangung said goodbye, deciding to leave. "I'm out." As he turned his back, he suddenly paused for a moment as if remembering something. Tiangung flashed a scheming smile. It seemed like he was up to something. "I heard that in the mortal world. You guys can only unlock your full potential during a specific window of time." "Really now?" Shen kept a cold face, listening to the other's taunt. "It's fine if we meet again then. I'm ready to throw down any time." Unexpectedly, flames began to rise slowly within the room. He stepped back slightly, a bit surprised. Hot. The one fueling those flames was none other than Sai. "There's no need for a next time." With a cold expression, her hands controlled the fire. "Don't even think about leaving here." As soon as Sai gave the command, Tiangong was instantly surrounded by a ring of fire. "Fire, serpent!" Her voice carried a steely resolve to corner her opponent. "Speak." Every word was uttered with weight. The ring of fire tightened further, making Tiangong visibly uncomfortable. "What is your true objective?" Shen stepped up beside her, standing guard and ready to back her up. "And who told you about this so-called time?" Seeing that the opponent had no intention of opening his mouth, Sai narrowed her eyes dangerously. "Not talking, huh?" The ring of fire tightened again, causing Tiangong actual pain. Despite being at a disadvantage, he still managed to squeeze out a sarcastic remark. "You've become even more pathetic than I imagined, lady." Tiangong's hand clenched tight, and as the ring of fire was seized, he threw a punch into thin air. Tiangong used Void Shatter to strike back at Shen. He quickly pulled Sai into an embrace, shielding her from the massive surge of power. A moment later, nothing remained but a giant crater in the ground, and Tiangong had vanished. He glanced around in frustration. "Man, this is so annoying." That night, at the brightly lit villa, "That monkey's gonna be back any minute." Go poured a glass of wine with a mischievous grin. "Let's finish this drink and clean up. Gotta wipe out the evidence." Dao was in a reflective mood. "Actually, I've been thinking." She scrolled through her phone, absent-mindedly mentioning the existence of Yun Jin. If the cycle of the child who doesn't cry has ended, then what? Those words made him stop short. "Senior Dao, what's going on in that bird brain of yours?" "Logically speaking, but..." Dao cut him off slowly. "Let me finish." She sat up straight. "The reason we call it logical fate, isn't it because it's a flow that even gods can't stop with their powers? Isn't that right?" Dao's expression became dead serious. "Just try to think more simply. That flow has already changed, hasn't it, no?" He listened intently. "In a body born of humans resides a human soul." He followed up, pointing out accurately, "Then that's not exactly a human body." She seemed to agree. "Fair enough. But what was born inside that body is a human soul. And if that's the case, then is it possible," Dao continued to present her theory, "human souls might also inhabit our next bodies? And then humans will just keep being born, so..." She grew more excited as she spoke. "That would mean our mission on Earth is finally over, and we're heading back to heaven, right?" Ngo burst her bubble once again. "Nice thought. But that person over there didn't get to go back." He brought up that character again. "You mean Senior Thin?" Dao scratched her head sheepishly. "It probably won't be the same for us, right? Forcing us into a dog's body is a bit much." Ngo placed the empty wine glass on the table. His hair shadowed his face, hiding his expression. "Saying this makes me feel bad for Yong Jin. But to be honest," Ngo spoke bluntly, "claiming Jin is completely human is still a bit of a stretch." She hugged a pillow and leaned back on the sofa. "That's fair." "That body was originally a divine vessel," he interrupted. "That's not even the point." Ngo's gaze turned pensive. "Fine, let's say at that moment, he was wearing Senior Tai's divine raiment." He raised a sensitive point of view. "But the way he wields divine power is just way too effortless." Every word he uttered left Dao stunned. For real what Senior Moi said back then. Mui's words echoed in her mind. If he were just an ordinary human, the Black Dragon would have eaten him alive. A long time ago. This isn't something we can just brush off. She immediately sat bolt upright. "I'm warning you, if you dare say Yong Jin is a demon, I'll kill you." Of course, Ngo didn't mean it that way. Yong Jin is definitely not a demon. He looked up at her. "But," Ngo's words carried a heavy truth, "do you really think a mere demon could have enough power to suppress the Black Dragon track?" He returned to the private villa that evening. Just then, Tai and Shen were walking into the living room together. Suddenly, he looked up and sensed something strange. Two weapons appeared out of nowhere, poised and ready to strike. Attacking right in front of Shen were Ngo and Dao, about to clash with each other. "What are you two even doing?" She immediately snapped in accusation. "This jerk! He told me to go kick the bucket just to test the logical fate flow. Why don't you just do it yourself?" He shot back immediately. "No way, I'm busy with a game coming out next year. I've been waiting so long I'm practically growing roots." Shen sighed and barked out a light command. "Both of you cut it out and quit acting up." Seeing Tai appear beside him, Do finally jumped down from the railing. "Is Senior Tai here as well?" she asked with a polite greeting. "Are you here too?" Only then did she notice Shen's injury. "Wait, what on earth happened to your arm?" Ngo also dropped his combat stance. He bowed respectfully. "Senior Shen." Then, he tapped the tip of his scabbard against the ground, calling for everyone's attention. Facing Dao's bewildered expression, Ngo turned serious. "Please, I need you to focus on what I'm about to say." He began to present his point of view. "Even if this body is divine, It's ultimately different from our original forms. It is no longer the vessel created by the altar. Ngo spoke clearly about the things weighing on his mind. And besides, it's been a long time since we last used our powers properly. She couldn't help but wonder, why all of a sudden? He continued, we don't even need specific conditions to trigger our power like Senior Tai did. Ngo clenched his fist tight. We've been living a chill, laid-back life like ordinary humans for a while now. But from now on, we must train to synchronize this body with our divine power. He looked incredibly determined, because no one knows if the heaven's goal in descending is truly just Yongjin alone. I don't think it's going to be that simple. The solemn atmosphere was instantly shattered by Shen's question. Hey, you dog, are you hammered? Why are you acting all serious? Hearing this, Dao also chimed in to roast him. Knew it, he's totally wasted. No wonder he's suddenly having a moment. A moment later, once Ngo had passed out on the chair, he picked up the half-empty bottle, exclaiming, that trash horse downed the whole bottle. Shen poured himself another glass. Actually, it wasn't that he didn't care about the points that had been mentioned earlier. If this physical form disappears now, will we really get to return to heaven? Tai suddenly had a thought. If you want to test that, how about trying to contact Senior Dan? He's the one who has the least remaining ties to the mortal world. Dao sighed. What's the point? Honestly, none of us really have any attachments left anyway, sis. We've dealt with so much headache because of these shackles. Shen looked up and recalled, the last time I saw Dan, he was already a 70-year-old man. It's been over 50 years with no contact since then. She had another thought. I wonder if Senior Hoi or Senior Tuat knows anything about his whereabouts? But first, let's just fill them in on the situation. Suddenly, he cut her off. No way. Shen set his empty glass down on the table. With a serious face, he gave a stern warning. We must strictly limit the sharing of information with the other earthly branch gods. Someone was immediately confused. But why? Tai spoke up to clear the air. Tianken knows way too much about us. From the exact times our power peaks, to our physical bodies in the mortal realm, and even matters regarding the altar bodies. She sat there stunned, processing those words. When he said I was trapped in a human body, it sounded very fishy. From the start, the fact that he kept bringing up, my true form's power, he added further, those weren't the words of someone who already had all the facts. It felt like he was trying to confirm something he had only heard as a rumor. Dao immediately cut in. Even so, if you suspect everyone else based just on that, Tai tried to smooth things over. Nothing is set in stone yet. It's just a theory, she recounted. When I asked Tien Khan why he came to the mortal realm, he said that guy told him he wasn't allowed to reveal it yet. He was likely referring to the person who leaked the info, and that person definitely knows us earthly branch gods inside out. Shen picked up a full cup from the table, raising his voice slightly. Interesting. An enigmatic smile appeared on his lips. A mole among the earthly branch gods. She spoke sternly. You've got to be kidding me. This time, Tai brought up another possibility. Just like Senior Ngo said, maybe their goal isn't just one person. Dao listened with a blank, confused face as they mentioned Yoon Jin. But one thing's for sure. To pull this off, they need Yoon Jin. So the only thing we can do now is to keep a close eye on the people around him. Cut to the next day. The sun was shining brightly. Yoon Jin sat spacing out, holding an orange in his hand. Gong Ji-won was practicing a horizon slash with a wooden sword. He walked over and handed the practice sword to Yoon Jin. Come on, try it again. Your face says you're totally not into this, Yoon Jin complained. Can't we just skip the training while we're at school? No? Gong Ji-won emphasized. True cultivation doesn't care about the location. He still tried to convince him. From now on, just let me handle it on my own. I've pretty much got the basic stances down anyway. Grip tightening on the sword, he said, not happening. His expression turned dead serious. I promise that in no time, I'll make you as strong as possible. Yoon Jin wondered why, and Gong Ji-won answered, because no matter how good I am with a sword, I can't surpass human limits. But you actually can. That's why I plan to pass down everything I know to you, so you can protect yourself. If you can't run from fate, then stand tall and fight. And most importantly, you must win. Gong Ji-won held the wooden sword out in front of him. Who would have thought? Yoon Jin totally read him. He'd saved it all as a note on his phone. Right? He dissed him. Seriously? You don't have a romantic bone in your body, do you? Yoon Jin didn't hold back at all. You just think this whole situation is cool. That's why you're doing this, right? Just then a laugh came from behind them. Hey, you losers! A spinning basketball came flying toward Gong Ji-won. Yoon Jin quickly grabbed the wooden sword. He ran out and blocked it. He whacked the ball with immense force. Sure enough, it burst, hissed, and fell to the ground shredded. Those guys were instantly stunned. Did that basketball just explode? No way! Jang Si-hoo's lip twitched. What the hell just happened? He gave a weak laugh, trying to play it off. Must have been an old ball. No wonder it looked so beat up. But his two sidekicks weren't buying it. That was a brand new ball, though. It was pumped to the max. Meanwhile, Gong Ji-won was clapping enthusiastically. Yoon-jin! You only saw the horizon slash once. And you've already mastered it! Jang Si-hoo walked over to talk trash. You've really stepped up your game, haven't you, Yoon-jin? He aggressively flicked the wooden sword in his hand. Yoon-jin's expression turned menacing. Stop messing with me. Get lost. But the guy just gave a dismissive smirk. Ooh, acting all tough now, are we? Jang Si-hoo mocked him. Since you started hanging out with that Cheon-do-gyeong crowd, you've really been feeling yourself, huh? Waving a wooden sword around like you're actually somebody. He laughed out loud. By the way, did you even get permission from the teachers? Probably not, right? After saying that, the group ran off. Gong Ji-won said, Anyway, there are too many eyes on us here at school. Let's find somewhere else to practice. Yoon-jin's face froze. Are you just now realizing that? Gong Ji-won replied calmly. I didn't expect those bullies to jump in and steal the spotlight like that. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. But it's weird, isn't it? How could someone as invisible as Yoon-jin possibly catch the attention of a guy like that? Gong Ji-won started connecting the dots. At times like this, if this were a typical trope, you two would have been best friends when you were kids. Then some misunderstanding made you enemies. Yoon-jin shut him down. We're not friends and there's no misunderstanding. Suddenly a voice called out Yoon-jin's name. Tuat appeared out of nowhere and snatched the wooden sword from his hands. She interrogated him with a serious expression. What did you just do with your left hand? A drop of sweat rolled down Yoon-jin's cheek. I didn't even use the Black Dragon's power. Hearing that, Tuat didn't buy it. But you still managed to blow up a basketball? Even a dog passing by would laugh his head off hearing that. I'm already laughing myself. That's just because you don't know. Senior, inside Yoon-jin, there's something even more powerful than the Black Dragon's strength. Wait, what? Stronger than the Black Dragon? What is it? It is the sword of the heart called willpower. I told you not to talk to me at school, didn't I? Well, I don't feel like listening. You think just because you say don't talk to me, I have to obey? Why should I do that? What are you, a child? Seriously? And what's with this cultivation nonsense? You think doing those few things will make you strong overnight? You must have been eavesdropping on us for a while now. It's not eavesdropping, it's surveillance. There's no difference between the two. Anyway, don't try to do anything. Just sit tight and be protected. But why? I already said I'd protect my own body. You guys keep saying I'm dangerous, right? I'm doing this so I won't have to use the Black Dragon power you're so scared of. No matter what you do, it's all pointless. It's better if your body stays weak. Wait, what? Someone like you. You think you can actually control the Black Dragon? No matter how hard you try, you'll end up being nothing more than a good vessel for the Black Dragon. The fact that your soul will be devoured won't change. Even if you are a senior god, you're a real piece of work. You're even worse than the legends about those stubborn old fogies who always think they're right. Stop following me, senior. This belongs to me. After leaving, Yoon-jin looked at his hand and unconsciously remembered what happened earlier. If I had only managed to catch it, it wouldn't be worth mentioning. Tuat's words kept echoing in his head. But you still managed to blow up a basketball? I didn't even see it coming myself. Wait. At this moment, Yoon-jin could only clench his fist and affirm, there's one thing I can be sure of. That wasn't the Black Dragon's power. Because every time that power surfaces, the first thing I feel is my arm going numb. Thinking back lately, his left arm had stopped moving on its own. Anxiety continuously welled up inside Yoon-jin. Maybe it's because my body is a divine vessel or something. Something like that. Plus, after that incident, the Black Dragon has been more peaceful. After a while, he could only let out a long sigh to let it all go. Yoon-jin once again immersed himself in the classroom atmosphere. Time quickly shifted toward dusk. A strange sound echoed from a house. Two boys turned pale as they looked at the scene before them. The white paper in front of them was dyed black because the ball hit the ink pot. Bok-sun stood there frozen like a statue. The other boy looked away nervously. San, you did this, okay? I don't know anything about it. Seeing the girl covered in ink stains, San could only stammer, Bok-sun, I'm sorry. Only then did she lift her head and ask, why were you running around like that? We have a yard and a garden. Why didn't you go out there instead of playing ball inside? The girl's gaze made San and his friend shake in their boots. So scary. Bok-sun stood up and somberly demanded compensation. San immediately got flustered, looking like he was about to cry. But I don't have any money to pay you back. Bok-sun said nothing but held up 3 fingers. With every passing second, a finger went down. Then, a scream echoed through the house. Tihai looked at the kids with a frown. What's going on? Summoning his divine artifact, Senior Tai, Bok-sun threw a tantrum and tattled, The thing is, it was San. San did all of it. San sheepishly admitted his guilt. I'm the one who spilled the ink. Bok-sun wailed in distress. This is my favorite dress. The boy could only suggest, just wash it and it'll be fine. But Bok-sun cried even harder. How are these stains supposed to come out? The boy cheerfully told the girl. Tech these days is super advanced, you know. Bok-sun couldn't believe it and yelled out, What, Tai? After hearing the whole story, he could only let out a long, heavy sigh. I'll buy you a new dress exactly like that one. Hearing that, Bok-sun happily ran over to him. Really? Seeing how excited she was, T added, But it's late today, so let's do it tomorrow. Bok-sun took the chance to push her luck. Well then, since it's summer now, could you buy Bok-sun a new one-piece dress too? A brand new one, please? San and his friend were speechless, so this was your real goal all along. Tai gently patted her head and promised, Tomorrow I'll have Manager Lai come over. You can go with him, okay? Suddenly being handed off to someone else made Bok-sun bristle and throw a fit. I don't want to go with the manager. I told you I wanted to go with you. You have to go on a date with Bok-sun. Seeing her start to wail again, T had to give in. All right, I get it. He quickly urged them on. Let's go have dinner now. Bok-sun, go change your clothes. The little girl excitedly replied, Okay. While San and his friend looked at each other and chuckled, relieved that everything had been smoothed over. The 3 kids tagged along after Tai, chatting away. By the way, isn't Yoon coming today? San had heard about this. He said, Because of Uncle Thin, he can't come over very often. On a small street corner elsewhere, Yoon had just reached his door when he froze, dropping his bag. Looking at the orange peels scattered all over the floor, Yoon face dropped. Don't tell me. He ran over and picked up the fruit box in shock. Oranges. This was the box Hoi had given him. Yoon, here's a little something for you. These are Hwangam-hyang oranges and some sponge oranges. Take them home and try some. Authentic Jeju Island oranges. Before he could even enjoy them, the box was empty, leaving Yoon dazed for a moment. My delicious oranges, they're just oranges. Jin lay there with a full belly, remembering the taste. They felt like seeded fruits when eaten, but they weren't bitter at all. Quite the opposite. They were very sweet. Jin looked at his ancestor in anger. Did you eat all of these by yourself? Jin scrambled up and pushed the massive pot toward the mountain god. He didn't know how starving that kid Dojin had been. Actually, Dojin ate more than half of it, Jin claimed. Jin knew his ancestor well enough to know he was just scapegoating Dojin. And at that same moment over at Dojin's place, he was blissfully unaware, excitedly catching fish. Jin was at his wit's end and could only hand down a punishment. You're temporarily banned from eating instant noodles. Jin was completely baffled that he got banned just for eating a little bit. Didn't you also pack a bunch of oranges to take to school? Cheapskate. You're a total cheapskate, Jin. Jin held up the empty box and interrogated him. I brought those to share with my friends. But you're just a glutton who polished off the whole thing by yourself. Jin knew he was in the wrong, but still tagged along, asking, So how long exactly is this temporary ban, Yoon Jin was still annoyed, so he just replied, Depends on my mood. You already ate so much, are you seriously still hungry? Jin grumbled irritably. You're such a bossy brat. Even if you are my descendant, you're going to grow up to be one obnoxious guy. Yoon didn't respond. Looking at the empty fridge, he could only tell himself, Looks like I'll have to go grocery shopping tomorrow. He took out his phone to check his balance. He barely had any living expenses left. Yoon mumbled as he did the math. It'll probably be hard to find a part-time job at this time. This caught Jin's ear. A part-time job? Jin, with his orange-stained mouth, asked curiously, Are you planning on hunting those pests again? Yoon gave a flat reply. If I find work after grocery shopping tomorrow, I'll do it. If not, then whatever. Jin told Yoon seriously, I'm coming with you. But Yoon immediately refused. No way. Actually, Jin was very worried. Even though Senior Tuat was with him at school, he was all on his own now. What if some demon targeted him? Or what if he ran into the heavenly stems? Just then, Yoon instinctively remembered Jin's previous words. With just one word from me, they won't target you anymore. Just use thin like the other earthly branch gods. After a moment, he made up his mind. Fine, you can come along. Soon enough, it was the next day. Bok-sun's short little legs stepped off the bus. All three kids cheered with joy on their faces. Manager Lai stood behind them, smiling as he remarked, "It looks like they've been really looking forward to this trip." Tai nodded in agreement. "That's true." He pulled back his sleeve slightly to check the time. "Those kids usually love to sleep in, but they got up so early today." "We are practically the first customers of the day." As the group was heading in, San suddenly turned back to look at Tai and Manager Lai. San and Bok-sun protested vehemently. "Manager, don't follow us, yeah! We just want to hang out and eat by ourselves, exactly. You always say there's no time and keep rushing us." "Totally true." Manager Lai looked at the kids hesitantly. "But young masters and Senior Tai." At that point, T finally spoke up. "It's fine." He told Manager Lai, "You go on ahead." Manager Lai could only nod. "Then please call me once you're done shopping." Inside the shopping mall, the staff members all watched with curious eyes. They couldn't help but gossip. Those kids have been walking around by themselves this whole time. They aren't lost, are they? After a while, Bok-sun placed several dresses on the counter. "I'll take all of these." The staff looked at the children hesitantly. To pay, the moment they saw what T pulled out, they went silent. A private card. The person next to her took it, looking extremely worried. "The kids didn't just find this card somewhere, did they?" She asked Tai and the group nervously, "Excuse me, little guests. Could I ask you something? Where are your parents?" The kids immediately widened their eyes in confusion. "Parents?" The staff member asked awkwardly. "Aren't you guys here with your parents?" While T could only let out a heavy sigh. "I knew this wouldn't be easy." The two employees looked at each other with concern. "What should we do? Should we contact the Lost Children Center?" Tai turned his back and dropped a single line. "My parents are in the restroom. Let me go get them." Once he was out of sight, a pair of long legs appeared from behind the misty smoke. A mature voice rang out, startling both the staff and the children. "Sorry I'm late." San had just opened his mouth to call out, "Brother!" But the boy next to him covered his mouth. "You have to call him Dad now." San immediately switched. "Daddy!" Tai looked taller, but his gaze remained unchanged. He requested the staff, "Please process the payment for me." After they left, the employees were still in disbelief. They started questioning everything again. "Oh my God, he looks so young, yet he already has 3 kids. The other employee recalled something with a shocked face. "Wait, if you count that kid with the bowl-cut hair, from earlier that makes 4 kids in total." This made the other person jump in surprise. "Geez, that kid looked like he's around elementary school age." The two of them began to speculate wildly. Maybe he's just the type who ages slowly and is already a tycoon. Rich and a father with a whole brood of kids. He's really doing his part for this country's population, huh? Meanwhile, at Yoon-jin's house, a new item had appeared. It was a pet carrier he got for free from Dangan Market. He tapped the cage and urged, "Get in quickly!" Since dogs aren't allowed in the supermarket, "If you want to come with me, you absolutely have to get in here." Jin looked at the cramped thing and cursed under his breath, but he still had to settle inside. As soon as he lifted it, Yoon-jin cried out, "Man, this is heavy as hell!" As he opened the door, he whispered, "Hey, use your divine power or something. To make your body lighter, will you?" Jin, of course, didn't comply and cheerfully replied, "Just take this opportunity to work on your fitness." Yoon-jin wouldn't stop complaining. "How am I supposed to carry something this heavy around?" Focusing on the path, he didn't realize that someone was hiding behind a wall. That person's eyes were fixed intently on Yoon-jin. At that exact moment, a sound rang out, startling the stalker. "Who are you?" Tuai had been standing there for who knows how long. Finding himself discovered, the guy tried to bolt. But in a split second, Tuat grabbed him by the collar. The stalker's hat fell off as he was pulled back. Tuat looked at the person in front of him and sneered. Using divine power to escape would be much faster, wouldn't it? She had already sensed the scent of a great guardian from the person in front of her.